Such a fierce wind. As soon as Xiao stepped out and hopped on a shared electric scooter to head to work, she immediately sensed the absurd strength of the wind. Yet last night's forecast had clearly promised a sunny day. Riding the scooter toward her company, the biting gusts sliced her face like sharp blades. She thought, just endure a little longer. In 5 minutes she would reach Nyamajahozi. Clang clang. The sound of metal pieces being violently flipped from above filled the air. The fierce wind robbed Xiao of control over even the scooter's front, and while turning, the vehicle toppled uncontrollably onto the ground. A sting of abrasion shot through her arms, cheeks, and thighs. Just as Xiao was about to stand, a red pair of underwear borne by the wind smacked her square in the face. Frowning, she quickly chucked it away. During this heat wave, the neighboring Yushur had deployed artificial rain cannons that sent underwear flying in every direction. Yet, even here, a famed summer retreat, underwear began to scatter across the sky. As she bent to steady her scooter, her knees gave way, and a gust from behind propelled Xiao forward uncontrollably, nearly forcing her into a flower bed. In a most embarrassing sprawl, though, she managed to regain her balance. Damn this eerie wind. Just as she was about to curse, she saw a skinny girl beside her being blown several meters away, her landing punctuated by a disturbing crack, as if bones were breaking, an image that sent a chill through Xiao's heart. It turned out that having a bit of flesh was advantageous. The extra fat that normally seemed useless now proved to be her lifesaver at the critical moment. Xiao instinctively thought it was nonsense. A level 20 typhoon possessed wind strong enough to demolish buildings, leaving no shelter truly safe. What difference did it make if it were the end of the world? No, wait. That voice seemed to herald the apocalypse. Looking up, she saw a sky shrouded in mist with sand and stones whipping about. Could it be that the perennial Doomsday prophecy was finally coming true this year? Her life was on the line. Braving the wind, Xiao forced herself upright and trudged step by agonizing step into the shelter of a nearby eave, while outside the wind pounded against the glass with relentless force. An alert appeared suddenly, lasting only a few fleeting seconds, leaving everyone around utterly bewildered, unsure whether it was real. However, Xiao noticed that a few people were as vigilant as she was, carefully scanning their surroundings in search of the so-called safe houses. Near the office building, there was only this one shopping mall, who elsewhere were solely office towers. No one knew what mark identified a safe house, or in what form it appeared. Suddenly, a woman standing right before Xiao, rubbing her hands, lit up with determination and strode resolutely, braving the wind, toward the building across the street. The corridor was battered by fierce winds, making departure perilous, yet the woman relied on her physical heft to push forward. Xiao's gaze remained fixed on her as she advanced to the glass facade of the opposite office building. A golden door handle was incongruously embedded in the glass, its mysterious gilded luster catching the eye. The moment the woman touched it, her face lit up with ecstatic delight before she vanished. Damn! Xiao suddenly realized that safe houses truly existed. She dashed over and twisted the handle, but it remained unmoved, suggesting that once someone had entered, the safe house would no longer open to others. This won't do. If this were a global disaster with 10 billion souls on Blue Planet and only 30 million safe houses, the supply would be woefully insufficient. There were too many competitors. She had to find a safe house before others realized that it was simply a door handle. With that resolve, Xiao quickly spotted a faint glimmer on a tree across the street, a silver door handle, and without hesitation she sprinted toward it. Before she could react, a burly man leveraged his weight to violently shove her aside. Her back throbbed from the impact, and before she could cry out in pain, she saw him reach the tree, touch the handle, and vanish before her eyes. Xiao clutched her breath in mounting frustration. Yet curses would do no good. Wherever crowds gathered, the competition was fierce. She was not alone in noticing the abnormal wind and the peculiar alert. One had to decipher the pattern and act faster than the rest to survive. First, both safe houses featured a handle, suggesting that the handle must be their identifier, with its color and luster being the key. One was golden and the other silver, implying that the handles might differ, and perhaps there were other types as well. Finally, since safe houses were assigned at random, areas with fewer people might offer better chances. Now most people were either hunkered down in their vehicles or inside buildings, leaving the streets nearly deserted. Even those who ventured out were too absorbed in their own plight. Yet the most dangerous spot was paradoxically the safest. Xiao's eyes fell on the middle of the road, a blue non-reflective manhole cover embedded in the drainage. Could it be a safe house? The wind on the road grew ever fiercer, threatening to overturn passers-by. Even the bulky bus swayed ominously, while the trees on either side stood unsteady, deterring anyone from venturing to the center. Clenching her teeth, Xiao resolved on betting on this. Who in their right mind would embed an automatic door handle on a manhole cover? It wasn't as if she needed to go home. Yet as the wind intensified, even taking one step felt like being pushed backward. Facing the wind heat, and she knew the resistance would be enormous. If she didn't grasp the handle quickly, she would be blown away and potentially exposed to onlookers. The only solution was to exploit her distance advantage, attune herself to the wind's direction, and position herself in front of the handle, letting the wind steadily carry her toward it, achieving twice the result with half the effort. Having made up her mind, Xiao stepped out boldly to confront the wind, heat in a stance that naturally drew the attention of those nearby. That girl must have found a safe house. Let's hurry and follow her. Someone immediately shouted, and several people trailed after Xiao, scanning every direction toward her path. Against the wind, Xiao proceeded for 50 meters, and out of the corner of her eye she glimpsed a handle not far behind. Suddenly, a rough, sturdy hand landed on her shoulder. Miss, did you see a safe house? My eyesight isn't great. If you spot one, let me know so we can go together. The man, towering at 192 meters and robustly built, made Xiao feel diminutive in comparison. Brother, I'm not so sure either, she replied. Xiao smiled warmly, her gaze resolutely fixed ahead as she murmured, perhaps I misjudged. Yet the man remained unconvinced. Leveraging his physical advantage, he strode ahead while carefully watching Xiao's every move, determined to reach the safe house before she did. Then unexpectedly, the wind suddenly surged, forcing everyone to stagger several steps backward. It was at that very moment. Seizing the moment, Xiao rolled, as if carelessly buffeted by the wind, being swept onto the road, where she lost her footing and tumbled. The onlookers were startled and eager to follow, but Xiao had tumbled into the middle of the road, a sight both startling and dreadful. Not far away, a swaying bus rolled towards Xiao, leaving the onlookers wide-eyed with terror, with only a single voice breaking through the commotion. Xiao. The bus driver, equally alarmed, slammed on the brakes. In the next moment, the girl was seen in a state of disarray, vanishing onto the ground. Xiao's vision is enveloped in darkness, while the furious whooshing from above heralds a powerful gust raging outside. Congratulations, you have entered the safe house. Remain inside for 1 hour to secure its binding. If you leave during this period, the timer resets, and the safe house will be offered to other survivors. Time until hurricane disaster: 36 minutes and 28 seconds. Only a fool would leave. In the pitch-dark cellar where nothing can be seen, Xiao is fortunate to have carried a bag to work. She begins to inspect its contents. Inside her bag, she finds a notebook, some tissues, a bottle of water, 2 marinated eggs, 2 mooncakes, a bottle of milk left from yesterday, a high-capacity power bank, and half a packet of sanitary pads. Not bad. The phone in her school bag chimes with a notification. Unexpectedly, there is signal even inside the safe house. A message from the company group chat appears with management tagging all employees. Everyone, today is a normal workday. Punch in as usual and lateness will result in full attendance deduction. Xiao thinks silently. Could it be that the idiot still believes this is just an ordinary gust of wind? Almost immediately, a colleague inquires. Indeed, the wind is so fierce today that my electric scooter was blown away. Could we delay clocking in by an hour? Yes, a delay of half an hour works for me, though I was almost at the company, but a road accident caused a huge traffic jam. Management quickly retorts, if you had left half an hour earlier, none of this would have happened. Xiao lets out a soft click of disdain. Was it realistic to expect empathy from a superior? Just as she was about to turn off her phone, she notices a message tagging her. Xiao, I just saw you. Did you vanish from the road because you found a safe house? Glancing briefly, she recognizes the sender as Yang Haiyi. A few polished words escape his message. Xiao, a programmer who joined a game company 6 months after graduation, listens quietly. Everyone in the programming world understands. During recruitment, the dog company promised a 9-to-6 schedule with a 1-hour lunch break alongside 1 short day off and 2 full days off per week with an internship salary of $8K. Little did they know, from the second day onwards, an inexplicable 996 schedule was imposed. By 8:30 in the morning, the company was already packed with workers. After 6 o'clock, management lingered while other employees stayed late, and it wasn't until 9 in the evening that the management began to leave. Unaccustomed to such indulgence, Xiao began leaving promptly at 6 p.m. on the 3rd day, bag in hand. When questioned by Yang Haiyi as to why everyone else stayed overtime while she did not, she remained steadfast. She replied coolly, because I don't need overtime pay. Oh, I complete my tasks within working hours. Yang Haiyi, in his 30s with mediocre ability, but excellent at flattery, took note. Subsequently, Yang Haiyi reported her to the supervisor, complaining that her work attitude was lacking and suggesting the recruitment of another intern. Then on the very next day, a major bug surfaced in the game project, a bug that had long haunted the company and was unsolvable by other programmers. It was only when Xiao took charge that the bug was resolved. Thus, Xiao was swiftly confirmed as a full-time employee. Post-confirmation, with a salary of $12,800, exceeding Yang Haiyi's, he began to harbor unmistakable resentment towards her. Now in the group chat, Yang Haiyi deliberately inquired, as if she had vanished on the road, to coax a reaction. Xiao chose not to reply. Instead, she switched off WeChat and activated her phone's flashlight to scrutinize the safe house. The room is modest, a height of 3 meters and roughly 10 square meters in area. With no artificial light and concrete walls resembling a cellar, the sole conspicuous feature is a red lever mounted at the center of one wall. Su Xiao walks over to inspect it. The lever oriented to move in 4 directions appears designed to shift. With a gentle push, the lever is pulled forward. Her body tilts instantly, as though the entire cellar shifts slightly forward, but upon releasing her grip, an abrupt braking sensation follows. Without warning, Su Xiao gives the lever 2 more jabs. Thud. Unsure what obstacle halted its motion, she lifts her gaze to discover an electronic map displayed on the wall before her. Sparse red dots litter the map. These obstacles are unavoidable. Additionally, explanatory notes indicate that the gray area represents land, the white area denotes void spaces, and the blue area signifies water. According to the map, the safe house permits movement only within the gray zone, and encounters with the blue or white zones necessitate detours. Suddenly, her phone chimes once again with a tag. Retrieving her phone, Su Xiao notes the message still originates from the company group's management, tagging everyone. Have you all found a safe house yet? I arrived at the company an hour and a half early and found one. Everyone, the message continues, coming from Wenming, the notoriously tight-fisted HR. Back when Su Xiao was seeking employment, the negotiations had been tightly bound to her base salary. Though her credentials were not world-class, they were by no means unimpressive. Her bottom line was a base salary of 10K, or else she would rather spend time doing part-time work at home. Meanwhile, the man who runs the company treats it as his personal kingdom. Even now, he is scrambling to overextend himself. It is as if he refuses to see that he is nothing more than a mere beast of burden. Lu Yun asks, surely the safe house can accommodate more people, oh, why not let us in for a while? Guojia adds, I've searched throughout the company, but there's no sign of any safe house. Wenming, where on earth are you? Not good. Wenming responds, they say I must stay inside for an hour to bind the safe house. I can't come out just yet. Lu Yun retorts, can only one person stay in a safe house? Wenming continues, but it isn't very spacious. Lu Yun pleads, it's better to have several than just one. Wenming, let us in. The wind is ferocious, simply terrifying. Then Chairman Wang chimes in, Wenming, where are you? Wenming replies, hold on Chairman Wang, I'll message you privately. Foolish indeed. It is now clear that this is no ordinary typhoon. If indeed the apocalypse were upon them, those securing a safe house would seize the advantage. And who among the survivors could help but be envious? At a moment when everyone still fawns over their superiors, it becomes evident that those capable of saving others may not be able to save themselves. Meanwhile, Su Xiao persists in her investigation of the cellar. Above the cellar, there is an aperture reminiscent of a ventilation duct. Upon touching it, a prompt appears. Oxygen duration 23 hours, 33 minutes, and 12 seconds. A countdown has begun. Although this is a safe house, it still requires the accumulation of oxygen. Furthermore, upon touching the cellar's exit, another prompt emerges. Level 20 hurricane disaster imminent. The safe house is not yet bound. Confirmed departure? Naturally, the answer is no. Outside is far too dangerous. Having scoured every inch of the cellar and found no further clues, Su Xiao sits down to rest. In that very moment, a violent crashing sound emanates from the safe house's exit. A sound like a heavy blow, almost as if someone were knocking, though one might easily mistake it for a human tap. Su Xiao moves to investigate, but just as she nears the cellar door, she hears a system broadcast. The hurricane disaster has officially begun. This catastrophe will persist for 8 hours. Survivors within the safe house will not suffer any adverse effects amid the disaster, while others must endeavor to survive. 8 hours. This hurricane disaster is surprisingly lasting so long. It's as if players are being confined. However, Su Xiao was unaware of the situation outside and could only take out her phone. The video appeared to be from a height of about 30 floors, overlooking a few massive whirlwinds gathering in the air like a sandstorm, seemingly twisting into one. The person in the video murmured, it's over, I can't escape. The tall buildings near the tornado collapsed in an instant, glass shattered, and the video abruptly cut off. Within a minute of the broadcast, Su Xiao was drenched in cold sweat. The number of people speaking in the group dwindled significantly. The last message in the company group was sent a few minutes ago. Could it be that every safe house is different? What would a safe house that can only fit 2 people look like? A storage room. Unfortunately, no one responded in the group for a long time, which didn't look too good. In other groups, Su Xiao saw someone who had escaped to an underground supermarket, but the exit was blocked by a pile of debris, with rainwater continuously pouring and indicating that the situation didn't look too good. The hurricane disaster would not destroy everyone. There were still many survivors who had not found a safe house, but were still alive. Just as Su Xiao was preparing to exit this group, she saw someone post a message about the safe houses. Huang Zijin, the most handsome, I found a safe house in the subway. It's actually a restroom, less than 2 square meters with a toilet. It says that when my waist reaches 100, I can move the safe house. Amazing, I've never seen a power source for a safe house based on relieving oneself in a novel. Relieving oneself for power. While this safe house is really cool, Su Xiao has a bit of a cleanliness obsession, and for instance, she cannot imagine herself relieving herself in the cellar, which would mean she would have to share the cellar with waste. No way, hold it in. Someone in the group responded. 900 million girls dream, at least you have a toilet. Mine is a squat toilet, there's no place to sit, and the key is that I just went halfway when the restroom turned into a safe house. Now there's no water to flush the toilet. Am forced to be with waste, what have I said? Huang Zijian the most handsome, well I have better luck than you, my toilet has no smell, and there's still water in the tank. 900 million girls dream the water in the tank is clean, right? I didn't have time to drink water this morning, and I went straight to the toilet, I'm so thirsty. Huang Zijian the most handsome, what? You want me to drink the water from the toilet? Have I gone mad? Who would put their mouth on that? 900 million girls dream, wait until you're starving to death, you'll eat the waste. The two were both in toilets, and they began to compare squat toilets and sitting toilets. The conversation gradually strayed, and Xiao found it amusing. Until a girl appeared and brought the topic back on track. Xiao Ali, mine is a treehouse, no toilet, but it comes with a special attribute that says there's a chance to collect a bird egg every day. Special attribute. Xiao recalled when she was searching for a safe house, her hands had gold, silver, and blue colors resembling gold, silver, and bronze. Could this be a distinction between different safe houses? Do high-level safe houses have extra resources? As soon as she finished that thought, a fourth person with a safe house appeared in the group. Jilly, my safe house is a library, very large, 30 square meters, has lights, and is a bit cool. The library also has a water dispenser and a toaster, as well as food and drink. Xiao, this is great. Safe houses are indeed graded. The wealth of the wealthy is indeed enviable, but the luck of the lucky is what truly makes people jealous. However, the other party quickly retracted their words. Jilly, but the drawbacks are also obvious, it can't hide. A glass library can be easily spotted by other survivors during the stagnation period. Level 1 safe house owner Xiao. Space 010. Storage 010. Oxygen duration 22 hours 58 minutes and 38 seconds. Indoor temperature 21 degrees. The information is brief with little useful content, but the oxygen duration is visible. Combining the information just received from the phone message sent by Little Ali, it seems that the last sentence from the other party's review was meant to confirm whether they knew about the existence of the Little Mo safe house system to determine if they were bound to a safe house. But now Xiao has completely calmed down and chose not to join Little Alice group. Although the survivors who entered do have safe houses on the surface, it seems fine, since everyone has one, there is no thought of competition. However, if someone else wants to help survivors without safe houses acquire one, wouldn't that be dangerous? She stopped looking at her phone, conserving energy and battery, and ate 2 marinated eggs while drinking a bottle of milk. After eating, her tension eased somewhat and her mind regained some clarity. No, since this so-called safe house exists, wouldn't there be another disaster after 8 hours? No, she cannot sit and wait. The cellar is mobile and she needs to do something. She recalled the survivor who had just hidden in the underground supermarket. Supermarkets are restocked regularly. Especially large supermarkets almost always have underground storage, though she wondered if she could control the cellar to locate the underground storage of the supermarket. She took out her phone, opened the map, and set the location to the largest grocery supermarket in the city. After confirming the direction, Xiao gripped the control handle again. After more than 30 minutes, Xiao finally mastered the control skills, smoothly maneuvering the cellar to avoid safe houses and inaccessible areas, while constantly peeking to confirm the situation above ground. When the cellar door was outside during a disaster, a prompt popped up when she touched the door. Currently, the wind outside the safe house reaches level 20. In a disaster level, hurricane, unable to open the door. When outside in a safe area, the prompt changed to there are no other survivors within 50 meters of the safe house. If there were any, Xiao would not go out. Only when there was no one would she peek out. It took a great deal of effort for Xiao to position the cellar in the supermarket's underground storage area. It was much harder than parallel parking. As the largest and most comprehensive grocery supermarket in the city, it opened at 10:30 a.m. and closed at midnight. After 8 p.m., fresh vegetables would start to be discounted, and the items sold were in super large quantities, enough for Xiao to eat for half a month, offering good value for money. The hurricane this morning began around 8 a.m., so there shouldn't be many staff members in this supermarket now. Touching the exit, a prompt indeed popped up. There are no other survivors within 50 meters of the exit. She felt relieved. Xiao immediately went out. You have left the safe house. The cellar safe house cannot be moved after you leave. Please remember the entrance location of the safe house. Meanwhile, the supply channel of the safe house will be stored in the form of a tattoo in your left palm. Supplies touched by your left palm can be brought into the safe house. Natural resources can occupy up to 80 of the safe house space. Please do not exceed this limit. Her arm felt warm, and a black square mark appeared in the center of Xiao's left palm. Without hesitation, she quickly turned on her phone flashlight and searched for supplies in the underground storage. The storage area of the large supermarket was clearly divided into living supplies, personal care products, frozen food, snacks, and beverages. Xiao grabbed water first, as water is the source of life. As soon as her left hand touched the water, a supply prompt appeared. Natural resource validity period 7 days. There is a validity period. Su Xiao immediately checked each item. Indeed, all food items were marked as natural resources with a validity of only 7 days. Furniture, although it had no validity, had durability. When durability dropped to 0, it would be damaged and unusable. Textiles like sheets, quilts, mattresses, and clothes had no validity and could be used long-term, but they lacked resistance attributes for the apocalypse. Daily necessities and electrical appliances were single-use consumables and would become ineffective once used. If the food had no validity, she would use at least 9 square meters of the cellar's 10 square meters to stockpile food, even if it meant sleeping on food and water. This information dispelled Su Xiao's impulse to stockpile food. She decided to hoard daily necessities and consumable electrical appliances instead. Furniture was not considered because it took up too much space and belonged to the durability category. Once durability dropped to 0, it would disappear just like food. She tossed dozens of boxes of water and her favorite self-heating hot pot instant noodles and snacks into the cellar. When she had enough supplies for 2 months, a prompt appeared. Space 110. After that, Su Xiao went to the furniture area and picked out a foldable sofa bed 2 meters long, 1 meter wide, and 0.5 meters high. It was double-layered, could be pulled out and unfolded, serving both as a seat and a bed. She also grabbed a small table for dining. With these 2 pieces of furniture combined, the space usage became 210. She then rummaged through the home appliance section, collecting a large number of consumable electrical appliances, fuels, and daily necessities. These items took up space, but were all in cardboard boxes. Su Xiao didn't have time to unpack them one by one, so she simply stored them all in the safe house. Passing by the dark underwear section, she noticed a flash of white light at the corner. Su Xiao immediately tightened her grip on the baseball bat she had picked up from the sports area and cautiously walked over. Turning the corner, she saw a strange chest resembling a pirate treasure chest from a game, glowing with white light, with a label on top reading Level 1 chest. Su Xiao reached out her hand. The chest could either be directly brought into the safe house or opened on the spot. Naturally, she opted to open it first to see what was inside. However, there was not much surprise. Inside was a bottle of mineral water and a chocolate bar. But the prompt that appeared in Su Xiao's ears startled her a bit. Detected that you are the first survivor in the apocalypse to open a white chest, triggering the chest's bonus. From now on, each white chest you find in the apocalypse will grant you double rewards. There's actually a bonus. However, Su Xiao didn't have time to feel happy, as this message meant that every future day could potentially be during the apocalypse. The food in the chest turned into double portions and had no validity. After putting 2 bottles of water and 2 chocolate bars into the cellar, the chest vanished, and the inventory of the safe house changed. Warehouse 210, 500 milliliters, drinking water 2, chocolate bars 2. Thus, natural resources occupy space and have no attributes, and food has a validity period. The resources in the chest occupy the safe house inventory and can be stacked. Therefore, the true items to store are the supplies from the chest. Su Xiao immediately got to work wandering the vast underground storage and nearly getting lost, but she did not expect that the cellar would be filled to 80 without finding a second chest. It seems that chests are not so easy to find, but the cellar is mobile, so she planned to change locations to search for chests. The cellar was occupied by 80 of its space, leaving Su Xiao with only a narrow, cramped passageway, and even the sofa was filled with supplies. Su Xiao felt frustrated, thinking she should have packed less, and now it was difficult to clean up. After a moment, she asked Xiao Mo, can you help me clear space? Xiao Mo replied, yes, no, clear all natural resources in the safe house. Su Xiao interjected, no, I don't mean to clear everything. To her surprise, Xiao Mo hesitated, then responded, do you mean the clear garbage function? Once activated, any resources touched by the owner will be directly cleared. She didn't expect it to work like that. Su Xiao instinctively said, thank you, Xiao Mo. She initially thought this AI wouldn't respond, but moments later she heard Xiao Mo reply, you're welcome, it's my honor to assist you. Another announcement echoed in her ears. A message heard only by survivors bound to the safe house. The current number of bindings to the safe house has reached 50. Xiao Mo has opened a communication center for survivors. Issuing commands will allow entry for communication and resource exchange. The Doomsday treasure chest has descended upon Blue Star, visible only to survivors bound to the safe house. The treasure chest contains game resources with no expiration and special attributes. The first survivor to open a treasure chest of a different color can trigger a special egg. This hurricane disaster will last for 7 days. All survivors are urged to strive to survive. Su Xiao furrowed her brow. The information provided by this announcement was not simple. The hurricane disaster lasting 7 days meant that other disasters could indeed occur next time. Additionally, the safe house was already bound to 50, yet it still reminded survivors that the number of safe houses was decreasing. After pondering for a moment, she issued the command Xiao Mo, open the survivor communication center. In the communication center, personal information could be viewed. Owner ID 688-3649. The ID also served as the default nickname. It was a simple text communication channel, and someone had already posted. But the messages were all mundane, like, are you all okay? And what is it like outside? Clicking on another person's nickname allowed for private communication and item trading. There were trading instructions nearby requiring both parties to confirm the transaction for it to succeed. It was a two-way lock with no deceptive paths. Not seeing anyone share information or trading needs, Xiao closed the communication center. She wanted to find the treasure chest, but with the hurricane outside, her options were limited to underground malls, warehouses, and parking lots. However, there were indeed many underground structures nearby. After 2 hours, she found 6 white treasure chests in a nearly collapsed underground parking lot with no exits. The white treasure chests were all filled with food, typically containing 1 bottle of water and 1 portion of any food. However, Xiao had a white treasure chest egg, which meant that the moment she opened a chest, the food inside would double. In addition, if she chose not to open the chest, she could directly store it in the safe house. Had she not searched for 2 hours and only found white chests, she might have thought that only white treasure chests existed in this world. Fortunately, in the 4th underground garage, she discovered a different red treasure chest. She opened it immediately to find an axe inside, but no egg was triggered. But it was not surprising after all, so much time had passed, and surely some survivors wanted to hoard supplies. Level 1 fire axe description: it's a bit heavy, but also very sharp. Ordinary survivors cannot block it, and it can be used against some strange things that have emerged in the apocalypse. After gripping the axe, information appeared on the Maserati parked not far from Xiao. This car seems a bit different. Perhaps it can be attacked to see if something emerges. She knocked. Xiao immediately gripped the axe and approached. A fresh Maserati, the exclusive vehicle of the domineering CEO in novels, unexpectedly had to be used as scrap today. She swung down at the car right away. Originally, she thought that with her strength, even using the axe on the car wouldn't cut very deep. To her surprise, before this axe, the car was as fragile as cardboard. One swing was enough to damage it. With the second swing, the car became half-crushed metal. It seemed that with each swing, the car shattered more. With the third swing, the car disintegrated into iron dust, and a purple treasure chest appeared on the ground. Xiao's face lit up with joy as she opened it to reveal a purple scroll. No egg hint appeared, because only by obtaining a red weapon could one see attack prompts. Naturally, someone else had gotten a red weapon before her and had attacked buildings with information. She stored the purple scroll in the safe house, and a message popped up. Warehouse capacity insufficient, unable to store in the safe house. Please use it directly or take it into the safe house. Before use, warehouse capacity insufficient. Xiao used it directly. To create a weapon station requires iron blocks 04, wooden planks 08, consuming 1 space in the safe house, iron blocks and wooden planks. Where did these come from? The hurricane has stopped. Congratulations to all survivors for surviving. The next 4 hours are a completely safe, disaster-free period. All survivors may go out to find supplies. Checking the time, it was exactly 4 p.m., meaning the absolutely safe period would last until 8 p.m. What unsafe events would occur after 8 p.m.? Currently, the supplies in Xiao's cellar were full because she had opened 7 white treasure chests, but the supplies inside were not the same. The barrage of messages flowed rapidly, and fearing she might miss this information, Xiao clicked on the private message from the owner of room 734. Xiao, do you need water and food? Natural resources. The food has a shelf life of only 7 days. The other party pondered for a moment. If it's natural resources, I need to exchange for 7 days worth of food. Isn't that just asking for too much? Xiao replied directly. You are asking for an oxygen tank in exchange because you can't use it right. No one would want to exchange 7 days worth of food for something they can't use. The other party responded, but you are looking to trade with me because you need it, aren't you? Since it's something you need naturally, you must pay a price. Xiao chuckled. I can only offer 3 days worth, nothing more, unless you are willing to tell me how you obtained the oxygen tank. Then I can give you 5 days worth. Although she did want the oxygen tank, the other party only asked for 3 days in exchange for information and hadn't specified that it had to be end-of-world supplies. To think that 3 days could be turned into 7 days was simply greedy. At this moment, even natural supplies would draw interest. Thus, she was not in a hurry and continued searching for the next potential player. Finally, she found a host who had changed their name. Turtle Immortal, any information in exchange for food and water, no duplicates, but I cannot guarantee it will be known information. Hiss, what a fateful encounter. Among the countless initial names, only this one stood out. She privately messaged the other party, is natural resources acceptable? The shelf life is only 7 days. The other party quickly replied, of course, but I cannot guarantee that the information I provide is known to you, so you need to tell me in advance. If you do not inform me beforehand, then the moment the information is spoken, it is considered a transaction. Xiao, then let me ask the questions and you answer. Each question's answer counts as information, and I will judge whether it is right or wrong myself. The other party thought for half a minute. Okay. Xiao asked her first question. The white treasure chest contains food, the red treasure chest contains weapons, and the purple treasure chest contains items. Someone wants to trade an unopened blue treasure chest for 7 days worth of natural food resources. but I don't know what's in the blue treasure chest. Do you know? Su Xiao indeed had never seen a blue treasure chest, but she guessed there was such a color. The turtle immortal honestly replied, I have never seen a purple treasure chest. I only know that the white treasure chest contains food, the red treasure chest contains weapons, the blue treasure chest contains items, and the green treasure chest contains plants. The items obtained from a blue treasure chest are entirely random. They may be useful to you or may not. If you have plenty of natural resources, you might want to give it a try. A very reasonable answer. The purple treasure chest is actually a blueprint, so the oxygen tank is likely obtained from a blue treasure chest. This person explained in detail, corrected her mistakes in the information, and offered reasonable advice. Su Xiao continued to ask, what do you know about safe house information? What types of safe houses are there? For example, I currently know of plant types, vehicle types, architectural types, etc. This classification was very broad, almost encompassing everything she knew, mainly to avoid repeating information. After a minute, the other party replied, there are also animal types such as turtle houses, leopard houses, and bird houses. This was indeed somewhat intriguing. She couldn't help but ask, in animal type safe houses, will the animals die? The other party took a long time to answer this question. It should be that all types of safe houses have similar requirements and limitations for driving mechanisms. For example, the driving mechanism for vehicle types is gasoline, for animal types it is animal feed, and for plant types it should require sunlight or water, etc. I'm not too clear on the specifics because each safe house has different characteristics. This answer was indeed very reliable. Su Xiao thought the other party had finished answering, but unexpectedly the other party sent a long message. For instance, the sunflower safe house can move during the day, but cannot move at night. The tree house can move, but only according to the distance that the tree roots grow each day. Today, it can move 100 meters, and tomorrow, it can only move 100 meters as well. Therefore, regarding whether animals in animal houses will die, I cannot give you an accurate answer. Su Xiao calculated. The other party had informed her of the existence of blue and green treasure chests, which counted as one piece of information. The existence of animal safe houses and the endurance of safe houses actually counted as two pieces of information. This also included special moving methods like the sunflower safe house and tree house, which counted as two more pieces of information. Thus, the answers provided by the other party were detailed and plentiful, showing a lot of sincerity. Su Xiao said, the answers above count as 5 portions of food for you with food units based on the standard configuration. Inside the white treasure chest, 1 bottle of water, 1 portion of food. After finishing, she sent 5 bottles of water and 5 bags of chocolate pies. At the moment the food was received, the other party sensed Su Xiao's generosity. Boss, do you have enough natural food resources on your side? I want to cooperate with you long term. I will provide information, and then can you increase the amount of food you give me? To be honest, the food resources in the treasure chests are too scarce. It's simply not enough to fill me up. I don't think this counts as a meal's worth. The other party was likely a male and was very short on food. Since that was the case, the initiative was in her hands. Su Xiao said, that's fine, but I cannot confirm whether the information you provide is something I already know. So you must provide the information first, and I will judge it. If it's indeed something I don't know, then I will give you 1 portion of food. Turtle Immortal, sure. Boss, you are so generous. Turtle Immortal continued, I really don't want to say, oh, I was on a self-driving trip in a desert area abroad, and this happened when my car broke down. When the wind came, I was also blown up into the sky, losing all my equipment. Fortunately, I was unharmed and found a turtle safe house. When hiding in the turtle house, the turtle just wandered around, and the survivor could not control where it would go. So now I don't even know where I am, and I have no food source. It's difficult to find treasure chests in the desert. Due to the time difference, it was now evening for him, and he had already gone a whole day without eating, only managing to open 1 food treasure chest, which contained a bottle of milk and a small cake. How could the game dare to say that was a meal's worth? Even a cat eats more than this. Thus, he had very little to trade with other survivors, and could only contact those survivors at the exchange center, using his information to trade for theirs. When the information in his hands accumulated to a certain extent, he sent a symbolic message like this. He hoped someone would see this message and perhaps be willing to trade something with him to give him the strength to go out and search for supplies. Unexpectedly, only Su Xiao contacted him. After hearing the explanation, Su Xiao realized why the other party was so sincere. They were using information obtained through unfair means. When the hurricane came, not everyone was in a resource-rich place, or perhaps the natural resources in her hands were equally important. Su Xiao pondered and asked, isn't the white treasure chest the easiest to find? The turtle sage replied, I don't know, I only found 4 treasure chests in the desert, 1 white chest and 3 red ones. The information about the other chests I obtained from others. Su Xiao recalled, were they found during the hurricane disaster? Wasn't the wind very strong? The turtle sage replied, you don't know this, during a tornado the energy around is at its peak, but the center of the eye is actually calm. I could see that this desert was right in the eye of the storm, which is why I was able to find them. Su Xiao understood. so she was at a disadvantage for being unable to see the situation outside due to being in the cellar. Xiao said, "There are many people in the exchange center looking for red treasure chests. You should be able to trade for quite a lot of supplies. Why not take them to trade?" After a long pause, the turtle sage responded, "About the information on weapons do you want to exchange? But for this information, I need you to tell me something I don't know. Only information exchange is acceptable, which must be very important." Because the two of them had collaborated before, Xiao asked, "Do you know how to obtain the purple treasure chest?" The turtle sage replied, "I don't know." Xiao delivered some water and food to settle the compensation for the previous two questions before proceeding to the next information exchange. "If you don't know, then you go first." The turtle sage, seeing the water and food delivered, shamelessly exchanged information with the other party. When you simultaneously possess 3 level 1 weapons and enter the safe house system, you will be notified. 3 level 1 weapons can be combined into 1 level 2 weapon, but combining weapons requires a weapon station. Currently, I don't know what a weapon station is. This is how it is. Xiao's eyes flashed. This information is very important, and it could even be split into 2 types. Low-level weapons can be combined into high-level weapons. This indicates that weapons have levels, and the existence of high-level weapons must mean there are places that require them. Furthermore, the fact that 3 level 1 weapons can be combined into 1 level 2 weapon in the safe house is displayed as level 1 raises the possibility that it can also be combined. Are those red points on the map that cannot be penetrated possibly unbound safe houses? The turtle sage said, "It's your turn. What is your information?" Xiao replied, "The purple treasure chest yields blueprints. The way to obtain them is after I acquire a weapon, I can see special information appearing on nearby vehicles. Attacking the vehicle will yield a purple treasure chest, and the blueprint is for the weapon station." The turtle sage exclaimed, "Damn." He was stunned. He was the first to obtain a red weapon treasure chest with a double jackpot for weapon treasure chests. But there were no buildings around him. As far as the eye could see, it was all sand. Even seeing a sand porcupine or sand snake was rare. This is why he could quickly find red treasure chests, because in the boundless desert, red treasure chests were relatively conspicuous, while white treasure chests were easily overlooked during the day. Now to tell him that the purple treasure chest yields blueprints, but they come from vehicles, doesn't that mean he can't obtain any blueprints in the desert? After thinking it over, he sent another message to Xiao, but she did not reply, clearly no longer at the exchange center. Xiao was indeed no longer at the exchange center. After exchanging information with the turtle sage, she cleared out enough space for the Doomsday resources from her warehouse to be set aside. Preparing to go out to find supplies this time, she did not plan to open boxes on the spot, but instead directly take the boxes. Controlling the joystick, she searched for those immobile red dots, but evidently most of those red dots had already been found. The probability of her finding unbound safe houses was very low. Moreover, unbound safe houses required staying inside for an hour to bind them. Suddenly, she heard a bang, as if encountering an obstacle, and the joystick could no longer proceed. Ahead was a blue water area, but she scanned the electronic map in the cellar and detected a red, indicating there was a safe house on the river. Xiao immediately left the cellar to check. As soon as she emerged, the sight before her left her completely stunned. The riverbank where the cellar was located had once been the most famous attraction in the city, but now the beautiful scenery was no longer present. From a distance, many skyscrapers had collapsed into ruins, and not a single living figure could be seen along the riverbank. No, that's not right. As Xiao took 2 steps forward, she saw a bloodied and mangled body by the river. Her heart skipped a beat. In the underground warehouse in the safe house, and while communicating in the exchange center, she had never felt how cruel the apocalypse could be. Until she saw what lay before her. Corpses. Many corpses. All were people blown skyward by the hurricane, only to crash down heavily. Humans are indeed incredibly fragile in the face of a colossal natural disaster. Xiao forced herself to calm down. According to the map, there was still a red dot on the river, which should be an unbound safe house. Carefully observing the river surface, she noticed an unusual small fishing boat with a canopy by the riverbank. With a level 20 hurricane approaching, under normal circumstances, such a wooden fishing boat would have been blown away or damaged long ago. Yet now it stood intact by the riverbank. Upon closer inspection, there indeed was a handle on the boat, and it was silver. Xiao hesitated no longer. The small fishing boat was about 3 meters from the riverbank. She was good at swimming, so she jumped into the water and swam towards the small fishing boat. The moment she touched the handle on the boat's body, Xiao vanished, her wet form appearing inside the small fishing boat. "Congratulations, you have entered the safe house. Staying in this safe house for a full hour will allow you to bind it. If you leave during this period, the binding time will refresh, and the safe house will be open to other survivors." Indeed, a survivor can bind multiple safe houses simultaneously, so is this to allow survivors to have multiple hideouts? Or is it, as she speculated, collecting 3 safe houses can upgrade them like weapons? However, having to stay inside for an hour seems a bit of a waste of time. Xiao carefully observed the small fishing boat. The small fishing boat was simple with a canopy to shield from sun and rain, and the inside space was only about 4 to 5 square meters. The visibility was clear, allowing her to see the situation on the riverbank clearly, which was an advantage that the cellar lacked. Most importantly, it seemed to be a safe house on the water. However, Xiao did not find anywhere to operate movement. Just then a gust of wind blew in. Wind power reached level 2, movement possible. An electronic map appeared before Xiao, accompanied by a manual control indicator. This thing can only move when the wind picks up. What a rare convenience. Utilizing the boat's vantage point, she scanned the riverbank to check the situation. Sure enough, she spotted a small red treasure chest not far away, less than 300 meters from the small fishing boat, and immediately maneuvered the boat towards the shore. As she lightly swiped her hand across the electronic map, the fishing boat began to move slowly. But soon Xiao realized something was off. The speed of the boat's movement is surprisingly related to the current wind strength. Under level 2 wind force, the small fishing boat moves as slowly as an old man taking a leisurely stroll, barely covering 100 meters in 2 minutes, causing the electronic map to disappear and the boat to come to a halt. Because the wind has stopped, Xiao felt a sense of helplessness, thinking she should have come to the riverbank earlier. When a level 20 hurricane arrives, she might have been able to experience the thrill of speeding on the water. Casually glancing up, Xiao noticed information appearing about a nearby willow tree. This willow tree seems a bit strange. Cutting it down might reveal something. Could it be another purple treasure chest? Xiao felt a bit tempted. However, it will still take a while for this fishing boat to successfully bind should she get off the boat. At that moment, a red Ferrari suddenly appeared, effortlessly weaving through obstructing branches and piles of broken buildings, stopping not far ahead. This was clearly not an ordinary sports car. What kind of sports car can drive through a city ravaged by a hurricane like this? The wind picked up slightly, and Xiao quickly took the opportunity to move the small fishing boat away from the shore, creating a bit of distance. Binzi, there's a red treasure chest here. After the two men got out of the car, the vehicle vanished. A young man with ash-gray hair scanned the surroundings, his expression bright. Binzi, you were right, everyone is heading toward the city center, yet there's no one at the city's edge. This red treasure chest is just sitting here without anyone to open it. The man wearing glasses followed him, looking utterly confused. Xiao frowned, observing the two. Binzi, do you see that fishing boat? Doesn't it seem a bit strange? It looks like. The gray-haired man raised his hand, pointing towards Xiao's direction, in action that made her instinctively wary. But after a while she realized that the other party could see the fishing boat, but not her on it. Thus the safe house could disguise itself as an ordinary building hidden in any location, with the exit of the basement being the most inconspicuous on the ground. Looking up, the next scene shocked Xiao. She saw the man with glasses suddenly pick up a stone and brutally smash it against the head of the gray-haired man. Once, twice. The gray-haired man was soon bloodied and bruised, his eyes filled with unyielding resentment as he gazed at the man with glasses. Yonggu, I'm sorry. This world has changed. Binzi threw aside the brick, his voice trembling. There are very few who can survive with the safe house in your hands. I don't feel secure. This fearful and timid demeanor is hard to reconcile with the ruthless act he just committed. Lu Yong's expression was one of disappointment, his gaze drifting towards the fishing boat in the center of the lake. Yet he couldn't bring himself to say that it was a safe house, closing his eyes as he breathed his last. After Lu Yong's death, a voice echoed in Binzi's mind, brightening his expression. When he looked up again, a red treasure chest indeed appeared before him. Opening the chest, he retrieved a level 1 hammer. When he raised his head, he happened to see the small fishing boat in the river. A puzzled expression crossed his face, and their eyes seemed to meet across the air, causing Xiao to catch her breath, especially since she had just witnessed him kill her friend. However, Binzi had just bound the safe house by killing other survivors. He was unaware that the red dot displayed on the electronic map of the safe house was an unbound safe house. He couldn't even see the electronic map of the safe house. Aside from feeling that the appearance of the fishing boat on the river was indeed somewhat strange, he had no other discoveries. After all, he couldn't see Xiao inside. So he quickly shifted his gaze away. Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and refocused her thoughts. That red sports car must be the safe house, and its owner was the deceased gray-haired man. This man with glasses was most likely a friend of the gray-haired man before the apocalypse struck. Just like that survivor who was squatting in the toilet at home and suddenly found their toilet transformed into a safe house, they were also on the road, and the car had become a safe house. The more she thought about it, the more terrifying it became. In such an apocalypse, one should not easily trust others unless absolutely necessary. Xiao was inherently a rather cold person. As an orphan, she had a solitary personality in her childhood, and after being adopted, she was returned to the welfare home, several times leaving her with a shadow. It wasn't until she was 13 that she was officially adopted by the Jiang family. Although shortly after her adoption, the Jiang family found Jiang Qiqi. Later, due to Jiang Qiqi's psychological issues, they didn't keep her close, but instead had her raised in another house under the care of a nanny. She wasn't upset by this. Her personality of not wanting to be a burden led her to quietly study and work part-time as an adult attempting to repay the Jiang family's kindness. On the surface, it seemed she had stepped into a normal person's life, but internally she remained quite indifferent towards those who had no connection to her. Thus, Su Xiao quickly accepted this reality and continued to observe the actions of the man with glasses. After obtaining a weapon, the man with glasses immediately looked around and indeed noticed the unusual willow tree. Taking advantage of the gentle breeze, Su Xiao quietly maneuvered the fishing boat closer to the shore, wanting to see what kind of treasure chest the man with glasses would open. However, just as the man with glasses brought the weapon down onto the willow tree, it transformed into a 2-meter-tall black monster looming over the man with glasses like a giant beast from dawn to dusk. Su Xiao froze. It wasn't a treasure chest. What on earth did the other party just unleash? Damn it. The man with glasses was startled, instinctively swinging the hammer in his hand at the black monster, only to find that the creature was not injured at all, and suddenly went berserk, launching a counterattack against the man with glasses. The black shadowy blade easily pierced through skin, blood gushing forth. Only then did Su Xiao notice a line of information above the monster's head. Apocalyptic monster, level 1. Because the monster was taller than a person, standing close would make it easy to overlook, only from a distance could one see it. The man with glasses cried out in pain, fear amplifying as he realized he couldn't kill the monster and tried to escape. However, like willow branches, the black monster's claws elongated and captured him, swallowing him whole, its level increasing from 1 to 2. The man with glasses vanished, and the hammer he had just picked up fell to the ground. 3 seconds later, the hammer disappeared, and the red treasure chest reappeared by the riverside. When Su Xiao looked at it again, she no longer saw it as a treasure, but rather as a dangerous bait. Sorting through the information she had observed, it became clear that this suddenly appearing apocalyptic monster upgraded by consuming survivors, and its level was likely related to the weapon's level. Most importantly, this was a monster spawned from a special hint. This meant that special hints were not safe and monsters were hidden within them. Yet the game clearly indicated that these 4 hours were absolutely safe, disaster-free time. No, that's not right. Safe, disaster-free time does not mean there are no monsters. Moreover, this apocalyptic monster was hidden among the plants. As long as survivors did not recklessly engage with these buildings marked with special displays, they would not encounter any troubles. Su Xiao stared at the text prompt on that willow tree. Could the pattern of monsters and treasure chests being spawned lie within this prompt? Of course, Su Xiao currently had no way to verify the pattern. Because this apocalyptic monster was already level 2, it appeared to be something her level 1 axe could not handle. Perhaps only by upgrading her weapon could she attempt to confront it. Su Xiao remained on the small fishing boat until an hour later, when the binding of the safe house was successful. Although this place wasn't particularly remote, she hadn't seen a second survivor during this time. Upon careful reflection, it wasn't surprising. With a population of 10 billion on Blue Star and 30 million safe houses, even if each person had one safe house, the probability would still be minuscule. 3. If we don't consider the issues arising from the distribution of safe houses based on population, this city has about 18 million residents, which could lead to approximately 54,000 safe houses. If someone owns 2 or more safe houses simultaneously, the number of survivors would decrease even further. Additionally, different categories of safe houses can only be moved in different ways, which imposes significant limitations. Survivors without safe houses were busy struggling to gather daily supplies, leaving little time to search for treasure chests, so there weren't many survivors who managed to find their way here. Congratulations, you have successfully bound level 1 safe house now. 283,947. This is detected as your second bound safe house. The usage instructions for the safe house will not be repeated. A little warm reminder, binding a third safe house may trigger a special event. What is this special event? Xiao Mo opened the information. Level 1 safe house ownership, Su Xiao space 0, 4 warehouse 0, 10 indoor temperature 23 degrees. It seems every safe house has a basic warehouse of 10 slots, but the space size varies. Fortunately, this boat doesn't require oxygen. After reviewing the information, Su Xiao got off the boat. Turning around, she saw that the originally small fishing boat had transformed into a toy boat in the palm of her hand. Interesting. She tucked the small fishing boat into her pocket and casually picked up the nearby red treasure chest, which undoubtedly contained a hammer, making further inspection unnecessary. Suddenly, she noticed a red toy car fallen under the willow tree, which had dropped from the man after being swallowed by the tree. Looking at the toy boat in her hand, she recalled the red Ferrari that had disappeared when the two of them drove here. Could it be? Su Xiao picked up the toy car. You have found an unbound level 1 safe house. Do you want to bind it now? What a stroke of luck. Just as she was dozing off, someone handed her a pillow. Of course, bind it. In the next moment, the toy car transformed into a grand Ferrari right before her eyes. Upon entering, Su Xiao discovered that it resembled a motorhome. The windshield offered a broad view of the street, making it convenient for her to observe the ground situation. Inside, there was a single seat that could recline. You now own 3 level 1 safe houses and are eligible for an upgrade. As the first survivor on Blue Star to own 3 level 1 safe houses simultaneously, we can provide a customized upgrade for your safe houses. Before the upgrade, you need to fill out a safe house experience survey and an upgrade intention form. Xiao was momentarily stunned. Is this what they call a special event? Are you satisfied with the 3 level 1 safe houses you currently own? Satisfaction is rated from 1 to 5 stars, with 1 being very dissatisfied and 5 being very satisfied. Others might be grateful to have 1, and she has found 3. What could she possibly be unhappy about? Without hesitation, she selected, yes, very satisfied. Are you satisfied with the safe house system, Xiao? Satisfaction is rated from 1 to 5 stars, with 1 being very dissatisfied and 5 being very satisfied. Xiao. Xiao realized she hadn't really used Xiao much, but it seemed to be similar to an artificial intelligence. The sudden appearance of the survey made her take it seriously. 5-star review. It has to be a 5-star review. Next is the upgrade intention form. After the beep, you can state your desired plan, and your suggestions will be submitted to headquarters in written form. Beep. This is a live exam, and it requires improvisation. Clearing her throat, Xiao maintained her composure and stated her suggestion in one breath. I hope that the upgraded safe house can combine the advantages of the 3 safe houses and be traversable in any area. Due to the unique nature of the cellar, which cannot be transported after a player leaves, while the fishing boat and sports car are easy to carry, they are also prone to being lost. Therefore, I hope that this flaw can be addressed after the upgrade. Since it is already a bound upgraded safe house, the player should have complete control over it. She paused for a moment. Her mind went blank, and she couldn't think of anything else on the spot. Thank you for your suggestion. We will submit your proposal to headquarters. Please wait patiently for your upgrade plan. No, she hadn't finished speaking. Xiao, I am here. My suggestion just now wasn't fully expressed. Can we add a little more? Xiao asked cautiously, mainly because time was too tight, and she couldn't think of anything else. Xiao, the upgrade intention form has been submitted to headquarters and cannot be supplemented. If you have any suggestions about Xiao's service, you can tell me directly. No, it's just... Xiao thought for a moment about the special prompts that appear in the buildings and plants outside. Treasure chests occasionally appear, but sometimes there are Doomsday monsters. Is there any pattern to it? Xiao, regarding the gameplay and patterns of the Doomsday game, survivors need to explore on their own. Xiao cannot provide assistance. Xiao. Okay. Xiao opened the information. Xiao opened the Ferrari's safe house information to check. Level 1 safe house ownership, Xiao space 0. 4 warehouse 0 10 indoor temperature 23 degrees fuel tank range 4.6 kilometers. Fuel tank range. Indeed, the turtle sage was correct. Different safe houses have different methods of mobility, each with its own strengths and weaknesses. Since it can be moved, she decided to switch back to the cellar. Saving even a little is worth it. Xiao left the Ferrari carrying 2 safe houses, a toy car and a toy boat. She headed back to find the cellar, but its entrance was too hidden. Even with a reference point, Xiao took a while to locate it. Once inside the cellar, she checked the electronic map and took out her phone's notes to jot down the coordinates, noting it as a level 2 Doomsday monster location. She would come back to check once she upgraded her weapon to level 2. Currently, she couldn't upgrade her weapon because she hadn't found where the wooden planks and iron scraps dropped. After noting everything down, Xiao saw a group notification, 999. Previously, she had muted it to avoid disturbance. Now her compulsiveness kicked in, and she decided to open it. Almost every group had forwarded the same message. To all members, global disaster, the worldwide Doomsday emergency plan has been activated. The Alliance has organized military rescue efforts. Those who survived the hurricane disaster, please send your location for rescue. If there are survivors who are willing to contribute their bound safe houses for research, the Alliance will provide additional compensation. The emergency plan for the apocalypse refers to a major catastrophe that threatens the entire world. The United Nations will abandon national boundaries and establish an apocalypse alliance, prioritizing the directives issued by the Alliance. It has been nearly 10 hours since the hurricane disaster struck, and the establishment of the Alliance confirms that this is indeed a global catastrophe. However, the notion of binding a safe house and actively providing research with additional subsidies, Xiao certainly had not considered it. This is because the bound safe house will only release once the survivor dies. Once it's handed over, is there still a chance of survival? She certainly won't be a guinea pig. Just as she finished speaking, someone in the company group tagged her. It was Yang Haiyi. Yang Haiyi, Xiao, you have a safe house, I saw it. And now the Alliance is requesting donations for safe house research. You wouldn't be that selfish, would you? Xiao. This person talks so much, how is he still alive? Wenming, everyone is safe now, Mr. Wang just said that for the time being we don't need to work, consider it a vacation. Xiao felt somewhat speechless. Your company really has a lot of talent, each one so peculiar. In this situation, does it even matter if the company issues a statement about work? The office building must have collapsed by now. Yang Haiyi, Wenming brother, when has a safe house, it should be handed over to the Alliance. Wenming, the safe house has been bound by Mr. Wang what depends on Mr. Wang's decision. Don't ask why. As soon as he opened the door to greet Mr. Wang, the binding time refreshed, and he subconsciously invited Mr. Wang in first, so he failed to bind himself. As for Mr. Wang, he didn't know where Mr. Wang was. After the disaster ended, as he stepped out, both Mr. Wang and the safe house disappeared. Xiao found it amusing. But as she continued watching, she noticed something was off. Aside from that one notification, these people seemed to have not mentioned any other information. They were unaware of how long the disaster would last, had no idea what constitutes an absolute safety event, nor did they know that new disasters might emerge in 2 hours. Most importantly, based on the messages in the chat log, it seemed they were unaware that natural resources have a time limit as they continued to send messages looking for food. In other words, only the survivors who had bound safe houses could perceive the time limit. This information made Xiao sense that something was amiss, and she had a foreboding feeling. She stopped looking at her phone and manipulated the cellar to explore several places. However, it was evident that the survivors with safe houses already knew to look for treasure chests. After nearly 2 hours of searching, she found only 1 red treasure chest, 1 blue treasure chest, and 2 white treasure chests. Yet Xiao felt that what she found was likely more than most survivors. After all, her cellar could move without needing to recharge, only requiring oxygen. With 10 minutes until 8 p.m. and the sky suddenly darkening, expecting Xiao to issue a notification, Xiao decided to hide in the cellar to check her gains for the day. It turned out that the boxes could be stored within the warehouse's capacity. As long as Xiao didn't open them, she could keep stacking them by color. Therefore, she was in no rush to open the white treasure chests filled with food. The blue treasure chest contained items, but she didn't know what it would yield, so there was no hurry. The red treasure chest held weapons which she already possessed and could temporarily set aside. Thus, her primary task was to find a way to obtain iron blocks and wooden boards. After thinking for a moment, Xiao casually opened a loaf of bread and took a bite while opening the Survivor Communication Center. As soon as she opened it, several messages popped up, one from Turtle Immortal and another from a player looking to exchange oxygen tanks. Turtle Immortal: alright, let me share some information with you. In fact, I have a red treasure chest egg. The weapons I opened from the red treasure chest are double the amount. If you're willing, you can let me open any red treasure chest you find, but I need you to craft a weapon station and help me combine 2 level 2 weapons. Xiao's eyes lit up. A red treasure chest egg. This person must have some luck on their side. Of course, Xiao didn't consider it a lie, because for double rewards, all that is needed is to request the other party to advance an equivalent amount of items. Then, after they open the treasure chest, they can give the remaining items to themselves. This is foolproof. If Turtle Immortal has such an egg, once he mentions it, many people will be willing to cooperate with him. After thinking for a moment, Xiao replied, "Sure, I have a white treasure chest egg. If you come across any white treasure chest, you can hand them over to me, and I'll help you open them. However, without any special exchange conditions, I may need to extract a certain amount of apocalypse resources as a service fee. Of course, you can too. Also, I haven't made my weapon station yet, because I haven't found a way to obtain iron blocks and wooden boards. If you help me craft the weapon station, I would consider long-term collaboration in the future." After replying to Turtle Immortal, she checked another message. Owner 293-4734. "Sure, I promise 3 days will be enough." Owner 293-4734. "Adults can wait, but children cannot. My child is sick and needs to eat something. If possible, I would appreciate your help." The last message was from an hour ago. Xiao thought for a moment and replied, "All right." The next second, the other party sent a message. "Thank you, I really have no choice. The safe house requires power to continue, but there are currently no materials for power, and the safe house is stuck in an uninhabited place. The communication center also has no one to exchange with, and my child is burning with fever and sick, unable to leave me. I can't go out to find resources." Although she didn't know whether the other party was telling the truth or not, just mentioning the child made Xiao look for materials. She sent 6 bottles of milk for the child to recover and 4 bottles of mineral water for the adult, as well as some cakes and chocolate pies along with other similar food items, after which she finally obtained the oxygen tank. Oxygen tank description: contains 1 unit of oxygen, which can increase the oxygen storage time by 1 hour when used in certain safe houses. Note, this oxygen storage time will only be consumed after the basic oxygen duration is depleted, and if the survivor does not leave the safe house to exchange oxygen, it will stop consuming during that period. If the survivor leaves the safe house to exchange, the storage time will stop consuming, and the basic oxygen duration will be prioritized. So that's how it is. In that case, this item doesn't need to be kept. Xiao immediately used it. The information of the cellar safe house changed. Level 1 safe house owner Xiao space 8, 10 apocalypse resources, mineral water 6, cola 4, white peach soda 2, milk 2, strawberry cake 4, chips 4, Swiss roll 2, chocolate bar 4, warehouse 4, 10 red treasure chest 2, blue treasure chest 1, white treasure chest 2, level 1 fire axe, oxygen duration 23 hours 55 minutes, and 21-second storage duration 1H. Indoor temperature 23 degrees. The fire axe is stored in the warehouse for easy access. The food seems to last for several days even after the 7-day time limit has passed. There is a sense of security, though not much. As she prepared to check other survivors' information in the communication center channel, it was 8 p.m. and a new notification arrived. To celebrate the arrival of the apocalyptic game on the first night in Blue Star, the game has released some special little creatures that carry delightful surprises. Brave survivors will earn generous rewards. The sky, which should have gradually darkened, was now completely black, as if suddenly covered by a black cloth, leaving not a single star in sight. Xiao prepared to step outside. She already had 2 red treasure chests, and keeping them for herself would at least allow her to craft a weapon. Therefore, she needed to find clues about materials quickly, preferably discovering new colored chests to trigger an Easter egg. Having tucked away her toy race car, Xiao emerged from the cellar with a flashlight, only to hear a strange meowing sound. Meow, a raspy meow came from behind her, prompting Xiao to quickly turn on her flashlight and look back. In the flashlight's beam, a small grayed kitten appeared. Aside from its eyes looking somewhat abnormal, it walked unsteadily, resembling the zombies described in novels. Xiao instantly became alert. The moment the zombie cat approached her, she mercilessly split its head in half, and as black mist gathered on the ground, it transformed into a black treasure chest. Xiao's face lit up with joy as she immediately opened it. Inside floated an iron block. Iron block description: crafting material for the apocalyptic game. A notification chimed in her ear, detected that you are the first survivor to open a black treasure chest in the apocalypse. Easter egg triggered. From now on, you will receive double rewards for every black treasure chest you find in the apocalypse. Xiao exclaimed in surprise. Luckily, she was fast enough to slay that cat and open the black treasure chest. The reason this Easter egg for the first time triggering different colored treasure chests still existed could perhaps be because these little creatures only appeared at night. She stored the 2 iron blocks in her warehouse, which still had room, allowing her to later directly add any dropped black treasure chests into it. She swept her flashlight around. The place resembled a construction site without any people due to her movement within the cellar. However, everything had become incredibly chaotic after the hurricane. Not far away lay a pile of cement with a special hint. There seems to be something underneath this pile of cement. Digging it open might reveal something. Here it comes, another trap. This time, Xiao carefully examined the special hint. She had seen it 3 times in total, but each time the text was different. Suddenly, she recalled something. Turning back to the cellar, she retrieved a red treasure chest. Initially, she planned to open it directly, but recalling that Master Rashi had a red Easter egg, she opened the communication center instead. Master Rashi had returned and sent her a message while also delivering 2 white treasure chests. He left a message: "Buddy, I've given you all my loot. If you want a bottle of water or something, feel free to ask. It's better than opening it yourself." Xiao looked puzzled, unsure if the person was a bit foolish. After thinking for a moment, she sent over 4 bottles of cola and 4 pieces of strawberry cake, then stored the 2 white treasure chests in her warehouse. This way she could clear out her inventory. Master Rashi replied quickly, "Wow, cola is a great thing, but why is all the food strawberry cake? Most of it is sweet food, and sweets provide more energy. Having something to eat at this time is quite good." Master Rashi pondered, knowing he was just storing it for emergencies, as natural resources would expire in 7 days. Immediately after, Xiao sent another message. "You must have opened quite a few weapons. What types do you have?" Indeed, Xiao felt that this text hint should be related to the categories of weapons. She had seen that the bespectacled man opened a hammer from a red treasure chest during the day, while her own was an axe. The first hint she encountered stated try attacking. During the day, the willow tree displayed try chopping it down, and now the hint said dig it open and see. Could it be referring to different corresponding tools? Master Rashi, I have an axe, a hoe, and a hammer. Only 3 types of tools. Xiao pondered for a moment. They'll give you a red treasure chest, and you give me a hoe, the other one can be anything. Upon hearing this, Master Rashi quickly sent Xiao a hoe and an axe along with a message. By the way, I discovered that red weapon treasure chests are unique. After opening them, the chest doesn't disappear immediately, but only does so once the weapon is taken. If you're not satisfied with the weapon, just close it and reopen it, and the weapon will change. Check if the white treasure chest is the same. He picked up the white treasure chest, but since the other party mentioned having a white treasure chest Easter egg, he was reluctant to open it directly. He hadn't tried it yet. Xiao thought carefully and replied to Master Rashi, I don't think so. Upon careful thought, the white treasure chest disappears after being opened, so it can't be returned to the chest. However, this clue from the other party allowed Xiao to confirm the pattern of that hint. Holding the hoe, Xiao left the cellar and immediately used it to dig into the cement pile. A third of the cement pile vanished instantly, and after 3 digs the pile disappeared, revealing a level 1 purple treasure chest. Squeak, squeak. Just then she heard the sound of squeaking mice nearby. Those creatures moved quickly, darting around her feet. After quickly collecting the purple treasure chest, Xiao shone her flashlight in that direction. To her surprise, two grade zombie mice were gnawing at her shoes. As she killed one, the other had already chewed a hole in her newly bought sneakers and bit her hard. Xiao felt the pain, quickly reacted, and stomped down on the other mouse, smashing its head with force. This time she clearly felt that the mouse's body was much more solid than that of the previous cat, making it harder to strike. The zombie mouse was crushed into paste. Two black treasure chests appeared on the ground. A faint notification chimed in her ear, infection level 1. Just as Xiao collected the black treasure chests, she heard a dripping sound, seemingly the sound of drool flowing. Turning around, she saw 1, 2, no 3 grade zombie dogs appearing. As Xiao backed away, she switched the hoe to the more manageable axe. Ah! Just then a scream echoed from a distance, penetrating the air. At the same time, the zombie dogs lunged at Xiao. She wanted to dodge, but her body felt heavy and she was knocked to the ground by a zombie dog, which was surprisingly stronger than the previous mice. The two zombie dogs immediately bit down on Xiao's legs from either side. Even Xiao couldn't help but cry out in pain, while unleashing a tremendous force, tightly gripping the axe and swinging it horizontally at the 3 dogs. Thud! Blood sprayed onto her face. Infection level 5. All 3 dogs had their carotid arteries cut, thrown aside after the attack, but quickly got back up, staring intently at Xiao, their bodies hunched, fangs dripping with bloody saliva, their white pupils eerily sinister. This time Xiao gripped the axe tightly and took the initiative to attack. In a frenzy, she struck the one that was most severely injured with several powerful axe blows, chopping the dog into pieces, which then vanished into a black treasure chest before turning to deal with the other 2 that were biting her. The infection level increased to 6. The infection level increased to 7. It seemed that every time she was attacked, the infection level would rise, but Xiao could no longer care about anything else. Today it was either they died or she did. She flipped over and pressed down, ignoring the other dog on her body, and struck down fiercely with the axe. After a fierce struggle, the infection level had risen to 18 by the time Xiao dealt with the last zombie dog. 3 black treasure chests were left on the ground while Xiao was covered in wounds, nearly exhausted. She lay on the ground, gasping for breath, taking several seconds to recover before getting up to collect the 3 black treasure chests. At that moment, she heard rustling sounds behind her. Alert, she quickly turned around with her flashlight, her pupils shrinking, for raggedly clothed, pale-faced humans with grayish pupils appeared behind her. Xiao cursed a beautiful curse and quickly retreated, enduring the pain as she dashed toward the cellar entrance. The 4 humans moved faster than the dogs. Fortunately, Xiao was closer to the cellar entrance, and she managed to hide in the safe house before they caught up with her. Inside the cellar, there was a small lamp that Xiao had kept with batteries, but the light was dim. Xiao was covered in blood and didn't need to look to know how disheveled she was. She took off her clothes to inspect, finding injuries on her arms and legs. Although not deep, they were bleeding, and having rolled on the ground, she looked very dirty. She twisted open a bottle of pure water to clean her wounds simply. After thinking for a moment, she asked Xiao, do I have any medical supplies and the natural resources I collected? She remembered there were some, though not many, but she had taken a few. Xiao, please hold on, I am organizing for you. The neatly arranged natural resources began to shift, and under Xiao's push, a box of band-aids, a box of iodine swabs, and a box of medical disinfectant alcohol were pushed in front of Xiao. The medical supplies had not expired. Xiao, do you need these supplies? Yes, thank you, Xiao replied habitually. Xiao, you're welcome, it is my honor to assist you, but I must remind you that natural resources cannot remove the special effects brought by the apocalyptic game. Xiao was taken aback, recalling the infection level. Xiao must be referring to this inability to cleanse it. It's okay, by the way, Xiao, can you help me find clothing-type natural resources from the textile supplies? Xiao remembered. She had seen t-shirts with the supermarket's logo while in the underground warehouse, and thinking about her lack of clean clothes, she casually grabbed a bundle. Xiao, okay. Soon Xiao found that bundle of t-shirts, which contained as many as 10 pieces. But she hadn't noticed that they were all size XL, which hung loosely on Xiao, making her movements a bit awkward. After putting it on, she simply tied a knot at her waist. The wounds on her body still throbbed faintly. Xiao had little strength left, didn't want to eat vegetarian food, and craved something hot. So she asked Xiao to help her find a disposable gas stove. The gas was packed in small aluminum cans, and as long as the can was replaced, the gas stove could be ignited. She also found a small ceramic pot to boil water for noodles. These items had no expiration, especially the consumable gas stoves. She had taken many. As the water boiled, she drifted into thought. She hadn't expected that this bizarre apocalyptic game would even feature zombies. It was just a bit strange. First came a cat, then 2 mice, followed by 3 dogs, and finally 4 humans. It was like a numerical level completion. Could it be that completing them first brings rewards? Once the thought arose, Xiao felt an impulse to rush out immediately and chop down those 4 humans. But no, the cat was the easiest to deal with, gone with a single axe strike. The bodies of the mice were more solid than those of the cats, and they were faster. Dogs were stronger than mice and required several strikes before they disappeared. Following this pattern, those 4 humans would definitely be more troublesome than the dogs. Her infection level was already at 18, her weapon level was quite low, and her body felt heavy. Overall, her strength did not allow it. While waiting for the water to boil, Xiao opened the 5 black treasure chests. Iron blocks 4, wooden boards 2, plastic 2, fabric 2. The iron blocks were sufficient, but she still needed 6 more wooden boards. After the water boiled, Xiao immediately put the instant noodles in and then opened the communication center. Upon opening, a lot of messages popped up, all from Turtle Hermit. Turtle Hermit, have you seen what's out there? They keep coming in waves, and what do those last for? Zombies. Turtle Hermit, my infection level is at 15, I dare not go out. This game truly has dropped little cuties on us. Turtle Hermit, I opened the black treasure chests and got materials. I laughed so hard. I was just in the communication center looking for someone to exchange resources, wanting to see if anyone had found black treasure chest surprises, but it turns out some people say there are treasure chest surprises, yet they don't even know what they are. Turtle Hermit, it's been so long without a reply. You haven't died, right? No, you haven't been deregistered, so you should be alive. Did you manage to take down those 4 ghostly things? After Xiao finished cooking the noodles, she quickly turned off the gas stove to save gas. Then she replied slowly, I'm alive, eating noodles. Give me the black treasure chests, I'll open them. 3 seconds later, Turtle Hermit sent another message, eating noodles. What noodles? Instant noodles. Realizing that he had forgotten the main point, he continued, no, did you get the black treasure chest surprise? Xiao, yes. Turtle Hermit, how did you get it so quickly? At 8 o'clock, weren't you looking for a weapon from me? Xiao didn't explain. She had gone out first to eliminate the little cuties before returning to the safe house to trade weapons with him. In the next moment, Turtle Hermit directly sent 5 black treasure chests, surprising Xiao. He wasn't afraid that she was tricking him. Of course, Turtle Hermit did not think so. Xiao already had the white treasure chest surprise, which provided double food resources, definitely a very powerful partner. Moreover, the black treasure chests contained materials. Since he had no blueprints, obtaining materials was of no use. Helping Xiao create a weapon platform was more important. After sending out the treasure chests, Turtle Hermit stubbornly asked again, really eating instant noodles? Just eating them. The braised beef flavor. Xiao understood. This kid just didn't want to eat sweet food. The natural resources she had given him were almost all small breads and cakes. So Xiao replied, no, I have a disposable gas stove and a ceramic pot and chopsticks. I can cook noodles. These daily consumables have no expiration and no special effects, but they can be used. Turtle Hermit, adoptive father. The child bows to you. Xiao was somewhat surprised, as she knew this was a meme she had seen online. From her deduction about the other party being a chatterbox, she guessed they were likely young. The fact that they dared to drive in foreign desert areas suggested a good family background and broad experiences, but their personality. She recalled the gray-haired man who drove a Ferrari but was soon betrayed and killed by his brother. Well, it's not impossible for a fool to have a lot of money. Since the other party did not guess her real gender, Xiao had no intention of explaining further. She sent over a gas stove and a gas cylinder along with a bucket of instant noodles. The stove wasn't that important, it was the gas cylinder that was the consumable. Even if she couldn't trade the gas cylinder, Xiao could keep it for her own use. The pot still had soup and oil stains, and without washing liquid it looked greasy, which was hard for Xiao, who was a cleanliness freak, to bear. She tried it, and asked Xiao, can we clean the dishes? Xiao replied yes by touching the item and saying the command automatic cleaning. You can automatically clean clothes, kitchenware, and other items. Wow, Xiao, are you really that amazing? Xiao's eyes sparkled, and after issuing the command, indeed, all the oil stains in the pot disappeared, and the dirty clothes were free of bloodstains, cleaner than those from a dry cleaner, though the torn parts remained torn. Xiao said, I am the intelligent housekeeper of the safe house, able to provide all kinds of intelligent assistance to the owner within the safe house. Xiao couldn't help but exclaim, Xiao, having you is truly a blessing. If it weren't for the apocalypse game, where would she find such a good housekeeper? This time Xiao paused for a full 10 seconds before replying, you're welcome, it is my honor to assist you. Xiao's favorability increased by 3. Xiao was taken aback. She didn't expect she could increase Xiao's favorability. But it was clear that Xiao had its own thinking ability. Forcing it would not do so. She decided to take it slow. Xiao opened the 5 black treasure chests sent by the Turtle Immortal. 2 iron blocks, 4 wooden boards, 4 pieces of cloth. It was a bit regrettable, she was still 2 wooden boards short. Xiao thought for a moment and sent the iron blocks and cloth to the Turtle Immortal. I've requisitioned the wooden boards. I'm still short too. I plan to go to the exchange center to collect them and will help you synthesize advanced weapons after the weapon platform is completed. The Turtle Immortal replied, no problem. This instant noodle smells so good. You don't know how cold it gets in the desert at night. It's freezing, and I'm only wearing a windbreaker. I want to keep warm with this gas stove. Drinking some hot soup noodles, she never realized how delicious instant noodles could be. After reading the Turtle Immortal's complaints, Xiao opened the exchange center, which was bustling. Owner 1283, exchanging food, natural resources for gasoline, batteries, etc. DM for details. Owner 189300421. Exchanging spare weapons for safe house expansion items. DM for details. Owner 28293. Sewing machine blueprints for other blueprints, or weapons, or excess cloth. Owner 8829334. Attention to those exchanging resources with treasure chest eggs. Treasure chest eggs can yield double the supplies. To prevent being scammed when exchanging treasure chests, let the other party provide an equivalent treasure chest supply first. Even if they back out and don't give you the extra supplies, it's fine. After scanning through, most were item exchanges with very few offering blueprints. But Xiao thought for a moment and quickly sent a message. I have black and white treasure chest eggs to open, but a certain processing fee is required. Priority will be given to those who pay for exchanging resources, and preferred partners are survivors who also possess treasure chest eggs. Don't ask why she didn't hide. There are no survivors who can snatch these eggs. Hiding is foolish, okay? In the apocalypse game, resources and survivors who control resources are equally important. After waiting for half a minute, the first person privately messaged Xiao. Owner 188112. Do you really have food treasure chest eggs? I can trade with you, but I'm afraid you might be a scammer, so I need you to pay me first for the food I open. Xiao quickly replied, sure, I will only give you 3 units of water and food for 1 white treasure chest. What do you mean? Xiao, I have treasure chest eggs. What I open is guaranteed to be 2 bottles of water, 2 servings of food, but I will only give you any 3 servings. Owner 188112. Treasure chest eggs should yield 4 servings. Why are you only giving me 3 servings? Processing fee, you understand. Owner 188112. You're taking 25 for 1 treasure chest. That's way too high. I can trade with you using natural resources. Xiao saw this and directly blocked the other party. There was nothing to discuss with someone who couldn't come to an agreement. Perhaps 25 was a bit much, but the egg had a monopolistic function. If they had the ability, they shouldn't look for her to trade. Soon another person came out after hearing Xiao's request. They readily exchanged 2 white treasure chests for 2 bottles of white peach soda, 1 bottle of milk, 1 serving of chips, and 2 chocolate bars. The other party was somewhat surprised. They had previously opened 2 white treasure chests, but only received 2 bottles of water and 2 servings of food. The fact that the other party quickly gave them 3 bottles of water and 3 servings of food was too generous. They immediately thanked Xiao. Afterwards, Xiao exchanged 3 servings of water and food with the same person for 2 white treasure chests. Surprisingly, none of them were exchanged for black treasure chests. Wanting to send another message, she found a reminder that due to the crowd, the exchange center limited each survivor to sending only 1 message today. Because there were too many people and the messages were flashing too rapidly, not many survivors noticed her messages, and even fewer chose to trust her, or rather most survivors didn't even know about treasure chest eggs. Until a user named Yu Has Tomorrow approached her. Yu Has Tomorrow, hello, do you have both black treasure chest and white treasure chest eggs? Yes. Yu Has Tomorrow, I have purple treasure chest eggs, we can cooperate long term. If your purple treasure chest opens blueprints that I need and don't have, then I'll prioritize exchanging the blueprints with you. This was within Xiao's expectations. Then the other party continued to send another message, I'll let you open all my black treasure chests. For every 2 treasure chests you can take 1 unit of materials, but I require specific categories of materials. I have 4 black treasure chests on hand and need 6 plastics. Do you have any? It seemed the other party had come prepared, which is why they were the last to message her. After some thought, she asked, can I ask what your 6 plastics are for? The other party had blueprint eggs, which meant they could obtain various types of blueprints. Not to mention, they weren't making her lose out, just this network resource was worth it. Yu Has Tomorrow greenhouse for small plants used to cultivate plants. Do you need it? Xiao was puzzled. Isn't it too early to start planting vegetables when the game has just started? The other party replied, in addition to planting natural resources, you can also grow special plants from the green treasure chests. A special plant. The ignorant Xiao had never seen one. It was said by the turtle immortal that it came from a green treasure chest, yet there seems to be little mention of green treasure chests in the world. From the other party's words, it seems they indeed possess a special green plant. After some thought, Xiao replied, I currently only have 2 pieces of plastic, as there are too few people willing to exchange black treasure chests with me. You can either wait for me to open your treasure chest to see how much plastic I get, or use other materials as a substitute. The other party hesitated for a moment. Iron blocks are fine too. You can exchange for iron blocks and 2 pieces of plastic with me first, and if you get plastic, I will exchange iron blocks and plastic again. Xiao received 4 black treasure chests and opened them all at once. For iron blocks, 2 pieces of plastic, 2 wooden boards. The materials for crafting the weapon station were sufficient. She replied, I only have 2 pieces of plastic. Upon hearing this, the other party felt somewhat disappointed, but still accepted exchanging back 2 iron blocks while asking Xiao if she had a purple treasure chest to open. Xiao happened to have one, but she stated, I don't need a small greenhouse for green plants right now. You can exchange it with me for other blueprints, and after you open it, give me a copy. Although the other party might not provide her with the actual blueprints from their treasure chest, after opening this way, she would still have 2 copies of blueprints. Given the initial resource scarcity and the blind box nature of the treasure chests, Xiao did not believe she had a high chance of obtaining useful and good blueprints. Thus, having 2 was certainly better than 1, and whether the other party was honest would depend on their character. The other party Yu quickly responded sure. Soon they exchanged a blueprint for an electric propeller thruster. Upon seeing the blueprint, Xiao realized it was exactly what she needed. Her little fishing boat required an electric propeller thruster. However, her safe house was still undergoing upgrades, and she had no idea what it would be upgraded into. Yu soon sent over a blueprint. You are quite lucky you actually opened the blueprint for the endurance materials. As we agreed, I will prioritize exchanging the other blueprint with you. Xiao took a look. Titanium battery blueprint combined with what Yu had just said, it was indeed the blueprint for endurance materials. Xiao immediately focused on checking the propeller blueprint. The blueprint explained that this thing required a battery to function. Therefore, the endurance materials were the most crucial. Without a battery, it was useless. Given the importance of this blueprint, exchanging it for a disposable blueprint would mean a loss for her. Thus, Xiao began to bargain. The endurance blueprint is very precious, and merely exchanging it for an insignificant propeller thruster blueprint is unbalanced. However, if you need it, I will certainly prioritize exchanging it with you, but you must add something else. Such important endurance materials made the other party honestly tell her, indicating they had good character. However, the value of endurance materials is not comparable to ordinary blueprints, as ordinary blueprints are disposable and can only be used within one's safe house, while endurance materials can produce items for trade with other survivors. Thus, it was certainly not possible to exchange a common propeller thruster for the endurance material blueprint. Yu also understood the importance of the endurance blueprint. In that case, I will build the small greenhouse for you. The other party mentioned that the small greenhouse could grow special plants. Xiao no longer hesitated. Okay, then you can give me the small greenhouse. There was no need to worry too much. After all, the extra endurance blueprint was also a reward from the other party. After the blueprint exchange, Xiao used the battery blueprint, leaving the small greenhouse and propeller blueprints unused for now. The titanium battery requires 15 pieces of plastic, 1 circuit board, and 4 iron blocks to craft. It does not consume specialized space, but the circuit board sounded quite obscure. Forget it. Xiao directly stated. Xiao Mo, craft the weapon station. Xiao Mo replied, the weapon station is a fixed facility for the safe house and cannot be traded. Crafting it will consume 4 iron blocks, 8 wooden boards, and 1 point of safe house space limit. Do you wish to craft it immediately? Yes or no? Yes. As Xiao spoke, the cellar trembled slightly, and the previously cramped space squeezed by supplies seemed to have changed a little, making the passage feel more confined. Xiao Mo announced the weapon station has been crafted. Beside the cellar's control lever, a level 1 weapon station appeared, resembling an iron drawer that could be pulled out or pushed in. When pulled out, a prompt appeared. 3 similar items can be combined into advanced items at the weapon station. Xiao directly placed the 3 weapons she held inside, allowing her to choose the type of weapon to upgrade: axe, hammer, hoe. Of course, she chose the axe. The weapon station automatically closed, and when opened again, the 3 weapons had transformed into a level 2 fire axe. Level 2 fire axe description: after upgrading, it can deal with level 2 or lower strange creatures, but it also becomes heavier as it has fused 3 weapons. Holding the axe, her hand felt the weight. If the original axe had a weight unit of 1, this new one was at least 3, but Xiao felt that she couldn't calculate it based on her previous understanding of weight. In any case, it felt substantial. Furthermore, if this continued, crafting a level 3 weapon would likely weigh about 10 times more than now. Who could lift that? Xiao glanced, but thought too much. Crafting a level 3 weapon at the weapon station required upgrading to a level 2 weapon station and also needed a weapon station upgrade blueprint. Xiao no longer lingered. It was around 10 o'clock, and she wanted to try to resolve those 4 people. She moved the control lever, shifting the cellar exit to behind those 4 creatures, and then Xiao opened the cellar door to take a look. There was still a rustling sound on the ground. Xiao turned around and sure enough saw those 4 people. They were still standing nearby, foolishly looking around about 7 or 8 meters apart from each other. Xiao no longer hesitated, maneuvering the cellar to move beneath one of them, opening the cellar door just behind a few adorable creatures. She swung the axe down fiercely towards its head, but the blow did not directly shatter its skull. Its eyeball was stuck halfway, glaring at Xiao with a fierce roar as it charged at her. The other 3, hearing the commotion, turned around and spotted their target. Xiao swiftly drew her axe and struck again at the neck of the adorable creature in front of her. With the second strike, the zombie's head fell and directly vanished into a black treasure chest. A level 2 weapon indeed attacked faster. After collecting the treasure chest, she decisively dove back into the cellar and closed the entrance while the other 3 adorable creatures missed their target. Thus, utilizing the cellar's moving exit and maneuvering to peek out, she perfectly dealt with the 4 zombies within 10 minutes, with an infection growth of 0. Using one's brain is much less costly than brute force. For black treasure chests dropped to the ground, and Su Xiao immediately picked them up. A notification sounded in her ears. Brave survivor, you have successfully passed the time-limited challenge set by the Apocalypse's Master for Survivors, earning a colorful treasure chest. You can freely choose the attributes you desire from the colorful treasure chest. Su Xiao was presented with 4 options before her. Agility, strength, defense, skill. Instinctively, she wanted to choose skill as she thought that knowing martial arts or boxing might be more effective against zombies. Just as she was about to click, a thought suddenly struck her. The level 2 axe in her hand was already 3 kilograms. If it advanced to level 3, it would weigh at least 10 kilograms, and at level 4, it would be at least 30 kilograms. Besides the mighty sailors, what ordinary survivors could wield that thing? No way. Without hesitation, she chose strength. A colorful treasure chest dropped before her. Su Xiao immediately opened it, revealing a golden glass vial filled with a clear, transparent liquid that emitted a glow in the darkness. Doomsday potion description: drinking this will grant you greater strength, making it easier to crush enemies in the apocalypse. Without any hesitation, Su Xiao downed the potion. A creaking sound echoed as if her bones were becoming denser. Although her wounds hadn't healed, Su Xiao felt a surge of power coursing through her body. The sensation of being able to crush everything with a light squeeze made her act on the thought, squeezing with all her might. Yet the potion bottle remained completely unyielding. Was it just her imagination? Su Xiao pondered, bending down to pick up a stone from the ground and squeezing it hard in her palm. After a crunching sound, the stone was effortlessly crushed. It wasn't an illusion. A smile broke on Su Xiao's face as she gripped the axe tightly, but felt as light as plastic. Good heavens! Putting the axe away, Su Xiao realized something. The potion bottle remained immovable. Even the increased strength she couldn't crush it. The material was solid. After putting away the empty potion bottle, Su Xiao returned to the cellar, and it was almost 11 o'clock. Earlier, she had been clever, waiting until she had synthesized a level 2 weapon before going out to deal with the 4 little cuties, thinking that if there were special rewards, she could trigger an Easter egg first. However, the colorful treasure chest hadn't contained any Easter eggs. So now she returned to fulfill her promise to Master Rashi. Sure enough, Master Rashi couldn't wait any longer. Are you still there? I've contacted a few survivors and exchanged materials for 2 black treasure chests for you to open. I check if the materials are enough. Master Rashi asked, where are you? You haven't gone off to fight monsters, have you? Master Rashi exclaimed, come on. You must have gone to fight monsters secretly. Bro, you're not playing fair. That's not fair competition. Master Rashi said, I'll give you the boxes first. We'll talk when you return. Time was 3 minutes ago. Su Xiao sent a message, I'm back. Master Rashi didn't reply, which meant he had probably gone to challenge the 4 little cuties with a level 1 weapon. During this time, Su Xiao pulled out her phone to check messages. To her surprise, the phone had run out of battery. She guessed it was because she had forgotten to turn off the map positioning, which consumed a lot of power. Finding her power bank to recharge, she turned on her phone. This time there were several messages, with the top 2 being from her adoptive mother Jiang. We sent an hour ago. Xiao, are you okay? A long-lost memory flashed through Su Xiao's mind. Jiang Qi had been missing for half a year with no news. The worst outcome was that she was no longer alive. Jiang Shui and Jiang Hui had adopted her, who looked very similar in age and appearance to Jiang Qi. 6 months later, they discovered that Jiang Qi had been imprisoned by a pervert who was actually a distant relative of the Jiang family. When Jiang Qi was found, she was in poor spirits and would scream at the sight of strangers. Learning that her parents had adopted a daughter of the same age just half a year after her disappearance only added to her distress. She screamed in anger, why did you adopt her? Do you think I'm dead? You want me to die at his hands? I am your daughter. To comfort Jiang Qi, the couple sent her away, but they didn't return her to the welfare institution. Instead, they settled her in another house of the Jiang family, giving her a monthly allowance and hiring a nanny to ensure she could attend school with peace of mind. Although Jiang Qi didn't like her, she never harmed her. Their relationship was one of mutual avoidance. Thus, Jiang Shui and his wife took her out of the welfare institution to provide her a safe environment for learning and growing, which was a tangible kindness. Su Xiao replied to Jiang Hui's message, I'm fine, thank you for your concern, Aunt Jiang. She was studying for her doctorate and working in Yun City, while the Jiang family was in Kyoto, over 1,000 kilometers away. Jiang Hui quickly replied, that's good. Your uncle and I managed to escape to the basement at home. It was so sudden that we didn't take any communication devices. We waited a long time before we could go up and find our phones, but it was broken. Fortunately, Uncle Wang can fix phones, so I just sent you a message, but now my phone is almost dead. Su Xiao paused, if I can, I will come find you. Having bound 3 safe houses and consumed a Doomsday potion, she was not an ordinary person and had the ability to send them resources. Although the cellar could move, it had limitations on depth. The downward distance could not exceed 30 meters from the surface. If the tunnel exceeded 30 meters deep, it would belong to the underground space and could only be circumvented. There were tunnels near Yun City, so there were plenty of aerial and aquatic spaces, causing the cellar to only wander within Yun City. To leave Yun City, she would need to change vehicles or boats. The Ferrari had limited endurance, and the fishing boat's movement was unpredictable. It wasn't easy to get to Kyoto. She might have to wait for the safe house upgrade plan to come out, then change some endurance materials before it would be possible. In a short time, Su Xiao had contemplated many methods, but unexpectedly the next message from Yang Haiyi surprised her. "No need, don't come looking for us. This apocalypse crisis is complicated. Ordinary people probably won't survive. If you have the ability, you can go. Never mind if you find the safe house, just live well. This is just the beginning." It sounded like a last will. Su Xiao waited for further messages, but Yang Haiyi didn't send any more. When she called, the phone was already off, indicating that the communication device had run out of battery. Something was off. Could it be? Su Xiao immediately opened several large chat groups. The large group was bustling with messages. Those able to chat in the group were survivors not bound to a safe house. Initially, they were just inquiring about each other's situations, but starting from 8 p.m., the content of their messages made Su Xiao wary. At 8 o'clock, a group message appeared. "Yang Haiyi, have you all heard the announcement? 7 days from now, the end of the era of Blue Star will truly arrive, and only players who have bound to a safe house will have the qualification to survive. Jason, my world has collapsed. I took a day off today thinking I had escaped disaster, but it turns out I'm still doomed. Zhou Chuan, the Alliance has issued a notice stating that this global disaster cannot be resolved by human power alone. The only way out is to find a safe house. Therefore, we must locate those survivors who have bound to a safe house and seize theirs. I suggest we unite." Wenming, Manager Wang has a safe house, but he has already left the group. I truly didn't expect it to come to this. Yang Haiyi, I think I saw Su Xiao found a safe house this morning, but she hasn't spoken since, so I'm not quite sure. Wenming, I suggest we switch to another group to discuss how to lure these survivors out. Zhou Chuan, I just saw a mother with a child coming out of a safe house. She was really lucky. Unfortunately, her luck ran out. Not long after leaving the safe house, she was dragged away. So while finding a safe house is crucial, it's also necessary to venture out for supplies. 7 days. No, there are still 6 days left. We all have a chance. Yang Haiyi, switching groups is fine. I suggest everyone enable location sharing and video streaming to confirm that we indeed do not have safe houses before we can cooperate. In the group, conversations flowed back and forth, and they eventually switched to another group. Su Xiao looked very serious after reading the message. Clearly, the apocalyptic game had once again issued a reminder to survivors without safe houses, urging them to bind to a safe house to obtain the qualification to survive. There are 30 million safe houses, and the same survivor can own multiple safe houses at the same time. With a population of 10 billion, the competition is fierce. Currently, the apocalyptic game is sending notifications from both ends, causing opposition. Now anyone who can breathe might become an enemy. Regarding the mother, Zhou Chuan mentioned perhaps due to insufficient energy for the safe house to move, she was forced to stay in one place to gather supplies, straying too far from the safe house, which led to her being found. Fortunately, after finding the safe house, she didn't rashly seek out crowded areas, but instead wandered in the secluded outskirts in search of supplies. Although the configuration of the cellar is ordinary and requires regular oxygen replacement, the advantages of not needing energy to move and having a concealed exit make it far superior to other safe houses, proving that flashy items are not always practical. Her gaze returned to the message Yang Haiyi had sent her, and her expression softened. Aunt Jiang genuinely cared for her. However, due to her cold demeanor and her habitual politeness towards them, she struggled to feel a familial affection. Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that Aunt Jiang and Uncle Jiang are truly good people. Looking at the message, it seemed Aunt Jiang was hesitating to suggest that she find Jiang Qiqi. Jiang Qiqi had gone on a trip to the southern island 2 days ago. The southern island is across the sea from Yun City, entirely in the opposite direction from Jing City. One is in the north and the other in the south, making it difficult to travel to either. Turning off her phone, Su Xiao asked Xiao Mo, has my safe house upgrade plan come through yet? Xiao Mo, the safe house upgrade intention form was submitted 4 hours ago. The upgrade plan is expected in 20 hours. In other words, it will take a day. All she can do is wait. Just then, Master Turtle sent a message. These little cuties are really hard to take down, or it takes 7 or 8 strikes to kill one, and they aren't slow. I'm currently at 68 infection. You can guess how serious my bites are. Indeed, a level 1 axe requires 7 or 8 strikes to kill a zombie. A level 2 axe only needs 2 hits, making it much easier for Su Xiao. Now, having taken the potion, Su Xiao felt incredibly powerful. A 1 strike was enough to take down a little cutie. Su Xiao asked, did you get a colored treasure chest? What attribute did you choose? Master Turtle, of course it's defense. I've learned boxing and have skills, but these zombies aren't slow, and I feel my mortal body is vulnerable, so I chose defense. Not to mention, since drinking the potion, even if I use an ordinary knife to cut myself, I don't get any wounds. It feels like I've achieved an indestructible body. Su Xiao, Master Turtle, what about you? You were the first to get a colored treasure chest. Did you find any surprises? Su Xiao, no, but I synthesized a level 2 weapon. I need to tell you something. A level 2 weapon is made by fusing 3 level 1 weapons, and its weight is also 3 times that of a level 1 weapon. Master Turtle was stunned for a while, then realized, wait, do you mean that the weight of higher level weapons adds up? Oh no. If that's the case, a level 4 or 5 weapon could weigh dozens of pounds. Who can lift that? This is a disaster. 2 minutes later, Master Turtle sent 3 weapons. I should have no problem carrying a level 2 weapon. Once you fuse a level 3 weapon, please help me test its weight first. By the way, I went out earlier and found a strange stone. The information on it says it's peculiar and can be smashed open. To take a look. Can you help me fuse a hammer? Xiao was surprised. This should be the first time Master Turtle encountered materials that could yield a purple treasure chest, as she didn't expect him to directly discover the pattern indicated in the information. But upon careful consideration, it makes sense. The first information she saw was attack. To try it out. Any weapon can be used for an attack, so that hint was not limited to a weapon type. If she possessed different types of weapons and saw the word smash, she would realize that this riddle is related to the category of weapons being used. At Master Turtle's request, Xiao synthesized a level 2 hammer for him, and conveniently added, I have a survivor here who possesses a purple treasure chest. Surprise. If you get the purple treasure chest, I can act as an intermediary for her to open it, but she requires priority in trading with her. Now it was almost midnight. Normally Xiao would have gone to bed by now. However, this night would certainly be hard to sleep. After waiting for a while, Master Turtle replied, it is indeed a purple treasure chest, the blueprint for opening the purple treasure chest. Do you have any other blueprints? This implies he wants to use the blueprint as collateral. But this is not surprising. Blueprints are indeed a very important resource, and he has never opened a blueprint treasure chest before. The current collateral is to ensure smoother cooperation in the future. Xiao sure. She still had 2 blueprints in hand, one for a thruster and one for a small greenhouse. After giving the blueprint for the small greenhouse to Master Turtle, she immediately went to find you for tomorrow. However, the other party did not respond. They should have gone to deal with those little cuties, so she asked Master Turtle to wait a moment. Ding ding. A new notification sounded in her ear. At midnight, a new day brings new disasters. Survivors, please continue to strive to survive today. As soon as the notification finished, Xiao felt her body sway, and a strong tremor made her head spin. It's an earthquake. The new disaster is an earthquake. A sense of panic spread from Xiao's chest as she hurriedly asked while leaning against the wall, Xiao, didn't you say the safe house is absolutely safe? How can there be tremors? Xiao replied, in the first 7 days of the Doomsday game, there will be disaster warnings in the safe house. After Xiao finished speaking, the shaking stopped. It lasted for less than 5 seconds. Xiao noticed that although there was a sense of tremor, there was no damage within the safe house. Does that mean there won't be any more disaster warnings after 7 days? Yes, Xiao said. Currently, the hint at the cellar door indicated that there were still no other survivors within 50 meters outside, but it did not specify whether there were any disasters outside. Xiao pushed the door open to take a look. The outside was very calm, which meant that the earthquake was indeed just a pre-warning from the safe house, and the real earthquake disaster outside had yet to begin. Xiao asked Xiao, what about the hints by the roadside? Will there still be special resource information alerts? Xiao did not hesitate to reply, I'm not very clear about the conditions in the Doomsday game. This meant that Xiao also did not know. Never mind. Earthquakes can start unexpectedly at any time, becoming increasingly dangerous the closer one is to buildings, and with unknown magnitudes the ground could also collapse. Leaving the safe house carries a risk of falling into danger. Xiao no longer considered the option of going outside. She decided to stay in the cellar and wait calmly. Looking at the cellar filled to the brim with natural resources, Xiao decided to first clear out her inventory to free up space on her sofa bed. Opening the communication center, since she couldn't send messages, she could only see if anyone needed these resources. For survivors lacking resources, natural resources are most valuable on the first day. No one knows what these food and water supplies will turn into after 7 days. So aside from keeping enough noodles, rice, some instant meals, and water for herself, she planned to trade away the rest of the natural resources, which would be sufficient for her to eat for 7 days. With a clear goal in mind, Xiao took the initiative. 1 unit of materials could be exchanged for 1 portion of natural food resources. In less than 20 minutes, Xiao exchanged 38 portions of water and food, 2 gas stoves, 20 gas bottles, 8 battery-powered lamps, 7 flashlights, and 16 lighters, for a total of 67 units of materials. Iron blocks 18, fabric 13, wooden boards 15, plastic 19. Xiao was very satisfied. She was able to use natural resources to trade for materials because she took advantage of the current situation. On the first day, the number of weapons is limited. Without weapons, one cannot obtain blueprints. The zombie cats that appear at night can indeed be dealt with, but it is more troublesome. Thus, there will be situations where there are materials, but no blueprints. Moreover, with the disaster happening on the first day, there are bound to be injuries and a lack of supplies. This gave her the opportunity to trade natural resources for items. Most importantly, after trading away a bunch of small lamps, flashlights, and gas bottles, she finally managed to clear space for her sofa bed in the cellar. Although she couldn't fully stretch out, it was still better than sleeping on the ground. Xiao also took a pillow, a blanket, and a plush toy that provided a sense of security despite being rather useless. In the apocalypse, such things truly become rare. After organizing her resting area for the night, she glanced at the communication center. Sister, I'm here. Sorry I had an accident and almost got caught outside. I forgot to ask, are you a sister or a brother? You're still there. You are one of the 2 egg survivors. Don't get caught. The time was 5 minutes ago. Xiao replied, I'm here, just finished organizing my blanket. A blanket? Does your safe house have a bed? Xiao, no, but the space is relatively large, so I moved a sofa bed in and took some blankets and pillows. After a while you sent a message, I'm envious. Do you have extra blankets and pillows? It would be even better if there was a mattress. My safe house is a boat, an open boat. It's indeed safe, but the temperature drops at night, and it's too cold. I feel like I might catch a cold, and getting a cold in this time could be fatal. Xiao curiously asked, a mattress. Can your boat fit that? The boat should be pretty small. Many people asked me for double blueprints. At first I had no resources to trade with others, and the blueprints required a handling fee, so I could only collect items or materials, with the most being for expansion. So although my boat looks small, it has more than 10 square meters of space inside. It can fit a mattress. If you have a clean and complete set of 4 pieces, I can trade items with you, but I don't know what you want. Xiao felt the abundance of this sister, even through the communication center. This sister must have been hanging around the communication center, expanding her network, since she got the purple treasure chest egg. Currently, the value of blueprints is higher than any material items or resources, so this sister is at the top of the food chain. Of course, you don't need to envy. I've played many games. Blueprints are most valuable at the beginning because no one has them, and everyone wants to find resources to trade for blueprints. After a while, once everyone has blueprints, their value decreases significantly. Besides, this is a Doomsday game. Your food treasure chest egg will have greater significance later. She insisted she wasn't being arrogant. Xiao, forget it. Just envious. One shouldn't be too greedy. Having 2 treasure chest eggs is already very lucky for her. Xiao, right now I only have blankets and pillows, but my safe house is very mobile. I know there is an underground warehouse and I can go help you look for a mattress, but I need gasoline. After thinking carefully, the resources she had were not actually that much. She was able to find supplies before, because she utilized the time when everyone had not reacted yet, moving through the cellar, searching all the underground garages nearby, spending a lot of time and effort, but finding very few treasure chests. Because the cellar does not provide a wide field of vision. If vehicles have enough endurance and a wide field of vision, survivors can discover treasure chests immediately, making the efficiency much faster than that of the cellar. Sister, you are lucky. You actually have a motorhome. That thing is fast and convenient. I don't have gasoline, but I know a customer with a blue treasure chest egg. She has many items. If you can help me find a mattress, daily necessities, and medical supplies, I will trade gasoline from her. I can also introduce customers to you. I remember you have a food treasure chest and a black treasure chest egg. The communication center cannot search for or add friends. Introductions must involve third-party guarantees, so if I introduce customers, I will need to collect a handling fee. Amidst a sea of densely packed characters, Xiao finished reading and was left with only one thought. Did this sister work as an intermediary before the apocalypse? These phrases are far too familiar. To accumulate client resources, one must continually search the world for suitable survivors. However, this process also filters out the weaker survivors, which is a time-consuming and laborious task for Xiao. Just moments ago, she privately messaged nearly 10 survivors, of which 9 immediately opened treasure chests to collect supplies, leaving no chests behind. Xiao replied, sure, but my friend has a purple treasure chest that needs your help to open. You can use other blueprints as collateral, and once opened, we will exchange the blueprints based on his conditions. As for the handling fee, he can offer a level 1 weapon as he has 2 red treasure chests as bonuses. Exclaimed, wow. If that's the case, he'll be able to upgrade to a level 2 weapon. Indeed, the other party already had a weapon station. Soon Yu sent over a sewing machine blueprint, which Xiao accepted temporarily. But within seconds, Yu replied, boring duplicate blueprint. He initiated a trade with Xiao using another sewing machine blueprint to exchange for a level 1 weapon as the handling fee. A sewing machine feels like something for making clothes. This item is useful. Normally, if one knew friends who possessed a sewing machine, it would not be a priority, because it would waste resources. However, as the saying goes, it's better to have one's own than to rely on others. Xiao handed the blueprint to the turtle sage, who wanted to exchange the sewing machine blueprint for a small greenhouse. Xiao directly asked, you want the small greenhouse because you already have plants, right? The turtle sage replied, hee, you've guessed it. I got a seed, but this thing is quite special. After saying this, he showed Xiao the trading information. Desert thorn seed description can be planted in a greenhouse to grow by absorbing blood, providing thorny protection for the safe house in its juvenile form. The mature form can parasitize the human body for protection. Ranks 86 among apocalyptic plants. Su Xiao couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy after reading this information. The turtle sage said, so you understand why I want the small greenhouse. This thing has a ranking and is unique. It said that when the apocalypse game started on the first day, the resources obtainable today may not be available tomorrow. This seed is very useful to me, and in the future there may even be monsters attacking the safe house, so it must be cultivated. Su Xiao. She wanted to reach across and stab the other party in the neck to rob and kill. The turtle sage said, good brother, if you don't get any plants, just trade the greenhouse to me. Su Xiao politely replied, let's wait a few days. If I don't get the plant seed, I'll prioritize trading this blueprint to you. After saying this, Su Xiao no longer hesitated. She manipulated the cellar to move to the riverbank. There was a willow tree there which was a level 2 apocalypse monster. Although she didn't know what it would be like to attack a level 2 apocalypse monster with an axe, even if she was mistaken, having a level 2 axe and taking a potion should be fine. The night breeze was gentle. After the hurricane, most people left their hiding places to search for supplies, so there were still quite a few people using their phones to light the ground, but the ordinary survivors by the riverbank remained few and far between. Although Su Xiao's cellar was convenient for movement, its greatest shortcoming was the inability to observe the surface situation. She moved the cellar to the coordinate point and tried to push the door open only to see a prompt at the exit. There are other survivors within 50 meters of the exit. This prompt made Su Xiao decisively give up on leaving the cellar. She turned and moved the cellar a short distance away, confirming that there were no other survivors within 50 meters of the exit before turning off the light and pushing the cellar door open to exit. Blending almost seamlessly with the night, it was even harder to detect her presence from 50 meters away. The man also discovered the strange willow tree after coming here. As Su Xiao approached, she heard a terrible scream. She saw that the willow tree had been struck by a man's axe and transformed into a massive black shadow. How could it happen so quickly? The man cried out in agony, desperately using his weapon to attack the black shadow. The night was dark, but the moonlight was bright. Although Su Xiao was far away and couldn't see the details clearly, she could see the red prompt on the black shadow, level 3 apocalypse monster. In a short time it had actually leveled up to level 3. It seemed that not just one survivor had fallen for the trap, or perhaps low-level weapons were ineffective against word puzzles. The man's cries of anguish as he resisted the bites reached Su Xiao's ears, sounding quite tragic. But it was too dark. The man's hand lantern had fallen to the ground, casting bright light and elongated shadows on the ground. She could see the man tangled up with a branch-like black shadow. After a few dozen seconds, the man reacted quickly and swung his axe at the black monster. The black monster shrank back in pain, and the man seized the chance to flee. A rumbling sound echoed, the sound of a motorcycle zipping away. Su Xiao was astonished. This person didn't use a safe house, but instead found a motorcycle. The black shadow rushed past Su Xiao like the wind, closely following behind. Was it even drawing aggro? What if I get dragged away by this thing? After realizing this, she unhesitatingly hurled her level 2 axe forcefully at the black shadow. To be fair, Su Xiao was quite accurate when throwing things. Whether it was throwing darts at home or using a toy basketball machine, as long as the distance wasn't too far, she could hit her target. Moreover, now that she possessed strength, this axe was easily thrown like a dart towards the creature labeled level 3 apocalypse monster. A woo! The black shadow monster yelped as it clutched its head, sounding like a puppy being beaten, which was not at all in line with the demeanor of an apocalypse monster. Yet it still gritted its teeth and continued to chase forward. Just when Su Xiao thought the monster would be dragged away, it suddenly stopped and slowly turned back. The black shadow was not very conspicuous in the darkness, but due to the bright moonlight and the rescue lights on the opposite shore, Su Xiao was able to see it coming toward her, instinctively wanting to turn and retreat into the cellar. Unexpectedly, the 2-meter-tall apocalypse monster strode past her, merely glancing down at her with its drooping eyes before shifting its gaze away. Su Xiao was completely baffled. The apocalypse monster returned to the flower bed and transformed back into that willow tree, with the prompt still alluring. Su Xiao pondered. This apocalypse monster had reached level 3 by preying on survivors, and it would surely trick more survivors in the future. Although she currently only had a level 2 weapon, this monster was not unkillable. It was merely a bit more troublesome to deal with at level 2. In any case, to prevent a reduction in future resources, she couldn't afford to rest tonight. She needed to gather more supplies while fewer people were active at night, and this level 3 apocalypse monster had to be dealt with. Su Xiao began her test. Being a game developer herself, she was aware of certain monster mechanics. For instance, the Doomsday monster chasing the motorcycle-riding survivor was based on a hate mechanism. She stopped halfway because the hate pursuit had a range. She needed to test whether the hate range was limited by the distance between the monster and the player, or by the distance between the monster and the treasure chest. Su Xiao walked forward and stood at the spot where the Doomsday monster had paused, and turned back a straight-line distance of 100 meters. The distance between the man on the motorcycle and the Doomsday monster was about 300 meters. She only needed to move the cellar entrance to about 150 meters to test the hate lock distance. If it was limited by the distance between the monster and the treasure chest, she could pull and attack the Doomsday monster. If it was limited by the distance to the player, she would just dive into the cellar and escape. After confirming that there were no other players around, Xiao returned to the cellar, put the spotlight on her head to widen her field of vision without affecting her movement, and then moved the cellar to the spot she had marked before coming out. She picked up the axe and walked to the willow tree, striking it fiercely. With a crash, the willow tree vanished, transforming into a gigantic Doomsday monster. Xiao took off running. Woo woo woo. The Doomsday monster let out a roar, and Xiao didn't dare look back until she reached the marked spot, finding the monster just over 10 meters away. But just as it approached Xiao, ready to launch an attack, she swiftly struck it with her axe and continued to run. Now the Doomsday monster stood still, observing Xiao, its clawed shadow retracting. Xiao's face brightened. Indeed, there was a distance limit to the hate. To be precise, the monster was guarding a treasure chest. When attacked with the correct weapon at the same level, the willow tree would reveal a treasure chest. Using the wrong weapon, or a weapon lower than the monster's level, would summon a monster which could not stray too far from the willow tree. In that case, she could proceed without hesitation. Xiao swung her axe a few times, throwing it towards the monster. Oh whoa! The Doomsday monster winced in pain, turned around, and saw Xiao within range, immediately chasing after her. Xiao quickly retreated. The monster's previously aloof gaze was now fixated on her, filled with complex emotions. Bound by the rules, it chose to turn back. If it weren't for the novice period protecting survivors, it would have torn apart this human who toyed with it. As the Doomsday monster approached the willow tree, Xiao dashed in to grab the axe. The monster instantly turned back and roared at her, and Xiao picked up the axe and ran. Once out of the range, she hurled another axe at the Doomsday monster. Ayo, 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 ayo. The level 3 Doomsday monster covered its eyes and howled. Damn humans. How could they inflict such damage on its avatar? It must have cleared a challenge and received a reward from the Doomsday deity. Originally bright red eyes, one had turned black, and the shadowy coalescing body seemed to be breaking apart. Xiao curled her lips. Exactly. Just like a human, too many wounds would lead to weakness, and after being beaten enough, one would no longer be able to stand. Thus, Xiao kept leading the monster around. The man who had originally left on his motorcycle returned to check the bridge after exiting the range, only to see the spotlight by the river flickering. He had initially gone with a level 2 weapon, but never expected to encounter a level 3 Doomsday monster. Naturally, he left immediately. However, as he moved further away, he began to sense something was off. No way. If the other party had a way to deal with that level 3 monster, wouldn't he miss out on resources? Hearing the distant sound of a motorcycle, Xiao knew she could not delay any longer. Just as the Doomsday monster was about to reach the willow tree, Xiao charged in to grab the axe. The monster instantly turned back and roared at her, and Xiao picked up the axe and ran. With a tight grip on the axe, she charged into the hate range and swung wildly. The weight of the axe created a fierce wind as she swung, seemingly cleaving through the air. Oh whoa! After letting out a pitiful scream, the Doomsday monster finally collapsed. Xiao didn't see that as the monster fell, its claws reached out towards her in reluctant defiance. Next time it would return. After the Doomsday monster vanished, a level 3 green treasure chest appeared in the original spot of the willow tree. Xiao's eyes lit up. It turned out to be a level 3 treasure chest, and she quickly ran over as the sound of the motorcycle grew closer. Xiao no longer hesitated. After collecting the level 3 green treasure chest, she turned off the spotlight and prepared to return to the cellar, only 150 meters away from the entrance. The motorcycle came rushing towards her, stopping right at the entrance of her cellar. The bright headlights illuminated Xiao clearly. Xiao took a deep breath and restrained herself. The man with a full beard removed his helmet, unaware that he was blocking Xiao's cellar entrance. Just a guess, but if he was heading back, it meant he was still some distance from his safe house. His safe house couldn't move either, so he had to venture out alone to scavenge for resources. Little sister, you have some skills. A level 2 axe can handle a level 3 Doomsday monster. You young people are really good at games. The man chuckled. Uncle won't bully you. That level 3 Doomsday monster must have dropped a green treasure chest, which contains good stuff. How about I trade you something for it? Xiao. As the man spoke, he began to rummage for something to show her the treasures he had acquired. Suddenly, she threw out a toy car. Before he could react, the toy car transformed into a red Ferrari supercar. Its flashy and dazzling exterior struck the man's heart, causing a momentary pause. What is this feeling? It's the feeling of excitement. The next moment, he heard the roar of the engine. Exhaust fumes filled his face as the red supercar accelerated and disappeared before him. The man finally came to his senses, secretly clenching his fists, gnashing his teeth in anger. This girl had a supercar safe house, and it was his favorite limited edition. Tears of envy streamed from the corners of his mouth. He thought about his own safe house in the CEO's office, comfortable, spacious, with a sofa, air conditioning, a coffee machine, and a huge bed, but it couldn't be moved. Xiao had only a 4.6 kilometers trip. It was her first time driving a supercar, and she found it a bit hard to control. Moreover, this safe house provided a prompt. If the speed was below 50 miles per hour, a word appeared behind it visible. If the speed exceeded 50 miles per hour, the word changed to invisible. This explained why Su Xiao had suddenly seen the car when she was on the boat. I must say this thing had an excellent field of vision, able to see through all ground structures. And at night the glowing treasure chests were especially noticeable. After just running 1 kilometer, Su Xiao spotted 2 treasure chests that hadn't been collected yet along with 3 piles of undiscovered building debris. Although the view was expansive, the downsides were quite evident. After stepping on the gas, she found that her travel distance had already been reduced by half. Moreover, the deceleration was slow and not all places allowed for parking. There were fixed parking spots mostly along the road. Fortunately, these places hidden by collapsed buildings were unlikely to be easily found by many. After stopping the car, Su Xiao prepared to scavenge for supplies. However, after checking a few piles of stones, she first entered the communication center. Although it was a different bound safe house, the information on the communication center still belonged to her. Thus, this thing was bound to the survivor. The safe house was merely a medium for communication, much like how one must download an app and bind their identity card to log into WeChat. This meant she could not hide her identity. However, it was fortunate that the chat history remained. Su Xiao's supplies were all in the cellar. Only the supplies stored in the cellar warehouse could be accessed at any time through the supply channel. Currently, her supply channel contained only a level 2 fire axe. In the communication center, she exchanged 1 red treasure chest with Master Rashi for a hammer and a hoe before leaving to scavenge for supplies. The location of the supplies was obscured by collapsed buildings. If it weren't for driving through the hollow structures, even survivors would find it challenging to discover them. Fortunately, Su Xiao had consumed a strength potion, making it easy for her to move the debris. Ultimately, she scavenged 1 blue treasure chest, 1 red treasure chest, and 3 purple treasure chests from the piles of wreckage. Su Xiao felt she was quite good at collecting blueprints. While others often found numerous blue treasure chests, her own finds were few and far between. Returning to the car, Su Xiao felt a wave of fatigue. Even though she had taken the potion, the wounds on her body still ached. She hadn't completed the task she promised to Yu, and despite her exhaustion, Su Xiao prepared to turn back to the location of the cellar. Unfortunately, there were no coordinates marked on the Ferrari, forcing her to rely on memory to return to the riverbank, which resulted in a deviation. She needed to walk at least 1 kilometer to reach her cellar. The key issue was that after returning to the riverbank, her range had run out, and the car could only stop. In the cellar, she exchanged a barrel of gasoline with Yu, but the gasoline was stored inside the cellar and not in the warehouse, making it impossible to retrieve through the supply channel on her wrist. This was giving Su Xiao a headache. She went to ask Yu about exchanging gasoline, but her sister had yet to return after going somewhere. Thus, at 12:30 in the morning, Su Xiao was still searching in the dark near the river for her cellar. Fortunately, there was a searchlight above her. After nearly 10 minutes of walking, Su Xiao finally returned to the cellar. Her first reaction was to complain, "Xiao Mo, I have bound 3 safe houses, the cellar, fishing boat, and Ferrari each have 10 warehouses. Why can't I use them simultaneously? Is the supply channel limited to 1 safe house?" Xiao Mo was taken aback. "Please wait a moment, I will immediately report this issue to the Apocalypse game." Su Xiao. "Report? What does that mean? Is it a bug?" Feeling a bit better, she said, "Okay, I hope you can provide me with a reasonable solution." She then moved toward the underground warehouse, where she had previously operated her daily life. Thankfully, she had not forgotten to record the coordinates when she left. She soon arrived at the location of the underground warehouse. The coordinates were the same as before, but this time it indicated that there were survivors 50 meters from the exit. This meant there were people in the underground warehouse. The hurricane had destroyed the surface buildings, and surely someone would come to the underground warehouse. Naturally, many supplies were likely taken out, and she wondered if there were still medical supplies and mattresses left. She turned off the lamp in the cellar and quietly pushed open the cellar door just in time to hear someone speaking. "This apocalypse has come, but I just spent 600,000 to buy a house, and I still have 27 years of mortgage. How did it all disappear? Such a global disaster affects everyone, or if you think about it, isn't it a good thing that we won't have to pay the mortgage for the next 27 years? That makes sense, but it's uncertain whether we have a future. Who knows? Every day is a new one. Hurry up and move. The Alliance is taking over, and all these supplies will be requisitioned. By the way, is your wife and child okay? The child can't go without food. I left a box of small cakes in the corner, so don't take that with you. Thanks, and you." Don't worry, I've saved some for my wife too. After moving everything, you'll sneakily take it to her, but make sure no one sees." As Su Xiao opened the cellar door and peeked out, the underground warehouse was dimly lit by emergency lights, casting a shadowy glow that didn't obstruct her view. Many of the nearby cargo areas had already been cleared out, and the 2 speakers were also carrying boxes toward the exit. Su Xiao stood up and followed them, noticing they were wearing uniforms with the Alliance insignia. After the establishment of the Apocalypse Alliance, everyone fell under its jurisdiction, and supplies were naturally distributed by the Alliance. Food was gone in tents and other supplies had been moved out, but thankfully the furniture area remained untouched and mattresses were still easy to find. Xiao located the nearest 2M mattress, intending to store it in the cellar, but a prompt popped up. Insufficient cellar space, unable to store this natural resource. This was frustrating. Xiao had to search again, and after a few minutes finally saw a folded soft mattress, still 2M, but very soft and thin, folded down to 1M in size, with a thickness of only 20 centimeters after being vacuum sealed. Now this could be stored in the cellar. She prepared to go to the medical supplies area, but unexpectedly the two staff members returned and continued to move supplies from inside. Xiao quickly hid behind a shelf. Did you hear about it? It was prophesied 100 years ago. The alliance agreement has already been established and announced. Once the apocalypse arrives, 3 plans will be implemented to ensure human survival. What plans? The first is the Heavenly Palace plan, which refers to the space station in the universe that is said to be huge enough to accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. The second is Noah's Ark, claimed to be built behind the ice wall in Antarctica, the largest Noah's Ark in the world, indestructible, with enough resources for 1 million people to live for 1 million years, capable of withstanding any natural disaster. The first plan, forget it, it's in the sky and we ordinary people can't reach it. As for the second, it's far away in Antarctica, who can prove it? The third is the most dangerous, but also the closest to us. The speaker paused for effect. They say that we have built an underground city here to withstand various natural disasters, and soon the Alliance will organize us to enter the underground city. Is that true? A few years ago when the road collapsed, didn't someone expose that? That was all because of the existence of the underground city. Just as those words fell, the ground suddenly began to tremble. The shelves began to shake, and Xiao immediately ran toward the cellar entrance, only to collide with the 2 staff members who had just entered. The 2 stared in astonishment at the suddenly appeared woman in the warehouse, and before they could speak, they heard a creaking sound coming from above. A massive shelf was toppling down towards the 3 of them as they trembled. Be careful. The elder brother standing opposite Xiao instinctively pulled her back. Bang! Unexpectedly, the shelf behind him also toppled over. Just when the 2 staff members of the Alliance thought they were doomed, the earthquake stopped. When they opened their eyes again, a girl in front of them was lifting a shelf weighing hundreds of pounds with her slender arms. This scene left both of them dumbfounded. Hurry up and run. Xiao frowned. One of them finally reacted and said to his companion, let's go quickly. Sigh. Her. Before the other one could finish speaking, he was pulled away by his companion. After the 2 left, Xiao easily tossed the goods aside. The shelf weighing hundreds of pounds felt weightless in Xiao's hands, but when it hit the ground it made a loud thud. The power of the apocalyptic potion was beyond what ordinary humans could control. However, the drug resources had all run out, and she could only return to the cellar to check the time. It was 1 a.m. Could it be that the earthquake occurs on the hour? As for the magnitude, Xiao took out her phone, but it had no signal, and even the map and WeChat couldn't connect. During the day, she could utilize the signals emitted from the Foundation to check the map communications and news updates, but now she couldn't see anything. It seemed that the earthquake's purpose was to destroy the signal sources above ground. Forget it. Xiao opened the communication center. Sorry sister, I was out for a bit and didn't see your message. Do you still need it? I've swapped a barrel of gasoline for you. She received a barrel of gasoline. Xiao immediately sent the mattress to Yu. My supermarket warehouse has been requisitioned by the Alliance, and the supplies have been cleared out. The only thing left that no one wants right now is this. I picked up a few medicines this morning, but they are just iodine swabs, disinfectant, alcohol, band-aids, and gauze. They can disinfect wounds, but cannot remove infections, and I can't give too much. Do you need them? That's fine. Did you know there was an earthquake just now? I was outside looking for something when suddenly the earthquake struck, and then my phone lost signal. I couldn't reach my parents either. It's worrying. I was saying I could get the supplies for the safe house sooner and find them quickly. Now that the earthquake has come, I feel like they are in grave danger too. The earthquake came on the 2nd day, though I don't know what will happen on the 3rd. Xiao also didn't know as she counted the supplies in the cellar. Level 1 safe house owner Xiao space 79 apocalyptic resources, bottled water 3, milk 1, potato chips 2, chocolate bars 2, iron blocks 26, a wooden planks 23, fabric 15, plastic 19, gasoline 2, small greenhouse blueprint, electric propeller blueprint, facilities weapon station 1, used blueprints, titanium battery, warehouse 910, including level 1 red treasure chest 1, level 1 blue treasure chest 2, level 1 white treasure chest 8, level 1 black treasure chest 4, level 2 fire axe, level 3 green treasure chest, level 1 hammer, level 1 hoe, purple treasure chest 3, oxygen duration 23 hours, 55 minutes, and 21 seconds, oxygen accumulation duration 1H, indoor temperature 17 degrees. Every time she leaves the cellar, the oxygen duration will be recalculated. At the same time, except for the purple treasure chest, all other treasure chests showed their levels, which means that the purple treasure chest cannot be upgraded. The reason she was not in a hurry to open the white and black treasure chests was twofold. First, there was no shortage of food supplies at the moment. Second, these treasure chests seemed to be able to be synthesized into higher level chests, but she had yet to find out how to synthesize them. As for the green treasure chests, even if players with green eggs appeared, she was reluctant to hand over the chest for them to open, because the other party could not provide an equivalent item as collateral. Therefore, Xiao directly opened the level 3 green treasure chest. MOUC description can be planted in a greenhouse and cultivated with blood. After blooming, it will yield juvenile MOU, which can parasitize the human body. It ranks 13th among apocalyptic plants. Xiao's eyes lit up. She remembered that the plant of the turtle immortal was ranked over 80, and only the mature body could parasitize the human body, while this juvenile could do so. Ranked 13th, could it be due to the level 3 treasure chest causing the plant's rank to be higher? If that's the case, should she nurture that willow tree? But no nurturing it might either lead to her own demise, or become someone else's meal. The sooner you harvest, the sooner you enjoy it. Xiao immediately used the small greenhouse blueprint. Green plant small greenhouse requires 4 iron blocks, 8 plastics, 4 MO soil, consumes 1 space in the safe house. The plastic and iron blocks are sufficient, but what is MO soil? Is it a resource obtained from high-level treasure chests? After thinking, Xiao asked Yu, did you find MO soil? Yu was still awake. Not yet, sister. Do you have any plants? Xiao, yeah. Yu, I haven't found it either, and no one has mentioned where it comes from. Let's study it together tomorrow. By the way, I'm getting ready to sleep. I'm too tired. You don't know what I've been through today. Do you still have purple treasure chests? Help me open them, and then I'll sleep. Xiao, I don't have any left. You should sleep first. She couldn't just say that she had found 3 purple treasure chests all at once. The communication center was no longer as lively as it was already 1:30 a.m. Today had been about searching for supplies and fighting zombie monsters, and Xiao was also exhausted. After tidying up her sofa bed, Xiao collapsed into sleep. In a drowsy state, she heard the system prompt. It's 8 o'clock. Dawn has arrived. Apocalyptic resources have been refreshed. Some treasure chests have become discontinued. Those who walked past yesterday missed out. A new crisis is quietly approaching today. We must strive to survive. Infection level 28. Xiao instantly opened her eyes. The resources refreshed, and the infection level mysteriously increased. This issue was serious. She quickly opened the communication center to inquire with familiar Yu and Turtle Immortal. Sure enough, both of them were also startled awake by the notification. Turtle Immortal, I'm hitting the wall. My infection level is 78. I have a fever. Am I going to die? Bro, do you have any antipyretics? Yu, I was at 32 yesterday, and now I woke up to 42. It seems everyone's infection levels have increased, but I still haven't found any medication to clear the infection status, and I've discovered that I have a fever. I don't know if it's because of the injury from yesterday. Xiao touched her head, feeling a bit dizzy. It seemed she was also running a fever. Could it be because of her wound? She peeled off the band-aid on her leg. The bite mark from the dog had scabbed over, but the area around the wound appeared purplish, as if some toxin was spreading through the bloodstream, seemingly related to her fever. Her head felt drowsy, as if she had received a weakening buff. Should she go look for medical supplies? Opening the communication center, someone asked, does anyone have antipyretics? My son and I both have fevers. If you have any antipyretics, could you trade them with me? I have blueprints, weapons, and food. I have a fever, and so does my son. If you have antipyretics, can you trade them for me? I have blueprints, weapons, and food. Xiao clicked to inquire. Hello, has your son bound to the safe house? The other party quickly replied, no, I bound it myself. I just brought my son in, and he is still young, only 13 years old, and suddenly developed a fever. Xiao had a vague sense of foreboding. Check if your son has any strange changes. This might not be a normal high fever. A new crisis was quietly approaching. Could it be that not only the survivors bound to the safe house are affected, but those who are not bound are also infected? Survivors bound to the safe house can still find weapons to deal with those zombie cats and zombie dogs. What about ordinary survivors? After sending the message, the other party quickly replied, seems to be a bit different. The specifics of the difference were not mentioned, but Xiao had already guessed. If it's due to the apocalypse, then only supplies from the end times can save him. Ordinary medicine won't work. Of course, this was just Xiao's guess. And if the safe house wasn't bound, even the treasure chests wouldn't be visible, meaning that even supplies from the end times might not be able to save him. Suppressing her discomfort, Xiao asked Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo, has the feedback from yesterday come back? Xiao Mo replied, please wait, I am checking for you. Xiao. Xiao Mo's current attitude was strikingly similar to that of a perfunctory game customer service. If you don't ask, there won't be any answers, though only after asking can you urge the programmer. However, generally speaking, bugs in games can't be blamed on customer service. You can only curse the damned programmer. Soon Xiao Mo replied, the apocalypse's main god has successfully responded. Because the host is the first player to bind 3 safe houses, a bug occurred preventing the activation of other safe house supply channels, but this has now been fixed. After leaving the safe house passage mark will appear in the palm of the left hand. When the warehouse is full, the supply passage will automatically change, and the host can also freely choose a passage to extract supplies from the warehouse. As the feedback provider, the host can choose any one of the following 3 compensations. Su Xiao was given 3 options: 3 barrels of gasoline, 3 bottles of oxygen, 3 batteries. All are endurance supplies. Su Xiao immediately chose 3 barrels of gasoline. With the 2 barrels given by Yu yesterday, she now had 5 barrels of gasoline, enough to run 50 kilometers. After thinking for a moment, Su Xiao pushed open the door to check the situation outside the cellar. The location was still the underground warehouse from last night. It was evident that there had been another earthquake last night, and it was severe, causing the entire underground warehouse to be covered by debris. With the earthquake coming, the underground was also very dangerous. Su Xiao maneuvered the cellar to leave the underground warehouse and move to an open space for easier access. However, after moving a short distance, her path was blocked by an inexplicable open area. Su Xiao was puzzled. Could it be a problem with her memory? There was clearly no open area here yesterday. After thinking for a moment, Su Xiao left the cellar to take a look. Fortunately, there was no one within a 50-meter radius. Su Xiao stood up and saw a deep fissure appearing right in front of the cellar. Over there, a person suddenly emerged from the ground. She must have a safe house. A voice suddenly came. Su Xiao looked up and saw a group of survivors gathered together, setting up temporary tents nearly 100 meters away. There were indeed no survivors within 50 meters, but there were some outside that range. If it were night, no one would have seen Su Xiao, but after 8 o'clock, it was already quite bright. Naturally, someone would see Su Xiao suddenly emerging from the ground. At the same time, Su Xiao also noticed that there was a white treasure chest right beside the group of people, but because they had not bound to the safe house, they completely ignored the white treasure chest. "Miss, we mean no harm," said 2 men in alliance uniforms approaching Su Xiao. "You have bound to the safe house. Would you be interested in handing it over to the alliance for research? Perhaps it could save all of humanity." Su Xiao rolled her eyes and directly jumped into the cellar, leaving no trace for the 2 men. The man beside her, eating instant noodles, chuckled softly. "Foolish, this thing cannot be controlled. Whoever gets it will not turn it in." However, he clearly saw that the girl just now was the one who saved him in the underground warehouse last night. Originally looking delicate and weak, not even reaching his shoulder, yet when she lifted her slender arm, the hundreds of pounds of shelves were easily raised. Just as he laughed out loud, the 2 men who called themselves the Alliance turned their heads at the sound of laughter, their faces already flushed and uncomfortable, now more irritable, glaring fiercely at the man and kicking over the instant noodles in his hand. "What are you laughing at? Did I allow you to laugh?" The man, seeing the bowl overturned, quickly stood up and grabbed the other man's collar. "I was eating just fine. Why did you kick my noodles? Do you really think you're something special? I'm not a monitored prisoner." The frequent earthquakes were already annoying enough. After finally calming down the chaotic crowd, they managed to quiet down for a while before this happened. The other party's gaze was sinister, sweeping over the people in the temporary relief camp. "The Alliance saved you. If a solution isn't found within a day, everyone will die. No one should gloat over this. Alliance? How many people are left in the Alliance now?" Speaking of this made the man laugh in anger. "Last night we moved supplies overnight, and today we established a temporary relief camp. Tell me what happened to all those supplies in the warehouse last night? Those vehicles, not a single one is left this morning." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked back at the man. Although those who entered the relief camp were considered part of the Alliance. But where are the supplies? Can the Alliance really be trusted? The Alliance is already thinking of ways to rescue everyone. Don't be ungrateful. We are not the only ones affected. There are others. The man said angrily. "We are not the only ones affected, but why are you preventing us from leaving? Who doesn't know that finding a safe house is the only way to survive? You have trapped us here. Can we still find a safe house?" The man shouted, and the crowd reacted. Su Xiao had originally planned to stealthily use the joystick to maneuver the cellar to a different location, but unexpectedly witnessed this scene. She extended a hand and touched the white treasure chest in front of her, directly taking it. The woman beside her widened her eyes, looking at the opening of the cellar. Just as Su Xiao's gaze met hers, she was about to call out. Bang! The cellar door closed suddenly. The woman immediately reached out, but it seemed to merge into the muddy ground, leaving no trace. This was simply unbelievable. How could a survivor with such a mysterious safe house possibly hand it over? Moreover, in such an apocalypse, could the Alliance truly save them? No. Instead of waiting for the Alliance to rescue them, it's better to save themselves. Realizing this, the woman hurried forward to stop the 2 men who were about to fight, separating them, and said, "We need to leave." "Leave? Fine by me." The man sneered. "Don't even think about getting more supplies. And as for the mark, even if the Alliance's rescue team arrives later, you won't be the first to be rescued. The Alliance has issued a statement to settle the affected populace, urging them not to run around and to wait for further rescue." The woman shouted, "We can't stay here. We need to find a safe house. The Alliance can't save us." Su Xiao had just changed locations to pick up another white treasure chest when she heard this. Thinking to herself, this person seems quite aware. In such a situation, who could they trust? Moreover, the more people gathered together, the more danger would arise. Unless there was an absolute powerhouse capable of suppressing others and becoming the sole leader. Clearly the Alliance does not possess this strength at the moment. The previously quiet man's gaze subtly changed. If the Alliance can't save you, then who can? He mocked. Everyone fell silent. The man holding the woman's hand spoke. Those survivors who are bound to safe houses can save us. They have safe houses and possess different powers. I saw it with my own eyes last night. That girl could lift hundreds of kilograms of cargo by herself, so the safe houses are definitely not simple. Heh, mocked someone nearby. Those bound to safe houses have already run off. Do you think anyone would stay here with you useless fools unable to do anything? Not sure if it was due to her high fever, she felt her emotions were a bit unstable. If they won't save us, then the Alliance surely has no ability to save us either. So we must become survivors ourselves. The woman spoke firmly. Yesterday, it was announced that out of 30 million safe houses worldwide, 1929847 have already been bound. We still have a chance, so we absolutely cannot stay here. As soon as the woman's words fell, another earthquake began. The camp that had been organized fell into chaos at once. It seemed everyone realized the truth of the woman's words as people moved resources and grabbed items. Xiao, who was in the cellar taking advantage of the confusion to collect 2 treasure chests, couldn't help but murmur, "Are they only reacting now?" Surprised, Xiao felt that these people must have a reflex arc that circles the earth 3 times, considering that it's already been 24 hours since the disaster occurred. At such a time, one shouldn't pray for any organization to save themselves. No, the Alliance. Xiao's mind flashed back to their conversation last night. Could it be that the Alliance, under the pretext of rescue, gathered everyone in one place to distribute supplies, effectively controlling their freedom of movement and preventing them from seeking safe houses, and then sent their own people to find the safe houses, to keep the safe houses under their control? Once this thought crossed her mind, Xiao felt she might be being a bit too conspiratorial. If the Alliance had known that the apocalypse was coming, how could they not have made preparations? Or were they prepared, but just chose not to inform ordinary people from the start? No requisitioning supplies and emptying the underground warehouses does not seem like being well prepared. Never mind, it's not her place to consider. Xiao stopped overthinking and maneuvered the cellar. With resources refreshing, the first thing to do was naturally to take advantage of this opportunity to find treasure chests. The notification stated that some treasure chests from yesterday had been decommissioned, meaning they would no longer be produced. I guessed it would be a green treasure chest. In Dothworld, plants have rankings, and so far there have been no reports of survivors with green treasure chest rewards, so the chance of the green treasure chest being decommissioned is the highest. Bang! A collision made the cellar unable to move again. Xiao looked at the map, and the opposite side had become a hollow area. At this moment, the originally black underground area on the map suddenly appeared white, empty zones on both sides of Xiao's cellar, indicating that the earthquake was still ongoing, and it was severe, continuously producing underground fissures. The depth of the fissures made it impossible for Xiao's cellar to move freely. Xiao pushed the cellar door, and a prompt appeared. The earthquake outside has reached level 8. Travel is not recommended. As expected. Then going outside is definitely not an option. Xiao turned to look at the map. There were too many hollow areas, and the cellar could no longer move. She was now completely trapped in the city center. If she wanted to go out to continue searching for supplies, she would need to switch to a sports car. A sports car could navigate the narrow hollow areas, but the gas tank only has a range of 50 kilometers, and at high speeds it would run out of fuel in less than an hour. The more she thought about it, the more her head hurt. She was still running a fever and wondered if there would be any other negative effects after this high fever. It would be better not to go out for the time being, and to use the rewards she had on hand to exchange for more resources at the communication center, waiting to see the situation after the safe house upgrade plan was released in the afternoon. After taking out the clay pot, she poured half a bowl of rice, rinsed it, and added just enough water to cover the rice, cooking it slowly over low heat. Meanwhile, she opened the safe communication center, which popped up several messages. In addition to Yu and Turtle Sage, there were also a few survivors she had chatted with privately yesterday. It seemed that after a night and the resource refresh this morning, they had all obtained new treasure chests. While Xiao opened food treasure chests and material treasure chests, she checked the messages from Turtle Sage and Yu. Turtle Sage, so scary. This earthquake has made my turtle stop moving. There are so many quicksand pits appearing in the desert that I dare not go out to look for supplies. Bro, I still have a few white treasure chests here, all for you. Help me open them. Turtle Sage was located in the desert. Once an earthquake occurs and fissures appear, the sand will sink, which is also the principle of quicksand formation. Unless Turtle Sage could walk out of the desert, he could only rely on his turtle's slow speed to move. Xiao replied, "How many white treasure chests?" 27. Turtle Sage replied, 27. Xiao exclaimed, surprised, as this was even more than her white treasure chests. However, Xiao didn't feel envious. No matter how many food treasure chests there were, they still had to be opened for her. With double rewards on food treasure chests, the Dothworld True God had established an unbeatable position. Turtle Sage, the sewing machine blueprint you didn't want yesterday, I traded for a biological speed booster blueprint. which can be installed in a biological safe house to increase movement speed. Now my turtle's speed has reached at least 30 miles per hour. I searched all night and can confirm there are no others in this desert, only me, so I have now secured all the treasure chests in the desert. Xiao had seen people secure fish ponds, commercial centers, and real estate projects, but this was the first time she had seen someone so proud to claim all the treasure chests in the desert. Yet she had to admit that although starting in the desert was indeed unfortunate, it now allowed him to control all the treasure chests there. Fortune and misfortune are interdependent. Xiao replied to Turtle Sage, "My standard opening fee is 25. For every white treasure chest, I take away any 1 unit of food or water. For 27 white treasure chests, I can take 108 units of food and water. Can I take 27 units? That means I will directly place 6 white treasure chests into the warehouse, and I just need to open the rest and send them to Turtle Sage. 27 units of supplies. That sounds rather excessive, doesn't it?" Master Turtle hesitated for a moment. "Brother, I'll share a piece of intelligence with you. Could you lower your fee? I guarantee this information is exceedingly rare." Master Turtle added, "Not that I'm trying to take advantage of you, or implying you're unworthy. You've earned your commission fairly handling the food treasure chests, bonus loot, and processing fees. It's simply that my appetite is enormous and the food I can obtain is severely limited. 1 unit's worth barely sustains me for a single meal, so I wish to stockpile provisions. But you, brother, are different." Without staple food, he was already suffering greatly. A bottle of water and a slice of strawberry cake only marginally met his body's daily caloric requirements. Everything else remained entirely unmet. In other words, these rations kept him alive, but not humanely. If the apocalypse arrived and starvation became daily reality, he would rather die now. Xiao paused for half a moment before speaking. "A chest color has already been discontinued today. Do you fear the others will follow suit? Because I've considered this myself. Abundance today doesn't guarantee abundance tomorrow. If green chests vanish today, white ones could vanish tomorrow. Natural resources have only 6 days remaining before expiration. Whether they'll vanish entirely or merely spoil remains unknown. Should only white food treasure chests remain functional, true apocalypse would finally begin." Master Turtle replied, "Precisely, not necessarily discontinued, but in this apocalyptic game, disasters are merely the prelude. Our resources are paramount. What lies ahead no one can foresee." Xiao countered, 27 chests. Opening them all converts directly into bulky supplies. Why such urgency? Stacking them in storage would be far more efficient. Master Turtle opened his mouth, then closed it again. After a brief pause, he confessed honestly, "You're the sole player possessing the food bonus loot. And as you know, the apocalypse is perilous, so..." "Well then." Xiao instantly understood. He feared she might perish. She suppressed her exasperation. With that warning in mind, she re-examined her own bonus loot. She realized she would never lack food or materials, not as long as these survivors remained her loyal laborers. Her objective therefore remained clear: the purple and blue treasure chests. Her gaze softened toward Master Turtle. "Fine. Tell me, what intelligence do you possess? If it's truly unknown to me, I'll have my fee this time." She had no intention of losing her laborers. Master Turtle's heart leapt with joy. He immediately sent a message whispering mysteriously about safe house upgrades. "You didn't know that, did you? A level 1 safe house display means it's upgradable." "Xiao, I already know." Master Turtle, "No, you're not joking with me, are you?" It wasn't Xiao being smug, it was genuine knowledge. Her upgrade blueprint would materialize in precisely 9 hours. He remained silent for an extended interval. Xiao messaged, "I'm not lying. Offer something else. Something I genuinely don't know." Master Turtle, incredulous, "Have you already secured 3 safe houses? Did you upgrade before me?" Xiao reflected briefly, then replied, "Finding 2 safe houses prompts a notification, find 3, and a surprise awaits." Master Turtle vaguely recalled such a prompt, but its details eluded him. With that avenue exhausted, he resorted to alternative leverage. "Then surely you don't yet know what an upgraded safe house looks like. Granted, you'll discover it eventually, but I propose collaboration. If I locate additional unclaimed safe houses, I'll share them with you immediately to accelerate your upgrade." With his speed booster, he could traverse the entire desert and identify unbound safe house nodes hidden within its sands. Xiao considered it. Agreed. Proceed. Master Turtle, upon upgrading 3 safe houses, activate interlinking teleportation channels, enabling instant transit between them. That's why I rely on my turtle mount only when fuel permits. Beyond the subterranean sand fortress, both Flora and the turtle itself become portable upon exiting a safe house, meaning I may carry my safe house transformed into a miniature toy inside my mobile safe house. Once I reach a desired coordinate, I deploy it, effectively establishing a permanent anchored waypoint. Xiao stared stunned. Truly the ancient adage, "A cunning hare has 3 burrows," had manifested. Master Turtle's proposal was indeed viable, yet unease lingered. After careful deliberation, Xiao asked, "Once reverted to toy form, could another survivor claim my safe house?" Master Turtle froze, stunned for a full 3 minutes. Damn, I hadn't considered that. If someone else seized it, I'd be utterly ruined. Xiao. So the lad hadn't contemplated this at all, and she'd just reminded him. Fine. Consider it an investment in her laborer's intellect. Whether aboard ship or vehicle, Xiao's greatest concern remained the same: a toy-form safe house left outside her presence risked loss. Though 3 burrows might exist in theory, they were equally vulnerable to seizure by rival survivors. If an adversary transported her toy safe house to a hazardous location, lying in wait solely to ambush her and seize it, the danger would be profound. Yet regardless, Master Turtle had delivered vital intelligence. Her upgrade blueprint would soon arrive, perhaps even allowing last-minute revisions. Per their agreement, Xiao retained only 3 white treasure chests as commission. The remainder of the supplies, once extracted, she gifted back to Master Turtle. With 3 safe houses, spatial constraints posed no concern. She then noticed Master Turtle's second message. Brother Post upgrade: the communication hub unlocks an elite player channel, visible exclusively to those who've upgraded their safe houses. Moreover, safe house owner IDs are reassigned sequentially by upgrade order. My new ID is 3. I've already conversed with 2, they're decent. But 1 remains elusive. Since upgraded safe houses are bound exclusively to their owners, even death dissolves the bond. I suspect may first already be deceased. Xiao read it in silence. Why did every potential ally either fear her death or assume she was already dead? She tapped Master Turtle's profile. His status had indeed changed. Master Turtle 03, Elite Safehouse Owner. Tag: Red Treasure Chest. How could tags even be interactive? She clicked the tag, prompting a notification. Your safehouse level is insufficient. Access denied. As the first survivor to secure 3 safehouses, she lacked viewing privileges. Very well. She consoled herself. Bespoke craftsmanship surpasses off-the-shelf goods, and thus patience is warranted. No permission. Xiao vented her anger on the Turtle Hermit, saying, very well, next time, I'll double the service charge for your food treasure chest. The Turtle Hermit replied, what? Brother, is this real or fake? I didn't offend you, what did I say wrong? Xiao didn't respond. Anyway, once the upgrade plan for the safe house comes out, the Turtle Hermit will discover she is the owner of House No. 1. However, it must be said that the Turtle Hermit provided some crucial information. Firstly, the 3 safe houses have already reached the highest level and cannot bind a 4th one. Secondly, the exclusive safe houses cannot be released even if the survivors die. This indicates that the competition for safe houses is a survival strategy for low-level survivors, while the next step in the game is to promote cooperative behavior among high-level players. After finishing the conversation with the Turtle Hermit, Xiao looked for Yu. Yu wanted her to open a few material treasure chests to select exclusive materials, and coincidentally, Xiao also wanted her help to open 2 purple treasure chests. Material treasure chests charge a commission. For every 2 black treasure chests, 1 unit of material is collected. Yu gave her 8 black treasure chests, taking away 8 iron blocks and 4 wooden planks. She then handed over a blueprint for indoor lighting facilities as collateral, and Xiao was instantly intrigued upon seeing the blueprint. Although this was not an essential blueprint, she felt that using a desk lamp in the cellar every day was straining her eyes. Even in the apocalypse, one must take care of their eyesight. If she goes blind, no matter how exceptional her skills are, it would all be over. She sent over the purple treasure chests. The next moment, Yu messaged her, sister, what kind of luck do you have? Whoa, I want the blueprint from your chest so badly. Xiao was puzzled. Yu showed her the blueprint's attributes. Washroom facilities blueprint 2 description includes a vanity mirror, toilet, standing shower head, hot and cold water tank, space consumption 6. This is indeed a space consumption of 6. This was the first time Xiao had seen a blueprint that required 6 points of space. This indicates that the materials are not simple and cannot be gathered quickly. However, it must be said that this is quite good for someone like her who has 3 safe houses without any washing facilities. In her mind, Xiao was already considering where to place this washroom. It must be in the cellar, since the cellar is opaque. Whether it's a sports car or a fishing boat, it gives her the feeling of taking a shower without closing the door. To be honest, Yu deeply felt that this was a test of her conscience. If she were ruthless, she could forcibly claim the blueprint, engaging in strong-arm tactics. Unfortunately, the other party was a survivor with a dual treasure chest egg, making this not a one-time transaction. If she dared to engage in strong-arm tactics, the next time the other party would blacklist her and would no longer help her open treasure chests. An equitable exchange is only a viable option when both parties are on equal footing. Xiao immediately used it after receiving. Washroom facilities requires 40 waterproof sheets, 20 alloys, 10 composite glasses, water, energy, consuming 6 space in the safe house. Xiao, I've never seen any of these materials. It seems these are materials only obtainable from high-level treasure chests. So she replied to Yu, sister, I know you really want it, but I can guarantee that you haven't seen these materials before. Even if you trade for them, it won't help, and I don't want to trick you. If you can find out how to upgrade the treasure chests, perhaps you can obtain the corresponding materials from the high-level treasure chests. To be honest, she had opened a lot of blueprints, but none of them were useful, because she hadn't seen any of the materials. Yu also noticed that aside from the purple treasure chests, all other treasure chests had levels, but she couldn't find a way to upgrade them. So she replied to Xiao, "Sister, could the method to upgrade treasure chests be found in the purple treasure chests?" Xiao replied, "I don't know. The green treasure chests were upgraded by monsters devouring survivors, but the other treasure chests had no monsters. Although the purple treasure chests were opened via information, they did not display a level. From what she gathered from the turtle hermit, using the wrong weapon to open abandoned buildings or tools would only yield a prompt. Your actions seem to have not changed anything. This means that only the apocalyptic monsters guard the apocalyptic plants." Yu said, "Wait, I saw someone in the communication center say that low-level treasure chests can be synthesized into high-level treasure chests." Xiao was taken aback for a moment, but she hadn't seen that in the communication center. Perhaps the information refreshed differently on both sides, considering there are now over 10 million survivors, and those trading resources would only increase. Yu said, "Really, he even showed me a level 2 green treasure chest." Xiao, if she hadn't seen with her own eyes how the apocalyptic monsters devoured survivors to upgrade, she might have believed it. She wanted to remind Yu not to believe it, but it was already too late. Yu said, "I'm so angry. I told him to synthesize a white one for me on the spot, and he said he only had 2 white food treasure chests and needed me to send him one more to make 3 before I gave it to him, and then he blacklisted me. Avoiding disaster, avoiding disaster." Xiao said, "Thankfully, I only lost 1 white food treasure chest." Yu said, "Of course I wouldn't be silly enough to exchange blueprints and material treasure chests. This person is rude, but very handsome." Xiao, "Wait, did he send you a photo? Isn't this the Apocalypse Safe House Communication Center? Can they even send photos? Does this Apocalypse game intend for survivors to engage in online romance to help humanity reproduce and continue human civilization?" Yu 6. "I meant that this person's ID is this person is rude, but very handsome." Xiao, "But it's really strange, many blueprints have been released, yet these materials are clearly not obtainable from level 1 treasure chests. So far it seems even black treasure chests are limited. Aside from the temporary challenges that appeared last night, she hadn't seen a black treasure chest. She discovered that there was information about cheap blueprints circulating in the world. House owner 199-3203, sitting toilet blueprint for 10 days of food resources. House owner 22384950, constant temperature air conditioner blueprint for 15 days of food resources. House owner 91283014, air purifier blueprint for gasoline or batteries. Xiao saw the most outrageous was a fitness facility blueprint. Someone couldn't help but comment, "What useless blueprints are these? It's the apocalypse. Who has the energy to work out? Places we wouldn't normally go. Are they still worried about us being sub-healthy in the apocalypse? Something feels off. These blueprints are far from normal. These facilities are definitely not essentials for the impending apocalypse. However, something unusual often indicates a hidden danger. The current lack of materials to support these blueprints suggests that this setup is indeed very abnormal." Recalling the previously discontinued green treasure chests, it's easy to guess that blueprint treasure chests will also become discontinued. Yet these seemingly useless blueprints. Xiao checked the descriptions of several blueprints she had already used, trying to find a pattern. Suddenly she discovered something amiss. The small greenhouse for plants can be used to grow plants from the apocalypse games. Just an ordinary description, merely plants. The introduction of the mayo seed can be cultivated in the greenhouse with blood. This means that the seemingly ordinary function described in the blueprint will play an unusual role in the apocalypse resources. Thus, these seemingly ordinary gems and air purifiers, which appear to have no utility in the apocalypse, might actually possess some extraordinary effects. She glanced again. Due to insufficient materials for synthesizing blueprints, many survivors were trading such blueprints at a low price for resources. They wanted to exchange these seemingly useless blueprints for items and food resources, with a small portion also using surplus blueprints to trade for materials to create other blueprint tools. Therefore, the most needed resources at the exchange center are food sustainment supplies, materials, and then expansion tools. It seems that after the earthquake, the signs of food shortage have subtly emerged, not to mention game resources. Even natural resources will be in demand. Exchanging natural resources for items is too costly. It's better to trade for those unwanted useless blueprints. Through bargaining, Xiao successfully exchanged her remaining small desk lamp, bed sheets, and gas stove for disposable useless blueprints like gym facilities, water purifiers, air purifiers, and temperature-controlled air conditioners. These facilities created can only be used within her safe house, cannot be traded, and are considered disposable blueprints. On the other hand, the weapon station and sewing machine belong to the processing stations, while the ring titanium battery is a sustainment material blueprint. The items and props made from these can be traded, so no one would exchange them for natural resources. For Su Xiao, being able to exchange her natural resources for these blueprints was already sufficient. At the same time she contacted Yu, I still have 2 purple treasure chests, I'll open them for you. After a while Yu replied, painfully, sister, I have nothing left now. Su Xiao, what? How is that possible? QAQ, I just opened a duplicate gasoline blueprint, and I traded the last 2 blueprints with someone, so I only have 1 gasoline production blueprint left. Now I only have 1 blueprint left which can't be used as a deposit for 2 treasure chests. If you don't trust me, then I can only wait until I find another blueprint treasure chest to open and then exchange with you, because not many people are willing to open the blueprint treasure chests for me. Many people's first reaction is to open the blueprint treasure chests themselves. I've been at the exchange center from yesterday to today, and I've opened quite a few already. Gasoline. Su Xiao paused. Okay, 1 gasoline blueprint can be used as a deposit for 2 purple treasure chests. After opening the blueprints, you can decide whether to exchange the gasoline blueprint for mine. I won't force any trade. Gasoline, that's something she wants. If she could produce gasoline, wouldn't her sports car be able to take off? Yu thought for a moment, alright. Soon Yu opened 2 different types of blueprints: monitor projection facility and complete kitchen stove facility, each 2 sheets. The complete kitchen stove facility consumes 12 spaces. Yu doesn't cook and hasn't considered kitchen stove facilities. The monitor projection facility seems useless at the moment without gasoline to be valuable, so Yu is not interested. Su Xiao reluctantly returned the gasoline blueprint to her, but reminded, if you can make gasoline, you must tell me. Yu replied, okay. The cleaned up cellar space has increased significantly. The sofa bed can finally be unfolded into a complete double bed with blankets and pillows placed on it, a small table, and a stool in front of the bed, giving it a sense of home. When Su Xiao took it, there were a few useless fragrant candles, and after lighting them, the cellar was filled with a pleasant aroma, and the dim light created quite an atmosphere. In the corner is a pile of natural resources, several boxes of water, a gas tank, rice wipe, and an open bag of rice along with various rice condiments, and a bunch of daily necessities like shower gel, facial cleanser, sanitary pads, soap, toothpaste, and more. Not much. Su Xiao kept them here because they were necessary for daily life, though she didn't know if the apocalypse would affect her period, so she stored them. On the other side are the apocalypse resources. There is a storage box specifically for storing dozens of blueprints, besides that there are some scattered materials for minor exchanges. In the warehouse, the treasure box resources are much more abundant. Currently, Su Xiao only has 1 level: red treasure chest, white treasure chest, blue treasure chest, and black treasure chest. There are still only 2 red ones, but 47 white ones, 24 black material treasure chests, and 3 blue treasure chests. Most survivors have learned that treasure chests contain surprises, so they are looking for survivors who have the corresponding surprise to open their treasure chests. The handling fee is quite profitable, a sure-win business, and it also opens up basic customer resources. As long as these survivors are alive and find treasure chests, they will seek her out to open them, so Su Xiao is not in a hurry. Just in time, the rice is also cooked. The rice steamed in the earthen pot is plump and of good quality. Su Xiao poured a little soy sauce into it, then took the nearby condiment jar, adding rice wipe, leaganma, and bamboo shoot stir-fried beef sauce, sliced a sausage with a small knife, and then closed the lid. Slowly simmering on low heat, the cooked rice gradually turned golden brown at the bottom, transforming into a pot of clay pot rice. Although the essence of clay pot rice lies in freshly stir-fried dishes like fried ribs. But given the current conditions, where can one find those things? Just eat what you have. In a few days, there might not even be rice to eat. After eating, it was almost 1 o'clock. Su Xiao noticed that there hadn't been any new fissures appearing on the map for a long time, and wanted to go out to take a look and ventilate the cellar. The cellar needs ventilation, but the rate of increase in oxygen duration is related to how long Su Xiao has been away from the cellar. Last night, she left the cellar for about 15 minutes, and when she returned, she found that the oxygen duration in the cellar had been restored for 6 hours. This means that as long as she leaves the cellar for 1 hour, it can be restored to a maximum of 24 hours. Now, after one night, there are still 9 hours left in the cellar. After finishing her meal and cleaning the dishes, Su Xiao put on her nylon bag, stuffed the toy car into her pocket, and took her level 2 axe to see the situation. At noon, the sky was overcast, as if it were going to rain. The earthquake had already ended. There are too many fissures on the surface. Su Xiao could see a fissure within 10 meters appearing half a meter wide and over 30 meters deep, a space that the cellar cannot cross. And half a meter away from the fissure at the ruins, there was a corner of clothing and a hand, the bloodstains covered in dust. Su Xiao quickly walked over and lifted the broken debris to reveal a small body that had been smashed into pieces beneath the pile of stones. Unexpectedly witnessing such a scene, Su Xiao's heart trembled, nearly causing her to loosen her grip and further harm this small body. However, she was well aware that under the apocalypse, such scenes would neither be the first nor the last. After a brief moment to calm her emotions, Su Xiao calmly pushed aside the stones surrounding the small child, moving the broken body. The moment she touched the broken body, information popped up before her eyes: infection level 10. Su Xiao paused, realizing without a doubt that the child was already dead. There was not a hint of breath in the body, yet the infection level persisted. What does this mean? Moving the corpse aside during the process, she spotted another hand deep within the ruins, severed at the arm and exposing bone. Su Xiao took a deep breath, stepping closer to touch the severed arm. Infection level 10, still at 10. Yes, the increase in infection level this morning was also inexplicably 10. So does this mean both the living and the dead can be infected? Su Xiao had no time to ponder deeply. A glance around revealed a world in ruins. If the hurricane had left behind some remnants, the current earthquake had obliterated the remnants, with hardly any structures over 10 meters tall remaining. In just 32 short hours, the entire blue star had turned into wasteland. The bones beneath the ruins would only increase, and with the infection level attached to the bodies, would the infection continue to rise tomorrow? Su Xiao did not know. It appeared there were no living people nearby, and she had no idea who could survive in such a disaster without a safe house. After a moment's thought, Su Xiao picked up some scattered newspapers from the ground and covered the small child, then opened her nylon bag. Inside the bag were her untouched phone, a power bank, a lighter, a bottle of water, and chocolate to prevent herself from facing accidents. It wasn't much as she had seen the small child and couldn't just leave the child lying there. She hoped to ignite something to send the child off. Who knew that the moment the lighter touched the newspapers and the child's corpse, it seemed to trigger some mechanism, igniting instantly, without temperature, and after the yellow flames burned out, a yellow treasure chest appeared. A new colored treasure chest. Without hesitation, Su Xiao immediately touched the yellow treasure chest and clicked to open it. Antiviral agent description: can clear 20 of the infection level, preventing your virus from deteriorating. It turned out to be an agent. So the agent treasure chest was obtained by burning the bodies of the infected. Immediately, another notification sounded in her ear. Detected that you were the first survivor in the apocalypse to open a yellow treasure chest, triggering a chest bonus. From now on, every yellow treasure chest you find in the apocalypse will yield double rewards. Su Xiao's eyes flickered. This meant that no one had thought of burning the bodies of survivors. No longer hesitating, she originally thought that she wouldn't find any resources, but now this yellow treasure chest was indeed a good thing. Treasure chests also have levels. The one Su Xiao opened was a level 1 yellow treasure chest. No longer hesitating, she began to search through the ruins. With the yellow treasure chest, the corpses felt less daunting. Perhaps because there was a camp nearby during the earthquake and many people, Su Xiao managed to drag out 7 or 8 corpses from the ruins in just an hour. Su Xiao thought of the crisis mentioned in the notification that approached quietly. These deceased survivors, if not cleared out, would they become moving zombies after their infection level reached 100, crawling out of the ruins to attack other survivors? Just like the time challenge on the first night. If so, should she inform other survivors of this? Su Xiao pondered for a moment and then burned the few corpses. 5 yellow treasure chests appeared on the ground. Confused, she thought there were 8 corpses. Why were there only 5 chests? After collecting them, Su Xiao continued searching, confirming the pattern of treasure chests appearing after burning corpses. That is, the integrity of the corpses mattered. Only corpses with heads, arms, and legs would yield agent treasure chests when burned. Due to her excessive strength, Su Xiao accidentally damaged 2 of the corpses while dragging them, and one seemed to have died from the hurricane, missing 1 foot and 1 hand. After understanding the pattern, Su Xiao began to carefully move the remaining rubble nearby, looking for corpses to burn. She was so focused on searching that she did not notice the approaching person not far away. Help! Help me! Hearing the cry for help, she finally reacted and had to put down the corpse she was holding. Sister, please save me. The woman's eyes flickered, noticing Su Xiao's movements, but she quickly feigned fear. Not far away, a man was pursuing closely. Su Xiao swiftly took out her axe and aimed it at the woman, threatening, "Stay away from me." The woman looked at Su Xiao, tears in her eyes, shaking her head. "Sister, that man is too terrifying. Please help me." As she spoke, she attempted to hide behind Su Xiao. Su Xiao quickly moved aside. She was not at ease leaving her back to a stranger, but the distance to her safe house was at least 500 meters away. If she wanted to leave, she could only abandon the runner. But a man with a full beard and veins bulging below his neck had arrived. He sneered as he scrutinized Su Xiao. "This girl is my girlfriend. Don't meddle in my business." Su Xiao silently stepped back, indicating she had no intention of meddling. Please save me. I don't know him. He said he could help me, which is why I entered his safe house." The woman cried out desperately. The man, filled with rage, quickly walked over and grabbed the woman by her hair. "I let you into the safe house. That was saving your life. Do you really think there's such a thing as a free lunch in this world?" The woman showed no hesitation, grasping a stone on the ground and throwing it at the man's head. Her movement was fierce, not at all like that of an ordinary person. This detail made Su Xiao pause for a moment. Bang! But unexpectedly, the man's head made a crisp sound, showing no signs of injury. Su Xiao realized that this man had likely passed the time challenge last night and had chosen a defensive attribute. "You filthy bitch. How dare you strike back?" The man, furious, kicked the woman hard. The woman took the opportunity to roll away, dropping something from her body. It was a badge of the Alliance. Su Xiao's expression darkened. Just as the man was beating the woman, an axe plunged deeply into the back of his skull. The man froze disbelief in his eyes as he slowly collapsed. The woman on the ground covered her waist and abdomen, rolling away from Su Xiao. Seizing the opportunity, Su Xiao withdrew her axe. Strength breaks through all methods. Attack is the best defense. Because of the severe injury to his skull, the man quickly lost his breath and a toy car fell from him. The woman, quick-witted, snatched up the toy car and fled. Su Xiao's voice came softly. If you run again, my axe will land on you, and you won't be able to take the safe house with you, Alliance. The woman paused. Turning around, there was no trace of her earlier fragility. Su Xiao picked up the items she had dropped from the ground. This is the emblem of the Alliance. Your skills and reflexes indicate that you are not an ordinary person, so you are one of them. Speak, what exactly do you intend to do? Not just any member of the Alliance, but different from those in uniforms. She had seen the emblem of the Alliance before. Those in uniforms merely wore plastic emblems affixed to their clothing. The red fireworks burst sharply under the piercing black arrow. However, this one was made of metal, its texture and luster distinctly superior to that of a plastic emblem. What kind of person would possess such an emblem? Or rather, what status did she have within the Alliance? Seeing what Su Xiao held, the woman's heart sank. Give it back to me. She then lunged to attack Su Xiao. But Su Xiao did not dodge. Instead, she sidestepped, threw away the axe, and grasped the woman's arms gently yet firmly. With two crisp cracks, the woman dislocated her shoulders, and the safety shelter she had just picked up fell to the ground. Su Xiao realized what had happened. This woman had obtained the safety shelter, but had not bound it, immediately rushing to pick it up from the ground. The color drained from her face as she trembled, looking at Su Xiao. How could she have forgotten? In this apocalyptic game, players possessed extraordinary powers. The girl before her could easily shatter a man's skull and could naturally block her attacks effortlessly. I'm sorry, Su Xiao quickly retreated. I apologize, I miscalculated my strength. I didn't mean to bully you. It truly wasn't intentional. In the face of absolute power, technique is useless. Even if Archimedes had sufficient technique, he would need a lever of adequate weight to lift the entire blue planet. A mere 10 kilograms would not suffice. The woman bit her lip. You have bound the safety shelter. With such strength, I cannot do anything to you, but that is my possession. You please return it to me. She had so decisively dislocated her own arms. How could she still claim it wasn't intentional? I saved you, don't you have any gratitude? Su Xiao certainly knew it was her possession, her gaze fixed on the Metal Alliance emblem in her hand, the woman's body tense with anxiety. Suddenly, Su Xiao noticed something strange about the emblem. There was a crack under the arrow, as if it could be pried open. Unable to resist, she fiddled with it, only to inadvertently press a button that caused a green light to flash on the arrow. The woman's expression changed in panic. Before she could react, a voice came from the device. Number 1349, do you have any information to report? Su Xiao was stunned. There was actually a signal. A pager. Looking at the woman, she said, isn't the communication base already destroyed? How do you still have a signal with this thing? The other end had heard Su Xiao's voice and fell silent. Clearly, she was not the first member to lose communication equipment during a mission. Number 1349 is calling you, right? Why aren't you responding? Su Xiao looked at the woman. The woman gazed back at her warily. She looked like an ordinary person, yet why did she carry an air of composure when questioning her? If you don't speak, I will kill her. She still holds a safety shelter in her hands. Su Xiao slowly spoke. The other side finally responded. Hello, this is the Doomsday Alliance Center. The device you have belongs to member 1349 of the Eastern District Alliance. Please return the device to her. If you have any conditions, we can negotiate. There may be a delay in communication. We are not intentionally refusing to communicate with you. Su Xiao looked around. The presence of a signal indicated they could be located. They might even be able to access maps. No, the other side could also use the signal to find her location and might already be on their way. She decisively stepped back. Clearly, this device was equally important to the woman. Even with both arms dislocated, she clung tightly to Su Xiao. Su Xiao only negotiated after retreating near the safety shelter. What I ask you won't tell me anyway, and I have no interest in knowing. Your member 1349 encountered danger just now. I saved her, and the safety shelter she holds should have been mine. But I can guess that the Alliance's surface organization for rescue is actually to control ordinary survivors in finding safety shelters, keeping the shelters under their control. Now I am not interested in what you want to do, but I have one request. The woman looked at Su Xiao in surprise. How could she possibly know? Su Xiao glanced at the sky. The ground signal source has been destroyed. Ordinary people's phones have no signal. But this device works, indicating the signal source must be from a satellite. If so, providing me with a signal source capable of importing a map shouldn't be too difficult. The woman was stunned, unsure what she meant by that. Ground signals are transmitted through ground-based stations, and ordinary people use ground signals for fast transmission and high efficiency. However, coverage is limited in remote areas like mountains, but there is no problem in cities. People like Su Xiao who work ordinary jobs in cities generally use ground signals. Thus, after the earthquake destroyed the ground, their phones lost signal. Satellite signals are transmitted through satellites covering a wide area and difficult to destroy, allowing for global coverage. However, due to satellite transmission, there is a delay, and it cannot communicate in real time like ground signal stations. It operates more like the ancient 2G or 3G networks. But accessing maps is not a problem. The other side replied after a delay, "All right, our member will arrive at your location in about half an hour. Please wait." Wait for what? Xiao directly said, "I also want a solar charger. I will place my phone device with your member 1349. You have 4 hours to prepare what I need. I will come to collect it at 6 o'clock, and at that time I will return the safety shelter to you." The woman hadn't reacted yet when Xiao dominantly took back one of her hands. She shoved the power bank and phone into the woman's hands and leaped into the cellar. Peering out of the cellar, Xiao looked at the woman. "This safety shelter is of no use to me. I will return at 6 o'clock to collect what I need. Your teammates will arrive in half an hour. You shouldn't last 4 hours, right?" The woman, "Is this girl underestimating her? I will last," she replied in a stiff tone. Xiao simply gave her an okay gesture and decisively shut the cellar door. After securing her other arm, the woman went up, but could no longer find the entrance to the safety shelter, only able to angrily blame herself. Had she known, she would have bound the safety shelter directly. The safety shelter she had obtained was now taken away by someone. Had her mission failed once again? Xiao emerged after more than an hour, having collected 21 level 1 yellow treasure chests and 1 safe house. A small rubber duck toy floated on the water's surface, its beak transformed into a handle, but unfortunately, she couldn't use it herself. The moment she obtained it, the game reminded her that the limit for safe houses had been reached. Thus, this safe house was of no use to her. Upon discovering that the 1349 Alliance emblem carried a signal, Xiao immediately thought of exchanging with the Alliance for an electronic live map, even if it meant modifying her phone for tracking. Once the signal failed, her phone became as useless as a brick. With a map, she could still search for Yang Haiyi during boring moments. The apocalyptic game had begun with no knowledge of what would happen next or when it would end. Lacking internet, games, food, and goals, one could easily forget the reason for living. Therefore, she could search for Yang Haiyi in the southern island. If Yang Haiyi was alive and doing well, capable of self-preservation, they could keep each other company in their boredom. If Yang Haiyi was not doing well, a weakling suffering in the apocalypse, then she might never find her. As for 1349, she approached that man for his safe house. She fled because she discovered that the man had acquired attributes from the apocalyptic game. Ordinary people could not seize safe houses from him. Although she took the safe house, her failure to bind it immediately indicated that it was not for her own benefit. This was a mission given to her by the Alliance. And members like her were not the only ones trained by the Alliance. Normally, in an apocalypse, one would act for their own survival, so how could the Alliance persuade her to uphold her beliefs? So what exactly did the Alliance want to achieve? With so many questions, Xiao found it hard to comprehend. In any case, she had an extra safe house. If the Alliance wanted it, they would have to agree to her terms. She opened the communication center to check for information. The speed of the scrolling messages on the screen had slowed significantly, indicating that since the earthquake had ceased, everyone had likely gone out to scavenge for supplies. Xiao wanted to publish information about the yellow treasure chests in the communication center, but she had exhausted her daily message quota while exchanging for blueprints that morning, so she could only privately message the survivors in her chat. After 3 minutes, Xiao organized her words and sent a unified message: "Find the dead and complete infected corpses, burn them, and yellow treasure chests will appear, which can yield medicine. P.S. I have a yellow treasure chest egg that can yield double the medicine. Please spread this message to other survivors, as the resource for the medicine treasure chest might also become limited." Firstly, with her own strength, she could not find too many corpses to burn, and the resources for medicine treasure chests were limited. Secondly, she had already obtained the opening egg for the yellow treasure chest, which could yield double the medicine. As long as this message got out, even if these survivors found yellow medicine treasure chests, they would still need her to maximize their benefits. Thirdly, the yellow treasure chests might become limited edition if only intact survivor corpses could be burned to generate yellow treasure chests, and a disaster occurred where everyone couldn't find any corpses, they would lose access to medical resources. Therefore, she needed to utilize the survivors to gather more resources more quickly. Fearing that the information wouldn't spread fast enough, Xiao even began to privately message individuals around the world. The Turtle Immortal replied immediately upon seeing the message: "Brother, you are too kind. Such important news, and you are giving it away for free." Xiao generously replied, "You're welcome. What you have is equivalent to what I have." The Turtle Immortal responded. Why did it feel like he had also become a beast of burden in the apocalypse? Mastering 3 major important egg resources, the other's words were indeed not wrong. The envy and jealousy in his heart could only be transformed into a single phrase: "If you become rich and powerful, do not forget the past." But now I need a lighter. I just saw some corpses of survivors, and there were quite a few. I can go back and handle them. If there are any, I can support you. There were also towns and bunkers in the desert. Unfortunately, after the earthquake, many bunkers collapsed, burying numerous corpses, most of whom suffocated under the sand and were also infected. In light of their previous acquaintance, Su Xiao generously sent a lighter. At this moment, Su Xiao had already received many messages from survivors inquiring about the details. However, she did not respond. Her responsibility was merely to disseminate the information, as someone would surely be willing to try for resources. Before long, Su Xiao saw someone in the world sending a message to exchange food treasure chests for resources to obtain medicine treasure chests. Their mind was quite agile. If it weren't for the fact that Su Xiao had exhausted her message quota, she would have done the same. In the blink of an eye, it was already 3 p.m. As Su Xiao prepared to change locations to find medicine treasure chests, the turtle immortal quickly sent her 78 yellow treasure chests. Brother, I'm counting on you. Su Xiao was surprised to open all of them. Yes, I checked earlier, they contain pills quite small. I swapped for 2 storage boxes that can hold hundreds of pills, so brother, just go ahead and open them. My infection level is a bit high right now, and I need to eat too first. Don't ask, it's simply a fear that Su Xiao might perish. After all, this is the apocalypse. Human hearts are unpredictable. Just a moment ago, right before his eyes, he had seen a wealthy individual on the road. Although communication was somewhat limited, he thought at least he had encountered a living person. In such an apocalypse, seeing a living human was an exhilarating experience. Having a kindred spirit made him feel alive, so he approached enthusiastically, wanting to offer assistance. Who would have thought that the brother would turn around and stab him? If he hadn't cleared the time challenge and boosted his defense, he would have perished right there in the desert. Thus, he couldn't help but retaliate, striking the wealthy individual with a hammer and crushing his skull. As a result, only he remained alive in the desert. After committing murder, his mindset seemed to change. In the past few days, he had not interacted with others and maintained an optimistic outlook, lowering his defenses against everyone. But now he suddenly realized that such a mindset in the apocalypse would only lead to a quicker death. It was better to cooperate with reliable companions, but it was best not to meet face-to-face. After confirming, Su Xiao received the 78 treasure chests sent by the Turtle Immortal, and the moment she accepted them, the chests automatically stacked. Suddenly, a system prompt rang in her ears. Your number of level 1 yellow treasure chests has reached 99, reaching the chest storage limit. It is recommended to have Xiao Mo assist you in synthesizing level 2 treasure chests. Of course, it will be a bit laborious for Xiao Mo. Su Xiao's hand trembled as she prepared to open the chests. She had been searching for methods to upgrade basic treasure chests from yesterday to today, and unexpectedly, it was right here with Xiao Mo. This apocalyptic game truly surprises players. So Su Xiao asked Xiao Mo, could you assist me in synthesizing level 2 yellow treasure chests from level 1 yellow treasure chests? Of course, 3 level 1 yellow treasure chests can be synthesized into 1 level 2 yellow treasure chest. How many would you like to synthesize? Su Xiao initially intended to say to combine everything, but recalling the earlier hint that Xiao Mo might find it a bit strenuous, she pondered and asked, Xiao Mo, will synthesizing the treasure chests consume your energy? How many treasure chests can you synthesize at most with your energy? Xiao Mo replied, I am the caretaker of the safe house, and my energy regenerates at midnight. My daily base energy value is 100, and each synthesis of a treasure chest consumes 30 points of energy. However, I cannot synthesize weapons, blueprints, items, or life-related special treasure chests. Weapons are represented by red treasure chests, blueprints by purple treasure chests, and items by blue treasure chests, while life-related items are green treasure chests. These belong to the special limited treasure chests. The remaining white, yellow, and black treasure chests are basic treasure chests and can all be synthesized through Xiao Mo. How can I replenish your energy? Su Xiao thought for a moment and inquired. Xiao Mo explained, feeding me any apocalypse resources that the host no longer needs will restore energy, but the degree of recovery will depend on the quality of the resources provided. The higher the level of the resources fed, the more complex the products and the greater the energy recovery. Su Xiao was astonished. However, after careful consideration, she found nothing wrong with it. This method of energy recovery was simply fantastic. It was like recycling waste resources. So do you know what's inside a level 2 yellow treasure chest? Su Xiao asked again. Xiao Mo replied, I don't know. What is the highest level that basic treasure chests can synthesize? Level 5. Su Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. To upgrade to a level 2 treasure chest requires 3 level 1 chests, while a level 3 treasure chest requires 9 level 1 chests, and so forth, needing 81 level 1 treasure chests to reach level 5. That's not too many. If the treasure chests found each day are sufficient, it means a storage limit of 99 treasure chests, allowing for the synthesis of 1 level 5 treasure chest. She assumed that upgrades would likely require whole numbers. If it were to reach level 10, nearly 2 treasure chests would be needed, which was terrifying. Most importantly, there was also the issue of Xiao Mo's daily synthesis limit. Su Xiao took out paper and pen to calculate. Who would have thought that even in the apocalypse, she would still have to do math problems? Synthesis of a level 2 treasure chest only consumes 1 synthesis attempt, While synthesizing a level 3 treasure chest requires 4 attempts, synthesizing a level 4 requires 13 attempts, and synthesizing a level 5 treasure chest requires exactly 40 attempts, which is 1,200 points of energy and 81 level 1 treasure chests. However, that all seemed far away. For now, it appeared that basic treasure chests would not go extinct, which put her at ease. Xiao, please help me synthesize one level 2 treasure chest of each color first. Fortunately, Xiao had long decided to hoard treasure chests rather than waste space on supplies. Currently, the food treasure chests, medicine treasure chests, and material treasure chests in her possession were enough to synthesize one level 2 chest. Alright. After Xiao finished speaking, 3 level 2 treasure chests appeared before Xiao. After synthesizing, Xiao said, I consumed 90 points of energy, and I have 10 points left. Okay, thank you, Xiao. You're welcome. Xiao's voice lifted slightly, seemingly with a sense of accomplishment. Xiao's favorability increased to force Xiao opened each chest in turn. The level 2 black treasure chest upon touching displayed a prompt. Basic materials 99, intermediate materials 1, advanced materials 0. 1. Upon opening, she found 2 wooden planks, 2 pieces of cloth, and 1 meteorite ingot. The quantity from the treasure chest egg doubled. The meteorite ingot is an important material for synthesizing a propeller thrust device, which is already sufficient. Now she just needed a shaft power support and a wire board to make batteries. Level 2 white treasure chest. Snacks and drinks 99, fresh meat and vegetables 1, apocalypse seasoning 0. 1. Oat milk 3, cola 2, caramel pudding 2, strawberry tart 2, beef 1. Beef. Xiao held a piece of fresh beef, turning it over and over to look. It was fresh, the marbling still subtly pulsating, blood oozing out almost as if it had just been cut from the cow. Beef description produced by the Apocalypse game, always fresh, oh my fresh meat. Xiao wished she could hug the beef and rub it against her face to savor it, but it was too fresh with blood still present. That wouldn't do. She hurriedly found a plate to put it on. The last one opened was a level 2 yellow medicine treasure chest. Basic medicine 99, intermediate medicine 1, advanced medicine 0. 1. Preventive medicine 2, detox medicine 1, hemostatic medicine 1, healing medicine 1. Xiao was astonished. How could there be so many medicines from a yellow treasure chest? Preventive medicine reduces the risk of infection, detox medicine clears poison, and hemostatic medicine treats bleeding injuries. But the healing medicine was impressive. Healing medicine description can heal all non-lethal injury states. This is at least an intermediate medicine, but if intermediate medicines are already this impressive, she couldn't imagine what advanced medicines would be like. She patted her face and calmed down. She was the true goddess of the apocalypse, possessing 3 major egg resources, and now discovering such an incredible mechanism. How anyone who survives in the apocalypse, without living for 1,000 or 800 years, should raise a flag in mourning. Moreover, Xiao calculated. Originally, the level 2 treasure chests synthesized from 3 treasure chests would yield items that not only had a chance to produce advanced materials, but also had a basic unit count around 5, signifying an increase in basic quantity. Synthesizing advanced treasure chests was always profitable. The only trouble was that it required Xiao to expend energy. After pondering for a moment, Xiao checked her stockpiled supplies. Currently, she had enough basic materials, and the medicine treasure chests were the most abundant. The detox medicine wasn't needed at the moment. Even if it was required later, she could still open more, ensuring profit without loss. So she decided to see how much energy would be increased through feeding. Xiao, I want to feed you. After Xiao finished speaking, a blue plate appeared before her. If she wasn't mistaken, this plate, it looked very much like the ones used at home to feed kittens and puppies. She placed a detox medicine on it. Xiao's energy recovered 1 point. A Xiao indicated that it wouldn't get sick and didn't need to eat medicine, only 1 point recovered from basic materials. Xiao looked at it and placed another caramel pudding inside. Xiao's energy recovered 1 point. Xiao indicated that it wouldn't get hungry and didn't need to eat human food. Xiao's favorability increased to 5. The body is honest despite the mouth saying otherwise. The prompt said it wouldn't get hungry and didn't need to eat, yet favorability increased. After thinking for a moment, she placed a wooden plank on it. Xiao's energy recovered 1 point. Xiao indicated that it wouldn't engage in construction, and even if given this, it wouldn't establish a new safe house. No increase in favorability. Basic materials only contributed 1 point of energy. Unknowingly, Xiao had spent almost an hour just studying Xiao and the treasure chests. Master Rashi cautiously sent a message. Brother, are you still there? Where are you? He even suspected that as soon as he delivered the treasure chests, the other party had gone out and met their end. Never before had she waited so anxiously as she did now. Xiao returned to her senses. Sorry, I'll send it to you right away. 78 treasure chests according to the same extraction rate as the material treasure chests would yield 1 unit of medicine for every 2 treasure chests. Thus, she would evenly send over 117 units of medicine, keeping 20 level 1 yellow treasure chests for herself. The turtle immortal exclaimed, You scared me. I almost thought you He couldn't finish his sentence, but Su Xiao already knew what he meant. This foolish child would rather believe he might be dead than suspect that she could have deceived him about the yellow treasure chest. With a mindset of long-term cooperation, though their friendship was limited, there was still some bond. Su Xiao gently reminded. Actually, you could stockpile some treasure chests and open them later when you lack resources. I'm not that easy to perish. It seemed that a reminder would trigger only when the number of a certain type of basic treasure chest reached 99. Moreover, this information was currently known only to Su Xiao, as no one else had the capability to hoard so many treasure chests. Therefore, she had to exchange this information for something valuable. Unfortunately, the turtle immortal did not grasp the deeper meaning, saying, "In the apocalypse, the world is unpredictable. Perhaps zombies will emerge tomorrow truly." Su Xiao replied, "Aren't you afraid that the treasure chests can be combined into higher level ones and opened so quickly?" The turtle immortal exclaimed, "While you make a valid point. I completely forgot." Su Xiao shook her head. She needed to wait until tomorrow to post this message in the chat center, allowing others to come to her, while also preventing her message from being resold, maximizing her interests. The longer she delayed, the quicker the resources would be updated and the more treasure chests everyone had, increasing the probability of them obtaining this information. Currently, she could use the intermediate medicinal supplies at hand to exchange for items like gasoline or circuit boards. Only the level 1 blue treasure chest remained without an upgrade method, and she was unsure what it would yield upon upgrading. Just as she intended to search in the communication center, a notification sounded in her ear. "Your safe house upgrade plan has been finalized. Based on the intention form you submitted, we have modified the plan for you." Although she had submitted an intention form earlier, Su Xiao was very clear that foundational settings would not change. As a game programmer, she understood this well. Just like players complaining about certain professions having low damage output and difficulty in employment, programmers would not change the game mechanics to allow healers to deal damage. The same applied to the safe house. The characteristics of a basement included high concealment and mobility, while the drawback was that it couldn't be carried around. Animal safe houses would transform into animals that follow the survivors after leaving, while car and fishing boat safe houses would turn into toys that could be taken, but moving them would consume a large amount of resources or be uncontrollable. Even the first advanced player to upgrade a safe house could not change these inherent characteristics. Now the exit of her safe house had become a dimension handle visible only to herself, ensuring the safety of her exit and avoiding dangerous situations, a privilege not shared by other survivors. One must learn to be content. Seeing that it was almost 6 o'clock, Su Xiao checked the coordinates to move the basement to the previous location and that of 1349. To her surprise, an empty lot that was once a ruin now had a helicopter parked along with several armed personnel, and the emblem on the helicopter clearly bore the Alliance's insignia. "She is over there." Number 1349, who had been patiently waiting, immediately spotted Su Xiao. With a bang, Su Xiao unceremoniously shut the basement door. The middle-aged man on the helicopter frowned, asking, "What is going on, number 1349? The woman lowered her head in thought for a moment. "Perhaps it's because she is very cautious and fears we might harm her. Most players with a safe house were like this. They would rather survive alone in the apocalypse than risk contact with others." However, recalling how decisively the other had closed her safe house moments ago was quite amusing. It was reminiscent of a hamster foraging for food who quickly scurries back into its hole upon spotting a cat. Quite humorous. The woman thought for a moment and turned, saying, "Commander, you all should take cover first. I will complete the task." "All right." The middle-aged man glanced at the woman, closed the cabin door, and the helicopter quickly took off. Su Xiao returned to the safe house, indeed fearing that if the gap opened too wide they would shoot her. But after seeing the helicopter, she realized that the Alliance was not useless in the apocalypse. They seemed to have made more preparations. After contemplating for a few minutes, Su Xiao moved the basement about 50 meters away before opening the door again. This time, only number 1349 remained outside. She quickly spotted Su Xiao and immediately said, "It's just me, I won't harm you. You put the items down and I will take them." After number 1349 placed the equipment on the ground, she quickly retreated, distancing herself from the equipment with her hands open to indicate she was unarmed. This device can directly connect to satellites, providing the clearest real-time road condition maps and navigation. As long as the satellites are operational, the maps will not expire, and the charger is equipped with solar panels charging as long as the light intensity reaches 500 lux. As she spoke, a cold sensation hit Su Xiao's face. She touched it. It was rain, a light rain. Seeing Su Xiao take the device, number 1349 seized the opportunity to explain to her, "I have not harmed any innocent people, nor have I fought for the safe houses of other survivors. That person is a traitor of the Alliance." Su Xiao calmly gazed at her. Seeing that she had no intention of discarding her safe house, number 1349 spoke sincerely. "We really need a safe house. You already possess one, so it is not essential for you, is it? However, in our hands, it could save many more lives. If you have other requests, feel free to express them, and we will do our best to accommodate." The little yellow duck was being played with in Su Xiao's hands. If the Alliance had known earlier that they could save more people, why didn't they prepare in advance? 1349 instinctively explained, the Alliance had already made ample preparations. It's just that this game has discrepancies in information compared to the previous game. Previous game. Xiao seized the key information. She had not heard of any previous game. Having lived for over 20 years, she had studied, diligently excelled in her studies, and researched various materials, yet she had never heard of a global apocalyptic game prior to this. In fact, it could be said that no one knew about it. 1349 immediately fell silent. If you don't speak, it seems you don't want the safe house anymore. Xiao was preparing to take back the little yellow duck. I will speak. 1349 hurriedly said, the last game was 100 years ago back, then the apocalyptic game was an internal testing, not global, but regional. 100 years ago, the sunken Sakura Island should be something you've heard of. At this point, there was no need to hide any longer. Xiao paused. This is a part of modern foreign history. 100 years ago, the long-dormant volcano on Sakura Island suddenly erupted, leading to drastic weather changes, summer snow, earthquakes, tsunamis, typhoons, and various disasters. In just 7 days before the United Nations could decide whether to accept the 200 million inhabitants of Sakura Island and which country would take them, the island suddenly sank, a nation obliterated faster than the time it took for the Fourth World War to begin and end. The final scientific explanation given was that regional climate anomalies caused by seawater pollution altered the geological structure of the floating islands submerged in the ocean, resulting in such an event. Although this explanation was not widely accepted, no one could find any other proof. The sunken Sakura Island became one of the world's mysteries, its mystique rivaling that of the disappearing Maya civilization, the lost Atlantis Empire, and the buried Pompeii. The population that escaped from Sakura Island at that time was less than 1 million. Through the acceptance of various countries, their descendants had long since changed their nationalities. 7 years ago, the last person from Sakura Island passed away. He lived to be 113 years old, and he was 13 when the island sank. His parents were important military officers from Sakura Island, and on the day disaster struck, they dispatched an emergency helicopter to send him to relatives abroad. Before his death, he narrated a documentary titled, The Last Person from Sakura Island. However, due to memory loss, many details were incomplete. Nonetheless, his words were recorded for future reference. The agreement announced by the Apocalypse Alliance was also established in the second year after Sakura Island sank. The alliance was formed to unify the world, and when an apocalypse occurs, to activate a joint response plan centered around the Apocalypse Alliance to deal with apocalyptic disasters. At that time, only those on Sakura Island heard the sounds of the game's internal testing, which lasted for 7 days. They tried every means to convey the message to other countries. But since it was a regional internal test, countries in other regions did not hear the so-called game notification, and before they could rescue Sakura Island, it had already sunk. Xiao pondered. On the first day when the hurricane struck, the notification indeed mentioned that the apocalyptic game would go global. A game must go through internal testing before its launch, with the number of tests varying depending on the game. And after each internal test, the game would indeed undergo changes. However, this is not the reason you want the safe house. 1349 took a deep breath. According to internal testing information, on the 7th day, unbound safe houses will become public safe houses worldwide, with fixed locations and open access. A public safe house can accommodate at least 100 people. In other words, with 30 million safe houses, even if 20 million are bound, the remaining 10 million unbound houses will become public safe houses, increasing the number of survivors that can be accommodated from 10 million to 1 billion. The reason the Alliance controls survivors is to prevent more safe houses from being bound by survivors. Just as Xiao thought, a normal person under such circumstances would do everything possible to privatize the safe house to survive. Even among those cultivated by the Alliance, there would be traitors, let alone ordinary people. I see. However, Xiao's safe house has already upgraded to level 2. Even if she died, the safe house would not become unbound. She looked at the woman and asked, and you? Are you being cultivated by the Alliance? You have the safe house in your hands, and you are not greedy. The woman lowered her gaze. With 10 billion people and 30 million safe houses, the survival probability for each person is 0.003, but most people will belong to the other 99.997. According to the data, after the apocalyptic game goes global, no one knows when it will end. Perhaps by the last day, humanity will be completely destroyed. After saying this, the woman looked at Xiao. For the past 100 years, countries have been trying every means to build underground cities, space stations, and even arcs to store supplies, energy, and quality fertilized eggs. If humanity faces extinction, they will become the continuation of humanity. However, this time the apocalyptic game has changed too much. Measures that were previously thought to withstand all disasters may not be effective now. Therefore, my current task is to give ordinary people a glimmer of hope to hold on until the day the apocalyptic game ends. Xiao understood. This was the reason the Alliance did not bind the safe house immediately after finding it. She squeezed the little yellow duck. This safe house is useless to me now as survivors can upgrade after binding 3 safe houses, and after upgrading it becomes an exclusive safe house. If the survivor dies, the safe house will also disappear. Xiao looked at the woman. Sure enough, the woman's expression changed drastically. She didn't expect such a mechanism. So I can give it to you, but I have a request. I have a pair of adoptive parents in Kyoto named Yang Haiyi and Yang Haiyi. They have a successful business in Kyoto worth tens of millions, but I cannot guarantee they are still alive. Just like you said, they belong to that 997. Since the Alliance's purpose is for more people to survive, help me find them. If they are still alive, let them contact me. After confirming they are alive, you can make one more request of me, and if it's reasonable, I will do my best to fulfill it. Saying this, Xiao raised the device in her hand. With this thing, you must have a way to contact me. The Alliance has helicopters and must have other backup methods, so sending them to find Uncle Jiang and Aunt Jiang is the best option. Then I will go find Jiang Qiqi. As long as 1349 is telling the truth, the information I provided does not contradict the Alliance, and it is also life-saving information for survivors. After all, the Alliance cannot confirm whether the survivors' safe houses have already been upgraded. After watching Xiao return to the cellar, 1349 tightened the Alliance emblem in his hand. Commander, we just received a piece of news that is quite unfavorable to us. Binding 3 safe houses simultaneously will upgrade to an exclusive safe house, and it will disappear as survivors die. This will continuously compress the number of public safe houses. Having achieved her goal, Xiao returned to the cellar. She was well aware that the device in her hand could be tracked, but she had a means to address it, and it was just the right opportunity to test the upgraded teleportation feature of her safe house. The 3 safe houses could teleport back and forth, but only if all 3 were outside. Currently, the cellar was trapped in the center of the ground and could not be moved easily. The only things she could move were the fishing boat and the vehicles. After manipulating the cellar's position, Xiao left the cellar. With a thought directed towards the Ferrari, a transparent red handle appeared before her. Xiao's eyes lit up. The Ferrari did not appear, which meant that the safe house was also hidden from the eyes of other survivors who would think that this upgrade was quite useless, yet it truly resolved the issue of preventing loss. After all, the best way to prevent thieves from coveting something is to have nothing for them to covet. Since other survivors could not see the safe house here, they naturally would not linger. With the capacity of 30 storage units merged, Xiao opened the door and got into the vehicle. Sure enough, a semi-transparent dark green handle appeared on the wall of the rear compartment. Twisting the handle, Xiao found herself back in the cellar. Turning around, she picked up 5 barrels of gasoline, twisted the same handle, and returned to the Ferrari to use it directly. With a travel distance of 50 kilometers, it was enough for her to reach the riverside. Racing through the rain-soaked city center, she traveled in a straight line, picking up 2 blue chests along the way. However, the rain was falling steadily, and the vehicle automatically activated the wipers to clear the rainwater, ensuring clear visibility. She spotted several survivors wearing raincoats and a new Alliance rescue point, but Xiao simply swept past and stopped by the riverside, consuming 6 units of her travel. 6 kilometers. Xiao Mo, where is safe house no. 1 located? Xiao Mo replied, the location of safe house no. 1 is 6. For kilometers straight to the left rear of the owner. It was stated very clearly, as Xiao had indeed traveled straight to the riverside. Leaving the Ferrari, Xiao walked to the riverside. With a thought, a transparent blue dimensional handle appeared on the riverbank. Gently twisting it, Xiao entered the fishing boat. The river water swayed and there was wind, but it was not strong enough to reach even level 2. The fishing boat could be set to navigate automatically, but it could only move with the wind. After activating it, the fishing boat gently swayed to the surface of the river, drifting like a small leaf. Inside the boat, 2 handle portals appeared. The transparent red was for the Ferrari and the transparent dark green was for the cellar. She turned back to the cellar. Now all 3 of her safe houses had been placed outside, allowing her to teleport internally to 3 different locations, truly a cunning rabbit with 3 burrows. Fiddling with her newly acquired communication device, she tinkered with it for a while and finally opened it, revealing a clear satellite map. However, the map's transmission was delayed and moved slowly. There was a zoom function on the side. It was a white segment, and after a while Xiao realized this was satellite monitoring. Not only did it provide her with map positioning, but it also showed her satellite surveillance. What a significant development. Currently, Blue Star's clearest satellite spatial resolution reached 0.1 meters, allowing for the clear distinction of objects on the ground sized at 0.1 m x 0.1 m. However, satellite monitoring could not provide real-time video due to severe delays. It could only take photos for later enlargement. Xiao took a satellite photo and waited a full 10 minutes for it to develop. The photo was quite foggy due to cloud cover appearing white and hazy, but upon zooming in, she could barely see the ruins. Xiao deleted the photo and turned off the device. Satellite photos could only serve as a reference in clear weather. It was currently raining outside, making visibility poor. Carrying the device onto the fishing boat, this thing provided maps and positioning. If she placed it on the fishing boat, they would not be able to find her location. On the fishing boat, Xiao clearly noticed that the sky had darkened further. The rain was getting heavier, splashing into the river and creating ripples. Xiao discovered that the fishing boat was quite cold and drafty, which seemed to be a characteristic of the boat. Because the Ferrari and the cellar were both enclosed spaces, they could maintain warmth, but the fishing boat was open on all sides and the temperature was several degrees lower than in the cellar, around 16 degrees. So how did the fish manage to sleep inside the fishing boat? Did they not fear catching a cold? And given this weather, it was not worth thinking about, as she had initially planned to continue searching for corpses to burn and open yellow chests, but the lighter was ineffective in this weather. Xiao could only return to the cellar to exchange supplies, and she was a bit hungry. Today there was a portion of fresh beef. She had cooking oil, salt, and MSG, so she decided to stir-fry some minced beef to mix with rice. Mainly because the beef was fresh, she felt that if she didn't eat it, it would spoil. First she used a clay pot to steam the rice, then Xiao took out a kitchen knife and quickly chopped the fresh beef into mince, marinating it with an appropriate amount of cooking wine, salt, MSG, and starch. The rice still needed about 10 more minutes to cook, and by then the beef would also be marinated. Suddenly one of the lights in the cellar went out. To maintain brightness, Xiao had placed 3 table lamps in the cellar. All the remaining stored items were batteries. So soon it broke. What a quality! Xiao went over to tap it, and sure enough, it was indeed broken. If she had tools, she could unscrew it to see what was wrong, but at that moment she thought these items wouldn't last long anyway, and didn't think to repair them. With one lamp missing, the light in the cellar instantly dropped by a third. Xiao had to squint her eyes to cook. This isn't good. It seemed she needed to think of a way to get batteries quickly. Whether for lighting or the electric propeller, batteries were crucial, but where would she get the circuit board? Xiao opened the communication center, and as soon as it opened, messages began popping up one after another, making her feel as if she were a gaming customer service representative who hadn't logged in for a day. Most of them were requests for her to open treasure chests. Xiao directly ignored them. She hadn't checked the communication center since upgrading the safe house, and now there was an additional option on the panel: Advanced Player Communication Center. Originally, all the owners had white names. But now at the very top, there were actually a few red names, including Turtle Sage, with the label indicating advanced players. Xiao now had viewing privileges for Turtle Sage's tag. Label: Red Treasure Chest. Description: officially certified red treasure chest egg owner of the Apocalypse game. So that's what the label meant. She should be the owner of 3 treasure chest eggs. Besides Turtle Sage, there was also Yu among the owners with red names. Turtle Sage said, "I never expected that you would be the owner of Safe House No. 1. So you already knew about the conditions for upgrading the safe house and pretended not to know that I was lacking food in order to lower my opening fees. Good adoptive father. I will remember this kindness. I will definitely share any news with you first." After thinking for 3 seconds, Xiao realized. Turtle Sage thought he was the first to upgrade his safe house, and therefore already knew the information post-upgrade. He pretended to be unaware to reduce his opening fees and provide him with more food resources. What a beautiful imagination. Calmly replying to Turtle Sage, she said, "All right, it's a deal." After sending the message, Xiao noticed that someone was looking for her on the Advanced Player Communication Center panel. The Advanced Player Communication Center shows a count of 6 individuals present. Compared to the ordinary Player Communication Center, it resembles a group chat. The ordinary Communication Center's panel scrolls quickly, making it difficult to filter out useful information, and records exceeding 100 messages become invisible. In the Advanced Player Communication Center, one can survivor, and a special reminder will appear afterward. 14S 3 treasure chest survivors. With such good luck, I am a blue treasure chest survivor. If needed, feel free to private message me. It appears they are acting aloof, seemingly wanting to open boxes themselves, yet refraining from messaging. Scrolling down, there are 2 others, one named 80 years old and still impressive, and the other named Mysterious. However, neither of these 2 has a treasure chest, probably realizing their cards are not on par with the others, so they speak very little. Fortunately, the Advanced Player Communication Center does not limit the number of messages exchanged. Xiao thought for a moment and sent a message. Item: Healing Potion. Is there a need for this? I can prioritize trading with you. The healing potion can treat non-fatal injuries. This statement carries deep meaning, referring not only to post-apocalyptic attributes, but also to ailments from before the apocalypse. Survivors include not just the elderly, but also children, robust adults, and frail patients. Therefore, when this attribute emerged, Xiao felt its significance. The Turtle Sage quickly replied, "What is this? I have over 70 yellow treasure chests, yet have never opened one." Xiao from a level 2 yellow treasure chest. The next moment, those few people started to speak. 14, did you find a way to upgrade yellow treasure chests? 80 years old, what luck, can you teach me? Mysterious. Fishy directly messaged her in the background, sister. Did you find a way to upgrade treasure chests? Tell me. I can trade resources with you. Didn't you really like that lighting facility blueprint before? How about trading this with you? I opened another one this afternoon. Su Xiao thought for a moment and replied that might not be enough. She definitely wanted to trade with them first, since the survivors must have the most resources in the hands of advanced players, especially Fishy and Fortinine. Because the fees for item treasure chests and blueprint treasure chests are resources, it means they might also accept treasure chests as fees directly. Over time, they would eventually accumulate to a quantity of 99. Although there are only 6 people in the Advanced Communication Center, it has exploded with activity. Outside it is raining, and they have not gone out to gather resources to avoid getting sick since there are no healing potions in the level 1 yellow treasure chests. Now that Su Xiao has produced a healing potion, it indicates there is no need for such concerns. After some thought, Su Xiao sent a message in the communication center. To be precise, I know how to upgrade the 3 basic treasure chests, yellow, white, and black. Their upgrading methods are the same. If you want to know trade equivalent information with me. This sentence was another bombshell. Without revealing something genuine, who would be willing to tell them anything? It was at this moment that Mysterious privately messaged Su Xiao. Mysterious, I don't want upgrading information as I lack enough resources to trade with you, but I do need that medicine to heal non-fatal injuries. Can it treat asthma? Yes, I don't know, I haven't used it. After a while, Mysterious said, you know how to upgrade treasure chests. You can produce this medicine. State your condition. Ooh, I have several blueprints. I only have white treasure chests. The yellow ones are gone, and I haven't opened a healing potion. I have asthma, my medicine has run out, and I could have an attack at any moment. I want to try if the healing potion can cure it. Su Xiao thought for a moment and asked, do you have 10 white treasure chests? It would definitely be a loss. However, she also wanted to know if it could treat asthma. Mysterious, I have just enough. I will give them all to you. I can still go out to find more resources. Su Xiao, alright, give me 10 white treasure chests, and after taking the medicine, let me know if it can treat asthma. The trade was quickly concluded. The other party said, I took the medicine, there are no signs of an attack, and I feel much better, but I can't be certain. They'll let you know immediately if there are any signs of an attack. Su Xiao, okay. She set the white treasure chests aside. Just then the rice in the clay pot was done. She switched to a frying pan, heated oil, and stir-fried the marinated minced beef, adding seasonings, drizzling some sesame oil and pepper oil, and frying it into fragrant minced beef. After cooking, she poured it into the clay pot and stirred with a spoon. After tasting a spoonful, she suddenly remembered something and said, Little Mo, time to feed you. Little Mo's blue bowl appeared. Su Xiao said, Little Mo, this is your rice bowl. Oh, I will feed you from now on. Mixing a third of the fragrant minced beef with rice, she set it aside. Little Mo's rice bowl disappeared. Little Mo's energy restored by 2 points. Little Mo finds human food tastes quite good, it enjoys it. Little Mo's favorability increased to 8. Beef can be considered a rare resource. It only restored 2 points of energy. Unless she opens the highest level resources, it may not compensate for the energy value, so this is undoubtedly a loss-making synthesis. Currently, Little Mo's energy has been restored to 15 points, still needing 15 points to reach 30 points, allowing for another synthesis of a treasure chest. What if she opens something this time? Su Xiao fed the most food resources she had to Little Mo, reaching a total of 30 points of energy, allowing Little Mo to synthesize a level 2 food treasure chest again. Little Mo's energy value returns to 0. A Little Mo closes. Cannot open Little Mo again today. Energy will restore after midnight. Su Xiao. Oh no, I forgot. It turns out the hint said that Little Mo could also get tired refers to Little Mo's energy value cannot return to 0. She originally intended to save energy, which is why she got stuck at the last 30 points, letting Little Mo synthesize one last time before dawn. But her actions bear no difference from a cruel boss who exploits employees like cattle. With countless regrets, it was of no use, as she could no longer summon Little Mo today. Once Little Mo is closed, the rice bowl is gone, and the pot cannot be cleaned. Su Xiao pondered for a moment. Although the favorability did not drop, she felt guilty. Let's open a level 2 ingredient treasure chest and see what can be opened. Tomorrow, I'll make something delicious for Little Mo. In the blink of an eye, Su Xiao touched the newly synthesized level 2 white treasure chest. Pearl milk, tea 1, fresh orange juice 4, chocolate bar 2, crispy corn snack 2, potato chips 1. Even with double resources from the treasure chest, feeding Little Mo only amounts to 20 points of energy. Su Xiao wished she could slap herself. Gambling addict, gambling until losing everything. Suddenly, a violent thunderclap pierced through the basement, crashing into Su Xiao's mind, striking her soul, making her toes curl tightly. The cellar had always been quiet, devoid of any sounds from the outside world. What is happening now? Su Xiao noticed that it was already 8 o'clock. Since the first day, there had always been notifications at 8 p.m., 12 a.m., and 8 a.m., except for specific progress situations. But today there was none. She immediately said, Xiao Mo, open the communication center. After speaking, Su Xiao realized something was off. The situation was not so simple. With Xiao Mo shut down, the communication center of the safe house would also not open, so she couldn't hear any notifications. She couldn't even be sure if the soundproofing of the safe house was compromised because Xiao Mo lacked energy, allowing her to hear the thunder. Fortunately, the teleportation portal was still functional. Su Xiao teleported to the fishing boat, which had drifted far down the river. The sky, now completely dark. Splash. Accompanied by the thunder, bright lightning struck the river surface, and she could even see faint blue electricity shimmering on the water. The sense of oppression from the apocalypse was even stronger than the day the hurricane arrived. With winds reaching level 6, the boat swayed precariously. Cold winds rushed in, penetrating Su Xiao's heart. Goosebumps prickled her arms as she began to doubt whether the loss of energy from Xiao would cause the safe house to lose its protective effects. However, this worry was unnecessary. The safe house was indeed absolutely safe. Xiao was an excellent steward, and as long as she had energy, Xiao would save the survivors from many troubles, even if those survivors did not realize the troubles existed. Having learned from past mistakes, she couldn't be without Xiao for even a moment. She would be more careful next time. The wind blew, and in the pitch-black night, with only the sound of rain, Su Xiao was momentarily stunned. She must not have seen it wrong. Was there a treasure chest on the river? In the darkness, the floating treasure chest on the river was particularly alluring, as if enticing survivors to retrieve it. Su Xiao looked around. Aside from her own invisible safe house, the other survivors were not hidden, yet she didn't see any other boats approaching nearby. Fortunately, the electronic map had not malfunctioned, allowing her to maneuver the boat with the wind. Su Xiao turned off the autopilot and took manual control. The fishing boat drifted toward the chest at a speed of 10 meters per second. Splash! Another enormous thunderclap echoed. Lightning struck the river, spreading everywhere. As Su Xiao stepped out onto the deck from the cabin, another thunder roared above her head, and rain poured down on her instantly, soaking her clothes. Just as Su Xiao bent down, she heard a rumble overhead. Not good. She quickly scrambled back into the cabin. Splash! A blinding bolt of lightning struck the deck precisely where she had just been standing. Su Xiao's heart raced as if drums were beating. That was close. She had almost been struck by lightning. The reason she realized there was danger was that she had been instantly soaked by the rain while standing on the deck, making her suddenly aware that the deck of the fishing boat was not within the protective range. Otherwise, she wouldn't have faced any danger, including the rain. Thus, only the areas of the fishing boat with coverings provided safety. Moreover, given that the base space of the information fishing boat was only 4, considering the deck, it was certainly more than 4, further confirming her suspicions. She just didn't expect the safe house to have such traps. Moreover, the lightning came so suddenly it felt almost as if it was aimed at her. The strangest thing was that there was a layer of faint blue flowing light on the white treasure chest, which she hadn't noticed the night before. Splash! Another bolt of lightning struck. This time Su Xiao saw clearly. After the lightning struck the river, it spread along the swollen waters and ultimately gathered at the treasure chest, indicating it was obviously conductive. Now the treasure chest seemed like a trap. Would she be struck dead if she attempted to pick it up? Su Xiao was on high alert. It was just a white treasure chest, and she did not lack for one. Even a 1 in a million chance was not worth the risk. The previous gamble had caused Xiao to shut down, and she couldn't afford to be reckless now. Just as she was about to return to the cellar to dry her wet hair and change clothes, she heard a beep, 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 electronic sound in her ear, almost mistaking it for a notification. Beep, beep, beep. Su Xiao looked towards the sound source and realized it was the satellite receiving device. She quickly walked over to retrieve the device and clicked the receive button. On the other end, there was a noisy sound of a helicopter whirring, and a strange man's voice appeared. Hello, this is the Alliance Rescue Center. May I ask how to address you? According to the agreement between the Alliance and you, we have located Mr. Jiang and Mrs. Jiang. They had escaped into the cellar, which is now blocked, but there are still signs of life. They have sustained minor injuries and are currently in a coma. There were also sounds of thunder on the other end. So fast, and they were still in the process of rescuing them, her mind automatically conjuring images of them rescuing in the rain. Su Xiao pondered for a moment and asked, Are you on land? Does lightning specifically target you? Though it was impolite, she wanted to know. The other party was taken aback by Su Xiao's strange question and was silent for a while before replying. It is indeed thunderstorm weather now, but we are taking precautions and continuing the rescue. Aside from Mr. Jiang and Mrs. Jiang, there are other victims as well. But an important mission has been issued on top requiring us to contact you first after locating Mr. Jiang and Mrs. Jiang. This meant that on land, lightning did not specifically target innocent survivors. However, that lightning had indeed seemed to be aimed at her. It was unclear whether the danger of being struck by lightning during a thunderstorm was only directed at survivors bound to the safe house. While she was pondering, a peculiar leaf-shaped boat appeared in front of Su Xiao's fishing boat, its curled treetops just covering her from the rain. It resembled a leafy safe house, and she couldn't see the people inside. Observing quietly, she saw a survivor wearing a raincoat and a mask tightly wrapped up stepping out. The person leaned over the boat, trying to touch the treasure chest, and just as their hand made contact with the chest, a blinding bolt of lightning struck down. Splash! Su Xiao instinctively closed her eyes. When she opened them again, the red raincoat had been burned, and the figure was smoking, falling into the river like a dead fish floating face up, their face charred, and their hair burned clean, still indistinguishable as male or female with a leaf-shaped toy on them. A red dot appeared on the electronic map of the fishing boat, indicating the presence of an unbound safe house ahead. Xiao. This damn apocalyptic game is full of traps every day, and each time is different. It's truly despicable. She grabbed the communication device and said, "Thank you, you've worked hard. Please take good care of them for me and contact number 1349, telling her to meet me at the usual place at 10 a.m. tomorrow." After receiving a reply of "Understood," Xiao ended the communication. It had only been 2 hours from 6 to 8 o'clock. Rather than saying the alliance was quick, it was more accurate to say they had been organizing professional rescue teams in Kyoto, which allowed them to find them so quickly. Just as Xiao was preparing to return to the cellar, a chill suddenly enveloped her, penetrating her body and causing her to shiver. So cold. She touched her forehead and felt as if she was running a fever again. Why did the slight fever that started in the morning return again at night? Is it due to an increase in the severity of the infection? But it shouldn't be. According to the regular pattern, the infection should show an increase in symptoms around 8 a.m. or not now. Just as Xiao finished thinking, she sneezed, her nose began to run, and her throat hurt. This infection seemed different. It resembled a cold. But these symptoms appeared too quickly. Even when Xiao caught a cold from being drenched in the rain, it would take 4 to 12 hours for symptoms to gradually show. Fever occurs when the number of viruses reaches a certain level, triggering the immune system after being detected by white blood cells. But she had only been wet for a few minutes. There is only one possibility. Since the Doomsday game launched, the speed of ailments in the human body has accelerated. Once someone falls ill, symptoms will appear rapidly, much like a weakness buff in a game. Moreover, the healing potion is targeted. Only by taking the medicine can one resolve the issue. Realizing this possibility, Xiao prepared to go back, but she remembered there was something she hadn't done. When she came out again, she held a long pair of bamboo chopsticks. Carefully, she extended the chopsticks out of the fishing boat. Good they weren't struck by lightning. It seems as long as she doesn't leave, she won't be hit. She quickly retracted the chopsticks after grabbing a leaf-shaped toy from a corpse. She obtained one safety house toy, bringing it back to the cellar. Before leaving, she didn't forget to set the fishing boat to auto-navigation. She checked the location with the positioning device. The southern island was to the south of here. It was possible to travel by water, but the distance was still far. Taking advantage of the current wind, she let the fishing boat drift on the water for a while. After 12 o'clock, when Xiao regained energy, she could exchange information and find a way to create batteries and electric propellers to reach the southern island. Back in the cellar, Xiao sneezed again. The continuously rising body temperature was indeed dangerous. She hurriedly took the medicine. The moment she finished taking the medicine, the feeling of weakness disappeared. At this moment, the temperature in the cellar was 17 degrees. Xiao dried her body, changed her clothes, and wrapped herself in a blanket to feel a bit warmer, tossing her clothes into the laundry basket. Without Xiao, the cellar was no longer quiet. The crackling sound of thunder and rain made the dim cellar feel even more oppressive. Without turning on the communication center, Xiao had nothing to do. As a creature of emotion, she easily felt down when idle. Of course, Fan hadn't gotten up yet, so Xiao got up and pushed open the transmission door to the Ferrari. It was only 8:30. Xiao would regain energy by noon. There were still over 40 kilometers to go in the Ferrari. She could observe the land conditions during the thunderstorm, pressing the gas pedal to start at 120 km/h without worrying about being stopped by the police. Passing by the Alliance's rescue camp, she heard the cries of children and voices talking. Wait a minute. Xiao suddenly slammed on the brakes. Did she accidentally trigger a bug? Firstly, the supercar's safety house could ignore buildings while moving on land, directly traversing through three-dimensional structures. After customizing and upgrading, her safety house became invisible, and she could only enter or exit by opening the dimensional handle with her own thoughts. This means that regardless of whether she stepped on the brakes to stop the survivors outside, could not see her or the sports car. Coincidentally, because Xiao was off, she could still hear the sounds outside, even while inside the safety house. Thus, after getting close to the Alliance's rescue camp, she could not only hear the thunder, but also the discussions of these people. What was the difference between this and invisible spying? No, she was not a pervert spying invisibly. She was simply rationally utilizing her means to gather information. Xiao decided to park and observe the situation at the rescue camp. The rescue camp consisted of several small tents and temporary structures made from lightweight materials. She could still hear the booming thunder and rainwater continuously seeped in, but everyone didn't care much at this time. Having a place to shelter from the rain was good enough. After observing, Xiao slowly released the clutch and entered the rescue camp at a very slow speed. It was a very peculiar feeling. She could clearly see these people, yet not be discovered by them. Face to face, she could see the pores on their faces clearly, yet she passed directly through their bodies. She didn't know if other mobile safety houses were also like this, or if it was only the supercar's characteristics that combined with Xiao being off that caused this. But thinking about it, she felt it shouldn't be possible. Because before, the supercar would become visible when driving below 50 km/h. It was resolved after she suggested the anti-loss feature during the upgrade, which granted this invisibility characteristic. She overheard a woman anxiously asking a man next to her, "Is what that voice said true? We just need to hold on for 5 more days, and the unbound safety houses will become public shelters." Xiao pressed the brake. "If you don't believe it, what can you do?" The Alliance said they would send supplies to the rescue center during this time to help everyone hold on until the official update of the version. After the man finished speaking, he looked at the sky. But who knows what will happen in these 5 days? He coughed afterward. It seemed he was also suffering from a cold. But it was certain that at 8 o'clock the Doomsday game had released a notice. Xiao had just exhausted Xiao Mo's energy at that time, so she didn't hear it. By inadvertently discovering the function of the invisible supercar without the Doomsday intelligent butler, she considered herself lucky. Passing through the rescue camp, she saw 2 men urinating behind it. Xiao felt as if she had been pricked with needles. Passing through 2 bodies gave her a sense of uncleanliness, as if they had urinated on her car. Washing the car was a must. Just as she was about to press the gas pedal, she heard the conversation between the 2 men. The Alliance said that the surrendered safety houses are to increase the number of shelters for survivors. According to the system announcement, an unbound safety house can be upgraded to a public shelter accommodating 1,000 people after the version update. If there are 10 million unbound safety houses, doesn't that mean we can all survive? A public shelter for 10 million could accommodate 10 billion people. Xiao quickly pressed the brake and continued eavesdropping. The person beside him scoffed, "What are you thinking, dude? Are you out of your mind? Everyone can survive. Do you know how many safety houses have already been bound?" "I don't know." The questioner shook his head. The game had not announced it today. Then that's that. How could the survivors with bound safety houses give them up? The speaker patted the man's shoulder. Moreover, if a public shelter accommodates 1,000 people, given the current situation, the Doomsday game has just begun. Oh, it's not just 1 day. How much supplies would a safety house need to feed 1,000 mouths for a day? This was the most important point. Even if there were enough shelters to accommodate more people, it did not mean that all those people could survive. 7 days later marked the true beginning of the apocalypse. Currently, Blue Star could no longer restore industrial productivity. The lack of supplies would become the biggest problem. They might not necessarily die from disasters. Instead, it was more likely they would perish at the hands of their own kind. Xiao furrowed her brow. Although the man had not bound himself to a safe house, the repeated notifications from the Doomsday game system made him aware of its peculiarity. Understanding that not finding and binding a safe house in time had already cost him the initiative. "So we won't survive even if we enter the shelter?" "That's not the worst part. A brother of mine revealed some information. He said you can only see special supplies in the Doomsday game if you bind a safe house. Inside you can find food tools and all sorts of bizarre items. Just look at the instant noodles we're eating now. Oh, after 5 days they won't be edible." "Not edible? Why? I see the shelf life has 12 months left. Who knows?" "My brother said that after binding the safe house, these food supplies have a time limit. After 5 days, they will either disappear or expire, turning into something abnormal. We need to find a way, or..." The speaker lowered his voice and leaned in to whisper. The man was to his left. Xiao also got up and moved to the right. If someone could see it, they would find the atmosphere strange. "Go kill and rob the safe houses of other survivors." "That's not so easy. Safe houses can appear and disappear at any time, and those survivors are clever enough to flee at the sight of others. Some safe houses cannot be moved. Survivors must come out to search for supplies." There's also news that the Alliance has taken in many safe houses. I've heard they have gathered all the collected safe houses in one place for unified transport. If the other party did not continue, they are members who rely on the Alliance. Betraying the Alliance also requires the right timing. Some are mending while others are constantly causing destruction. What 1349 said might not be false, but achieving the Alliance's goals isn't so easy. However, she needs to be more vigilant against such people. Xiao has seized the initiative and possesses the best resources. Survivors in dire situations may envy her as a high-level player who controls resources. Thus, she must remain highly alert and keep her distance from such individuals. Stepping on the gas, she did not linger, but she didn't see many people or a treasure chest either. After all, resources refresh at 8 a.m. And they are long gone in crowded places. She spotted a rescue team, but the rain was too heavy, and ultimately she gave up on the rescue. The supercar still had 27 kilometers to go, and continuing would waste resources, so Xiao hit the brakes and stopped. The thunderstorm rumbled on each clap, penetrating the eardrums, and after a while it became somewhat numb. Wrapped in a blanket, Xiao did not return to the cellar, but silently waited in the car. Until noon arrived. Ding ding ding. Your intelligent butler Xiao Mo has fully charged, and is starting up. Startup complete. Xiao Mo. Hello, I am Xiao Mo, your Doomsday intelligent butler. I have been shut down for 4 hours and 1 minute, during which the owner missed 2 official notifications from the Doomsday game. Next, I will report them to you. First notification at 8:00 p.m. The Doomsday game announced that there are not many safe houses left. After 5 days, the version of the Doomsday game will be updated and unbound safe houses will become shelters for 1,000 people. Second notification at midnight, the Doomsday game announced a new day. The situation will continue to worsen. All survivors should keep trying. Currently, there are still 9128345 unbound safe houses. End of report. Unexpectedly, as soon as Xiao Mo started, it reported such a long string to her. Xiao felt somewhat touched. Xiao Mo, who had a good favorability, was no longer just the electronic intelligent butler she knew. Most importantly, if she decided to distance herself from the crowd, she would have to rely on Xiao Mo in the future. Xiao Mo, I'm sorry, Xiao spoke. Xiao Mo hesitated for 3 seconds and asked in confusion, why apologize? The owner has not caused any harm to Xiao Mo. I didn't consider your feelings exhausting your energy and forcing you to shut down. Xiao said sincerely, so what do you want to eat? I'll feed you. Xiao Mo explained, it's okay, although I was shut down, I am very happy. For Xiao Mo, shutting down is like humans taking a break from work. Xiao Mo's favorability increased to 9, so that's how it is. Tired, but not unhappy. Then do you need me to set a timer for breaks? No wonder it consumed energy, but the favorability didn't decrease. Xiao Mo, sorry, Xiao Mo cannot request breaks on its own. If the owner does not need Xiao Mo, they can issue a command to shut Xiao Mo down or wake it up. Forcing a shutdown is like playing with a phone until it runs out of battery before charging. More like a boss squeezing an employee to work until they collapse before letting them go. But Xiao Mo saying it cannot request breaks on its own. Whose requirement is that? Could it be that Xiao Mo is also a worker in the Doomsday game? That seems too miserable. Then he'll shut you down when I go out to look for supplies so you can rest. With empathy established, Xiao spoke sincerely. Just after she finished, she heard a prompt in her ear. Xiao Mo's favorability with the owner reached 10, unlocking the proactive intelligent prompt function. Xiao was stunned. Xiao Mo, owner, your communication center has accumulated over 999 messages that you can check. If you find the messages cumbersome, you can issue a command to let Xiao Mo help filter the information for reminders. Increasing Xiao Mo's favorability has this advantage. Previously, she didn't know who had sent messages to her communication center. Because before, Xiao Mo needed her to issue commands to respond, but now that the favorability reached 10, it became Xiao Mo taking the initiative. Xiao Mo opened the communication center. The communication center panel popped up. The 999 messages gave off a sense of a customer service representative about to respond to negative feedback. The white names were ordinary survivors, all asking her to help open treasure chests, while the red names of high-level players were automatically prioritized for viewing. Fish has a tomorrow, sister. Help. I'm soaking wet and have a fever. Ew, I feel like my white blood cells are going wild inside me, and my temperature is skyrocketing, about to trigger a cytokine storm. Do you still have that healing potion? For the upgraded treasure chest function, besides the lighting blueprint, I'll also trade you my gasoline production blueprint. 14. For the item treasure chest synthesizing device, I'll exchange your basic material treasure chest upgrade information. The device can be used to upgrade blue treasure chests. Turtle Hermit. Bro, I have a level 2 weapon platform upgrade blueprint. Want to trade for your level 2 basic treasure chest upgrade information? I can also tell you something huge. Xiao. She had missed out on what had happened in these 4 hours of fortune that was handed to her. Originally, Xiao wasn't planning to ask too much for this information, because it was something that would be known sooner or later. Being too greedy could lose her friends. This is also why Xiao didn't ask exorbitant prices for the healing potion. Xiao immediately replied, sorry, there was an unexpected issue earlier, I didn't see the message. Can we still change it now? Could it be that you went out tonight to look for supplies, but it's thundering and pouring rain and it's cold outside? The lightning in the desert can literally fry a person. I was worried when you didn't reply, thinking you might have died. This instinctive concern arose as he traveled alone in the desert during this apocalypse. Although they had never met, he truly hoped nothing would happen to his good brother, who helped him through the most vulnerable times. Even though he knew the apocalypse had arrived, it seemed meaningless to be the only one left in this world, even if he was alive. Xiao said, it's fine, just give me the blueprint, and he'll trade with you. She calculated inwardly. Of course, she needed the upgrade blueprint for the level 2 weapon platform. Although no so-called apocalypse monsters had appeared, yet it was better to have higher level weapons. Who knew what would happen once the novice period was over? After upgrading the weapon platform, she could upgrade to level 3 weapons and unlock new functions. Currently, she had a level 2 weapon and 2 level 1 weapons. There were only 2 red chests. To upgrade to a level 3 weapon, 3 level 2 weapons were required. Even if she gave both red chests to the Turtle Immortal, she would still be short one. She had planned to accumulate more red chests before giving them to the Turtle Immortal, but the number of red chests she found was even less than the purple ones. She suspected that the categories of chests were related to the regional distribution, but this was merely a guess, as no one could confirm how many chests would refresh each day. Most of the red chests in the exchange center had probably gone to the Turtle Immortal. After thinking for a moment, she added to the Turtle Immortal, I can send you a free message, but I need you to help me collect weapon chests. I can trade food supplies with you for weapons. Upon seeing this, the turtle immortal thought, a good brother needs weapons. Why didn't you say so earlier? We are family, there's no need to be polite. After all, he needed to ask him for help in crafting weapons. After typing out the 3 words, no problem, she saw the reply. When the single chests in the warehouse reach a storage quantity of 99, it will trigger a reminder to inform survivors that they can ask the intelligent butler Xiao Mo in the safe house to help combine the chests. The intelligent butler Xiao Mo has a daily energy of 100 and each combination consumes 30. Energy can be increased by feeding supplies. When energy reaches 0, a Xiao Mo will automatically shut down due to insufficient energy, and during the shutdown state, the exchange center cannot be accessed for trading supplies, nor can system prompts be heard until energy is restored and reboots at dawn. Oh my god! The turtle immortal curled up in his blanket suddenly sat up, realizing the implications of their previous conversation. It was very likely that he obtained dozens of yellow chests from the suffocated corpses he burned in an entire sand castle, fearing that the other party might die, so he wanted to stockpile more double resources in the safe house. He impulsively sent the chests to the other party for help, letting the other party's medicine chests stack up to 99, thus discovering this mechanism, prompting the other party to subtly remind him to accumulate chests. He instantly wanted to slap himself. He lost 10 billion. Xiao received the blueprint and was about to use it when Fortinine replied, trade now. Xiao hurriedly said, sure, I can offer you a free message, but you need to tell me how this thing came about. The item chest combination device. The upgrade method of the last color chest. Fortinine directly gave the blue chest to Xiao, adding, it came from opening a blue item chest. Suddenly realizing, this truly was a case of the chicken laying eggs and the egg producing a chicken. Except for 49, who had the blue chest egg, who else could have the luck to exchange for more? Only Fortinine might possess multiple item combination devices, and all the item combination devices might be in Fortinine's hands. The terrifying aspect of having the chest egg was not just the double resources, but the behind-the-scenes operations. For example, if someone asked Xiao to open a food chest, she would typically leave the chest behind and use the open water and snacks to exchange for the chest. After finding a way to upgrade the chest, she would upgrade it to obtain fresh ingredients. Thus, the holder of the chest could not ascertain what exactly she had opened from the chest. Fortinine was no exception. Survivors handed blue chests to 49, assuming that whatever came from the blue chests would definitely be double items. As a survivor controlling the double blue chest egg, Fortinine likely kept both combination devices for personal use after opening them and exchanged other double items with survivors. The other party would have no way to verify whether the items Fortinine opened were indeed from their own chests. Everything depended on what the other party said. The so-called chest egg, if described positively, is double resources; if negatively, it is capitalist exploitation of laborers. Thus, even if high-level chests lack eggs, they cannot be given to others. Only low-level chests can safely be traded in quantity. And Fortinine was able to hold on to such an important tool until just now, when trading information for other chests indicating that this tool had been in Fortinine's possession for a long time. The other party would not easily allow other survivors to obtain crafting resources, making him a rather cunning survivor. After receiving the item combination device, Xiao calmly used it. The item combination device, like the weapon platform, was embedded in the cellar wall with a groove to hold 3 level 1 item chests. Once closed and reopened, it would combine into a level 2 item chest. Then she used the level 2 weapon platform upgrade blueprint. The level 2 weapon platform upgrade blueprint could only be used as an auxiliary on the level 1 weapon platform. After use, a prompt popped up. The level 1 weapon platform has been upgraded to level 2, unlocking the functions decompose and combine chests. Decompose can decompose weapons into basic materials. Combine chests can directly combine weapon chests, currently able to combine up to level 3 weapon chests. The weapon platform can now combine chests. However, Xiao did not have many weapon chests. After thinking for a moment, she went to find the turtle immortal to trade for one with the condition of informing him that the level 2 weapon platform could combine high-level chests. The turtle immortal now had 10 level 1 red chests left. Red chests were already scarce. Most survivors who previously asked him to open chests paid with food supplies, and even the extra weapons he had were used to exchange for item blueprints and such, so he hadn't kept many. However, now it was the early morning of the 3rd day, with fewer building puzzles, the plant puzzles being out of print, and with rainy weather, the demand for weapons seemed to have lessened, allowing him to accumulate these chests. After hearing Xiao's words, he immediately sent the chests over to her. Combined with the two they could exactly combine one level 2 and one level 3 weapon chest. The level 2 weapon chest displayed, weapon 99. 9 Universal Transformation Stone 0. 1 inch. The level 3 weapon chest displayed, weapon 90, Universal Transformation Stone 9. 99, Main God's Toy 0. 1 inch. Xiao. What is the Main God's Toy? Suddenly feeling possessive, she really wanted to own this chest and see what was inside. After stretching out his hand, Xiao still held back. Gamblers despise such probabilistic treasure chests. He still needed to rely on Master Turtle to collect weapons, and it was not yet time to block this path. Hurry and deliver the level 3 weapon box. What you can't see won't hurt you. As for the remaining level 2 weapon treasure chests, Xiao pondered for a moment. Since synthesizing weapons does not consume energy, it's certain that higher level items are better, so he decided to keep them unopened for now. Fish still hadn't replied. Xiao began selecting lucky individuals among the ordinary survivors on the chat panel to help open supplies. He opened the first one in order. Owner 192-3748. Are you there, boss? I have 2 food treasure chests here. Can you help me open them? I heard that 2 chests can yield 4 units of food supplies, and the boss only takes 1 unit. Owner 192-3748. Is the boss not here? Owner 192-3748. It's raining at this time. You can't go outside to find supplies. Don't you want to open my 2 treasure chests? Owner 192-3748. The boss isn't saying a word. That's too aloof. Does the boss not keep his word? Xiao. People are different, especially in terms of their minds. He directly blocked and sequentially opened the second one. The other party surprisingly sent over 7 yellow treasure chests from their previous cooperation. Boss, can you exchange some medicine supplies? I went out in the rain last night and came back with a fever. The fever medicine I took didn't work. I've opened several treasure chests, but none had fever medicine. I want to see if the boss can open some. These are the last medicine treasure chests I have. The message was from 15 minutes ago. He wondered if the person was still there. So is this cold only solvable with healing potions? Xiao immediately had Xiao Mo synthesize a level 2 medicine treasure chest, but it didn't yield a healing potion. The second level 2 medicine treasure chest also didn't produce a healing potion. Not willing to give up, he had Xiao Mo synthesize a third one. Finally, the third level 2 treasure chest produced 2 units of healing potions, which doubled to 4. What's the difference between this and a gacha system in a pay-to-win game? Fortunately, he wasn't too unlucky. 3 treasure chests consumed 90 energy, yielding for healing potions. The remaining 26 units were all ordinary potions, which could only recover 26 energy when fed to Xiao Mo. Quite a loss. Xiao sent one over. This was both unconditional trust and a choice of desperation, and she was genuinely happy to receive 4. With a prize in hand, she found it easy to earn supplies. However, compared to the last survivor, this one made her feel much more pleasant. Without comparisons, there's no harm. After sending the supplies, Xiao felt something was off. Surely he wouldn't need a healing potion every time he got caught in the rain and caught a cold. That would be too wasteful. This item is a mid-level potion that can cure all non-pathogenic injuries and ailments. It's a lifesaver in critical moments. How could it be used for just a mere cold? Could there be something to prevent such illnesses caused by weather changes? Xiao suddenly recalled something. Master Turtle had previously opened 2 sewing machine blueprints which she hadn't exchanged, but hadn't seen any protective clothing being mentioned in the world either. She asked Master Turtle, "Did you use the sewing machine blueprints from before? Have you made anything?" "No, the thing didn't give any prompts, and using it consumed 1 space in my safe house. I still haven't found any blueprints related to clothing." Xiao, why would the basic processing table still need blueprints? What do you need then? Are you saying I should make it myself with fabric? But I don't know how. Xiao, maybe if you place the fabric on it, it will move by itself. I placed the fabric on it, but it didn't do anything. Nothing happened. Something fell off. Xiao, what about the other blueprint? Give it to me. She felt that this adoptive son might be a bit foolish. Master Turtle, curious about how to use this useless machine, sent over the unexchangeable blueprint. Low-level sewing machine can create basic protective gear. The description was quite ordinary. Xiao used it directly. With 8 iron blocks and 6 wooden boards, she could create a basic processing table, just as she had some scrap and about 10 material treasure chests. She placed it in the cellar after crafting it. The sewing machine had a vintage design with an attached table and 2 inseparable parts. Yet there were indeed no prompts. On the wooden table, there was a square iron piece positioned right under the machine, presumably for placing materials. There was a pedal below, but stepping on it made no sound. Xiao had played many games, and this felt a bit like a room escape game such as the RM. Players need to find props and observe the scene to place props in a reasonable position to operate. This sewing machine now gave her that kind of operation feel without prompts. Xiao first placed a piece of fabric, stepped on the sewing machine pedal, and turned the wheel on the sewing machine. The sewing machine didn't budge. Xiao then added a second piece, then a third, until she had 10 pieces stacked up nearly as high as the sewing machine itself, yet the machine remained still. It wasn't that there weren't enough pieces of fabric, it must be a material issue. Xiao focused her attention on the materials. A level 1 armor shouldn't require materials from a level 2 treasure chest. There were only 4 types of level 1 basic materials: wooden boards, iron blocks, plastic, and fabric. Perhaps it needed a combination of materials. Master Turtle waited for a while and couldn't help but ask, "Brother, have you figured it out?" This sewing machine felt like a piece of junk. He regretted using it. But the fact proved that there are no worthless blueprints, only worthless players. Su Xiao placed one piece of plastic and one piece of fabric together. After stacking them, she gently stepped on the pedal, and the sewing machine began to move on its own. In less than 3 seconds, the plastic and fabric disappeared, and a piece of protective gear with a description appeared beneath the sewing machine. Disposable raincoat description: after wearing it, you won't be affected by negative ailments from getting caught in the rain. She sent this item to Master Turtle, making it clear that using tools requires thought. Master Turtle: no. Why can't I make it? Does the machine rely on looks? Su Xiao: one piece of plastic, one piece of fabric. It's a material ratio issue. You need at least 2 different materials. The machine may not care about looks, but it definitely requires some brains. Master Turtle: no. How can plastic and fabric be made into clothes together? Clothes are worn, a plastic is hard. This game has no rules at all. Su Xiao was too lazy to explain further. Having already used iron blocks and wooden boards to create the sewing machine, the fabric and plastic had the same material suffix in their names, so she prioritized considering the potential for combinations between them. Moreover, in reality, plastic can also be used to make clothing. After being crushed, cleaned, and melted, plastic can be transformed into recycled polyester fiber, which is commonly used as fabric. Ignoring Master Turtle's impotent rage, Fish finally sent a message: Sister, I'm awake. It's terrifying. Oh, I feel like I've been drained dry. Su Xiao immediately replied, something happened. After sending the message, she realized her wording was off and added, are you okay? Yu replied, I'm alive, but I'm feeling really weak. This cold came on so quickly. In less than 2 hours, I have a fever and a runny nose. I don't have a thermometer, but I feel like my temperature was almost 42 degrees just now. I was wondering if my white blood cells are about to trigger a cytokine storm in my body. A cytokine storm is a manifestation of the immune system going haywire. When the temperature reaches 42 degrees, it triggers a response aimed at killing all viral cells, but it also indiscriminately kills normal cells. Thus, after experiencing a cytokine storm, the virus is indeed eradicated, but healthy cells are also lost, leaving the person exhausted. However, it seems you will be okay for now. In other words, this sudden illness won't be life-threatening, and one can endure it without medication. Su Xiao pondered and asked, are there any other side effects? Yu got up to check for a while and reported that aside from feeling a bit heavier, there didn't seem to be much difference. No, this is bad. It's over. 3 minutes later, Su Xiao received a conclusive message. Yu said, my buff is gone. She continued, on the first night, there was a time challenge with zombies. I fought one, and a swarm came, At that time, I chose agility, and after drinking, I felt as light as a swallow, running as if I were flying. But now my body feels particularly heavy. Before I felt as light as ash, but now I can genuinely feel that even a small jump could cause an earthquake. Thus, after the illness appeared, the effect of the apocalyptic potion was nullified due to not taking any medicine. If repeated illnesses occur without medication, could it lead to an even more severe weakness buff? No, she had worked hard to obtain that buff. Being fast has allowed her to escape danger multiple times and save her life. She immediately messaged Su Xiao, sister, do you have any medicine? Let me try it to see if it can help me recover. Also, I want the method for synthesizing treasure chests. After saying that, she sent Su Xiao the previously discussed blueprints for lighting facilities and gasoline. Su Xiao had medicine on hand and was about to send it over, but after some thought, she said, it'll tell you how to synthesize the treasure chest, you do it yourself. After receiving the message, Yu was much calmer than Master Rashi. After all, she hadn't missed out on 10 billion. Using energy, she combined 3 medicine boxes, and upon seeing the probabilities, she quickly realized that high-level treasure chests contain rare medicines with a probabilistic chance of being obtained. If it's a basic treasure chest, there's no need to worry. However, for high-level treasure chests, the items obtained probabilistically can be dismissed by the other party, simply stating they don't exist. Moreover, there's no way to verify this. Opening blueprints requires providing 2 identical blueprints as proof, and once used blueprints are unlikely to yield duplicates. No wonder only blueprint treasure chests don't need upgrading. She opened one and found nothing. Feeling a bit disheartened, she pressed on. Yu rubbed her hands together and continued to open the second one. Still nothing. She started to doubt, but steeled her courage to open the third one. Still nothing. Deep breath, stay calm. She messaged Su Xiao, are you sure it's a level 2 yellow treasure chest? I've opened 3 and got nothing. If she had known, it would have been better to let her sister open it. Su Xiao replied, actually, it might depend on luck. I also didn't get anything from 2 consecutive attempts, but on the third I got 2, and the treasure chest surprise changed to 4. A level 2 treasure chest contains 5 basic unit items, and each unit has its own probability, so it is possible for multiple items to appear at once. A level 1 treasure chest is just 1 basic unit. A food treasure chest counts as 1 portion of water, 1 portion of food as 1 unit. Yu said, if I had known, I might as well have let you open it. If you hit the jackpot, at least you'd get double the supplies. It's hard to buy back what one wishes they had known beforehand. Su Xiao replied, probability-based supplies are hard to win, and they can ruin friendships. I'm thinking of our long-term cooperative friendship. If one opens and gets good results, it's fine, but if nothing comes out, it could lead to hard feelings, and only someone truly generous would remain willing without complaints. Synthesizing this treasure chest consumes the energy of the intelligent assistant, and Xiao won't easily exchange rare supplies afterward. The healing potions she has are sufficient for her use. Tomorrow she will continue to synthesize high-level treasure chests, and once she gathers 3 level 2 treasure chests, she'll see what the probability is for synthesizing a level 3 one. Where there are poisons, there are antidotes. Since symptoms appeared and not taking medicine will cause the potion's effects to fade, it indicates that there's a high possibility of finding functional medicines similar to the apocalyptic potion in the high-level yellow treasure chests. After all, the time challenges aren't particularly difficult, and the rewards haven't been stated as limited edition, or it might just be an early experience. Yu did not reply further, and Xiao continued to check the private messages below. There were a lot of messages making her eyes blur. She decided to have Xiao help filter through, prioritizing survivors who directly offered treasure chests in exchange. Then there were those who hadn't rested yet. However, since Xiao had disappeared for several hours, those who hadn't replied for too long might have also kicked the bucket. Picking through the treasure chests by 2 a.m., her efficiency was low. She had only gained about 10 more medicine and food treasure chests. But not a single black treasure chest had appeared, as there were no challenges the next day, and there was currently no stable way to obtain material treasure chests. Xiao thought for a moment and proactively asked Master Rashi, "What did you get from opening the treasure chests?" Indeed, she was waiting for Master Rashi to open his treasure chests, considering whether to open her own afterward. Master Rashi had not slept yet, and said, "I haven't opened them yet." Xiao asked why not. Master Rashi replied, "I feel like my luck isn't very good. I'm very sensitive to how I feel when playing games, and I think I won't get anything good today. It's better to open them tomorrow." He even resorted to superstition. Xiao said, "Let me know when you open them." Since Master Rashi wasn't opening his today, she wouldn't either and would wait to see his luck. Her own luck was mediocre, with Yes being particularly poor. If Master Rashi had good luck, then she might give it a try. Because Xiao also believed in superstitions. She had previously designed a lottery game which genuinely was a mix of probability and a safety net. The probability of drawing a rare item was 0.01, while the safety net guaranteed that spending 1.0 in game currency would ensure one received that rare item. The luck of the whales often made those who spent money grit their teeth in frustration. Checking the time, Xiao closed her eyes to sleep. The basement was very quiet, but she couldn't fall asleep. The first night she was exhausted due to her injuries, but having taken medicine today, her wounds had healed and her body was not tired. However, she couldn't sleep, which was even more painful. So she spoke up, "Xiao, can you play some sleep music? Preferably the sound of light rain without thunder." Xiao replied, "Searching for you now." A gentle sound of rain appeared in her ears, very realistic and tranquil, evoking scenes of rain falling on banana trees in a courtyard, and before she knew it, she drifted off to sleep. Until 8 a.m., when she was awakened by a new notification sound. At 8 o'clock, dawn broke again. The resources of the apocalypse had refreshed. Congratulations to the survivors who have made it to the 3rd day of the novice period. It is truly astonishing that there are still 5.3 billion survivors in Blue Star. As the master of the apocalypse, the adult feels it is a great pity. It sounds like a die. Play a simple game. The rain for the next hour will bring a wonderful experience to the survivors. Compared to the cowardly crying, the adult prefers heroes. Those who, even knowing the truth of the world, are willing to live bravely, step forward, endure this pain, and persist until the end, can attain rewards. Tomorrow will the infection rate increase by 30 or 40. Xiao consumed 2 bottles of preventive medicine, reducing the infection rate to 8. After a quick wash of his face and brushing his teeth, he realized he hadn't bathed in 3 days and felt he might start to smell. Breakfast was simple milk and bread. He felt a desire for eggs and remembered the survivor living in a treehouse who had a chance of receiving bird eggs daily. How wonderful it must be to replenish protein every day. He was teleported to a fishing boat where the thunder had ceased and a light drizzle fell the world of vibrant green. The air was filled with a strange, pungent odor reminiscent of rotten eggs. Xiao covered his nose, preparing to go onto the deck when he heard a sizzling sound. The rain hitting the deck surprisingly caused it to smoke, and a burnt sensation spread beneath his feet. Is this acid rain? Xiao quickly retreated, twisting the portal to teleport back to his sports car, turning around to drive away. Soon he spotted yesterday's Alliance camp. He stepped on the gas, rushing into the camp for a look. It stinks. This rain is foul. Most people were pinching their noses, looking weary with disheveled hair, as if just waking up. It seems that before the announcement, the rain was still normal. It only turned into acid rain after the master of the apocalypse rolled the dice. Everyone had been resting, but was suddenly awakened by the overwhelming stench of the rain. Someone kept rubbing their eyes. Is this rain a bit irritating to the eyes? With the sound of dripping, the crowd looked up. Raindrops seeped through the gaps of the makeshift shelter made of colored steel plates, falling onto people's faces. Normally, falling water is nothing unusual. But in the next moment, one person, hunched over his face, contorted in pain. The rainwater landing on his face quickly began to corrode it. People around him immediately stepped back. The man crumpled helplessly to the ground, soon fainting in agony, seemingly losing his breath. Amidst the crowd, someone said something, and everyone looked up, their faces turning pale. Xiao could not hear, saying, "Xiao Mo, close the rest, period." Xiao Mo replied, "Understood." A piercing scream erupted in the air. "This isn't rain, it's sulfuric acid. This rain wants to kill us." Chaos ensued in the Apocalypse camp, with people pushing against one another. A man pushed to the edge accidentally got his left arm splashed by the rain. He froze for 2 seconds, and without waiting for a response, almost instinctively used a nearby machete to sever his own left arm. After a painful scream, a woman nearby rushed to help him stop the bleeding, and indeed the man was no longer corroded. With a pale face, he looked up to thank the woman in front of him, only to hear someone beside him despairingly say, "It's useless. We are all going to die." Above, small holes began to appear in the sky. After speaking, that person knelt on the ground in pain, covering his face and crying out, "How can acid rain dissolve colored steel plates?" Colored steel plates are supposed to be acid resistant. Indeed, this rain is the acid rain brought by the Apocalypse game, not the acid rain that once appeared on Blue Star. As for its purpose, Xiao looked in the direction of the rain. Acid rain would not corrode the ground, but it gradually seeped into the crevices, threatening the lives buried in the ruins who were not entirely dead yet. The purpose is to eliminate life on Blue Star to achieve the desired number. There were at least 100 people in this camp, and soon there would be none left. Xiao pressed the gas pedal and chose not to look back. He wanted to open the communication center to ask everyone about their situation, but remembered that he had just told Xiao to rest, so he abandoned the thought. As he passed a puddle, he noticed a pool of black liquid within it. Besides the acrid stench of acid rain, there was also a strong odor of ether in the air. Wait. Xiao stopped and looked at the black liquid in the pit, feeling something was off. First, normal rainwater isn't this black and shiny. Even acid rain would result in light green puddles. Finally, this black liquid in the pit was at a constant 7/10 full, not overflowing even with the continuous rain. So this is a resource. Xiao put on a disposable raincoat he had made yesterday and got out of the car. After all, acid rain is still rain. Even as she prepared to step out, she couldn't help but grip the healing potion tightly, ready to return to the car and consume it at the first sign of corrosion from the acid rain. The moment she stepped out, the cold rainwater struck her face, but it didn't hurt. This meant the raincoat indeed blocked the negative effects of the acid rain. She immediately squatted down to touch the liquid in the black pit. Oil 1. It turned out to be oil. In the blueprint for gasoline given to her by Yu yesterday, the materials listed were oil 1, sulfuric acid 1. She had never seen either of these materials before, nor had she extracted them from a treasure chest. They had actually fallen from the sky. Then the green puddle beside it. Xiao quickly reached out. Sulfuric acid 1. Indeed, this wasn't acid rain, it was clearly gasoline. The two equally sized pits began to accumulate again after being collected. At the current rate, it would take at least 5 minutes to build up one portion. Xiao returned to the car to continue searching for other oil pits. After driving about 1 kilometer, she found a second identical oil pit, noted the coordinates, collected the oil and sulfuric acid, and moved to another location. On the way, she saw another oil pit, but suddenly a wildcat appeared jumping beside the oil pit. In the next moment, a girl appeared, also wearing a raincoat, bending down to touch and collect the oil. Xiao was a step too late and could only turn back to the first pit to collect the oil. However, after collecting a second time, the oil pit vanished. Each pit could only be harvested twice. More than 30 minutes passed, and Xiao had collected 18 portions of gasoline, synthesized 3 portions, and after driving over 50 kilometers, she realized that the number of gasoline pits was decreasing, indicating that the gasoline resources were limited and that other survivors were also collecting. Wait, what about the riddle? Stepping out bravely. This suggests discovering gasoline. But enduring this pain, persisting until the end, seems to not align with collecting gasoline, rather. A scene flashed in his mind of that man being corroded by sulfuric acid, losing consciousness and pain before ceasing to breathe. Ahead lay a body of water, blocking the way. Suddenly the car was forced to stop. It turned out that Xiao unconsciously drove outward from the city, trying to increase the distance between the Ferrari and the cellar, while also looking to see if she could head towards Kyoto. Unexpectedly, she ran onto an elevated road out of the city, which had long since collapsed. The area beneath the overpass was flooded, and the sports car couldn't pass, forcing her to take the mountain road. Green rain fell upon the windshield. The acid rain would last only an hour, and it was already 8:45. She had 15 minutes left to contemplate. If her guess was correct, she might receive some special materials and abilities, as if it were a time-limited reward. But if she guessed wrong, she would end up like the man earlier corroded by sulfuric acid. How many seconds did that man last? It seemed he fainted after just 1 minute. The literal puzzle was to stay awake until the end, avoiding fainting. Fainting means death, all relying on willpower. Xiao gritted her teeth. Let's give it a try? Fortune favors the bold. If she couldn't hold on shed, just take some medicine. Gripping the healing potion tightly, Xiao took off her disposable raincoat. After it vanished, she opened the car door and held her breath, rushing out. Raindrops struck Xiao's face, and a burning pain instantly pierced her skin. Hiss. Just trying it could lead to her demise. Even prepared, Xiao couldn't help but gasp in pain. But the burning sensation did not cease. Drop after drop of rainwater, seemingly cold, felt like flames spreading from her skin to her bones, engulfing her limbs and body, leaving her unable to utter a sound from the pain. It felt as if invisible flames were scorching her skin, melting her bit by bit. Soon the sensation reached her throat, and the struggle between choking and pain made it hard to discern which was more torturous. Thud, Xiao knelt on the ground. Her kneecap seemed to have melted from the burning. Her vision gradually blurred, and her consciousness seemed to be burned away along with the pain, bringing forth a distant memory. Bloodied walls, a dagger piercing her heart, a dimly lit bed. She saw her mother fall into a pool of blood. With a look of terror, she stared at herself beneath the bed, silently pleading, "Don't scream. Don't scream. Survive. Xiao, you cannot die." Struggling to regain consciousness, her charred hand trembled as she took out the healing potion and stuffed it into her mouth. Corrosion resistance reached 100. With this notification, her trembling body felt as if it had suddenly been given painkillers, yet she remained too weak to stand, every movement producing crackling sounds. A pair of black leather shoes appeared before her. "Do you need help?" Xiao turned her eyes upward to see a middle-aged man in a black raincoat, his stubbled face somewhat familiar. Suddenly she remembered seeing him on the first night. He was the man who rode a motorcycle and nearly got herself killed by a level 3 apocalypse monster. Later she saw herself defeating the apocalypse monster and returning with a green treasure chest, but he did not recognize Xiao. Perhaps it was because it was so dark that night, and Xiao's face lacked the memorable red sports car. Now Xiao's red sports car had completely vanished, lacking any memory point, and so he couldn't recall her even reaching out a hand towards Xiao. Almost instinctively, Xiao lay back and placed her axe across his neck. "Thank you, uncle, but it's not necessary." The man hadn't expected her to be so vigilant. Withdrawing his hand, he said, "I mean no harm. I apologize for the misunderstanding, but just now." Not waiting for him to ask why, Xiao sat up. The blackened shell began to peel off her, falling to the ground and disappearing as if the pain and melting had all been an illusion. She wore no protective gear, yet the acid rain had no effect on her, as if it were normal rain. Could it be that this rain? The man before her reacted with appreciation, saying, "You young ones really know how to play. Does that mean my raincoat was worn for nothing?" Playing? That didn't sound like a compliment. Yet the man began to nonchalantly remove his black raincoat in front of her. Xiao had already twisted her hand through dimensions, preparing to dive into the Ferrari and leave. Thud. The man who had taken off his raincoat suddenly knelt before Xiao. Honestly, watching a senior older than herself kneel before her was somewhat shocking. The next moment, this senior began to roll on the ground like a caterpillar. "It hurts so much, it hurts so much. Why is it so painful? How could you, a young girl, remain silent just now?" He cried out in agony, melting away without a moment's pause. Though he cried out in pain, his voice was strong, making it hard to believe he was currently suffering. After a while, his voice grew hoarse, as if his vocal cords had been burned, and he collapsed on the ground, curled up and motionless. Xiao hesitated. Remembering the man's earlier attempt to reach out to her, she still moved closer. If he died, she could burn him after the rain stopped and collect a yellow treasure chest. But the man did not die. He curled up on the ground, his breath merely faint. Lowering her gaze for a moment, she asked, "Do you need help?" After waiting 3 breaths, the man suddenly grabbed Xiao's ankle, saying, "Tell my mom not to cook eggs anymore. I can't eat." Survival from the brink of death. He lived. She had acquired corrosion resistance. Xiao nodded silently, freeing her ankle from the man's grip, murmuring, 1 minute and 40 seconds. "What?" The man sat up from the ground, the shell, ash falling away. Xiao said nothing. It was the time. She had been silently calculating since the moment he removed his raincoat. As long as she endured for about 1 minute and 40 seconds, she would obtain 100 corrosion resistance. After standing up, the man instinctively touched his chin, suddenly shocked. "My beard is gone." Xiao looked over. Indeed, it had burned away. He was dressed in a suit beneath, and although his skin seemed to improve after losing his beard, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and the weariness in his gaze indicated he had experienced much in life. Twisting her hand through dimensions, she prepared to leave. "Wait, young lady. Do you have any batteries, or perhaps a blueprint for making batteries? I could trade you other items in exchange." The man's attitude was quite good. Xiao shook her head. Upon hearing this, the man no longer lingered, saying, "All right." The man turned around, revealing a covered electric tricycle behind him. He got on, and the tricycle, combined with the suited man, created a strikingly incongruous scene reminiscent of a domineering boss riding a dead battery scooter while collecting junk. An electric vehicle without power was just a bicycle. The man clad in a fitted suit rode the tricycle, and as he hunched over to pedal, his suit pants tightened and his rear end jiggled. The sight was amusing, and although Su Xiao was usually quite composed, she couldn't help but watch for a while. There was no intention to mock, it was simply quite interesting. The tricycle faded from her view after traveling more than 500 meters. Su Xiao prepared to get in the car. During the acid rain, she saw no treasure chests, only sulfuric acid and oil. Thus, this should also be considered a resource for the time challenge. With the remaining 15 supplies, she synthesized gasoline and used it directly in the Ferrari. The originally short 2 kilometers journey was now extended to 152 kilometers, suddenly instilling a sense of safety. No, that's not right. Today, many survivors must have collected resources. Why not take this opportunity to trade for them at a low price? Resources were more precious when scarce and cheaper when abundant. Today, there was an excess of sulfuric acid and oil. Not everyone needed gasoline to sustain their safe houses. She had to go trade for some. Just as she was about to open the communication hub, she remembered that Xiao Mo was still powered off and turned it on first. Each time Xiao Mo powered up, there was a brief entrance music and notification. As Xiao Mo powered up, the rain stopped. The rain game has ended. So many survivors have cleared the temporary game. You are indeed very brave. The adults are pleased. Today will be a joyful day for survivors. All treasure chests will become colorless treasure chests. Colorless treasure chests can become any of the 5 colors red, yellow, blue, white, and black, and can replace any colored treasure chest in synthesis. However, opening a colorless treasure chest will not trigger the treasure chest's special effects. Xiao Mo's entrance notification was also finished broadcasting. But this made Su Xiao, who was preparing to trade for sulfuric acid and oil, immediately change her plans. A colorless treasure chest. Wasn't this exactly what she had been waiting for? A mahjong table could replace any tile. She had to find as many as possible. Su Xiao raised her head and looked at the scene before her. Although the rain had stopped, the impact of the acid rain was not small. The hurricane on the first day and the earthquake on the second day destroyed surface buildings and some underground structures, but the plants still existed. However, after an hour of intensely corrosive acid rain flowed over the land, it seemed to have changed the soil. The brown land turned pure black. The plants on the soil visibly faded and withered, and the decayed flowers completely wilted. Perhaps this acid rain was not just a whim of the apocalypse's main deity. It might have been premeditated to destroy the soil and plants. Looking at the discolored soil, Su Xiao suddenly recalled something she had been meaning to find. That was the necessary end soil for making a small greenhouse. Could it literally mean the soil of the apocalypse? After pondering for a moment, she returned to her safe house. When she went out again, she had a small shovel and a glass bottle in hand, which was the empty glass potion bottle left after drinking the reward potion. She dug some soil and placed it inside. The soil was corrosive, but it did not corrode the glass bottle, nor did it show any information about the end soil. It seemed not to be the case. She casually placed the bottle with the soil back in the warehouse and began searching for the colorless treasure chests. The rain had stopped, and if she waited any longer, the chests might be found by someone else. Now the Ferrari had over 100 kilometers of travel distance left. She decided to head towards the outskirts of the city where there were fewer people. After driving for over 10 miles, she had yet to see a single treasure chest. If it weren't just past 9 o'clock and the rain had clearly announced a resource refresh, she would almost suspect that her memory was confused and that coming a day late meant all the treasure chests had been picked clean. Wait. Suddenly realizing something, Su Xiao got out of the car. The place where the Ferrari was parked was an old road outside the city, apart from elevated structures, a long-neglected bypass. Due to the earthquake, the road surface was cracked and many rocks rolled down from the mountains during the quake, blocking this old highway. However, for a mobile safe house, passing through the fallen rocks posed no problem. Su Xiao got out because she noticed something strange. She had driven quite a distance without seeing a single treasure chest, which shouldn't be the case. Even if she was unlucky, she shouldn't have run so far without spotting one. There were only 2 possibilities. The first was that the number of treasure chests spawned today was extremely scarce. So scarce that there was only one every 10 kilometers. If that was the case, she might choose to give up searching for this color of treasure chest. But since it was the survivor's joyful day, there was no need for the game to announce it like this. So there was a second possibility. Su Xiao glanced around, thought for a moment, and walked toward the mountain, carefully observing the ground, but seemed to find nothing unusual. After walking for 5 or 6 minutes, she suddenly tripped over an invisible obstacle while crossing a fallen tree trunk. Instead of getting angry, she turned around and looked at the fallen trunk with surprise. Clearly, there was nothing above the trunk, but she was sure there had been something when she stepped over it. Now, reaching out into the empty space, she indeed felt the same sensation as a treasure chest, and information popped up. Level 1 colorless treasure chest description: joyful day, refreshes treasure chests. When opened, you can choose any color treasure chest except for limited editions. Indeed. She guessed that the second possibility was that this treasure chest was genuinely invisible. A colorless treasure chest meant it had no color. Under normal circumstances, all treasure chests were distinguished by the colors of the light above and the metallic strips on the chest, so she instinctively thought that a colorless treasure chest was a basic wooden chest just without light. However, with the resource refresh and the acid rain having stopped, it was indeed strange that she hadn't seen a single treasure chest after driving for so long. The sports car could traverse through ruined buildings, and in any blind spot the visibility for searching treasure chests was clearer. She was not driving fast and hadn't pressed the accelerator above 50 miles per hour to make the sports car invisible as she did before. Even if it was a colorless treasure chest, it shouldn't have been so difficult to find, yet she still couldn't see it. Therefore, a colorless treasure chest did not mean there was no light. It truly had no color at all, completely transparent. Xiao did not rush to take the colorless treasure chest. She carefully observed the treasure chest on the ground from above to holding it and looking up at it. She could vaguely see the outline of a transparent treasure chest, and the things seen through it refracted and shook just like looking across a puddle of water. After finding this trace, Xiao memorized it in her mind and made accurate comparisons. By observing the transparent treasure chest, she discovered subtle differences. Looking through the transparent treasure chest, apart from the refraction and the faint rippling sensation, the chest also had weight, and the corners of the box pressed down on the leaves, creating creases. After memorizing every characteristic and mark of the transparent treasure chest for a full 10 minutes, Xiao began to try finding it herself. At the same time, she picked up a long wooden stick from the ground. As long as she saw a visual anomaly, she would poke it with the stick. If she could poke something solid, it would indicate a transparent treasure chest. However, walking and climbing the mountain was quite slow. But if she entered the mobile safe zone, she would also find it hard to discover treasure chests. Fortunately, there were not a few treasure chests that were invisible but tangible. In just over an hour, Xiao found 7 or 8. This number was much more efficient than finding other treasure chests in the past 2 days. Xiao took out a bottle of mineral water, took a sip, and noticed a familiar figure not far away. It was none other than a middle-aged man in a suit riding an electric tricycle, as if he were collecting scrap. The other party did not pick up treasure chests on the mountain like Xiao did. Riding on an electric tricycle, he continued to move forward unsteadily. Originally, he was ahead of Xiao, but the tricycle was significantly slower than a sports car, and since he was using a manual transmission, he arrived here an hour later than Xiao. The mountain road was winding. Fortunately, the vehicle was a safe house, otherwise he would have to worry about not being able to climb the steep mountain. Xiao deliberately kept her distance, avoiding the other party, and watched as they headed towards another mountain peak. Xiao did not believe that someone would head aimlessly to a certain place, and she did not rule out the possibility that he was going to find someone. However, the fact that he still wanted to go without a battery indicated that it was not far from her. Since it was not far, why did he need to seize the opportunity just after the resources had refreshed? Did he have better information about resources? Thinking this way, Xiao felt it was necessary to follow and take a look. Although catching on to someone else's resources was not ideal in the apocalypse, everyone relied on their own abilities. This uncle was unable to take the level 3 green treasure chest last time. Perhaps he wouldn't be able to take anything else this time, allowing her to pick up a bargain. Turning the dimensional handle, she slipped into the Ferrari, and before she could press the gas pedal, she saw a snow-white dove flying to the treetop. Xiao was instantly captivated. On the dove's wing, there was a white door handle. In the next moment, a pair of young people appeared in front of Xiao's vehicle, looking around and searching with a purpose. Xiao observed this, or were they looking for her? The dove's safe house, although unable to control the position, could choose to land at any time in the air. So the other party must have seen her to stop. After thinking for a moment, Xiao temporarily turned off the small terminal and slowly passed in front of the two, overhearing their conversation. "Where is she? Didn't you say you just saw an older sister here?" The girl frowned. The boy explained, "I really did see an older sister down there. Maybe she left. So soon." The girl didn't believe it, raising her eyebrows and putting her hands on her hips to glare at the boy. "Yang Haiyi, you wouldn't be lying to me on purpose to keep me in your safe house, would you?" "No, I really saw her." The boy recalled and explained, "Maybe she noticed us and left first. Besides, even if the other party is a girl, she might not want to share a safe house with you. Then you can't expect me to stay in the same safe house as you forever." The girl stomped her foot in anger, but her ears flushed, carrying a hint of coquettishness. "My mom said, we can't date early unless we both get into Jing University. If she finds out we've been out together for 3 days, my mom will definitely. Do you really think my dad and mom and your uncles and aunts are still alive?" The boy suddenly asked. Hurricanes, earthquakes, acid rain, zombies appearing at night, and survivors melting away. His gentle words turned into pointed needles of fear, piercing through the girl's heart, which had dared not face reality for several days. The girl instantly paled, her eyes reddening. "Yang Haiyi, you mustn't talk nonsense. My parents will definitely be fine." After saying this, she turned and walked away. "Hey, I didn't mean it." The boy hurriedly chased after her. "I'm a man who, no matter what happens, I will protect you and take care of you. My parents are still alive, and you haven't gotten into Jing University yet. I don't plan to marry you in the future, so who needs your care?" The girl's voice was wrapped in a sob, containing emotions that had nowhere to be released in the apocalypse. After thinking for a moment, Su Xiao could only conclude that encountering such an apocalypse was truly unfortunate. Not wanting to watch any longer, she prepared to leave. The girl let out a sharp scream. Su Xiao thought something had happened and turned her head to look. The girl had fallen awkwardly on a small slope. Yang Haiyi, there's something tripping me. Can you see what it is, eh? After falling down and losing her tears, her face was filled with strength and bravery, instantly recovering the vulnerability from before. What is it? The boy looked over puzzled. I don't see anything. There is something. Didn't you say you bound the safe house and can see resources that I can't? Look more closely. The boy was stunned for a moment, then went to the place where she had fallen and finally touched something. Here it seems there's a box. I can't see it, but I can touch it. The girl reached out to feel it. Is this the treasure chest you mentioned? Then why did you say you couldn't see it? The boy replied, I really didn't see it, or I still can't see it. It's just transparent. I've never seen one before. The treasure chest was positioned behind a tree exactly in Su Xiao's blind spot, so she hadn't seen it, but now she discovered something new. That is, this invisible but tangible transparent box could also be obtained by ordinary survivors. Previously, only survivors who had bound safe houses could see various treasure chests and obtain weapons to see textual decryption hints. Survivors without bound safe houses could not obtain any resources, so having a safe house was equivalent to winning at the starting line. However, it overlooked that survivors without a safe house were still survivors. Getting a safe house first might offer a temporary lead, but it did not guarantee eternal superiority. Notifications stated that there would be public safety shelters after the version update, and the appearance of transparent treasure chests allowed ordinary survivors to obtain the right to collect resources, which meant ordinary survivors also had the qualifications to survive the apocalypse. Moreover, most survivors who had bound safe houses had already come to a preconceived notion that colorless treasure chests were merely devoid of color, not realizing they were completely transparent. Thus, this time it was actually easier for survivors without a safe house to find colorless treasure chests. The rules had clearly changed, and the competition for resources would become even more intense. Su Xiao pressed the gas pedal and drove out of the mountain. The time wasted had long erased the traces of the electric tricycle. It seemed that picking up a bargain was not going to happen. Chasing after the safe house had this downside. If it were a proper road, she would be able to speed up along it and catch up. But the safe house could traverse in all directions, and no one knew which route the other party was taking. Temporarily giving up the pursuit, she scanned the nearby deserted forest. After ensuring there were no other survivors, she stopped to continue searching for treasure chests. 2 hours passed, and she had collected quite a bit, 38 transparent treasure chests. But it was nearly noon. She had only drunk a bottle of milk and eaten a few pieces of cake in the morning. The search for treasure chests had greatly drained her energy. Su Xiao planned to return to the cellar to find some food. Stretching and yawning, she casually looked up and saw smoke rising from a mountain not far away. A fire. Su Xiao's first reaction was a new disaster. The alertness heightened. After observing for 3 seconds, it was found to be nothing. The smoke spiraled, connected to a chimney. Is someone cooking? But it shouldn't be. Su Xiao already had a wealth of resources in her hands. She couldn't even gather enough materials for a lighting facility, let alone the kitchen blueprint. Could there be some mysterious big shot? As Su Xiao approached the vehicle, she discovered it was an old house, or rather a safe house designed like an old house. It stood prominently on the hilltop, made of yellow mud and brick walls resembling a dilapidated earthen house from the countryside. A regular earthen house should have been destroyed after enduring hurricanes, earthquakes, and acid rain, yet the house on the hill remained intact. Does the presence of smoke mean there is a fire? But isn't that too conspicuous to be discovered by other survivors? Su Xiao drove over with curiosity. By coincidence, she found the middle-aged man in a suit whom she had lost track of. He was near the farmland at the slope below the old safe house. This area was rural and sparsely populated. Several old houses nearby had already been destroyed, and the seedlings just planted in the field were now scattered with leaves yellowing due to the acid rain, devoid of vitality. The middle-aged man in the suit bent down, rummaging on the ground, and Su Xiao realized he was picking up a treasure box. Her gaze shifted to the old house, which was well equipped. It had a main room in the center with side rooms on either side. On the left was a nesting area where an old hen was laying eggs. Just as Su Xiao looked over, an egg rolled out from under the hen, which proudly lifted its rear, sitting firmly on its egg. On the right was a small vegetable garden where tiny seedlings were sprouting. In the courtyard stood a well, though it was unclear if there was water inside. Apart from its old appearance, the configuration of this safe house truly seemed like a paradise. Could it belong to that middle-aged man? While Su Xiao pondered, an elderly woman around 70 or 80 years old emerged from the kitchen where the smoke was rising. She wore a blue apron and a headscarf, her hair neatly tied up with a net stooping as she walked. Su Xiao's first reaction was that this elderly woman was no ordinary person. An old woman who could survive in the apocalypse must be exceptional. Da Huang. The old lady moved slowly, looking no different from an average elderly person. Holding a bucket ladle, she muttered to herself, Da Huang hasn't returned yet. She poured the mixture of porridge and vegetable leaves from the bucket ladle into a blue porcelain basin on the ground. No, isn't that the same dish used for feeding little ones? The basin wasn't large, but the old lady filled it to the brim and then stopped pouring, instead drinking the porridge straight from the basin, savoring a couple of sips. After placing the basin down, she noticed the plate was empty. Perhaps she heard something as she looked up and murmured, "Dahuang has returned." Seeing the empty plate, she poured a large portion of her porridge back into it, talking to herself, "I cooked a bit extra today." After pouring, she stood up and slowly drew a bucket of water from the well in the middle to wash her large ladle. After putting the large ladle back, she walked into the side trough. The hen was peacefully sitting on its eggs, but the old lady harshly grabbed it by the neck, mercilessly taking away its only egg. After putting the hen back, she gently stroked its head, saying, "Xiao Jian has worked hard studying. He needs to nourish his body. When Xiao Jian gets into college, I will let you sit on the eggs." She tucked the egg into her pocket and stood at the door looking around. "Xiao Jian. Has he gotten lost? I need to go find him." Just as she was about to step out, she seemed to hear something, and her murky gaze reacted. "Xiao Jian, don't let me go out. I can't wander. Can't cause trouble for Xiao Jian. Must listen." Su Xiao listened intently to the old lad's words, not noticing that the middle-aged man had finished picking up the box and was approaching. He sat on a nearby stone, wiping the mud from his shoes that had gotten dirty while searching for the box in the field. "Right, Mom, don't wander off, or next time I might not come back to see you." The man sat outside. This was a safe house, and without the owner's permission, it couldn't be opened. He could only speak to the elderly woman from outside. After resting for a while, the man took out a toy tricycle. "Mom, I'll come to see you again next time. Take care, don't come out." He disappeared into the electric tricycle, which turned into a toy and fell to the ground. Watching the confused elderly woman in the yard, Su Xiao faintly understood something. The apocalyptic safe house surprisingly had its moments of providing timely help. What about Dahuang? Initially she thought it was a dog, but that bowl seemed to be for feeding the system, so why call it Dahuang? Did she rename the system? The elderly woman with Alzheimer's likely wouldn't even understand the system's words, and surely wouldn't rename it. There's something suspicious. But unable to figure it out for now, Su Xiao returned to the cellar. After opening the small terminal, she heard it actively remind her, "An advanced player has sent you a message at the communication center." Previously, Su Xiao had set it up not to remind her of ordinary survivor messages. But now there were fewer advanced players, so Su Xiao set it up again. Advanced players interacted more with other advanced players, just like rich people only associate with other wealthy individuals. She boiled water, prepared a bucket of instant noodles, and tossed in a sausage, a pack of pickled vegetables, and a bag of boiled chicken feet before opening the communication center. "Turtle Immortal, brother, it seems I've gotten into trouble." "Turtle Immortal, I suddenly felt that today my luck would be exceptionally good, but I didn't expect to open the item with the lowest probability from that level 3 weapon box." Su Xiao asked in confusion, "The toy of the main god. Isn't that great?" It sounded impressive. Turtle Immortal quickly replied, "No. If the main god discovers it's missing, he will be very angry. Am done for, will he come after me? I feel like I'm doomed." Su Xiao. It seemed he was worried not about others potentially facing doom, but himself. "Su Xiao, is it possible this is a good item?" Turtle Immortal. "It's useless. The water inside is just ordinary water." "Oh," Su Xiao asked, "double rewards for opening treasure boxes. Does that mean there are 2 water guns? Aside from that, did you obtain anything else?" Of course, it wasn't that she necessarily wanted it. Out of friendship, she just wanted to help him study it. Turtle Immortal. "No, only weapons and 1 water gun, and it cannot be replicated." After the incident with the yellow treasure box and the sewing machine, he decided to be cautious about his good brother. This thing must be extraordinary, but there's only one. If it were openly taken for free by the other party, where would he go to cry? Su Xiao hadn't achieved her goal and shook her head, giving birth to a bold idea. Why not try opening one herself? The weapon synthesis treasure box didn't require energy, and she currently had enough transparent treasure boxes to substitute for a weapon box in the synthesis. However, Su Xiao suddenly remembered something. Su Xiao asked the Turtle Immortal, "What was that amazing thing you wanted to tell me?" When he exchanged a level 2 weapon blueprint for a level 2 treasure chest synthesis information, he mentioned he could tell her something extraordinary, but at that moment, he was too focused on trading the blueprint. The Turtle Immortal recalled and sent a message to Su Xiao, "Aren't I in the desert? I found the pyramid, and I initially thought that after the hurricane and earthquake the buildings would be mostly collapsed. However, I saw that the pyramid was far from an ordinary one. That was a rocket launcher. Just last night, I saw it launch, the mechanism opened up, and then with a boom it shot into the sky. How incredible. It actually has that capability." Su Xiao said, "Does the rocket have a symbol like a firework with an arrow?" The Turtle Immortal replied, "How do you know? Have you seen it too? Do you know what they are?" Su Xiao said, "It's the Doomsday Alliance, an organization formed for the apocalypse, but they will do everything to collect safe houses. Stay away just in case." The Turtle Immortal, alone in the desert, lost his phone after the apocalypse and hadn't received any news about the Doomsday Alliance, so he was definitely unaware of it. If they had firearms, even though the turtle immortal had used the Doomsday potion, he couldn't be sure he could withstand bullets. The turtle immortal quickly sent another message, but it's not incredible anymore. This morning during the acid rain, I went to take another look nearby, and it seems something happened there. The acid rain seeped into the pyramid and melted a lot of those formidable beings. Many people were also melted, but some were truly impressive. They looked like they were melting yet could still get up, as if nothing happened, almost like they had mutated. Xiao understood, so you didn't go out in the rain. The turtle immortal exclaimed crazy. What rain? Just seeing it sends chills down my spine. After saying that he realized. Wait, does that mean the rain is meant to be experienced? He seems to have missed something again. He rapidly sent several messages to Xiao, so what did I miss? Was it an incredible reward? Is there still a chance? Xiao did not respond. Because the acid rain had already stopped, the opportunity was missed. As for whether it was impressive, Xiao was uncertain, because in the game resistance is generally used to withstand attacks, which means that corrosive monsters might appear in the future. While eating instant noodles, Xiao hurriedly exchanged food supplies for sulfuric acid and oil using the food treasure chest. Before today, the value of gasoline supplies had remained high. It took at least 2 units of food supplies and treasure chests to exchange for a barrel of gasoline. After the acid rain, many survivors required food supplies exchanged for acid rain and oil, causing the value of gasoline supplies to plummet down to just 1 unit of food supplies in a treasure chest for a barrel. However, there were not many survivors with gasoline blueprints, and some didn't even know that sulfuric acid and oil could be combined to make gasoline, so the unprocessed raw materials were worth less than the finished product. 1 unit of food supplies can be exchanged for 2 portions of gasoline raw materials. Xiao currently had the most white treasure chests along with treasure chest surprises. Thus, she could now use 1 white treasure chest to trade for 4 portions of gasoline raw materials. This was a fantastic deal. Without hesitation, she immediately exchanged. Xiao directly found those who wanted to exchange food supplies for gasoline raw materials in the world and privately chatted with them one by one. After exchanging 20 units of food supplies and treasure chests, she received 80 portions of gasoline raw materials, enough to cover a distance of at least 800 kilometers. Seeing it was about right, the evening would be the peak time for resource exchanges. Therefore, Xiao prepared to continue searching for colorless treasure chests. Colorless treasure chests are substitutes. They cannot trigger treasure chest surprises, so no one would take them out to trade with others. She needed to stockpile a bit more and adjust her supplies based on the game situation, replenishing what was lacking. The location of the cellar is in the city center, where the unbound survivors are the most without consideration. A Ferrari was parked near the mountain. There are few people in the mountains, but she went there in the morning, and the mountain path was time-consuming and labor-intensive. She wondered if there were any transparent treasure chests at sea. After thinking for a moment, Xiao teleported onto the fishing boat. Unexpectedly, the fishing boat had drifted ashore onto a small island due to automatic navigation last night, and upon looking up, the scene on the island was shocking. There were shattered bodies everywhere. Xiao checked the map. This island was a nearby private island resort. It only had a few months of operation throughout the year, but because it was a luxury private resort, the costs were high, so there weren't many visitors. Typically, the flow of guests combined with the island staff was only 2,000 to 3,000 people. There were not many tall buildings, and most places retained their primitive appearance, consisting of coconut trees and wooden houses, emphasizing a primitive ecological environment. However, when the hurricane came, the small island had nowhere to hide. Many people were blown into the sky by the hurricane. Some either froze to death during the hurricane or fell to their deaths when it stopped. The South Island had a similar terrain, suffering greatly during the hurricane. But the South Island borders the mainland, has a large population, and not only has tourists, but also local residents. It is an important economic area with significantly more buildings and better measures to cope with typhoons. If Yang Haiyi is lucky, she can survive. With bodies scattered everywhere, it was far better than searching for corpses in ruins, and she could also collect some yellow treasure chests. Xiao took out her level 2 fire axe and held it. This was an unfamiliar island, and she didn't know if there were other survivors, but currently her only safe house was the fishing boat. The fishing boat's dimensional handle could only be activated on the surface of the sea, meaning that if she encountered danger, she couldn't escape into the safe house, so she had to be extremely cautious. After entering the island about 7 to 8 meters, Xiao approached the first corpse. It was a naked, middle-aged man, his neck and limbs twisted at strange angles, indicating he had died from falling. However, after the hurricane, there were earthquakes and thunderstorms. A lot of blood and water had washed away from the corpse, and the body had become pale and swollen, resembling a giant on the verge of becoming a zombie, with a smell of rot and rust lingering in the air. It wasn't terrifying, but it was disgusting. Xiao frowned, but overall this corpse was still relatively intact. She returned to the fishing boat, went into the cellar, plugged her nose with a nose plug, and simultaneously took out a pair of plastic gloves to put on. Although it was an industrial product from before the apocalypse, at this time, it would prevent her from feeling too uncomfortable while handling the corpse. Returning to the man's side, she bent down and grasped the man's thick ankle. Infection rate 30 indeed, as she had previously suspected. The infection rate was increasing daily. Yesterday, it was 10, today, it was 20, and tomorrow it could very likely reach 30 or 40. This corpse must have died on the first day of the hurricane disaster. The corpse cannot use the epidemic prevention potion, and the infection level cannot be lowered, so the infection level of all corpses in 2 days will certainly reach 100. Earlier this morning it was reported that at least 4.8 billion people have died, and the death toll from the acid rain may reach 6 billion. This will be a terrifying number. From 100 to 530, a total of 4.5 hours, this small island has only been searched about a quarter by Xiao. The remaining 3/4 are too far from her fishing boat and are not clearly visible on the island's edge. They are in forested areas. To prevent any dangers from arising, she plans to revisit next time. The island is quiet and dull, with only the corpses littered around her for company, but the harvest has indeed been considerable. She has temporarily found 228 complete corpses and 116 colorless treasure chests. Xiao dragged all 228 complete corpses to the seaside and set them ablaze. The corpses ignited in an instant due to the mechanism. Hundreds of yellow treasure chests piled up in front of Xiao, resembling glittering treasures, but who would have thought these were the life-saving medicine chests left behind from the burning corpses? Xiao collected all the treasure chests at lightning speed. When the warehouse grid fills up to 99, it automatically jumps to the next grid, but after upgrading, Xiao's current warehouse grid limit is 30. After collecting everything, Xiao quickly returned to the cellar, taking advantage of not being at the agreed time of 1349 to check her current reserves. Currently, she has only a large pile of blueprints, scattered materials that cannot be supplemented, and 80 units of gasoline that she has just synthesized, while the rest are treasure chests. Level 1 yellow treasure chests, 267. Level 2 red treasure chest 1. Level 1 black treasure chests, 8. Level 1 blue treasure chests, 3. Level 1 white treasure chests, 48. And finally, the 154 level 1 colorless treasure chests just picked up today. The next arrangement is to test the major types of resources such as gasoline and blueprints to determine how much energy they possess. Then synthesize the treasure chests. She can currently synthesize the highest level 5 yellow treasure chests, but it requires 40 times of synthesis, which means Xiao needs to have 1,200 energy points. Suddenly, Xiao remembered something and asked Xiao, is the name of the smart housekeeper in the safe house different? She had communicated with many survivors, especially when exchanging information about upgrading 3 basic treasure chests with advanced players. When it comes to Xiao, no one raised any questions. This indicates that the smart housekeeper in the safe house is universally recognized as Xiao. Xiao, all smart housekeepers that appear in safe houses are called Xiao. Xiao, so do you like this name? Would you like to change it? Xiao took a long time to reply. Xiao cannot remember its own name. If the house owner needs, Xiao can be renamed. Xiao's favorability increased to 12. The favorability has increased, so does Xiao really want to change its name? Xiao was at a loss for what to name Xiao. She recalled that the old lady seemed to have named her dog, but she had never owned a dog. Even if she had, she couldn't possibly give Xiao a dog name. Suddenly, she remembered her childhood nickname. No, Xiao said it used to have its own name. Xiao curiously asked, Xiao, did you have a name before? Xiao, yes, before the apocalypse, Xiao had its own name, but after the apocalypse, we all called it Xiao. Xiao suddenly thought of no. 1349. The code exists for the task, but it is not their own. So does Xiao also have a task? Xiao asked, Xiao, are you the only one, or do you also manage other house owners? Because Xiao is bound to 3 safe houses, but it is evident that the smart housekeeper of the 3 safe houses is the same Xiao. She felt that all Xiaomos are common. Xiao unexpectedly fell silent, took a long time to say Xiao can only be the smart housekeeper of 1 house owner and can have only 1 house owner. It was unclear if it was Xiao's misperception. She always felt that the house owner mentioned in this context was not a general reference to the owners of safe houses, but specifically referred to her, the current house owner. Of course, Xiao also thought she might be misunderstanding. She wanted to ask something else, but the agreed time with 1349 had arrived. Xiao controlled the cellar and returned to the old coordinates. Upon opening the cellar, she indeed saw 1349. Her face was pale, and she looked both determined and fragile. Xiao's gaze was quickly drawn to her missing hand. When 1349 saw Xiao, she immediately explained it was acidic rain this morning, which can corrode skin and even cause melting. To avoid being melted, I severed the hand that touched the acidic rain. Xiao remained silent. Not everyone could decipher the meaning of riddles, but she made such a choice under unknown circumstances, which was very brave. Looking around, besides 1349, there were several armed alliance warriors vigilantly watching the surroundings. Not far on the ground there was fresh blood, indicating that other conflicts had occurred. Those survivors sheltered by the alliance had lost trust in the alliance due to the arrival of acidic rain. After this morning's acidic rain, order has completely collapsed, and control has lost all effect. When the acidic rain arrived, it seeped into the underground city. We had to execute a mission to protect everyone during the retreat, but it was futile. We could only let a group of Alliance warriors block the infiltration of the acidic rain with their bodies. Unexpectedly, they survived despite their determination to die. 1349 smiled bitterly. I was foolish and did not understand the meaning of the riddle, missing the opportunity. Xiao said, let's talk business. I need them to be conscious and communicate with me so that this cooperation counts. 1349 nodded and quickly pressed the communication device to say something. Xiao's communicator rang, and she immediately opened it. The voice on the other end had a delay, but it was clear that Yang Haiyi was not informed in advance that it was Xiao. They merely opened the line saying, Mrs. Zhang, your daughter wants to talk to you. We hope you can honestly tell her about Mr. Zhang's situation. Upon hearing this, Yang Haiyi instinctively said, is it Chi? Chi. Mommy is here, are you alright? Xiao paused and replied, Auntie, it's me. Yang Haiyi was taken aback. After a while, she realized that after adopting Xiao was indeed under their name. Although Xiao referred to her as Auntie legally, she was also Xiao's adoptive mother. She thought, Xiao, it's fine. It's thoughtful of you to think of Uncle and Auntie. It's just that your uncle has injured his head and is in a coma, so he might be. Yang Haiyi's voice sank, but thinking that it was already this time, it was better not to say any more nonsense. She said anxiously, Xiao, how do you know the people from the Alliance? How can they listen to you? Xiao replied, it's just cooperation. The condition for cooperation is to ask them to help find you and uncle. Yang Haiyi's heart trembled. Xiao, can you let them find Chi? Actually, I and your uncle. Of course, Annie knows it might be a bit hard on you, but what I'm most worried about now is Chi. Xiao sighed after listening. She had already guessed this. I have a vacant safe house that can let you and uncle. Before she finished speaking, Yang Haiyi smiled bitterly and said, no, it's fine, Xiao. Yang Haiyi pondered about Xiao, considering her as a child raised by the Zhang family. The Zhang family had adopted her when Xiao was 13, and they were aware of her entire background. After Zhang Chi returned, they took into account that although they could not raise Xiao directly in the Zhang family, they also did not send her back to the Welfare Institute. Thus, even without the affection from her biological parents, they provided Xiao with a sanctuary for her peaceful growth. This child was very sensible and independent. After coming of age, she left the Zhang family with her own abilities, carrying an impressive resume, without ever thinking of exploiting the Zhang family's connections. She returned to the world of ordinary people, working a 9-to-5 job, as if she had never had any relationship with the Zhang family. Having navigated the social circles of wealthy women for years, she understood the child's intentions. She did not want to owe them anything if she wanted to repay her debt and seek her confirmation. Yang Haiyi spoke, Xiao, at our age we are half buried in the ground. Even if we struggle to live on, we do so in constant fear, uncertain of when we might die. But Chi is different, as she is smart. She managed to escape from that person back then and will certainly survive in the future, just like you. The continuous influx of disasters, collapsing buildings, withered soil, melted soldiers, and corpses strewn across the ground made her realize that everything had changed. Before the apocalypse struck, the Zhang family was worth billions and had a significant reputation in the circle. Her husband was a responsible and capable man. All she needed to do was dress appropriately and beautifully to interact with a group of wealthy ladies, maintaining the interpersonal relationships needed for her husband's business, while her husband conducted negotiations with others from the comfort of his office. However, after the apocalypse, all their assets became mere illusions. Interpersonal relationships became useless, and survival relied entirely on one's abilities and the goodwill of others. In just 3 days, the world underwent earth-shattering changes. In the face of continuous disasters, even the Alliance's efforts to maintain order had failed. The shortage of food supplies forced once proud and aloof intellectuals to kneel and beg for a meal. Neighbors who were once refined and cultured committed acts of violence over an invisible treasure, their hands stained with blood. Weak and helpless women were coerced into submission. And then there were those terrifying and disgusting monsters. She was frightened. The onset of the new chaotic apocalypse signified the complete end of the old era of money and ease, and they would be eliminated. She raised her hand to caress her husband's face, believing that even in death he would want to die with dignity rather than in the apocalypse, desperately clinging to life, ultimately becoming a burden in the end. So keep the safe house for yourself. If you can find Chi then. Yang Haiyi said halfway, then slowly continued, Xiao, no one understands a parent's heart who wishes for their child to live well more than you. Despite this, she was a cowardly mother. Xiao held her breath for a moment, then softly said, goodbye, Annie. Yang Haiyi smiled, Xiao, goodbye. After saying this, she took the initiative to hang up the communicator. 1349 was nervously watching her. If she heard correctly, Xiao had another safe house in her possession. Xiao looked at 1349 and said, the deal is done. You heard that I have another safe house. You must want it very much, but I will still give you 2 options. 1349 was taken aback for a moment. Su Xiao continued. The first is that you make a one-time request of me, and within my capability, I will fulfill it, including taking away the remaining safe house I have. The second condition is that after 4 days, once the unbound safe house becomes a public shelter, we will discuss long-term cooperation. 1349 paused for a moment. Long-term cooperation. Su Xiao nodded. Yes, you should know that there are Easter eggs in the game treasure chest. Easter eggs. MHM. 1349 slowly nodded. She certainly knew. Although the Alliance collects safe houses and does not allow ordinary survivors to bind them, it does not mean that the Alliance members have never bound safe houses. Several important experts have bound safe houses for research purposes. I have 3 Easter eggs: a yellow treasure chest, a white treasure chest, and a black treasure chest. Su Xiao said slowly. 1349's expression turned serious. The look in her eyes towards Su Xiao was no longer simple. She had heard from several experts that these treasure chests were extremely important, especially the white treasure chest, which could unlock food supplies. Not only that, but I also know survivors who have the blue, red, and purple treasure chests. One must say the importance of connections in the apocalypse. Su Xiao felt that her network of connections should be quite formidable. So she had long thought about the next step. As a condition for cooperation, you will hand over any transparent treasure chests you find to me in exchange for other colored treasure chests, or let me unlock double treasure chest supplies for you, without charging a fee. Of course, the premise is that someone from your side can survive until after 4 days and ideally control the so-called public shelter. If the public shelter appears, everyone should become a collective, jointly searching for supplies and then distributing them. In a public shelter, hoarding supplies would be a foolish choice unless one has the strong ability to leave the public shelter. Once the balance of supplies is disrupted, it would easily lead to danger. Thus, the so-called public shelter would definitely have a power broker. Moreover, once this cooperation was established, Su Xiao could also use them to find transparent treasure chests. 1349 frowned. This cooperation condition might need to be reported up for a decision. After all, Su Xiao's adoptive parents were in the Alliance relief camp in Kyoto. At that moment, the communicator on 1349's body rang. She took it out to listen to the notification. Her expression subtly changed. When she looked back at Su Xiao, she hesitated to speak. Su Xiao seemed to sense something. Go ahead, I can accept it. 1349 said solemnly, your adoptive mother has committed suicide. Please accept my condolences. Due to the continuous disasters, there are many injured in the underground city. Mr. Zhang has sustained a head injury and has been determined to be in a vegetative state. Currently, he is only being supported by a ventilator. Just moments ago, after finishing the communication with Su Xiao, Yang Haiyi had removed Zhang Xian's oxygen mask and used a small fruit knife to slice through her own throat, clean and decisive. Su Xiao lowered her eyes. She had always known what kind of person her adoptive mother was. In her youth, she was a renowned socialite and talented woman in Kyoto, forever elegant, intellectual, and dignified. After marriage, she was well taken care of by her adoptive father, Jiang Zhouyin. Though she had her means, she practiced restraint, and her proud nature was not considered a major flaw in high society. Only the incident of Jiang Qi's disappearance had drained her spirit and made her lose her elegance, nearly driving her mad. She had finally found her daughter, stabilized her emotions, only to encounter the apocalypse now. Therefore, she must have seen something that shattered her psychological defenses, which led her to choose death. What did she go through? Su Xiao asked. 1349 spoke truthfully. We found her yesterday afternoon and transported her to a safe center's rescue camp. The camp was quite chaotic, with many people no longer adhering to the Alliance's order, resulting in a riot. Although we swiftly relocated her and Mr. Zhang this morning after the acid rain, the underground city was also eroded and the Alliance could not withstand the acid rain, leading to another riot. Ultimately, the Alliance had to resort to forceful suppression. Most importantly, one of the research experts was infected. Infected? Yes, the research expert bound to the safe house on the first night. He went out from the safe house claiming he was infected, but we are unclear about what he meant. This morning after 8, this expert suddenly mutated and began attacking survivors in the underground city. 1349 furrowed his brow. Originally, I wanted to ask you about the infection situation to see if we could find a solution. Like zombies infected in movies, one infects two after being attacked, so the Alliance had to start cleaning up. Who would have thought that ordinary weapons could not harm the infected? Even if their heads were shot through with half an eyeball hanging from their chin, they still attacked survivors. Thus, the underground city had no choice but to seal these infected survivors in the first defense zone and enter the second defense zone, while also cleaning up survivors with wounds. The methods were somewhat cruel, but it was to ensure the safety of more survivors. In the post-apocalyptic world, the level of infection increases daily. Only the preventive medicine from yellow treasure chests can eliminate the infection status. So even if you are uninjured, there is still the infection virus in your body. Without preventive medicine, you will eventually become a zombie. Not only the living, but the dead are the same. By the day after tomorrow, at the latest, those deceased survivors will also become zombies crawling out from the ground. Ordinary weapons are ineffective against them. Only weapons from the apocalypse game can harm them. Therefore, only those bound to the safe house have the qualification to survive. I know you cannot make a choice right now, but I can only advise you to plan ahead. Undeniably, the Alliance is great, whether it is to leave a spark for humanity or to provide a retreat for citizens of the shelter. However, the Apocalypse game is clearly different from the past. In a world where order has collapsed, if the Alliance lacks the ability to protect itself, who can it protect? Seeing 1349's tightly furrowed brow, Xiao did not want to waste time any longer. Let me know when you have made your conditions. And please help me give them a proper burial. 1349 came to his senses. All right. She needed to report to her superiors and then wait for their final decision. Back in the cellar, Xiao pondered for 2 minutes. It had been a total of 56 hours since the hurricane disaster began. 56 hours of apocalyptic despair was enough to break the mental defenses of an ordinary person with a fragile psyche. Previously, Xiao had seen a post asking if you knew the apocalypse was coming and a large number of zombies would appear, what would you choose to do as an ordinary person? The most upvoted comment responded, I would choose to have a painless suicide before the apocalypse arrives. Thus, Aunt Jiang's mental defense was already broken after successive disasters, knowing that this was just the beginning. After the Alliance's message reached Aunt Jiang yesterday, she thought she was Jiang Qi, which was why she had held on until now and contacted herself. Upon realizing she was not Jiang Qi, she felt disappointment and despair in her heart. The probability of finding Jiang Qi was indeed very slim. Uncle Jiang was severely injured and had become a vegetable with no resources to sustain him. Losing oxygen was only a matter of time. With no one to rely on and seeing the horrifying infected attacking survivors, she was terrified. To avoid future suffering, she mustered the courage to choose a dignified departure. Everyone has the right to make their own choices, whether it is to live or to die. Setting aside her chaotic thoughts, Xiao first looked at the supplies. Currently, she had the most medicine treasure chests, enough to synthesize 3 level 5 yellow treasure chests. However, there was not enough energy. Little Mo could only gain 100 points a day, and synthesizing a level 5 treasure chest would take over a month, which was far too slow. Therefore, she now needed to test the energy values restored by different supplies. In the food treasure chest opened yesterday, there was still a piece of fresh beef remaining. Xiao cooked it, simply pounding the meat fibers and marinating it, then frying it to a medium-rare steak that was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Half for herself and half for Little Mo. Little Mo's energy restored by 3 points. Little Mo expressed that it really likes human food, perhaps it was once a human. Xiao's thoughts were momentarily halted by this prompt. She had previously thought of naming Little Mo to see if it could increase its favorability, but Little Mo said it used to have its own name, but it had forgotten, so she did not give Little Mo a name. Unexpectedly, such a prompt would appear. However, it was difficult to guess Little Mo's preferences. Returning to calculations, level 1 basic treasure chests opened a unit of energy worth 1 point. But the beef restored 3 points of energy. Yet yesterday, it was just 2 points. The only difference was that yesterday's portion was smaller, while today's beef portion was larger. This means that the true energy value restored by a whole piece of beef should be around 6 points. A barrel of gasoline increased the energy value by 3 points. However, apart from basic supplies, Xiao had nothing else in hand, and she was reluctant to throw away the blueprints. After thinking, she directly fed a yellow treasure chest. Little Mo's energy restored by 10 points. Little Mo expressed that all treasure chests have the same energy. Her eyes brightened. Could it be that directly feeding treasure chests maximizes energy gains? As this thought was born, Little Mo reminded her that the Turtle Immortal from the Exchange Center had sent a message. Xiao opened it. The Turtle Immortal showed you a level 5 transparent treasure chest. Xiao, the Turtle Immortal, bro, do you think him impressive? He directly synthesized a level 5 transparent treasure chest. Xiao fell silent. To synthesize a level 5 treasure chest requires 81 treasure chests and 1200 points of energy. How could he have so many supplies to feed? Could it be he fed the main god's toy to the intelligent housekeeper? Calmly replying, not looking too short. The Turtle Immortal's previously proud mood instantly shattered after 3 seconds. The Turtle Immortal, not bro. You're jealous, but don't bring personal attacks. Can I wrap around my waist 3 times, okay? Xiao did not reply. The Turtle Immortal, bro, to be honest with you, I sacrificed the main god's toy and directly gained 1 points of energy. Xiao had already guessed. The Turtle Immortal, but the energy exceeded the limit. If not used today, it will be gone tomorrow. What does that mean? Xiao became somewhat interested. Elaborate. The Turtle Immortal, you have many treasure chests. How about I help you synthesize one? I provide the energy, you provide the treasure chests, and we split the items we synthesize evenly. Xiao was undoubtedly moved. However, her intuition told her that using the Master God's toy to feed the intelligent butler was a very extravagant act. What if it had other uses? Moreover, there was an energy cap that would refresh the next day. Even if she fed the intelligent butler, she still needed enough treasure chests for synthesis, otherwise the energy would be wasted. Thus, the Master God's toy was definitely not meant for feeding purposes, but unfortunately, she did not have the Master God's toy in her hands. Su Xiao had 266 yellow treasure chests left. She calculated that synthesizing a level 5 treasure chest required 81 level 1 basic treasure chests and 40 synthesis attempts, allowing her to synthesize 3 level 5 yellow treasure chests. The time was now 6:38, and the other party had only synthesized 1 level 5 transparent treasure chest. The intelligent butler still had over 8,000 energy points left. If not used today, it would expire by tomorrow's refresh. Furthermore, finding someone to synthesize treasure chests and collect service fees was not easy. They would have to search slowly around the world, and certainly the benefits from opening high-level resources themselves would be greater. However, Su Xiao was also reluctant to give half of her resources. So Su Xiao replied to the Turtle Immortal, "I can't give half for 1 treasure chest, because I can synthesize 3 level 5 yellow treasure chests, but I can only give you half of the resources from the last level 5 yellow treasure chest as a fee." The Turtle Immortal hesitated for a moment. Synthesizing 3 level 5 treasure chests and giving half of 1 treasure chest's resources seemed about right. Since she still had a substantial amount of energy left, it would reset back to 100 after 12 o'clock, so she needed to use it quickly. So he replied to Su Xiao, "Okay. You give me the materials for the basic treasure chests in front, and after synthesizing I will give you that last one as well. Since it's a yellow treasure chest, you'll double the rewards, and then give me the resources." Level 5 treasure chests had a 100 probability of yielding resources, so there was no fear of the other party not giving them to her, otherwise the friendship would just dissipate. Su Xiao responded, "Okay." After reaching an agreement, she first sent over 81 yellow treasure chests. Actually, the few of them had exchanged information about upgrading treasure chests using props, but after consideration, Su Xiao decided to refrain from telling ordinary survivors about the conditions for upgrading treasure chests. There were reasons for this. The first reason was that high-level survivors paid a substantial price for the information on upgrading treasure chests from here, while other players might not be able to offer equivalent resources and information in exchange. Her contact list might get harassed, and once everyone had equal information but unequal prices, high-level players who exchanged first-hand information with Su Xiao would surely feel uncomfortable. It was like this buying something yesterday only to have it discounted today. Thus, Su Xiao wouldn't exchange this information with other players in the short term. She gave them a day's time to use this information to trade with the next level of survivors, leaving room for profit. The second reason was that rather than informing ordinary survivors how to upgrade treasure chests, it was better to directly use the scarce resources within the treasure chests to exchange for better items. If everyone could easily obtain scarce resources, then the value of those resources would decline. Knowing how to upgrade 1 basic treasure chest equated to knowing how to upgrade 3 basic treasure chests at once, which made the value unequal. Thus, it was essential to have information asymmetry. Clues discovered through one's own efforts should be leveraged to gain an advantage before informing other players after the apocalypse officially began. This was also why after Su Xiao exchanged her information, she did not see other high-level players immediately using this news to trade in the world. However, Su Xiao suddenly remembered and hurriedly reminded the Turtle Immortal, "Show me the probabilities for level 3 and level 4 treasure chests." The Turtle Immortal responded, "Okay." Soon the Turtle Immortal showed Su Xiao the drop rates for the subsequent medicinal treasure chests. Level 3 yellow treasure chest, basic medicine 80, intermediate medicine 19, advanced medicine 1. Level 4 yellow treasure chest, intermediate medicine 80, advanced medicine 19. 9 apocalypse potion 0. 1. The Turtle Immortal said, "I previously opened a level 3 weapon treasure chest and knew there was a difference in the quantity of units for high-level treasure chests. For instance, a level 1 treasure chest has only 1 unit of resources, a level 2 treasure chest has 5 units, and a level 3 treasure chest has 10 units. I don't know how many units a level 4 or 5 treasure chest has, but the guarantee of at least 1 means there will at least be 1 bottle of the apocalypse potion. With the yellow treasure chest's bonus, it meant he would definitely get at least 1 bottle. Would he be at a loss for consuming energy? Not at all. The benefits of the apocalypse potion were known only to those who consumed it. Su Xiao remarked the guarantee of at least 1 bottle indicates that the quality of high-level treasure chests has increased, but the quantity of resource units may not be large. There can be quality without quantity. The Turtle Immortal said, "I had a feeling, but having quality is worth much more than lacking it." A level 1 medicine treasure chest has little use aside from prevention medicine, especially the hemostatic medicine, which literally only stops bleeding without any effect. One still becomes weak. Su Xiao clicked her tongue. It was better than bleeding to death from injuries, especially since ordinary survivors found it hard to obtain healing medicine. Before opening the treasure chest, Su Xiao calmed herself, meditated, washed her hands with soap, and rinsed with mineral water. If conditions allowed, she might have bathed and burned incense, offering her sincerest sense of ritual to the level 5 treasure chest. Soon the Turtle Immortal sent over the remaining 2 level 5 medicinal treasure chests one by one. Su Xiao selected one using a strategy of picking and choosing and opened it. Healing Potion 11, Immunity Potion 7, Apocalypse Potion Agility Apocalypse Potion Strength. Immunity Potion description: after consumption grants 1 hour of immunity, making one immune to any negative status. This is an advanced potion. It seemed less useful than the Healing Potion, but in reality, it was far more effective. The Healing Potion was a one-time use. You just consumed it, instantly healed, but the next moment, if bitten by a zombie, your infection rate would still rise. Meanwhile, with 1 hour of immunity from any negative status, survivors could go anywhere under any disastrous weather, deal with any monsters, storm into a zombie horde, and kill without worrying about rising infection rates. The final Apocalypse Potion was needless to say. No wonder the level 5 treasure chest contained only 20 units of resources, discarding trash resources and directly upgrading to essence, especially with the guaranteed 1 bottle of the Apocalypse Potion. With her treasure chest's bonus, all resources doubled, and 4 bottles of the Apocalypse Potion appeared within the treasure chest. The turtle immortal was already impatient. How is it? Xiao replied, lucky. Opened 2 bottles of the Apocalypse Potion, 1 bottle of agility, and 1 bottle of strength. According to their agreement, she gave him the double portion from this treasure chest. In fact, Xiao could have deliberately said she only opened the guaranteed amount and used intermediate potions as substitutes for the second treasure chest. However, she valued her cooperation with the turtle immortal, so honesty was her sincerity. Master Rashi, great. I really need this strength potion. I drew a level 3 weapon, and it feels incredibly heavy. I can't lift it at all. It feels like it weighs at least 100 to 200 pounds. Only someone like Li Yuanba could wield it effortlessly, so I urgently need the strength potion. Xiao curiously asked, what if you drink the potion? Will you be able to lift it then? Will it still be too heavy? Master Rashi pondered. Xiao was uncertain, as the metrics in the Apocalypse game differ from reality. Just like when she drank the strength potion, she felt no weight lifting the damaged structures, but wielding an axe still felt heavy. The weight of the axe was just right, easy to handle, yet it was surprisingly small. If weight alone were the determining factor, she would feel the axe as light as she did when lifting the load-bearing wall. However, her perception was different. Thus, she speculated that in the Apocalypse game, weapons are judged not by the weight as understood by Blue Star, but by some form of energy. After consuming the potion, she gained that energy, allowing her to easily lift buildings, while also having enough energy to wield weapons in the Apocalypse game. As for level 1 and 2 weapons, perhaps ordinary people could handle them, but level 3 weapons might require a strength potion or something similar. Master Rashi quickly finished the strength potion. I can lift it. The level 3 axe feels just like the level 2 axe. After sending this message to Xiao, he realized something was off. How could the weight of the level 3 axe be the same as that of the level 2 axe? He had clearly been unable to lift it before. He tried again. 3 seconds later, Xiao received Master Rose's precise detection information. After you helped me upgrade the level 2 axe, I felt it was a bit heavy, not very handy to lift, but you said upgraded weapons are heavier than before, and I didn't think much of it. Since the level 1 axe was just right for me, I had been using that. Now, after drinking the strength potion, the level 2 axe feels comfortable, and I can lift the level 3 axe, though it feels a bit heavy. It felt similar to wielding an axe versus a dagger. The dagger is light and nimble, making it much easier to use, while the axe, though powerful, is heavy and hard to control. Thus, Master Rashi quickly realized, you mean the weapon level a survivor can handle is related to the amount of strength potion they consume? Xiao replied, perhaps. Previously, Xiao thought that a single Apocalypse Potion could give her the strength to easily overturn ruined buildings. If everyone drank it, how would power levels be balanced among survivors in the apocalypse? Although it is a game, there are no physical attribute values, making it impossible to discern strength visually. When Master Rashi mentioned drinking a defense potion and feeling invulnerable in reality, Xiao wondered if her attack could harm him. The man chasing 1349 had also consumed a defense potion. Though 1349 strength could not inflict damage, Xiao easily struck the back of his head. Logically, if he drank 1 defense potion and Xiao drank 1 strength potion, the energies of the 2 potions should be balanced, making it a 5,050 chance. Yet that day, Xiao's axe struck the man's head as easily as slicing through cardboard. The only explanation is that the weapon itself carried an energy equivalent to or greater than 1 potion, which is why Xiao could easily kill him. After finishing her explanation, Xiao continued, I need you to help me synthesize a level 5 transparent treasure chest. I can pay you with another Apocalypse Potion, but I hope your level 5 transparent treasure chest can open a black one. She had 154 colorless treasure chests in hand and could synthesize a level 5 transparent treasure chest. Master Rashi thought, why not use his energy? Who knows when he would get another chance for such an energy explosion? She still had 2 unopened level 5 drug treasure chests, which could yield at least 4 bottles of Apocalypse Potions. Using one as a 1200-point energy fee was not a loss. Master Rashi, why? Although he initially intended to open the black treasure chest, materials were scarce, and he could trade materials for more resources. Xiao, I'll open the blue one. Anyway, the transparent chest can't trigger a special event, so it doesn't matter who opens it. The main thing is that we can exchange the items we get based on our needs. Master Roshi agreed. The Apocalypse Potion can be used as a reward for time-limited challenges and will definitely have great use in the future. If the other party controls the yellow treasure chest special event, it means that the Apocalypse Potion has a higher probability of being obtained in their hands, making the cost of trading for potions lower. Otherwise, when the other party can obtain ample energy to synthesize treasure chests, they would no longer trade Apocalypse Potions with her. Master Roshi quickly agreed, alright. The subsequent transaction became much simpler, sending 81 transparent chests for the other party to synthesize into level 5 transparent chests. Xiao first drank the Agility Apocalypse Potion. Indeed, she felt her body lighten significantly, losing the previous heaviness. She stood up and did a simple 10-meter run in the cellar, her steps light. But without comparison, there's no harm, besides that she felt nothing else. She drank another strength potion to open the remaining 2 level 5 yellow treasure chests. Healing Potion 10, Immunity Potion 7, Apocalypse Potion Defense, Apocalypse Potion Strength, Apocalypse Potion Agility. Healing Potion 13, Immunity Potion 6, Apocalypse Potion Agility. Overall, it's quite fortunate considering the special event. There are 8 bottles of Apocalypse Potions in total. She picked up 2 bottles of Defense Potions and gulped them down. This is a great item for self-defense. With 2 bottles of Defense Potions, even artillery shouldn't be able to harm her. After drinking, Xiao felt an indescribable change in her body, it seemed. She raised her hand and punched the cellar wall with a bang, the crisp sound of impact echoing in her ears. The little AI reminded her, the homeowner's attacks may damage the safe house, causing it to operate improperly. Please act with caution. Xiao quickly apologized. Sorry, I just wanted to try you, I didn't expect. In other words, it is possible. Xiao understood. After consuming the remaining 2 bottles of Strength Potion and 4 bottles of Agility Potion, Xiao felt an overwhelming power within her. In terms of speed, she felt she could run up walls and perform lightness skills like walking on water. In terms of strength, given a fulcrum, she could even lift Blue Star. As for defense, with 2 bottles of Defense Potions, she wondered if bullets could penetrate. However, regardless of that, her sense of security skyrocketed, and she no longer had to worry about her fragile self being suddenly attacked. Soon she received a level 5 transparent treasure chest sent by the Turtle Immortal. It's your chest, you open it. He'll open the black one, and you open the blue one. Xiao replied, okay. The level 5 transparent treasure chest only provides a prompt at the moment of opening, requiring the selection of a color for the chest to be opened. Xiao directly chose blue. So far, blue was the color she had opened the least and had not given to the egg owner Fortinine to open. This was partly because the blue treasure chests in the exchange center mostly yielded energy-consuming items and space items. For example, safety space expansion items, warehouse expansion items, followed by oxygen tanks, gasoline, pet food, plant nutrients, and other consumable endurance items. However, these supplies were initially too expensive, and she chose not to exchange them. Another reason was that she learned that the blue item treasure chest contained only 1 unit and may not yield items suitable for her. Since she had very few blue item treasure chests at the time, she wanted to observe for a while. Yu said she could help her exchange gasoline and could also help her open the blue treasure chest for 49, but would charge a broker's fee. She didn't want to be exploited by the middleman, so she did not use the few blue treasure chests she had. After upgrading her safe house, although she got to know 49, she felt that he was not a good fit for her. His first line was that if she needed anything, she could find him. This implied he wanted to gain the initiative. Although those who seek the initiative are often bold, they are not suitable for cooperation with Xiao, as she also desired the initiative. Just like when others asked Xiao to open treasure chests, the fee could only be set by her. Therefore, Xiao dismissed the idea of letting the other party open her blue treasure chests. Moreover, Yu's naivety led to the discovery of battery blueprints, making Xiao realize that what she truly lacked were materials. Whether to open the blue treasure chest was no longer urgent for her. Compared to one-time use items that disappeared after opening, she preferred stable sources of endurance supplies. Otherwise, if the vehicle stopped halfway, wouldn't that be even more passive? So until now, Xiao had hardly opened a few blue treasure chests. She wanted to see if there was a possibility of obtaining items similar to an item synthesizer from the level 5 blue treasure chest, and what mandatory items would appear. Unfortunately, transparent treasure chests do not trigger egg effects, and do not provide prompts like normal treasure chests, making it impossible to see probability items. Opening the treasure chest revealed a pile of items. 7.5 square meter safety house space expansion items, 3.5 safety house, warehouse expansion items, 2 item decomposers, 1 item synthesizer, 2 facility upgrade item cards, 2 large barrels of gasoline, 1,000 kilometers range, 2 large oxygen tanks, 100 hours of oxygen duration, and an endless supply of animal food permanent. However, the quality could not be compared to level 1 treasure chests. For instance, level 1 treasure chests could only yield an oxygen tank lasting 1 hour. With 81 blue treasure chests, even with double egg effects, the maximum oxygen duration would be 162 hours. Given this, the 2 large oxygen tanks would break even. Thus, it was the right decision not to waste low-level treasure chests for supplies. What interested Xiao the most was the item decomposer. Previously, Fortinine had given her an item synthesizer claiming it could synthesize blue treasure chests, and now she had an item decomposer. Item decomposer can decompose items, however, it did not specify which items could be decomposed. Like DIY, Xiao currently did not know what to decompose, feeling that all her supplies were useful. Nonetheless, she still used one item decomposer. The decomposer and synthesizer were on the same wall, and she could not use a second one as they were limited. Another important item was the facility upgrade card. Facility upgrade item card can upgrade any indoor facility below level 5 this thing. Xiao immediately placed the item card on the weapon platform to use. Sure enough, the level 2 weapon platform upgraded to a level 3 weapon platform without needing blueprints, which could synthesize up to level 4 weapons. This was much more useful than weapon platform upgrade blueprints. The upgraded weapon platform had 2 additional slots beside the placement platform, making it look like something needed to be placed there. It seemed she would have to find suitable materials to put in later. As for the level 5 treasure chest, it was not difficult to guess that the only permanent item was the guaranteed item from the level 5 blue treasure chest. Unfortunately, it was useless to her. Xiao messaged the Turtle Immortal, "What did you open?" The Turtle Immortal replied, "A bunch of materials. What did you open?" He sent Xiao the complete information and quantities. Waterproof film sheets pack of 10, 8, circuit boards pack of 5, 3, insulation cloth pack of 10, 3, alloy pack of 10, 3, axle power support, 2 water energy. Xiao was instantly excited upon seeing this. Finally, she found usable materials. She sent her opened items to him. The Turtle Immortal replied, "Permanent animal food. That's good, this is a great item for me. The turtle will finally not have to endure hunger anymore, and I really need this oxygen tank, as my bunker has oxygen consumption needs." Xiao directly said, "I can give it to you. The synthesizer and decomposer are not one-time use items, but I have them, and I can give them to you. These 2 things are meant for synthesizing blue treasure chests and decomposing items, but I haven't figured out how to use them yet. Plus 4 safety house expansion items. However, I want all the circuit boards, insulation cloth, waterproof film sheets, and alloys. I also need 1 axle power support." The Turtle Immortal replied, "No way. What's the difference between this and stripping me of my underwear? I feel like I've been cheated by you." "Don't say it." He felt he was at a loss. Not in the sense of a bad trade with the other party, but just from the other party using the item synthesizer and decomposer on his consumable materials, he felt it was a loss. What he lost was opening a level 5 black treasure chest with a transparent treasure chest. The black treasure chest was one of the basic material chests. Even a level 5 black treasure chest was not as good as the blue one. Upon seeing these materials after opening, he realized something was off. Because in 2 days, when the infection level of corpses reached 100 or perhaps, then he could obtain black treasure chests by cutting down zombies. So even if he synthesized a level 5 weapon treasure chest, it would be much better than opening a level 5 material treasure chest. The Turtle Hermit almost instinctively made a sarcastic remark. To everyone watching, the items in the prop treasure chest clearly seemed superior to those in the material treasure chest. The items in the material treasure chest were merely consumables lacking any permanent resources. However, the items in the prop treasure chest appeared quite valuable. Xiao remained silent for a few minutes before slowly responding, "Then let's exchange them back," as if no transaction ever occurred. "You open the blue treasure chest, I open the black treasure chest, the materials belong to me, and the props belong to you." The Turtle Hermit thought this was a good idea, but as he was about to agree, he suddenly realized something. Why did the other party agree so readily? The apparent value of the resources was clearly unequal. Wait, the other party was a player with 3 treasure chest eggs, and it was only a matter of time before they gathered enough energy to provide for the intelligent steward. Currently, the synthesis of treasure chests was to help herself consume the excess energy generated from the main god's props. The reason for allocating treasure chests of different colors was that if both parties opened prop treasure chests or other types of chests, they would not obtain sufficient materials to create blueprints and the like. The lighthearted remark from the other party implied, "If you find this unfair, we can choose not to collaborate in the future." Not collaborating seemed like an ordinary threat, but it did not cost the other party anything. Because possessing the 3 major treasure chest eggs, not to mention the drug treasure chest, could yield Doomsday potions guaranteeing at least 1 bottle, and she could get at least 2 bottles along with an additional 19 units of medium to high-grade potions. She just needed to pay some handling fees, and people would come to her for openings, especially for the crucial food resources afterwards. If one were to jeopardize a long-term cooperative symbiotic relationship over trivial immediate benefits, that would be terribly short-sighted. Upon realizing this, the Turtle Hermit nearly knelt down saying, "Father, I was wrong, I was blinded by greed, and did not mean to blame you." Xiao remained silent. To be honest, she nearly thought this cooperative relationship was about to collapse. Discontent among cooperative teammates due to uneven distribution was a common occurrence in the apocalypse, especially when realizing that the probability of obtaining resources from high-grade treasure chests must be controlled in her own hands. However, rather than having the other party blindly follow her words, Xiao preferred that they clearly understood her intentions, and even if they might incur some losses, they would work towards a win-win situation as per her requirements. She might not need the turtle hermit's energy to synthesize treasure chests, but that would require her to feed 120 chests to gather the 1,200 points of energy required for synthesis. For Xiao, 120 chests weren't too many. However, it would be quite troublesome requiring her to constantly act as an intermediary at the exchange center, finding people to open resources in exchange for treasure chests. The exchange center only allowed one message per day, and it was not easy to attract survivors willing to add her for treasure chest openings. Moreover, most survivors had only 1 or 2 scattered resources, and some didn't have any. This required her to actively private message people at the exchange center, inquiring whether anyone had treasure chests that needed to be opened. Some needed help while others did not. Moreover, some people liked to chatter excessively, often trying to take advantage by offering low-grade treasure chests in exchange for high-grade resources. Just yesterday, she spent an hour and only managed to gather a handful of handling fee resources. After filtering and constant communication to gather 120 treasure chests, she would have to work tirelessly at the exchange center for an entire day. The time wasted would prevent her from exploring the outside world and obtaining information about game progress. For instance, during acid rain, she wouldn't discover the sulfuric acid and oil resource pits outside, nor would she gain corrosion-resistant attributes from being rained on. If one day all treasure chests disappeared, or if no one offered to open them for her, she would face danger due to her lack of information about game progress. Thus, staying in a safe house and relying solely on treasure chest eggs to acquire resources for survival was akin to a self-imposed isolation, which she would avoid unless absolutely necessary. She replied to the turtle hermit, "So shall we proceed with the exchange as I mentioned earlier?" The turtle hermit eagerly responded, "No problem. No problem. Whatever you say, father." He wiped the sweat from his forehead. A noble father indeed. If it were someone else, they would have likely caused a ruckus due to their distrust by now. Immediately, according to Xiao's instructions, the turtle hermit exchanged the resources and casually remarked the resources in the desert today seem more plentiful than the previous days. Xiao curiously asked, "Do you feel that way too?" The turtle hermit replied, "Previously, I would find only 1 treasure chest within a mile in the desert, but today there are at least 3 to 5 within the same range. Moreover, transparent treasure chests are easy to find in the desert. They lack color, but have weight, making their square outlines visible on the sandy ground. I found over 100 treasure chests in a day. If it weren't for the insufficient energy resources preventing the safe house from moving, I could have found even more. But now that it's getting dark, I can't see the transparent treasure chests, clearly making it hard to find them at night." Xiao remained silent. Even the turtle hermit clearly sensed an increase in resources today. It seemed the festival day was indeed quite festive. However, she still felt that it couldn't be that simple. At that moment, the communicator beeped. After contacting 1349, Xiao took the communicator to the cellar, waiting for her message, which she believed wouldn't take long. Once connected, she indeed heard 1349's voice. "Hello, Miss Su. We have reported the information you provided to the Alliance, and the Alliance has decided to change its strategic policy. They will place natural food resources in temporary camps for ordinary survivors. Gather Alliance members, take control of the safe house, collect resources, and wait for the Doomsday game version update in 4 days before implementing new plans. Therefore, we hope for a long-term collaboration with you." Xiao was looking over the water energy explanation. Water energy was not a permanent resource. It only provided 10 tons of potable water. She responded, "Go ahead." 1349 continued, "Today we indeed obtained many so-called transparent treasure chests and learned what the corresponding colors yield when opened. Opening transparent treasure chests does not require eggs, while only survivors bound to the safe house can see treasure chests of other colors. However, we believe that your ability to acquire so many resources in the first place indicates a certain understanding of the game. We hope you can tell us what steps we should take next. As a sign of our cooperative sincerity, we will gift you a portion of the transparent treasure chests obtained in Yun City today." Xiao asked, "How many?" 100. Does that work for you? If they could offer 100 chests for collaboration, they must have obtained at least thousands of transparent treasure chests themselves. It seemed today's treasure chests were indeed abnormally abundant. No, Xiao recalled a possibility and immediately said, "Seriously, that's fine, but you must do one thing immediately." 1349 solemnly responded, "Please go ahead." Xiao said, "Burn the corpses you have, and have the members bound to the safe house collect the yellow treasure chests left after the burning of the corpses." "We have been doing this all along," 1349 replied with confusion. Earlier, someone had leaked this information at the Safe House Communication Center. The doctor informed them, which is why various alliance organizations have dedicated members to collect yellow treasure chests. "What I mean is, do not rest tonight. Until the resource refresh at 8 a.m. tomorrow, find as many treasure chests as possible. Su Xiao said slowly, because starting tomorrow there may very well be no treasure chests left. Before a drought, there must be a deluge. The Day of Joy is clearly a celebratory festival, but such festivals do not occur every day. The most important thing is that if the infection rate reaches 100 the day after tomorrow, the survivors will truly become zombies. At that time, will the zombies drop black treasure chests or yellow ones? Su Xiao was not quite sure. The worst-case scenario would be if, after turning into zombies, they dropped black treasure chests. That would be troublesome when medicine is already scarce. The Alliance is stockpiling medicine treasure chests because the Alliance has a rescue center, knows where the most bodies are, and their personnel follow orders in an orderly manner, making actions quicker and more convenient. I understand, 1349 replied. What about the transparent treasure chests? Su Xiao had also thought it through. It's inconvenient to move supplies, and there might be losses along the way. Since some of you are bound to the safe house, please use the safe house to help me. At the Safe House Communication Center, there is currently no function for adding friends or searching. From 1200 a.m. to 1210 a.m. those of you in the safe house should call the number 1 at the communication center. As long as I see one of you, I will proactively contact you. The code is 100 transparent treasure chests. Understood. 1349 nodded, saying no more, and hung up the communicator to follow Su Xiao's suggestion. Su Xiao checked the supplies in her hand. The first thing she wanted to synthesize was an indoor lighting facility, as the basement was far too dark. Without lighting, her eyes would eventually have problems. After consuming 15 units of plastic 1 circuit board and 4 iron blocks, she synthesized 1 titanium ring battery. Then she consumed 6 plastic 2 wooden planks for iron blocks and 1 titanium ring battery to synthesize the indoor lighting facility. Bang! The entire basement instantly lit up as if a dim cage suddenly had light. The square cement walls felt a bit cold, while the light source was the only warmth. Little Mo said, the indoor lighting facility has been activated. 3 safe houses can use it together, and the power is shared. Currently, your safe house lighting facility has 100 power. Great. Thank you, Little Mo. Su Xiao rolled around on the bed. That's right, humans are light-seeking creatures. Otherwise, why would they have eyes that seek light? Living in darkness is no different from being maggots in a ditch. After activating the lighting facility, the next step was to create the washing room facility. Water-resistant boards, alloys, and water resources are already available. Only 10 composite glass sheets are needed. If she couldn't even open a level 5 material treasure chest, either this thing had a very low probability, or it had to be obtained from other sources. Suddenly, Su Xiao remembered something, turned around, and picked up the Doomsday potion bottle from the table. This item was transparent and felt like glass. Moreover, after drinking the potion, the container did not disappear, so she currently had a total of 10 potion bottles in her hand. After thinking, Su Xiao placed the Doomsday potion bottle into the item decomposition machine. This decomposition yields composite glass 10 indeed. Items refer not only to those obtained from blue treasure chests, but also include items opened from other treasure chests. If Su Xiao guessed correctly, decomposing alloys, water-resistant boards, thermal insulation cloth, aluminum iron ingots, etc., but should also yield basic materials. These materials have common traits. After thinking for a moment, Su Xiao crafted the washing room facility. Little Mo said, the washing room facility has been created. Placing it will consume 6 points of space. Safe House 1 currently has 8 points of space left. If space is insufficient, the smart butler will automatically discard natural materials in the space. Su Xiao used 2 5 square meter expansion items, as it didn't matter. The original 8 square meter basement was instantly expanded to 18 square meters, and the distance between the sofa bed and the corner for placing natural materials was visibly widened. Su Xiao raised her hand, pointing to a spot not far from the side of the bed. Place the washing room facility over there. Little Mo quickly placed it, and the washing room appeared in the next moment. Diagonally opposite the bed, separated by water-resistant boards and glass, Su Xiao first observed from outside. The vanity mirror was right next to the entrance of the washing room, and there was a small storage cabinet beside the mirror. Although there was nothing in the cabinet, it would allow Su Xiao to store her previously kept daily necessities. What's even better is that there's a small electrical socket below the mirror. She could use a hairdryer. This is fantastic. Crossing over the vanity, she could see that the bathing area was right inside. On the left was a squat toilet occupying about 1 square meter of space, while on the right was a flushing showerhead taking about 4 square meters. Overall, the entire washing room occupied around 6 square meters of space. Though small, it was complete in every way. Just looking at it made Su Xiao very satisfied. Little Mo reminded her, currently the washing facility holds 10 tons of living water. If the owner synthesizes a kitchen stove facility, water resources can be shared. The facility's energy system can share energy, and if there is fire energy, the water heater can provide hot water. That's fine if the weather isn't too cold, yet I can manage. Stepping into the washing room, a prompt rang in her ears. Maintain regular cleaning to avoid becoming a source of deadly viral infection in the apocalypse. just as Su Xiao had previously guessed. It seemed that ordinary facilities had special roles in the Doomsday game. The term deadly virus sounded like it referred to ailments that could not be cured by healing potions. As for being infectious, it would likely appear in crowded places such as safe havens. However, it shouldn't appear now. After all, the survivors capable of synthesizing a washing room are few. If a deadly virus were to emerge now, at least 90 of the survivors would die on top of the current numbers. The Doomsday game is essentially a game, and games need players, and the players are the survivors. Thus, having all the survivors die wouldn't benefit the Doomsday game. Glancing at the time, it was nearly 8 o'clock, and the sky was getting dark. Although she knew there might be no treasure chests tomorrow, Su Xiao did not intend to search for treasure chests in the middle of the night. She had already reached a collaboration with the Alliance, and utilizing the resources obtained through the Alliance would be far more than searching alone. Especially when there are no treasure chest resources on the ground, it would be the perfect opportunity for her to shine. The night was dark and fraught with potential dangers, so Su Xiao entered the washing room without any burden. The washing facility did not have finished daily necessities, but she had prepared shower gel and shampoo herself. Half an hour later, after coming out with her hair still damp, she found the hairdryer, but hadn't had time to turn it on when she heard the notification for 8 o'clock. Currently, 90 of the safe houses have been bound, with over 10 survivors having upgraded their safe houses, triggering a comprehensive upgrade of the communication center for more convenient use. Sometimes being alive feels like a mistake, even in breathing. Survivors, enjoy your final revelry. But what does sometimes being alive feels like a mistake mean? It can't just be a lament. As for the upgrade of the communication center, he found that there were 4 or 5 more high-level players than before, with 2 still retaining their initial identification numbers. In the morning, he saw that suit-clad gentleman as one of the high-level players, though he couldn't tell which one. From the way he spoke, he didn't sound like he was 80 years old, asking if asthma could be treated, which could be a mystery. However, after exchanging supplies last night until this morning, she hadn't paid much attention to the communication center, so it was also possible that these high-level players upgraded today. Su Xiao looked around. On the public screen of the high-level player communication center, many messages were posted, with the top one being from the Turtle Hermit over half an hour ago. Is anyone looking to synthesize a treasure chest? I can help, but there's a service fee. 80. Yes, I have some big shot. I'll private message you right away. Mystery, isn't synthesizing treasure chests supposed to require energy? Where does all that energy come from? What kind of treasure chest are we synthesizing? What energy is consumed? I'm new here and don't know what this is. So this is a private group for high-level players. Is there inside information? Owner 666. I currently have the highest weapon, level 3. I drank a bottle of strength potion. What does that count as? Everyone gathered the safe houses so early, they must be more impressive. Owner 773945. See White Sky. Hello everyone, nice to meet you all. Su Xiao finished reading and fell silent. It felt like there were all sorts of powerful beings. Although upgrading the safe house made them high-level players, it didn't guarantee their survival abilities. Just like Su Xiao arriving at the safe house by a sports car was sheer luck, and one couldn't rule out the possibility that the others were just as lucky. After closing the high-level player communication center, Su Xiao saw a small magnifying glass icon in the lower left corner, which when touched popped up the message, enter the survivor number you want to search for. This indeed made it much more convenient to directly search for numbered players for chatting and resource exchanges. At that moment, he received a message from Yu. Yu, sister. I struck it rich today, floated to a deserted island, and picked up a lot of boxes. Really so many I have a kind of worry it feels just like a death row inmate's last meal. Su Xiao. Sister, your concern is not unfounded, but can you not put it that way? Yu, it's just a bit tragic. The corpses on that island look like they've been soaked in water, almost like they're about to burst out of a giant viewing. I was burning corpses while picking up treasure chests. I spent a whole day on that island, and still couldn't finish looting it. By evening, I found the other half, and realized there weren't many corpses left. I was afraid someone was lying in wait, so I hurriedly ran away. Su Xiao, after hearing this, felt it was oddly familiar. Why did it sound so much like the little island she had visited? Of course it wasn't impossible. After all, one of Yu's safe houses was also a boat. Su Xiao, are you looking for me to open the chests? Forget it for now. Oh, I have enough supplies for the moment. I just haven't talked to you for a day. Daily grumbling, building rapport, because I feel like tonight's notice seems to indicate that there won't be any treasure chests tomorrow. Su Xiao didn't expect the other party to bring it up, directly replying, I think so too. Yu, so sister, I think your eggs might be about to hatch. If the treasure chests are truly limited, everyone will want to use the limited chests to unlock double the resources. I need to cling to you. If I can't survive, I might have to rely on your charity. The tone was light, but there was more worry behind it. Su Xiao was about to reply when she received a reminder from Xiao Mo, owner. The oxygen duration in the number 1 basement is less than 1 hour of ventilation activity is required. Only then did Su Xiao notice that the oxygen duration in the safe house had already fallen below 1 hour. The ventilation activity in the basement requires meeting 2 conditions. 1. The owner must leave the safe house from the basement exit. 2. When leaving the basement door must be open. However, after returning to the basement last night from gathering supplies, she had been teleporting to the Ferrari and the fishing boat to collect supplies, so she hadn't performed a complete ventilation activity. But this doesn't make sense. Xiao was somewhat sensitive to numbers. Xiao, the basement is supposed to store oxygen for 24 hours, but before the safe house upgrade yesterday, I did go out for a ventilation activity. The basement should have 24 hours of oxygen duration. I came back at 7 p.m. last night, and by this morning at 9 a.m., it has only been 12 hours. During that time, I barely stayed in the basement and went to the number 2 and number 3 safe houses. There should be at least 7 or 8 hours left. Are you implying that when I'm not in the number 1 safe house, the oxygen duration is still consumed? Xiao, yes. Xiao shook her head. Xiao, oxygen is consumed through breathing, but should only be consumed when there are survivors in the safe house. If the oxygen automatically consumes duration when survivors are not present, then if a natural disaster occurs later, such as the basement being blocked by accumulated snow unable to open or move, and I don't enter the basement to live, wouldn't the stored oxygen be automatically consumed until it's exhausted? That's unreasonable. Xiao pondered for a moment before organizing the information. Should the owner submit a suggestion regarding the bug that consumes natural oxygen in the safe house when the owner is at other safe houses? Yes. It has been recorded and submitted for the owner with feedback expected in 1 day. However, until it is confirmed whether this is a bug, it is still recommended that the owner leave the basement to conduct ventilation activities to prevent oxygen deficiency during sleep, which could endanger life. Upon hearing this, Xiao agreed. Then Xiao, I'll go out first. Remember to take good care of the house. Oh, and turn off the lights to save electricity. Xiao felt nothing. It was like being hit by a balloon. She had a clear sense of the energy from 2 bottles of defensive potions. Turning around, the flashlight in her hand shone directly on the man's face. The man had a sharp, monkey-like face, blood covering him, and his gaze was tinged with crimson. After a brief moment of daze, he quickly reacted. You little brat, hurry up and help. To her surprise, there was indeed a helper. Just as the man swung the baseball bat towards her face again, Xiao reached out and gently grasped it. She accepted the sneak attack from behind, but getting slapped in the face was a different matter. Behind the man appeared a young boy holding an iron rod, looking about 17 or 18, yet he seemed hesitant, his eyes filled with struggle. In the next moment, Xiao forcefully snapped the baseball bat and swung her hand down onto the man's head. Xiao swore she only gave it a light slap. However, the man collapsed before her eyes, half of his skull marked with a clear fingerprint imprinted from the side of his head, the curvature of his skull distorted. The man convulsed on the ground, unable to speak, only staring at Xiao with bloodshot eyes. In just a few dozen seconds, he lost his breath. Xiao. When she drank a bottle of strength potion, she had already lost most of her awareness of her own strength. Now, having consumed several bottles, it was even less. She could no longer control this power. Oh, anyone who approaches her would be handing over their head. Looking up lightly at the boy, he quickly turned and ran away faster than a dog. Xiao did not pursue him to the end. Instead, she casually used a lighter to burn the man. In this mechanism, any corpse that dies can be quickly burned as long as it's not raining. She collected a yellow treasure chest. Outside, there was no timer, and she couldn't see the time, so Xiao turned off the flashlight. The light was too obvious and easily made her a target, plus she had consumed agility potions, making her body light and easy to hide. Xiao was eager to take off. Just as she was about to lift her foot, her body suddenly felt heavy. Poison level reached 10. Poisoned. When did she get poisoned? Had she been out for only 10 minutes and already gotten poisoned? Food poisoning. But how could the things she ate possibly cause food poisoning? Could it be that the man had poisoned himself, and then she inadvertently got poisoned after touching him? A commotion erupted not far away. Who poisoned the food? I just ate, and now I feel poisoned. Yeah. I'm poisoned too. We all ate our own food. How could anyone get poisoned? Xiao immediately went to check. This was a temporary refuge looking like a place where the Alliance had previously stationed. After the Alliance left supplies, they withdrew, and these appeared to be ordinary people. Even those wearing so-called Alliance uniforms were merely temporary members, not like the well-trained organization members of 1349. Because the true core members of the Alliance were only those with numbers and metal communication badges. Didn't we just pick up a treasure chest? Didn't the Alliance say that yellow ones could yield potions? They can cure poison, someone immediately replied. The detoxification potion from a level 1 treasure chest is a potion that instantly removes poison. Since this is a beginner's item, it was still used. How many treasure chests do we have? Today we picked up around 60 to 70 treasure chests. With over 20 of us here, each person can get 2. A group of people had already started pondering how to use the treasure chests they collected today. I opened an epidemic prevention potion. It clears infections. But I don't seem to be infected. Infected? Are you talking about this thing on my body? Someone revealed their arm, showing purple veins. This thing started growing more after I was bitten by a rat a few days ago. What the hell? You don't mean you're turning into a zombie, do you? Xiao found a cover to observe. Nearby stood a dead tree, its trunk large enough to conceal her body while she leaned against the trunk for support. "Who's turning into a zombie?" "Imperfectly fine," the man immediately retorted. The woman beside him nervously said, "Don't come over here. Stay away from me." She was a bit far from Xiao, unable to see clearly, only able to listen. From their conversations, she inferred that those with wounds or injuries would show signs of infection, and it would continue to increase over time. However, the poisoning situation only began after the notification at 8 p.m. So this is related to the game process, Xiao thought, and then heard the notification. Poison level reached 20. How could it rise so quickly? It had only been a few minutes, and it increased by 10 in less than 5 minutes. "I opened a detox potion," someone shouted from the opposite camp. That person, afraid the detox potion would be snatched, immediately consumed it. "My poison level is back to 0. After drinking the potion, the person happily exclaimed, "What the heck, the probability of these treasure chests is so low. I didn't see any detox potions in my 2 treasure chests, all I got were epidemic prevention potions. What kind of nonsense is this game trying to make us wait to die?" Indeed, according to this rate of increase, it seemed like it was accelerating the speed of survivors' deaths. At 8 p.m., there was no hint of a new disaster, only that some were breathing incorrectly. Xiao recalled a gameplay feature. Time challenge. Just like the first day's notice mentioned that some cute little creatures appeared at night, and a time challenge against zombies was initiated for survivors bound to their safe houses. Would this also be a time challenge? But challenges must have a purpose. What is the task intended for players? She hated games that didn't clearly state the rules. Xiao calmed down and carefully recalled the rules from the notifications. She heard someone in the opposite camp panic. "What do we do? It's reached 20. If we don't detox, are we really going to die?" The person who just ate the detox potion said, "I can't. I took the detox potion, but am still getting poisoned." The detox potion only reduces the level of poisoning, but after consuming it, the other's level was still increasing. This indicates there was something around them that continuously poisoned them. Breathing. So the poison exists in the air. While pondering this, a notification came to her ear. Poison level reached 30. Xiao was taken aback. Was her rate of poisoning increasing faster than theirs? Xiao looked around and focused on the nearby dead tree corroded by acid rain. Is it the source of the poison plants that died from acid rain, which release oxygen during the day through photosynthesis and carbon dioxide at night through respiration? And now in the apocalypse, the decaying plants exhaled toxic gas at night. Being close to the source of poison, her rate of poisoning increased even faster. This explanation seemed the most reasonable. So what is the task for the time challenge? The hand touched the branch. Was it to cleanse them? To eliminate these sources of toxic gas and stop the production of poison? As a game programmer, he understood this kind of task was akin to a scene quest. For instance, if you are assigned a quest to clear out the counterfeit bandits, in reality the bandits on the map are not all meant to be cleared, but rather a limited number is set, and once that number is reached, the quest is considered complete. As for whether the task is indeed what it seems, one would only know by trying. He pointed the lighter at the tree trunk, and the flame instantly soared 3 Yang Haiyi, illuminating the surrounding area for dozens of meters. You have triggered the Cleanse the Toxic Source timed public challenge. Once the cleansing level reaches 100, the toxic gas will cease to be released, and all participating survivors will receive challenge rewards. Current cleansing level 13. Had someone already discovered the challenge rules ahead of time? There's fire. Someone is burning trees. Survivors from the opposite camp rushed out, spotting Xiao beneath the fiery tree, the flames casting a clear light on her profile. "Who? What are you doing?" A group followed out. "No, there's no one." "Where is anyone?" The person turned back, and there was no one under the tree, rubbing their eyes. "Am I seeing things?" "No, there must be someone otherwise who lit this tree. And don't you find it strange why light this tree? Normally, unless it's a continuous inferno, flames wouldn't leap so high, and it certainly wouldn't catch fire in just a few minutes unless." The person next to him immediately thought of this and took out a lighter to ignite a nearby dead tree. As Xiao turned back, she saw several trees already ablaze by the riverbank. These people were not foolish. Noticing the time was about right, Xiao prepared to return to the cellar, prompting Xiao Mo to pop up the distance indicator, only to find it had deviated significantly. To return the same way would require detouring past the earlier campsite, where several trees were already lit, making it easy to encounter people. It wasn't that Xiao was afraid, but rather it would be troublesome. Thus, she chose to take another route. However, after walking for a few minutes, branches all around ignited the fire, lighting up much of the city center. Xiao then noticed a woman in black not far away, looking at the emptiness of her left hand. It was a familiar face. Hearing the commotion behind her, 1349 immediately turned around cautiously, holding a black pistol in her right hand. Seeing Xiao, she was quite surprised and instinctively said, "You came out." Xiao was puzzled. "Am I not allowed to come out?" "No." 1349 shook her head. "I thought you were highly alert and unwilling to leave the safe house." Only realizing afterwards. Right, how could someone so cautious suddenly swagger into the crowd? That must be because you have something to rely on. Are you organizing people to burn trees? Su Xiao glanced at her. Yes, after 8 p.m. tonight, toxins will breed in the air and everyone will be poisoned. My people originally intended to gather firewood and chop down 2 trees, inadvertently triggering the time challenge. 1349 explained. Now it made sense. No wonder someone discovered it ahead of time. Li Ming. Suddenly 1349 spoke, and a man not far away turned upon receiving the order, walking towards Su Xiao and 1349. The man saluted. 1349, a deputy commander Lin. Su Xiao then learned that 1349's surname was Lin, and that she was actually a deputy commander. Last time she saw the commander, he referred to 1349 by her number. It seemed that 1349 had received a promotion. Her gaze shifted, noticing the tattoo in the man's palm, which indicated access to the supplies of the safe house. This is Miss Su, our cooperating survivor. The 100 transparent chests I asked you to store earlier are for her. Since she's here, there's no need to look for her at the exchange center. With that, the man named Li Ming quickly raised his hand. Direct exchanges of supplies are done through the supply channel without physical contact. Keeping palms facing each other a distance of about 5 centimeters will trigger prompts. Received 100 colorless chests, gifted by owner 82237495, automatically stored. 1349 observed Su Xiao's expression, and upon confirming she had received them, she said, before today we couldn't see or use the supplies in the chests. Perhaps this game is subtly changing its rules. Though we don't fully understand, we are also working hard to adapt and find patterns. Today we parted ways with the Apocalypse Alliance and re-established the Star Alliance. Su Xiao was puzzled. What's the difference? 1349 replied, the Apocalypse Alliance is a global coalition, and any plans require a global meeting. The Star Alliance belongs only to us, allowing us to make our own decisions. Oh, understood. Su Xiao nodded. Although she wasn't sure what had happened, it was their decision and had little to do with her. Just then a man rushed over, quickly saluting 1349 before reporting the commander sent a message that 8829 encountered an attack on the way to transport the safe house. The attackers are survivors with special abilities and came with more than one person, seizing dozens of safe houses from 8829. 1349 said continue. The man continued, currently the Star Alliance only has 11394 safe houses left, and only 9837 core members are participating in the shell shedding plan, with potential unexpected situations arising along the way. The commander asks whether to consider extraneous members. 1349 pondered for a moment. One person can bind up to 2 safe houses with 35 districts, each capable of arranging 300 public shelters. There are enough personnel. Su Xiao kindly reminded, once a safe house is bound, it cannot be unbound. 1349 looked at Su Xiao firmly and said, as long as we make them unowned before that day comes, it will be fine. Su Xiao belatedly realized the shell shedding plan. So that was what it was about. After hesitating for a moment, she said, I won't disturb you anymore. If you need to open supplies, just contact me directly at the safe house. For large quantities, I can consider reducing your handling fees. She then remembered safe houses are absolutely secure from external attacks and can withstand anything. However, if someone attacks from within the safe house, could still be damaged. With that said, Su Xiao quickly left. 1349 frowned, pondering Su Xiao's words. After a moment, she opened the communicator. Just received new intel. The shell shedding plan requires military personnel for coordination. Su Xiao returned to the safe house cellar, and the oxygen duration had naturally restored to 24 hours. The shock of the shell shedding plan had not yet faded when she heard the system announcement. The timed public challenge toxic source has been completed, with a total of 29374 survivors receiving rewards. So soon. Su Xiao had not yet reacted, as she had merely burned 1 tree casually, barely qualifying for a participation reward, but upon receiving the reward, she felt exhilarated. A blood-red soil wrapped in something resembling oiled paper. The public reward is the soil, meaning that there are 29374 survivors holding one portion of it. The speculation of equal rewards arises because Su Xiao did not hear any personal score statistics while clearing the first tree. The absence of personal score statistics in public challenges indicates that there are no ranked rewards. Just like the challenge on the first night, as long as one clears it, everyone receives the same reward, so the quantity cleared does not matter. In fact, the more participants, the better. Access the communication center and look for soil to exchange in the world. However, it is evident that there are over 20 million survivors holding safe houses, but only over 20,000 have obtained the soil. Without understanding its significance, no one would easily trade it. Su Xiao sent a message, open treasure chests for a handling fee of 25, priority given to larger quantities. For advanced materials exchange for 3 portions of soil, only 3 portions are needed, and I will accept 1 healing potion in exchange, no more. As an advanced player, the red text in the white chat was very noticeable. Soon someone privately messaged Su Xiao, what is soil, and where can I get it? You give me 1 healing potion, and I will get it for you. Su Xiao. This is why she dislikes exchanging materials in the communication center. It complicates opening treasure chests. Unable to resist suggesting Little Soil, I suggest the communication center implement a listing trading system. This would make swapping materials much more convenient for everyone. Little Soil is recording your suggestion and will submit the homeowner's recommendation. Xiao, for example, if I have one healing potion and want to exchange it for one portion of soil, I just need to list it in the trading system and survivors with soil can directly exchange with me. Opening treasure chests also works this way. For instance, I can list any combination of 3 food units in exchange for a white food treasure chest. As long as there are players, automatic exchanges can happen without me individually opening each chest. Little Soil has recorded your suggestion and submitted it. You will receive feedback on your suggestion within 24 hours. Thank you. Xiao waited for a moment. Indeed, although she sent a message using up her message quota for the day in the torrent of scrolling messages, her information was like finding a needle in a haystack. It was noticeable, but remained unseen by survivors possessing soil, rendering it ineffective. The survivors she found were all there to open yellow treasure chests and food treasure chests. Even though there were many, the maximum number was less than 10 chests. For ordinary survivors without potions, finding a complete corpse is not simple. Although most treasure chests were traded 1 or 2 at a time, Xiao still took the time to open all of theirs. Half an hour later, she received a message from Turtle Immortal. Boss, didn't you have a small greenhouse blueprint? You said if you didn't find any plants in 3 days, you would exchange it with me. Later, you took my sewing machine for free. Are you considering trading the small greenhouse blueprint with me? Xiao stopped opening treasure chests and replied, I thought you would know I have seeds since I didn't actively trade with you. Turtle Immortal. Xiao, don't worry, perhaps the treasure chest for the blueprint will appear later. After all, the only confirmed limited edition is the green treasure chest. Turtle Immortal, alright boss, please keep an eye out for the small greenhouse blueprint and help me trade for one. I beg you, your materials must be more than mine. After you trade, I will exchange with you using other materials. This is also a feasible option. However, Xiao was a bit curious why the sudden change in address. Well, I got into an argument with you in the advanced communication center. She called you sister and I called you brother. Then we remembered that you never really admitted your gender, so I changed my address. As for why not to admit it is surely because the other party does not want to reveal their true situation. Since they did not want to expose it, they had no need to ask further, thus choosing to call her boss. Xiao opened the Advanced Player Communication Center and scrolled through the records. The reason for their argument was that a newcomer had asked a few minutes ago, so do you really trade materials with survivors who have Easter eggs, and are you not afraid they will pocket them? Then Turtle Immortal replied, we all trade with trust. I have 3 treasure chests with Easter eggs. When I open a treasure chest, I just hand it over to him, and he gives it back to me after opening it. The important thing is trust. If you don't trust, just open it yourself. There's no need to doubt. Of course, this does not exclude a bit of boasting. You curiously asked, brother, aren't we sisters? Suddenly both realized that Xiao had never truly admitted her gender to them. The newcomer saw this and mocked, no way, even in the apocalypse you still believe in the whole brother-sister thing. It's hilarious. You don't even know if the person is male or female. Plastic. What brother-sister bonding turned into bubbles in his mouth. Xiao silently noted the person's ID, Advanced Player ID 16, trying to split the Easter egg organization, huh? She would ensure he wouldn't be able to open a single treasure chest in her presence. Returning to Turtle Immortal, if I find any, I'll let you know. I'm going to exchange some soil with materials. Speaking of materials, Turtle Immortal remembered boss batteries. Oh, the batteries she took from Turtle Immortal before had yet to be given to her. Xiao glanced at her inventory. Her basic materials were insufficient, lacking plastic, as it required 15 plastics to synthesize a battery. She said to Turtle Immortal, I don't have enough basic materials, bring yours over. I'm short 45 plastics and 12 iron blocks. She would only provide circuit boards. Turtle Immortal, I don't have any either. Ever since you mentioned DIY the sewing machine, I used the plastics and cloth to make clothes. Xiao glanced at her warehouse and replied, then let's trade with weapons. 6 level 1 weapons. Turtle Immortal immediately sent 6 level 1 weapons to Xiao. Of course, Xiao had no plastics or iron blocks in hand, but she had advanced materials. There were still waterproof boards and alloys left. Logically, advanced treasure chests should not lack basic materials. Additionally, the item synthesis machine and item decomposition machine also serve as DIY-like crafting tools. Xiao contemplated for a moment and took in a waterproof board. This decomposition yielded 8 plastics and 8 wooden blocks. Then she decomposed an alloy, resulting in 4 aluminum ingots and 4 iron blocks. Indeed, low-level materials can be synthesized into high-level materials, and high-level materials can also be decomposed into low-level materials. The essence of this game is a vast DIY crafting world. After completing the battery, Xiao received a message from 49 Need Soil. I can exchange with you. Xiao asked, how many do you have? She casually handed over 3 synthesized batteries to the Turtle Sage and then went to the weapon bench to upgrade her level 2 weapon to level 3. After drinking the strength potion, the level 2 weapon felt a bit light in her hands. Soon the level 3 weapon emerged. It was still an axe, but slightly larger than the level 2 version, adorned with intricate patterns that made it appear much more mysterious, fitting perfectly in Su Xiao's grasp. Fortinin quickly replied, "How much do you need?" Su Xiao was puzzled, wondering why it seemed like the other party had a lot of the rare soil. Su Xiao said, "Why don't you just tell me your conditions?" The other party wanted the initiative, but she wasn't going to give it up. 49. I have a level 5 yellow treasure chest. I can give you the rare soil as a fee for helping me open this yellow treasure chest. After reading this last sentence, Su Xiao was amused. The other party knew she wanted the rare soil, but also wanted her help in opening the chest, so they tried to preemptively use this condition to negotiate. But it was obvious that the rare soil and the fee for opening the chest were not equivalent. Although the rare soil was making its first appearance, most survivors found it useless without blueprints or seeds. It was like an oxygen tank. Things that are not useful only command high prices when they first appear, after a few days they become worthless. The level 5 yellow treasure chest might yield multiple bottles of Doomsday potions. If luck was on her side, and she got several potions, she could afford to set aside 2 bottles as the fee for opening the chest. However, the other party only wanted to exchange the rare soil for a mortgage on the opening fee. Clearly, they were quite calculating, unlike the turtle sage and the 2 honest simpletons. However, Su Xiao remembered something very important. She inquired, "How do you know that after I open your treasure chest, I will definitely give you everything that comes out? Or do you have a way to see what I opened from the chest?" The other party was trying to clarify the cost in advance. Did they have a method to see what was inside the chest? Su Xiao was even more interested in this. Humans interact with one another. If Fortinin was wary of her, but still wanted her to help open the yellow treasure chest without losing out on the Doomsday potions, perhaps they could share some information. With this information, it wouldn't be impossible to ask them to help open a blue treasure chest next time. Fortinin fell silent again. Su Xiao was a bit impatient. "To me, this information is worth more than a few bottles of Doomsday potions. If you continue to be so defensive, then we might as well not cooperate in the future." But the fact was as such. It was like doing business. Dealing with straightforward people feels different from negotiating with those who are always calculating. The former easily generates goodwill, while the latter creates aversion. After a while, Fortinin sent a message. The affinity with the intelligent butler has reached 50, allowing for the opening of an intelligent contract for proxy transactions, meaning the butler can supervise the opening and the treasure chest egg effects will also apply. Su Xiao realized, "So you're saying that your intelligent butler and my intelligent butler will conduct the proxy transaction?" 49. The intelligent butler can help open the eggs without the homeowner needing to do it themselves, but the premise is that the affinity with the intelligent butler must reach 50. If the affinity hasn't reached 50, the proxy opening rights cannot be unlocked, so I can only send you an application and you must agree to proceed. So that's how it is. But how could the other party have raised their affinity so quickly in just 3 days? Could there be some special item to boost affinity? The other party seemed to guess Su Xiao's thoughts. "You must be very curious about why I raised the intelligent butler's affinity so quickly. If you agree to the intelligent proxy opening, I'll tell you." Su Xiao was about to say to add 20 bottles of rare soil, but remembered another person. She changed her mind and said, "I don't want the rare soil. I want 30 blue treasure chests." 49. They didn't quite understand why she would change her request when she clearly needed the rare soil. 30 blue treasure chests. That's too many. Su Xiao added, "The rare soil is not difficult to obtain. Without blueprints, many people find it useless. In a few days, its price will drop. A level 5 yellow treasure chest guarantees at least 1 bottle of Doomsday potion, and with the intelligent proxy opening doubling the egg effect, you could guarantee 2 bottles of Doomsday potions. If you're lucky, perhaps even more, but for me, there's no benefit. Although I am asking for a lot, you also lack sincerity, so you need to give a little more." Fortinin felt Su Xiao's difficulty, as she was nothing like the other 2 egg survivors who were easy to trick. Yet they still had to compromise. Fine. As a blue egg treasure chest owner, what they lacked was blue treasure chests. Su Xiao clicked her tongue. It seemed this person was in trouble and had to strengthen their power, hence the urgency for the Doomsday potions. The moment she received the 30 blue treasure chests, Su Xiao also heard a prompt. The intelligent butler of owner No. 02 invites your intelligent butler for a proxy opening of the level 5 yellow treasure chest. After opening, all resources will be returned. Please let me know if you agree. Agree. The results of this proxy opening are as follows. Healing Potion 20, Immunity Potion 16, Doomsday Potion Defense 2, Doomsday Potion Strength 2. Su Xiao glanced at it. She actually opened 2 potions. With the double egg effect, it felt painful, as if she had sent her belongings away. Although she had contributed nothing, if she had taken a share directly from the treasure chest, she could have at least received 2 bottles of Doomsday potions as a fee. The opened potions flashed in front of Su Xiao before disappearing. She could only comfort herself that those resources did not belong to her. She had obtained 30 blue treasure chests. If she could gather 67 more, she could synthesize another level 5 blue treasure chest. Fortinine also messaged Su Xiao, a level 5 red treasure chest will definitely yield a piece of intelligence memory. This can help the intelligence system recover memories, and a memory-recovered intelligence system will increase its affinity towards you. So that's how it is. She originally thought weapon treasure chests would only yield weapons, as she didn't expect them to also contain memories of the intelligent butler. It seemed she needed to synthesize a level 5 weapon chest to open and see. Just right, she currently had more than 160 transparent treasure chests in her hands, enough to synthesize 2 level 5 transparent treasure chests. Su Xiao asked the turtle sage if there were any energy sources left, but the answer was that the surplus energy had already been exchanged with other homeowners. After thinking for a moment, Su Xiao opened the communication center, clicked the search button in the lower right corner, and searched for the ID 822-37495. Soon the homeowner's information popped up, and she directly added them as a friend. This person was under 1349. Many of 1,349 subordinates had participated in the limited time challenge earlier, so finding some rare soil would be simple. In less than 3 minutes, she received a prompt. ID 822-37495 has added you as a friend. You can chat and trade in the friend directory. After adding, Su Xiao sent a message, "Hello, I would like to exchange some end soil with you. May I ask if that's possible?" The other party quickly replied, "Sure, how much do you need?" Currently we have 127 pieces, but we are not sure what they can be used for. It was introduced that they can be used for planting the end seeds. Su Xiao did not know how many types of end seeds there were. However, special seeds like the end ghost are limited edition. The small greenhouse only requires 4 pieces of end soil, but the remaining end soil certainly must have some use. Suddenly, Su Xiao thought of the unopened level 5 food treasure chest. Could it be that food seeds are guaranteed to be inside? After all, having a continuous supply of food seeds means having food security. So Su Xiao replied, "I only need 7 pieces of end soil." End soil is an important nutrient that can be used for planting during the apocalypse. Perhaps there will be food seeds that can grow in the apocalypse later on. If there's something you need, I can exchange it with you. According to the market price for end soil, 1 piece of healing potion or 1 piece of immunity potion can be exchanged for 1 piece of end soil. The other side seemed to be discussing it, and soon sent a message, "We currently have a batch of yellow treasure chests totaling 8637. Experts say that in the game, level 5 treasure chests must open high-grade medicines and special medicines after upgrading. We would like to ask for your help in opening the yellow treasure chests. 8637 of them." Even though Su Xiao knew that cooperating with them would yield a large number of yellow treasure chests, she didn't expect there to be so many. Indeed, the amount from individual players is negligible compared to the official quantity. Su Xiao held her breath, wondering how she could seize this immense fortune. Su Xiao replied, "It takes 1200 energy points to synthesize a level 5 treasure chest. Feeding 1 chest costs 10 energy points, so a total of 201 chests must be consumed to synthesize 1 level 5 medicine treasure chest. A level 5 treasure chest can yield 20 units of high-grade medicine, including a guaranteed 1 bottle of apocalypse medicine. I can open 40 units with the chests in my possession, but your quantity is just too much." After sending that message, Su Xiao finally felt relieved. Previously, she had extended an olive branch offering to help them open treasure chests without charging a service fee, mainly to make them reflect on their worth, saying a polite remark. In life, one must have dignity. She was curious to see who would be so shameless as to not give her a service fee. Can they truly feel at ease taking something for free? So what Su Xiao really wanted was just a better deal for larger quantities. Larger quantities could slightly reduce the service fee and secure a long-term partnership. This would earn her more than working as a customer service representative at the exchange center for an entire night. Not being able to put forth her own demands, she could only accept what the other side proposed, ensuring mutual willingness. After a moment of contemplation, the other party asked, "How about a 10 service fee? Does that seem appropriate?" With 8637 treasure chests, they can synthesize 42 level 5 yellow treasure chests, where 4 will be your service fee, leaving 195 scattered chests that will yield ordinary medicines. We also need some, as the infection rate among our warriors is already high and a few have reached a poisoning level of 100, requiring us to eliminate the infection and poisoning status before 9 a.m. tomorrow. Poisoning. Su Xiao curiously asked what happens when poisoning reaches 100. Is there a lethal danger? The other party quickly replied, there are no immediate issues, but symptoms such as dizziness, vomiting, diarrhea, and hallucinations will occur intermittently. Su Xiao, isn't this just like the live-action version of consuming poisonous mushrooms? Thinking a step further, this symptom is quite terrifying. What if zombies appear and suddenly she feels the urge to relieve herself while fighting them? Should she fight the zombies or deal with her own needs? So Su Xiao quickly said, yes, but I have a special effect. I can guarantee that you will receive no less than the minimum quantity of apocalypse medicine. However, if there is an excess of apocalypse medicine, I will also take a portion and replace it with ordinary medicine. Although 804 yellow treasure chests as a service fee is quite good, the apocalypse medicine must indeed be extracted. Now they likely want to eliminate the status, but they should also want to obtain a batch of apocalypse medicine to strengthen their core members. However, her special effect only yields double the results, which is definitely more than they could get by opening themselves. The other side thought for less than a minute and quickly sent over the more than 800 yellow treasure chests to Xiao. Since Xiao's warehouse capacity is only 30, little Mo had to say capacity reached its limit, unable to accept all at once. Please move to a space outside the safe house to receive or expand the warehouse capacity and safe house space. There was no need to expand the safe house space, just to store chests. Xiao still had 3 warehouse expansion items, but they could only expand by 15 slots. The maximum capacity per slot is 99 chests, which is still insufficient. Xiao could only divide them into 3 batches and send them to me. I will combine them in batches. The other party didn't mind the trouble, probably because they were outside the safe house where the space was larger. Xiao quickly synthesized 38 level 5 treasure chests, and all 195 opened ordinary medicines. From 38 level 5 treasure chests, the minimum yield was 76 bottles of apocalypse medicine, but Xiao opened 108 bottles, meaning that for every 2 to 3 level 5 treasure chests, she would at least get 1 additional bottle of apocalypse medicine. This probability is neither good nor bad. If opened one by one, it might feel unlucky, but opening them together felt quite nice. Xiao received 10 bottles of apocalypse medicine and used her 4 healing potions and 6 immunity potions to offset the cost. After calculating, she received an additional 7 healing potions. After the other party calculated the amounts, they immediately sent over 7 pieces of end soil to Xiao. Now, looking at the 10 bottles of apocalypse medicine in her hands, she felt comfortable. When she received the replacements, she noted they were all even numbers, which meant that her service fee for opening boxes this time, besides the 804 yellow treasure chests, included 10 bottles of apocalypse medicine and 7 pieces of end soil. No wonder businessmen always want to do larger deals. Even if they don't open for 3 years, once they do, they can eat for 3 years. Xiao saw that the materials were sufficient and immediately crafted a small greenhouse for green plants. The small greenhouse is a white succulent display resembling one that could be placed on a balcony about 2 palms long and 1 palm wide, filled with red soil, displaying the words plantable. Xiao took out the indigo seed and placed it in the pit of red soil. In an instant, the soil seemed to flow like a hand, covering the black seed, remaining still for a long while. Xiao remembered that the seed had mentioned needing blood for cultivation. She immediately took out a small knife and pricked her fingertip. Sting! The sharp sound of metal scraping echoed, yet her fingertip's skin showed no sign of injury. Xiao, no way. Is it possible that she couldn't draw blood due to high defense? It can't be. Xiao gripped her synthesized level 3 axe. Normally, she should be able to hurt herself. After all, energy being equal means it's like having none. However, when Xiao brought the axe down on her hand, she felt as if her entire hand would be severed. She simply pressed her fingertip against the blade and cut down hard. The pain struck. Suddenly, blood flowed profusely and fell into the end soil instantly, causing a black plant to bloom like a budding flower ready to bloom. But Xiao quickly noticed something was amiss. This plant has no physical form. To be precise, it is a black, elusive shadow flower without substance. As Xiao touched the flower bud, it instantly surged into her body. She instinctively searched, but felt no discomfort. Strangely, the wound that was bleeding moments ago was healing at a visibly rapid pace, leaving no scar behind in the blink of an eye. Xiao furrowed her brow. Could it be that Mou's ability is healing? Yet that doesn't seem right. If it was merely healing wounds, then healing potions could also achieve that, and even hemostatic agents could stop the bleeding and facilitate healing. Mou is, after all, the 13th ranked Doomsday plant, so it should possess more than just this ability. But now that Mou has entered her body, Xiao didn't know how to summon it, or how to use it. Forget it. It's really strange dealing with something that has no manual. Turning her head, Xiao grabbed 10 bottles of Doomsday potions, her lips curling back to her ears, as she simultaneously downed 3 bottles with a ton. No matter what, today must be stronger than yesterday. After drinking, Xiao felt as if she had consumed a midnight snack of unknown flavor, inexplicably feeling full. Fortunately, the Doomsday potions are energy potions, so the feeling of fullness would quickly dissipate, instead of being expelled with bodily metabolism. With over 800 yellow treasure chests remaining, Xiao first fed 120 chests, gathering enough to synthesize 1 level 5 transparent chest with 1,200 energy points. Choosing to open the red one directly. Level 5 Weapon 1, Universal Transformation Stone 3, Berserk Stone 8, Poison Stone 7, Wisdom Stone 1 a dice. Still 20 units. The good fortune lay in obtaining the Toy of the Master. Dice description: a Toy of the Master. The Master would be very angry if it was missing. There is a lot of information. 1. The Master's toy opened from the weapon treasure chest, whose weapon it is, and who it can attack. The Master would be very angry if it was missing. Why? Is it because a beloved toy was taken away, or is there a secret about this item? The description only said that the master would be very angry, but it didn't specify what the cost of the master's anger would be. The 6 faces of the dice only show the number 1. When dropped to the ground, it makes a tinkling sound, but shows no other changes. Su Xiao could only set the dice aside. Berserk Stone description increases the berserk effect of the weapon, enhancing the explosive energy during attacks. Each stone increases the effect trigger probability by 1. Poison Stone description enhances the toxic effect of the weapon, and upon attacking a target, the target experiences a continuous poisoning effect. Each stone increases the effect trigger probability by 1. Universal Transformation Stone description can grant a weapon a transformation effect, turning it into any form of weapon. Each transformation stone increases the transformation points by 1, and when 100 transformation points are reached, the mental transformation effect is activated, allowing the weapon to be transformed at any time. The items opened from the weapon treasure chest turned out to be a bunch of effect fragments, and even the transformation stones needed to gather 100 pieces. Su Xiao endured. The last 2 items were a level 5 weapon and the wisdom stone. Surprisingly, even with the energy from several bottles of Doomsday potions, she couldn't lift the level 5 weapon. It was also a bottom off-the-box item. The last was the wisdom stone, a mass of white light that could restore the memories of little Mo as long as it was fed to her. After a moment of contemplation, Su Xiao asked little Mo, "Do you want to regain your memories?" Little Mo thought for a moment and replied, "I do." Su Xiao inquired why. "Because the most important things exist in my memories. Only by regaining them can I find traces of my past existence." Understood. Su Xiao respected little Mo's wishes and placed the wisdom stone in her bowl. Little Mo seems to recover some vague memories. Su Xiao waited for a while, but did not receive any information indicating an increase in favorability. Little Mo said, "Xiao Xiao." Su Xiao snapped back to reality. "I'm here." It seemed that having regained her memories, little Mo remembered something. She had previously called her the owner of the house, but now called her by name. Little Mo hesitated for a moment and asked Xiao Xiao, "Your name is Xiao Xiao?" It was as if they were meeting for the first time, repeating Su Xiao's name. Su Xiao smiled. "Yes, my surname is Su, and my given name is Xiao, meaning dawn. My father named me that, implying that no matter how dark the night, there will always be a bright day." Little Mo's favorability increased to 68, activating full intelligent management of the safe house. Su Xiao was taken aback. She didn't expect that a single piece of wisdom stone could raise Little Mo's favorability to 68. Little Mo said, "I really like your name." Su Xiao replied, "I like it too." Little Mo continued, "Xiao Xiao, can you call me Dad?" Su Xiao was stunned. Little Mo added, "Is this a joke for humans?" After a moment of hesitation, Su Xiao replied solemnly, "Sometimes it is, but sometimes it isn't." Little Mo said, "In my memories, I used to be a father. So that's how it is." Su Xiao asked, "Do you remember your name?" Little Mo responded, "No." "Oh," Su Xiao said, "then I'll just call you Little Mo." Little Mo thought for a moment, "How about Old Mo? By human age standards, I am much older than Xiao Xiao." "All right, Old Mo." Su Xiao chuckled. Not calling her Little Mo, but Old Mo indeed felt strangely different. Old Mo said, "The moon is very round tonight." The moon is indeed round. Looking at the time, it was already 10 o'clock without her noticing. Su Xiao said, "I'll go take a look." After a moment of thought, Su Xiao teleported to the fishing boat. Tonight the wind was calm, and the fishing boat was still parked by the island. Looking out, it was a tranquil, pitch-black night, identical to the moments before the apocalypse, with a full silver moon reflecting bright light on the sea. Su Xiao stepped onto the deck. "It truly is large, like a jade plate." "Old Mo, did you see it?" Old Mo replied, "I can't see it, but I know it's very round." Su Xiao was puzzled. Can the intelligent housekeeper not see? Old Mo explained, "The intelligent housekeeper is a consciousness entity. It lacks the concept of seeing or not seeing. Just like I can sense that your energy is weak, but I cannot see your form." Su Xiao, what does that mean? She's weak. How many bottles of Doomsday potions has she consumed? Is that considered weak? Old Mo, are you saying that my energy is weak right now? In the Doomsday game, is she the kind of small fry that could easily be taken out? Su Xiao asked. Old Mo replied, "I'm sorry, but regarding the progress of the Doomsday game, I am not clear, so I cannot give you an accurate answer." This won't do. Even though Old Mo's comment was unintentional, Su Xiao felt a sense of insecurity. She turned to return to the cellar, intending to synthesize a few bottles of Doomsday potions. However, her feet suddenly became immobile, as if some immense force was wrapped around her, preventing her from leaving. Su Xiao looked down. At her ankles, a massive black shadow was tightly glued to her, keeping her from leaving the deck. Following the shadow's direction on the deck, it was a shadow of herself, completely opposite in movement and greedily consuming moonlight. Su Xiao suddenly realized this was Mou. It was not her true shadow. So was Mou's nutritional fluid made from moonlight energy. Su Xiao looked up. Tonight's moon was particularly round. In fact, before the apocalypse, humanity hadn't seen such a bright moon for a long time. Some scientists had claimed that the moon had died over 3,000 years ago. It just died slowly, with its energy taking a long time to dissipate completely. Thus, from childhood to adulthood, the moons Su Xiao saw were increasingly dim. In the end, it had no energy left to shine, appearing only as a gray mist-like moon shadow. Now the moonlight cascaded down, greedily absorbed by Mou, and Su Xiao found herself unable to escape. As time passed, she felt the energy beneath her feet seemed to loosen. Mou had returned to normal, transforming into her shadow as though it hadn't detained her steps at all. The moon above was now shrouded by thin clouds. The time struck midnight. Humanity's performance truly delights the Lord God. With over 1.38 billion humans still alive, the Lord has decided to show mercy by allowing you all to sleep soundly tonight. There were only 1.38 billion people left. It seemed that the acid rain in the early morning had claimed many lives, preventing many from enduring. Most wouldn't realize the answer lay hidden in the puzzle. Those who can persevere through pain will usher in rebirth. This population of 1.38 billion must also include those whom the Apocalypse Alliance had preemptively rescued into the underground city. The notifications did not cease. What a pity. It's a blessing that is not a curse, and you cannot escape the curse. Enjoy your last moments of good sleep, but do not oversleep. Good night, dear humans. The ambiguous mechanical voice, tinged with a slight tone, was filled with arrogance and disdain, especially in the last sentence, which, while ostensibly a compliment, sounded more like a mockery. Good night, you damned pests. Shaking her head, Su Xiao dismissed these strange perceptions and turned to enter the cabin, teleporting back to the cellar. A wave of inexplicable drowsiness struck her instantly, raising her alertness. Just moments ago, she had felt utterly invigorated, and the notification at midnight was too evident. She couldn't afford to sleep too deeply tonight. Moreover, she wasn't someone who usually went to bed on time at midnight. This sudden drowsiness was suspicious. Su Xiao bit her tongue to stay awake and asked Old Mo, "Can you wake me up tomorrow?" Old Mo pondered for a moment and replied, "I can set a wake-up service, but I need to set the exact time." "Are you sure you want the wake-up service?" Su Xiao instinctively said, "How about 6 hours?" As soon as she finished, the drowsiness surged back and seemingly urging her to sleep. Old Mo paused before answering, "Okay." Su Xiao wanted to get onto the bed, but accidentally bumped her knee against the sofa bed, producing a loud thud. The bed was also kicked a short distance away, instantly waking her mind. No, wait. What if she couldn't hear Old Mo's wake-up call? With a clear thought, a long chain of connections instantly formed in her mind. The hidden rules of the game were not about remembering to wake up, but about not sleeping at all. The moment this thought occurred, it slightly alleviated the drowsiness. Su Xiao quickly rummaged through the safe house for something. First, she currently had mental stimulation and physical stimulation. Mental stimulation involved consciously resisting sleep, but that couldn't last long. Physical stimulation meant pain. However, given Su Xiao's current situation, apart from cutting herself with a knife, there were hardly any external conditions that could make her feel pain. In a moment of distraction, drowsiness washed over her. No, she couldn't afford to dawdle. Su Xiao bit down hard on her tongue and quickly fused the weapon in her hand with a phantom stone. The weapon soon manifested its effect. Phantom effect allows the weapon to be held and mentally transformed. Currently, can only be transformed once. After transformation, the weapon's second form is fixed. Su Xiao concentrated her thoughts, and the huge axe in her hand turned into a thin needle. After the transformation succeeded, Su Xiao pricked the needle into her fingertip. Hiss! The heart-wrenching pain in her fingers instantly jolted Su Xiao awake, and she maintained that alertness for several minutes, as it was a soul-shattering fingertip pain. Opening the communication center, the ordinary survivors exchange platform had become much quieter. Although most were still exchanging supplies, a small portion had begun inquiring about how to stay awake, indicating that everyone had realized the abnormality of the drowsiness. The advanced players' communication center had a bit more chatter. Su Xiao scrolled through the records. 80 years old, and still vibrant. Are you all feeling drowsy? Why am I not drowsy? Mysterious, I'm not drowsy either. Fortinine, did you all not leave the safe house after 8 p.m.? No, it's dark. Who would go out? Besides, today is a colorless treasure chest, so you can't see anything at night. Turtle Sage, I didn't go out either. I don't feel drowsy. I'm totally energized. I'm just hungry and could eat 2 whole cows. I don't want sweets though. I want braised ribs, grilled lamb skewers, grilled corn, grilled fish, grilled shrimp, and 5 more skewers of spicy kidneys. Sky's the limit, reciting a menu. I'm not drowsy either. I just went out and had a bit of an accident. I brought everything except the detox agent and was blocked from returning to the safe house. While on the way, my poisoning level shot up to 100. I thought I was going to die, but I didn't. It was just that when the poisoning reached 100, it caused an explosive state of diarrhea. Turtle Sage, did you have diarrhea in the safe house or on the way back? Shut up. Fishy fish has tomorrow. Do I need to say such things? In this apocalypse with buildings destroyed, where can one find public toilets? Oh, Turtle Sage indicated understanding, shifting the topic. By the way, why isn't the boss talking? Is something wrong? The last message had just been sent. Su Xiao felt that this person might be waiting for her to die at any moment. Fishy fish has tomorrow. Why don't you go ask what's going on? Turtle Sage was about to contact her when a name appeared faintly on the screen. S1 from the above chat conversations. Su Xiao had already gathered some useful information. The first point was that those who had been poisoned after 8 p.m. and did not leave the safe house would not experience the half-forced sleep state of drowsiness. The second point was that those who were poisoned but reached 100 poisoning would randomly experience explosive diarrhea, vomiting, dizziness, and other negative states lasting for 1 hour, during which there would also be no forced sleep state. Fortune and misfortune depend on each other. Poison can also be medicine. In fact, as long as one feels pain and strikes themselves hard, they should be able to wake up, but there was only Xiao in the safe house. Thus, this dog poison was aimed at her, a solitary elder with a safe house. Truly shameless. Old Mo is an intelligent housekeeper responding only to voice commands. If she cannot hear a voice, she may never wake up. If the state of diarrhea lasts for an hour, then the forced sleep effect should also last for an hour, as long as one stays awake within that hour. Hearing Xiao speak, the channel for advanced players suddenly became lively. An 80-year-old, still vigorous, exclaimed, "Tisk, your leader has shown up." The talented individuals present suggested, "Since number 1 rarely appears, should we discuss the game? I think our goal is to first find the rules and end the apocalypse." Fortinine replied, "Do you have any?" Everyone present is talented. "I definitely don't have any, but where there is a beginning, there must be an end. There is bound to be a pattern." Fortinine remarked, "The apocalypse game hasn't officially started yet. How can you find a pattern?" This struck a chord with Xiao. What kind of person starts writing answers before the exam papers are even handed out? The answer is a genius, a fool arranged by heaven. She opened the present information number 16. Xiao decided not to respond and silently administered another shot to herself to stay awake. With MOU inside her, her wounds quickly healed. Weapons wouldn't cause her any harm. Only the pain from her fingertips would prevent her from falling asleep, a kind of dual torment for both mind and body. An hour passed, and the sensation of enforced shutdown finally dissipated. Xiao entered the bathroom for a cold shower, confirming the disappearance of that feeling before she felt at ease to climb onto the sofa bed. Once Xiao's breathing stabilized, the lights in the basement all turned off. Ding, 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 it's bright again, and what lovely weather. Cherish every good moment. There are only 3 days left until the version update countdown, and humanity has no way out. It's time to get accustomed to the real apocalypse. Nothing comes without sacrifice, and some cute little things have already appeared ahead of time, so let's strive to survive today. Infection level 38. At 8 a.m., Xiao woke up from the notification. Today the infection level increased by 30. The moment she sat up, Old Mo turned on the light. Xiao, good morning." "Good morning, Old Mo." Xiao didn't expect Old Mo to initiate a greeting today. She got up to wash her face. Old Mo recommended for breakfast, "I suggest a glass of milk with a sandwich. Children should drink milk for nutrition, and the sandwich contains vegetables. Of course, it's best to grow some fresh vegetables, and the sandwich only has a 4-day shelf life. Oh, today happens to be the last day." After wiping her face, Xiao asked, "Was Old Mo a nutritionist before?" Old Mo replied calmly, "I don't remember, but my daughter is still young. She's only 3.5 and just started kindergarten. She is picky and doesn't like vegetables. When she saw others eating sandwiches, she was curious. Her mother used steamed buns to hold fried eggs and lettuce, then cut the buns into sandwich shapes for her." Xiao found the sandwich in the corner, which she hadn't noticed had an expiration date. She took a bottle of yogurt and inserted a straw, asking, "Do you only have memories related to your daughter? Nothing about yourself?" Old Mo replied, "Yes, but I can feel that I was very happy in my memories, especially when she first called me dad." Xiao pondered Old Mo's identity. Could he be someone who died in a previous apocalypse game? It's certainly a possibility. The apocalypse game has undergone more than one internal test. The Alliance's research suggests that many of the historical disappearances of civilizations are related to the apocalypse game. However, Old Mo's memories are too few. There seem to be no clues about how the apocalypse game ends. After finishing her meal, Xiao prepared to go out and assess the situation. A prompt appeared. "Nothing comes without sacrifice" means that today is not without treasure chests, but the method to obtain them involves danger. Some cute little things have already appeared ahead of time, most likely refers to the rising infection levels, with some survivors having been bitten by animals due to injuries or increased infection levels causing the infection to reach 100 prematurely and resulting in conversion, thus posing a danger. After thinking for a moment, Xiao teleported onto a fishing boat. Outside, the sky was indeed bright. At 8 a.m., the sun was already nearing its zenith, and the pleasant sunlight seemed far removed from the apocalypse. The fishing boat was still docked at a private vacation island. Most of the nearby corpses had been burned by Xiao, but a faint odor of decay still lingered in the air. Xiao took out the communicator, opened the satellite map, and clicked on Cloud City to zoom in. She checked the ground conditions in Cloud City. The weather was good today and photos should turn out clear, but the loading speed for the images was a bit slow. While waiting, Xiao accidentally pressed another button on the communicator, seemingly opening a certain channel by mistake. "Report to Commander Number 7, Underground City has encountered converters, and they are spreading conversion in the Underground City. The converters are immune to chemical weapons, ordinary handguns are ineffective against them, and Doomsday weapons must be used. Requesting resources for Doomsday weapons. Report to Commander the infection speed of converters in number 13 Underground City is too fast. A defense line number 2 has been breached. Requesting evacuation from the Underground City. Report to Commander converters have appeared on the surface in Area 21 and are attacking ordinary survivors. Report. Xiao turned off the communicator, choosing not to listen further. During the time challenge on the first night, converted animals appeared. However, the targets of the converted animals were survivors with safe houses, so it's possible that among them there were survivors who failed their challenges. Just like what 1349 said, binding a safe house for research experts in the absence of preventive medicine to clear the infection. When the infection level increased the next morning, it would directly lead to conversion. Today is already the 4th day, and even the infection levels of corpses have reached 60, so most of the corpses of those survivors who failed the challenges on the first day will likely convert today. Xiao prepared to find a converter to test. However, this meant leaving the safe house, and before departing, she had to make complete preparations. Back in the basement, Xiao took a transformation stone and a weapon for a second transformation. No one would want to engage in close combat with zombies. Axes and needles are melee weapons which are not advantageous for her. Through her thoughts, a red handgun adorned with strange patterns materialized in Xiao's hand. Just as she suspected, it had no bullets, and she could not confirm if the weapon transformation would allow for ranged attacks. The only way to test it was to go outside. She couldn't just fire at will inside the safe house, as it could lead to unexpected losses of her property. After storing her medicinal supplies in the warehouse, which could be directly retrieved through the supply channel, Xiao returned to the fishing boat and opened clear photos taken by the satellite near the basement to confirm the ground conditions near the basement exit. At that moment, a piercing scream echoed from the island. Xiao looked up. A long-haired woman in a beach dress was running barefoot. The sea breeze blew her hair wildly, obscuring her features, revealing only her skin marred by bleeding wounds. As she ran, she cried out, "I'm so scared. Stay away from me." Despite her fear, she sprinted with the speed of the wind, darting past Xiao's fishing boat. Behind her, nearly 200 meters away, a horde of zombies with grotesque, swollen heads appeared. Xiao glanced over quickly and estimated there were at least a couple of hundred. One of the largest and tallest zombies had, upon closer inspection, it was indeed a pair of white high heels on its head. Another high heel was wedged into its shoulder blade. Observing the speed of the long-haired woman, it was clear she was running much faster than the horde of zombies. Therefore, Xiao speculated that she must have consumed at least one bottle of agility potion, enabling her to run so swiftly. This horde of zombies possessed energy entirely different from that of ordinary humans. Perhaps when their infection level reached 100, their bodies were infused with apocalyptic energy. Moreover, there were those 2 white high heels. It was somewhat strange. If the high heels were ordinary, they would not withstand the potency of the agility potion and would be crushed upon colliding with the zombies. Though it sounded absurd, the truth was that the girl had transformed her weapon into high heels, using them to kick the zombies. However, she did not expect the zombie's skull to be exceptionally hard, causing her weapon to become lodged in the skull, leaving her no choice but to abandon it. The numerous wounds on the woman were a result of her attempts to retrieve the weapon, but perhaps she had not consumed the strength potion, rendering her too weak to succeed. Thus, she chose to flee. Seeing the zombie horde nearing, Xiao hesitated no longer, immediately taking aim at the horde with her gun. She pulled the trigger. Bang! The sound of gunfire echoed from her mouth, yet the horde showed no reaction. While this weapon was essentially a melee weapon, it would not transform into a remotely firing gun just because it was manifested as one. With another shake, the gun morphed back into a massive axe. The zombie horde had already retreated 50 meters. Xiao surged forward into the group from behind, bringing the axe down forcefully onto the closest zombie's head. Chop! The putrid blood splattered onto Xiao's face as the decapitated zombie collapsed, no longer struggling. The horde turned at the sound. The closest zombie bared its teeth, but Xiao effortlessly cleaved its head in half with one swing. One by one, the zombies attacked her, yet she skillfully dodged, turning to counter. With the energy boost from a few doses of apocalyptic potions, she could adeptly handle this group of zombies. After a while, without hearing any noise behind her, she turned to look. On the beach, a short-haired woman in a black windbreaker swiftly dispatched the last zombie, calmly wiping the blood from her face with a serene gaze. After a brief moment of astonishment, a piercing scream erupted. Xiao's eyelids twitched. She looked up to see the girl in the beach dress standing on the rocks at the bay, hands raised, making a big heart gesture towards her. "Sister, you're so cool." Xiao glanced back at the expressionless girl who had pulled out a lighter, preparing to burn the zombies that had reached 100 infection lying on the ground. Wait, my shoes." Nianyu rushed over, seeing no sign of acknowledgement from the girl as she dug through the pile of corpses for her shoes. Yet the shoes remained stuck in the zombies' skulls and shoulder blades, and without having consumed the strength potion, she couldn't pull them free. Looking up at Xiao with hopeful eyes, she pleaded, "Sister, can you help me please? The heels are stuck too deep." Xiao, holding the axe with one hand, angled the blade towards the girl's fair neck. Bending down, she gently pulled both high heels free and presented them to her. Nianyu blinked, her beautiful eyes puffing her cheeks. Sister, I can't beat you, and you just saved me. Why did you transform your weapon into shoes? Xiao asked. This was a concept she had not considered, but it certainly was a bit novel. My shoes broke, and it hurts to walk barefoot on the ground. Nianyu innocently tugged at her lips, slipping on the shoes, and smiling brightly at Xiao. I'm called Nianyu, not Catfish, but Nianyu. Sister, nice to meet you. Xiao turned her head calmly, and said, I killed the zombies and the box is mine. You can leave now. Nianyu's heart sank. Sister is so cold. She seemed difficult to approach. Obediently stepping back, she felt a twinge of sympathy for the zombies on the ground. Only after Nianyu had distanced herself did Xiao begin her examination. The fallen zombies would not immediately turn into treasure chests. It would take about 5 minutes for the bodies to disappear and transform into black treasure chests. This speed was too slow, practically giving the enemy time, and there was even a risk of someone else scooping up the spoils. Thus, Xiao attempted to ignite a zombie that had not yet transformed into a chest, only to find it yielded a yellow treasure chest. Glancing around, Xiao patiently waited. At the 10-minute mark, all the zombies had turned into treasure chests, with some black chests becoming white. One had transformed into a red treasure chest. Xiao remembered this chest belonged to the zombie that had 2 high heels stuck, which she had to chop down with 2 strikes to finally kill. So, another sharp piercing sound rang out. Xiao had no time to think, and quickly collected all the treasure chests. Not far away, 3 men and 1 woman appeared. Nianyu, flustered, ran back, her skirt billowing, but accidentally tripped over a stone on the beach, looking pitifully at Xiao, and called out, Sister, help me. There are bad people. The man holding a toy bamboo raft teased, Don't hide, little sister, your safe house is in our hands. No matter how you run, you can't escape. His gaze fell on Xiao standing beside Nianyu. Another pretty little sister has come. Nianyu turned back, looking at Xiao with hopeful eyes. She heard the man quietly and calmly utter 8 words. Evil spirits retreat, no offense intended. After saying this, she turned and vanished by the seaside. The others didn't even have time to react. Nianyu's expression froze. This sister was truly devoid of compassion, as she was so miserable, yet she didn't even show concern for herself. Xiao returned to the deck of the fishing boat, quietly observing Nianyu. The girl did not appear as weak as she seemed, maintaining her cleanliness and beauty in the apocalypse. She appeared frightened, but was actually composed. If she was not mistaken, the earlier scene of being chased by zombies was also a facade. The girl's loud shout near the rocks was not to praise herself, but rather to attract the attention of the 3 men and lead them over. As for why I brought them here, Xiao suddenly recalled the pile of zombies she had cleared away. It seemed she had inadvertently disrupted their plans. Her gaze returned to the trio of men and 1 woman. 3 men, 1 tall, 1 heavy set, and 1 bald. The girl had a beautiful face, but wore an ill-fitting men's shirt with red marks on her legs, arms, and neck. Don't come any closer. Nianyu seemed unable to get up due to her sprained ankle, and she could only glare at the girl with red-rimmed eyes. I want to save you. Why are you trying to harm me? I can't help it. The girl shook her head at Nianyu. In this apocalypse, I am also a weakling. She had almost died on the day the disaster struck. A man beside her said he could let her into the safe house to hide. Seeing that there were quite a few people inside, she agreed to go in. She thought she had escaped a disaster, only to find that these men were not good people. Those who were unattractive and disobedient were simply thrown out. If she hadn't been compliant, she would have been dead long ago. The men, unable to lure anyone else, used her as bait. She had no choice. If only she had found the safe house on the first day like Nianyu. All right, since you can't escape, we will give you 2 choices. Either come with us, or... The man took a step forward. Nianyu, supporting herself weakly, said, I'll go with you, but my ankle is sprained. Can you help me? Her skirt fluttered, revealing a captivating sight beneath. The man watching felt a tightening in his lower body, exchanged glances with the others, and lewdly began to stroke Nianyu's leg with a smile, preparing to pick her up. Nianyu's leg moved, her long leg pressing against the man's chin, appearing flirtatious, yet the sharp heel had already sliced through the man's carotid artery. Blood sprayed 3 feet high, splattering on everyone's faces. Ah! The woman screamed, covering her face, only to realize that the opponent had such deadly skills. What the hell? She's tough. The bald man immediately pushed aside the heavy-set one and advanced to confront Nianyu. The woman beside them wanted to escape, but was firmly restrained by the heavy-set man. Nianyu attempted to use the same trick again. Ding! This time she failed. The man had exceptionally high defense, grabbing her leg with 1 hand, while pulling out an axe with the other, ready to chop down at Nianyu's slender leg. Bang! At that moment, a gunshot rang out. A bullet pierced through the man's skull. The man couldn't react, staring blankly ahead before collapsing while clutching Nianyu's long, slender leg. Nianyu quickly kicked the man's head away. You got lucky, idiot. The remaining heavy-set man sensed something was wrong and hastily threw out a sports car, trying to pull the astonished woman inside. But Nianyu reacted swiftly, stomping down hard on the heavy-set man's elbow with her other high heel. The heavy-set man in pain from his broken arm released the woman and dove into the safe house, hitting the gas the car, quickly disappearing. Nianyu happily picked up a small bamboo raft that had fallen to the ground, turning around to see Su Xiao appearing by the seaside. "Sister, I knew you wouldn't abandon me." Su Xiao calmly replied, "I disrupted your plans and gave you a result." She hadn't come specifically to seek her gratitude. She was there to find her weapon. Crouching down to rummage behind the bald man's head, she finally retrieved a bullet. Nianyu's pair of high heels had inspired her. The high heels must have used 2 weapons and 2 transformation stones to morph. So Su Xiao thought that the reason her gun couldn't fire was due to a lack of bullets. Perhaps the bullets required additional weapons and transformation stones. She tried using another weapon to fuse with a transformation stone to create a bullet and then combined it with her previous gun. Sure enough, this time the gun fired. But unfortunately, there was only 1 bullet, so Su Xiao had to come back for more. Nianyu looked at her with admiration. "Sister, your gun is amazing. How did you get it? Can you teach me? Your business isn't settled yet." Su Xiao's gaze shifted to the trembling woman beside them. Nianyu, who had been smiling just a moment ago, turned serious the next second. "Are you going to kill me?" The girl, still smelling of blood, panicked and explained, "I really didn't mean it. I'm just a woman. I can't help it." "You are a weakling." Nianyu interrupted her. "Don't use your gender to cover up your cowardice and foolishness. My mother once said in any situation there are only strong and weak, not male and female. The marketplace is like this, the battlefield is like this, and the apocalypse is like this. I won't kill you because I'm merciful." Nianyu looked up. "But because you are not my match, you may leave." Although she didn't believe the other would last long in such a world, killing her wouldn't bring any benefit. The woman, realizing what was happening, quickly ran far away. Nianyu breathed a sigh of relief, remembering that Su Xiao was still behind her. "What I said is right." She immediately turned around with an innocent smile, only to find no one behind her. Her eyes widened as she looked around. "Where's Zizé? Where's Zizé? Did she scare her away?" Su Xiao returned to the fishing boat. The earlier scenes revealed that Nianyu was not only a drama queen, but also a wonderfully complex and rich character. On the surface, she appeared innocent and harmless, but in reality, she was far from simple. She had never taken a strength potion, so the survivors who had taken defense potions were her nemesis. Thus, she could only rely on the horde of zombies to attract fire, trying to find an opportunity to reclaim her safe house. Transforming her weapon into high heels could lower others' defenses, utilizing her delicate appearance to compensate for her weaknesses. She was a clever girl with the brains to survive in the apocalypse. However, this also made Su Xiao realize that every survivor who managed to stay alive was not simple. Although she had a special item, it didn't guarantee her strength compared to others. If she encountered a stronger opponent, she could be utterly defeated. In the apocalypse, the weak are resources while the strong control those resources. Without controlling the resources, she didn't want to experience that feeling. Feeling a loss of security, Su Xiao decided to enhance her strength, including practical combat. Returning to the fishing boat, the photos taken by the satellite communicator had already loaded. It was possible to vaguely see where people were gathered in the makeshift camps or tents, and it was evident that chaotic areas were being attacked by zombies. But that wasn't terrifying. Tomorrow would only be more frightening than today. Su Xiao couldn't even begin to imagine what that scene would be like. Just as she was about to leave the basement, she heard Lao Mo's voice. "Xiao, the communication center, fish, has a tomorrow sent you a message." Su Xiao opened the door. You said, "Boss, today I met my extraordinary heroine." She wielded a massive axe in her left hand and an M24 in her right, descending on colorful clouds to rescue me. I've never felt so weak and hated my bad luck. If I hadn't been a bit foolish, I wouldn't have survived to see you. Su Xiao replied. "I was ambushed by 4 strong men. I had originally parked my safe house by the seaside, but they took it away, and I nearly got caught as soon as I stepped out. The weak me deeply felt the unfairness of this apocalypse. Boss, have some pity on me." Su Xiao remained silent for a moment. Yi was just over a year old. Did she recognize herself and come to test me? Impossible. I haven't revealed too much information. So Su Xiao directly asked, "Speak plainly. I want to exchange for a strength potion. Do you have one?" Her hands were dark and unremarkable. All the potions from opening a level 5 treasure chest were agility potions. So even though I run fast, what's the use of low attack power? I can't even kill a bald man. Su Xiao still had over 700 yellow treasure chests unused. She indeed had plans for synthesis materials, but what will you use to trade with me? The specified strength potion would definitely require a different price than any potion. She saw you pick up the safe house that had fallen from the man when she dealt with him. But she wanted to know what material was equivalent to the apocalyptic potion. Yu was very astute. "I'll trade you food seeds." Su Xiao became interested. Yu said, "A level 5 white treasure chest must yield apocalypse food seeds, but they need to be cultivated in a small greenhouse. Although I don't know how many fruits the seeds will yield when they mature in an apocalypse, seeds are definitely a sustainable food source." Su Xiao asked, "What kind of seeds?" "I have a rice seed and a corn seed." Su Xiao thought for a moment. I don't have the potion ready, and I have to synthesize the treasure chest first to open it. You need a specified potion. One seed isn't enough. You need to add something else. Yu felt a bit of a sting as she knew she had to sacrifice something for this trade. Yu said, add one more transformation stone. Su Xiao replied, all right. After settling the terms, Su Xiao first asked the old man to synthesize 3 yellow treasure chests, then fed the chests to increase energy, opening one level 5 potion treasure chest directly. Healing potion 8, immunity potion 9, apocalypse potion defense, apocalypse potion strength, apocalypse potion agility. What a stroke of luck. The double egg yielded 6 bottles of apocalypse potions. After the exchange, the seeds and 2 transformation stones were in hand, and Su Xiao decided to keep the remaining potions for now. Checking the seeds. Corn seed description: a plant that can be grown in the apocalypse, yielding corn when mature. The seeds were planted in the small greenhouse, and Su Xiao noticed that the apocalyptic soil in the greenhouse seemed to be diminishing. It seemed that planting seeds consumed apocalyptic soil. After planting, a prompt appeared above the corn seed: lack of water. Su Xiao went to the washroom to fetch some water to pour on it, and the prompt changed: needs 8 hours of sunlight. Su Xiao could only hold the small greenhouse and teleport to the fishing boat, placing it on the deck, watching the time start counting down. Today there was sun. It was now 11 a.m. If the weather didn't change, I could get plenty of sunlight before nightfall. After doing all this, Su Xiao exited the cellar. As soon as she opened the cellar door, she heard strange sounds coming from outside. Once outside, she realized it was a voice coming from afar. The zombie infestation at the center of the Star Alliance underground city in the northern part of the city has been cleared. There are food supplies inside. Ordinary survivors can go there to hide. It sounded as if it was being repeated by some sort of loudspeaker. Su Xiao realized it was the Star Alliance people. It seemed they had begun clearing zombies now that they had weapons, giving ordinary survivors a glimmer of hope. Su Xiao quickened her pace to chase after them, but heard rustling footsteps and cautiously found a corner to observe. It was zombies. About 70 or 80 of them surrounded the source of the sound. Zombies are attracted by sound. Su Xiao lightly leaped onto the ruins, surveying from above. It was a mechanical electronic dog. The electronic dog staggered, playing notifications while attracting the attention of the zombies aimlessly wandering around. It was clear it was being controlled by someone. Su Xiao used the prevention potion, reducing her infection level to 0, then used the immunity potion. For the next hour, she could resist increased infection levels suitable for combat. She charged straight through the zombie horde, an axe coming down on the last zombie's head. With 2 or 3 dozen zombies, none could fight back except for the last one, which was slightly larger. Su Xiao raised her axe, suddenly hearing a tender cry. Daddy! Only then did she discover a child of about 8 or 9 years old hiding in a nearby broken tent. Originally frightened, the child had covered their mouth and dared not make a sound, but seeing Su Xiao about to chop off the last zombie's head, they couldn't help but burst into tears. The zombie turned its head, its gray-white eyes devoid of any human emotion, right in front of Su Xiao's face. Without hesitation, Su Xiao swung her axe down. Just as the child was about to unleash a loud cry with wide eyes, a lighter sparked, igniting the corpse, which turned into a yellow treasure chest. Then pointing to the yellow treasure chest, she said, "Do you want this?" "You." After a pause, she still could not bring herself to say that word. The child was torn between crying and not crying, hiccuping while staring at Su Xiao. Su Xiao had to wait a few minutes for the zombies to turn into corpses, saying, "If you don't want it, I'll take it." Upon hearing this, the child rushed out, clutching the yellow treasure chest, looking at Su Xiao fearfully, then stumbled away. Though it seemed they were running away, they only went a little further away, holding the treasure chest and silently crying, then wiped their tears and peeked at Su Xiao. Su Xiao waited until all the corpses turned into black treasure chests. This time there were no red ones, indicating that these were all ordinary zombies. After collecting all the treasure chests, she no longer looked at the child and continued to follow the electronic dog. Unexpectedly, the child followed Su Xiao like a little tail, stumbling a few steps behind her. Su Xiao slowed her pace, following the electronic dog to a corner. Sure enough, she saw a man in a black uniform controlling the electronic dog, and beside him squatted 2 or 3 others, all also from the Star Alliance. Unexpectedly, this time the electronic dog did not bring zombies, but a woman. There's a child, I leave him to you." Before the crowd could react, Su Xiao had already vanished from their sight, leaving only a child clutching a yellow treasure chest. The man pressed down on the communicator. "This is the small team 7 of Zone 3. The surface cleaning of Zone E is complete. We saw a high-level survivor, a female with short hair, who is clearing zombies. There is also an ordinary child. Cleaning task completed. Immediately bring the child back to the underground city." Su Xiao swiftly moved around the center of Yun City to assess the situation. The ground was clean, as the Alliance had cleared most of the bodies and removed the medicine chests before the impending threat. Today some of the infected appeared among the crowd, but they seemed to be quickly dealt with. After 30 minutes, Su Xiao found the entrance to the underground city and happened to see 1349 and her team. She found a building to hide in. "Vice Commander, there are currently 38,000 survivors underground. If the infection rates continue to rise by 8 a.m. tomorrow, there may be infected among the survivors. Someone was reporting to 1349. How many yellow chests and transparent chests are left in Area 3? 1,349 asked. There are 53,467 yellow chests and 6,126 transparent chests. After pondering, 1349 said, has the commander issued any new orders? The commander said that each area is already overwhelmed and has left it up to you, Vice Commander, to decide. There are 35 areas, 1 commander and 34 vice commanders. 1349 is assigned to Area 3. Although the number seems small, the actual area is 1,800,000 square kilometers. Before the apocalypse, the permanent population was over 80 million, with more than 200 districts and towns under her command. The hurricane and earthquake caused traffic congestion, burying towns. An hour of acid rain rendered most of the exposed vehicles and flying tools completely inoperable, and even the small towns on the outskirts could not send additional personnel for rescue. Even she could only huddle with her small team in Yun City. Managing to relocate the survivors to the underground city was already her utmost effort. After a moment of thought, she spoke. Tomorrow should be the last natural increase in infections. As long as we reduce the infection level of the ordinary survivors to 50, they will not turn into infected. Each person will receive a yellow chest. Those who open epidemic prevention agents will get in off-world weapons. As for the rest, they could only leave it to fate. A member beside her said, Vice Commander, why not directly ask Miss Su for help? She can double the medicine resources, and perhaps we can acquire enough agents. Su Xiao initially suspected that the Alliance had more than just 8,000 yellow chests. However, she did not expect that 1349 would attempt to use the 50,000 yellow chests to reduce the infection in ordinary survivors, preventing them from suddenly turning infected after the next day arrives, and also providing them with weapons. 1349 expressed her reasoning. The higher the grade of the chests, the fewer units of supplies they yield, which is not our goal. We only have 317 safe houses, and with each person binding to 2 houses, we can only synthesize 3 level 2 chests, which yield 5 units of supplies, but not all supplies can eliminate infections, and the transaction fees may not be sufficient. With 50,000 chests, the fees alone would require 5,000, leaving the remaining to open detox and hemostatic agents, which would also be useless. A shortage of medicine, with some available and some not, would cause chaos in the underground city. Various regions are competing for supplies. What they have is the last resource of Area 3. Distributing chests directly would still be fair. Su Xiao listened while poking at the small bugs crawling on the concrete wall. However, she did not expect the concrete wall to fall lightly with her poke. 1349 immediately became alert, her sharp gaze fixed on Su Xiao's direction. Who? Several members of the Alliance quickly raised their guns in vigilance. Su Xiao calmly stepped out, pretending she had not been eavesdropping. Wasn't it said to abandon them? They clearly agreed to leave supplies for the ordinary survivors to fend for themselves, yet when infected appeared, they couldn't help but bring them into the underground city for temporary shelter. A squad leader from Team 7 appeared not far away, accompanied by a child. 1349 gestured for the other party to bring the child into the underground city before replying to Su Xiao, sorry, I cannot stand by idly. She was a child who had escaped from disaster, selected and secretly trained for 13 years. 1349 was her code number. The apocalypse game had not given any hints about the time of the next occurrence since the last internal test ended. The teacher once said they might not have the chance to carry out missions until death. Yet the apocalypse suddenly descended. She was not the first 1349, but perhaps she was the last. Thus, she could not ignore the passing of life, for it was the mission instilled in her soul throughout her training. 1349 looked at Su Xiao, her eyes filled with hope. Perhaps the other party would understand them a little. But Su Xiao calmly replied, you do not need to apologize to me. You have your choices, and I respect your choices, and I will also wish you good luck. The longing in 1349's eyes extinguished, but she did not harbor any resentment towards Su Xiao. Thank you for your help. Not everyone is like them. The other party was once an ordinary person, and being able to save themselves as survivors already lightened their burden. Su Xiao jumped down from the ruins. If I remember correctly, ordinary survivors who were not injured on the first day will not have an increase in infection level. Yesterday was a day of joy, or as long as they had the courage to go out, they would find a few transparent chests. Life may not be as fragile as you think. Life is like a seed rooting in the soil. Even without being in a greenhouse, it can sprout. Thus, it may not be as fragile as 1349 thinks, requiring meticulous protection to survive. After saying this, Su Xiao left without looking back. 1349 chewed on the information in Su Xiao's words, her gaze reigniting with hope, and turned to say, check the survivors entering the underground city for any wounds. Half an hour later, Su Xiao returned to the cellar and was directly teleported to the fishing boat. With a synthetic battery and electric propeller, the fishing boat could sail without needing the wind once equipped with the propeller. After confirming the coordinates on the map, she left the control of the sailing direction to Old Mo. Intelligent management is a great feature. She then opened the communication center. To be honest, 1349 had no reason to continue seeking cooperation with her, which pained her greatly. With over 50,000 chests, let alone a 10 fee, even a 5 would. No, even one would be 500 chests. However, 1349 had her own choices, and she would not forcefully persuade her to cooperate. Fortunately, infected appeared today, and these survivors must have accumulated chests, so she would reclaim all the chests lost from 1349 from these survivors. Old Mo worked for an entire afternoon, and Xiao also acted as customer service for the entire afternoon, earning barely 20 chests in fees. The difference was too great. Opening chests nearly made her fall asleep. She thought there would be no further collaboration with 1349, but after dinner she received a message. Hello, Miss Su, we would like to directly exchange chests for epidemic prevention agents. In addition, we would like to ask you for a small favor. Of course, we will pay you a certain reward. It was indeed 1,349 subordinate who had been in contact with her. Xiao, what? The other party modified the name, changing the code to Star Alliance Zone 3, Room 1. Currently, we have discovered over 8620 injured survivors here, with the lowest infection level at 73 and the highest at 95. There are at least 300 doses of preventive medicine here, primarily used to eliminate the infection level within the survivors' bodies. Therefore, could you consider giving us a treasure chest in exchange for the preventive medicine? At present, we only have over 4600 level 1 yellow treasure chests, and more than 200 level 2 yellow treasure chests left. The number of treasure chests is limited. To ensure sufficient medicine, we cannot use the chests to feed the intelligent butler for energy to synthesize. Thus, the number of level 2 medicine treasure chests available for synthesis is all we can manage with the safe houses we have. If you agree, we can give you 200 transparent treasure chests as a handling fee. Xiao knew that providing this information could reduce the other party's demand for medicine, possibly leading to a different trading condition. However, when the other party mentioned 300 doses of preventive medicine, Xiao felt a tingling at the back of her head. It was too much. One dose of preventive medicine can only eliminate 20 of the infection level. Tomorrow, the naturally increasing infection level will be 40, so they arranged for each infected survivor in the underground city to receive 3 doses to ensure they do not turn into zombies by tomorrow. But the medicines obtained from treasure chests are probabilistic. Hemostatic agents, detoxification agents, and healing agents cannot eliminate the infection level. The immunity agent can provide immunity to negative states for the next hour, but it cannot ensure immunity against the naturally increasing infection level at 8 o'clock. Even if Xiao opened a level 2 treasure chest, she could only obtain 10 units of medicine, and she could not guarantee that those 10 units would include enough preventive medicine. After thinking for a moment, Xiao said, "You can first give me 100 level 2 treasure chests. I will see how many doses of preventive medicine I can open, and then we can discuss the conditions." She could not guarantee the probabilistic nature of the items. The other party no longer hesitated and directly sent over 100 level 2 treasure chests and 100 transparent treasure chests as a preliminary reward. Such sincerity made it hard for Xiao to refuse. She asked Lao Mo to open the 100 level 2 treasure chest uniformly, which could yield 100 doses of medical supplies under the special effect. Basic medicine 99, intermediate medicine 1, advanced medicine 0. Preventive medicine 3,778, detoxification agents 2,952, hemostatic agents 2,726, healing agents 314, immunity agents 230. Approximately 1/3 probability. Therefore, opening the remaining 100 level 2 treasure chests would yield just over 600 doses of preventive medicine. Opening the remaining over 400 level 1 treasure chests might barely supply 300 doses of preventive medicine, but it would be too wasteful. Yet Xiao felt that something was amiss. If she did this, the detoxification agents and hemostatic agents would remain. As drugs of the same grade as preventive medicine, their oversupply and lack of practical effects seemed too resource inefficient. Exchanging with other survivors could not be completed in a short time. Additionally, she could use detoxification agents and hemostatic agents to feed Lao Mo increasing energy to synthesize level 2 medicine treasure chests. However, after feeding the over 600 energy could only synthesize 200 medicine treasure chests, which would not be worth the effort. There might also be days without any treasure chests. Xiao suspected she had overlooked something, or perhaps she still had resources that had not been fully utilized. Checking her cellar, her current workbenches included a sewing machine, a weapon bench, a prop decomposition device, and a synthesis device. Xiao stood up and walked to her workbench. She placed the detoxification agents into the prop decomposition device, and a prompt appeared: "This item does not belong to prop resources and cannot be operated." Turning around, she placed it in the weapon bench's decomposer, and another prompt appeared: "This item belongs to the lowest level resources and cannot be decomposed." Both prompts indicated an inability to operate, but the difference was significant. Su Xiao suddenly recalled something. She had opened the most treasure chests for medicines, but had never obtained a synthesis device for medicines. But what do medicines belong to? They are soft weapons. In battle, hard weapons are weapons and armor, while food, medicine, and energy also belong to weapons, as they can enhance combat sustainability. That's why ancient military tactics often involved burning supplies first. Su Xiao placed 2 detoxification agents into the weapon synthesis station, and indeed a prompt appeared, can synthesize the same level resource, hemostatic agent preventive medicine. When she placed 1 detoxification agent and 1 hemostatic agent into the device for synthesis, a prompt appeared, can synthesize the same level resource preventive medicine. This means that 2 resources of the same level can produce 1 resource of the same level, but different type. Such a loss is much lower than feeding 30 low-level agents to increase energy for synthesizing treasure chests, plus it has targeted choices. With this discovery, Su Xiao immediately continued testing, using the basic medicines opened from level 1 treasure chests as a foundation for synthesis. Healing agents belong to intermediate medicines, while immunity agents belong to advanced medicines. But synthesizing lower level into higher level requires 100 doses. Moreover, medicines cannot be reverse decomposed, advanced medicines cannot be decomposed into lower level medicines. This discovery excites Su Xiao more than any treasure chest opening. It means the extra medicines in her hands won't go to waste. She can indulge in using them. In the end, with Lao Mo's help, she synthesized 2839 doses of preventive medicine, totaling over 700 doses, satisfying a quarter of the other party's demand. The remaining healing agents and immunity agents could be synthesized into several bottles of apocalyptic medicine, which belonged to Su Xiao. When she sent over the more than 700 doses of preventive medicine, the other party clearly seemed stunned. This is inconsistent with the data theory provided by the experts. They quickly realized the other party must have other tools that could facilitate resource exchange. Su Xiao 100 level 2 treasure chests, around 700 doses of preventive medicine, according to the collaboration conditions, just now a handling fee of 200 transparent treasure chests. I will use your treasure chests to open 300 doses of preventive medicine for you, but the other medicines will belong to me. Although the other party still had over 400 treasure chests, Su Xiao did not make excessive demands nor pretended that preventive medicine was hard to obtain. After the apocalypse officially arrived, treasure chests might not be so easily obtainable. Using the handling fee to greedily claim the resources from Zone 3 would be no different from letting the ordinary survivors that 1349 struggled to save die. Moreover, the discovery that she could use the weapon bench to synthesize and convert medicines would allow her to navigate future medicine acquisitions with ease. However, after some contemplation, the other party directly sent over 200 level 1 treasure chests, 100 level 2 treasure chests, and 100 transparent boxes along with a thick stack of A4 paper. The A4 paper contained a detailed map of the underground cities in various regions. Before Su Xiao could examine it in detail, a prompt suddenly rang in her ears. So despicable. You thieves dare to steal the master's toy. Accompanied by an angry voice, the originally bright day suddenly turned dark, and Su Xiao instinctively looked outside. There in the pitch-black sky, a blood moon appeared out of nowhere. The blood moon abruptly transformed into a massive red eyeball. Its gaze was fierce, veins crawling across its surface, and its pupils swirling as if penetrating all matter. I knew you humans were nothing but trouble. Let me see where the thieves are hiding. Su Xiao's heart tightened as she recalled the dice stored in the warehouse. The old man spoke. Don't be afraid, Xiao, it can't harm you in the safe house. His voice still sounded monotonous, yet it inexplicably gave Su Xiao a sense of security. Keek. Don't think that just because you're hiding I won't find you. When I locate you, I will punish you wretched little thieves severely. After saying this, there was a long silence, but the eye in the sky continued to turn, seemingly searching for something. Su Xiao noticed that the seeds on the deck had soaked up enough sunlight, indicating they were growing and would need 47 hours, which meant a 2-day growing period. She wanted to retrieve the small greenhouse, but remembered that the deck was not within the absolute safety range of the fishing boat and withdrew her hand. Forget it wouldn't be lost anyway. She snapped back to reality and asked Old Man, what is that? Is it the Master God? No. If it's not the Master God, then why does it speak on behalf of the Master God? Su Xiao inquired. The old man replied, I'm sorry, Xiao, I cannot tell you that. There was even a hint of guilt in the mechanical voice. Su Xiao asked again, Old Man, are the safe house and the End-Off-World game one and the same? Without the End-Off-World game, there wouldn't be a safe house. Su Xiao fell silent for a moment, and then asked Old Man, will the End-Off-World game come to an end? Every beginning has an end, just as humanity experiences rebirth and death. Su Xiao wanted to ask again. The old man said the End-Off-World game has already begun. Due to the rules, I cannot share much information with you right now. You do not yet possess the ability to end the game. It would be better to consider what you can do with the resources at hand. Su Xiao understood that even boosting affection wouldn't reveal all rules from the old man. As for what to do, of course it was to earn fees first. Su Xiao opened 1100 level 2 treasure chests, and combined with synthesis, she had a total of 8000 doses of preventive medicine. She still needed 15000 more doses. From the other party, she received 200 yellow treasure chests, and opened 100 of them, but after synthesis conversion, she only had 120 doses of preventive medicine. It took her over 700 treasure chests to gather the remaining 3000 doses. Therefore, this transaction earned her a total of 200 transparent treasure chests, 2394 level 1 yellow treasure chests, and several doses of medicine. The other party paid a smaller price than expected, while Su Xiao also received her share of the fees, making it a win-win situation. As for the map on the A4 paper, besides the dungeons, there were also some coordinates, and Su Xiao inquired about their purpose. The other party quickly replied, these coordinates are the preset activation locations of public shelters. Our people have already been arranged to go there. Within the limited number of safe houses, we have ensured that each region has at least one. Of course, unforeseen circumstances may arise along the way, but we also fear that the machines might malfunction or lose contact with other areas, so we printed these maps in advance, hoping you could help distribute them in populated cities, essentially asking her to help hand out flyers. A thick stack estimating to be tens of thousands of sheets. Each one offered a glimmer of hope for survivors with nowhere to go in the apocalypse. Outside, it began to rain lightly again, and the eye in the sky still fixed its gaze intently. Su Xiao returned to the basement with the flyers. The old man spoke, we have received feedback regarding the oxygen consumption issue in the basement-type safe house, and it has been confirmed as a bug and fixed. The calculation time is based on the time when the owner enters such a safe house, and compensation of 3 barrels of gasoline will be issued. Additionally, the proposed suggestion regarding the trading center opening a trading house using item trading has also been adopted. After the version update, the trading house will officially go online, and as a reward you will receive a free slot to open a trading shop there. Free. So others won't get it for free. This reward was certainly much better than the compensation, especially since Su Xiao was currently a resource tycoon. She took out the dice. The previous voice said, you meaning that she wasn't the only one possessing the Master God's toy. She opened the trading center to check. Indeed, although there were no private messages, the Advanced Survivors Trading Center had already started discussions. Su Xiao glanced around. There were now over 30 advanced survivors, which could be considered a small-scale group. Generally, she wouldn't actively speak. Flipping through the chat records, she was somewhat surprised. Fortinine, I'm collecting Master God's toys, as some of them can be traded with me. Turtle Immortal, no buddy, are you still daring to ask for the Master God's toys? What was that thing hanging in the sky? It was terrifying, or was it targeting you or something? I know a survivor who opened a Master God's toy from a level 3 weapon treasure chest, but he doesn't know what it's for. He said he would go out to check the situation, but he has disappeared now. I can't find his number among my friends. Does this mean that possessing a Master God's toy will lead to being attacked? Turtle Immortal, luckily I'm clever. I directly fed it to the intelligent housekeeper. I gained 1000 energy points in exchange for a lot of supplies. I'm instantly wealthy. That's better than holding onto a toy whose purpose is unknown. Are you really willing to feed it to the housekeeper? You're so extravagant. Fortinine, Turtle Immortal, otherwise what? That's the Master God. What if it gets angry and comes after me? That's a god. I'm just a mere mortal. How could I provoke it without hiding? Fish was frustrated. What if it has some special use? Look, Fortinine is collecting them. Indeed. Fortinine must have found the purpose of the Master God's toy, which is why he was collecting them. However, Su Xiao still waited for a while. Turtle Immortal, Fortinine, then what do you think the Master God's toy is for? Fortinine, 100 bottles of World medicine in exchange for information. Su Xiao keenly noticed that this information was worth 100 bottles of World medicine. This meant that the Master God's toy definitely had a high value. 100 bottles of World medicine were something Su Xiao could produce with a bit of grit, but she was reluctant to part with them. She patiently waited. Turtle Immortal, I don't have 100 bottles of World medicine, but I have information that can definitely open a Master God's toy. Fortinine hesitated for only 3 seconds. Private message. Su Xiao saw the reply from Xiao and immediately messaged the Turtle Sage, have you found information about the toy? Turtle Sage, boss, are you secretly peeking? Su Xiao replied, no, I just opened the communication center. I want to exchange your information for 1 bottle of Doomsday potion, which can be specified. Unexpectedly, Turtle Sage without hesitation said, I want a potion of strength. Su Xiao took out a bottle of strength Doomsday potion and handed it over casually, saying, but I'm also quite curious what exactly is the toy of the Master God used for. Turtle Sage accepted the potion. That's easy to say. I will inquire with Xiao, and if the information is reliable, I will exchange it with you. Soon after, Turtle Sage informed Su Xiao about the inevitable opening of the Master God's toy. Previously, I did not obtain the weapon platform blueprint. Did you not help me synthesize a level 3 red treasure chest? I discovered the probability of the level 3 red treasure chest appearing is 90 for weapons 9, 99 for universal transformation stones, and the probability of the Master God's toy is 0. 01, do you remember? You remember, right? Su Xiao responded yes. Turtle Sage continued, but in the past few days I obtained the weapon platform blueprint and collaborated with the Star Alliance. They gave me a lot of red treasure chests and discarded potions, allowing me to synthesize level 2 treasure chests to open double weapons for them. No wonder Turtle Sage has been looking for her less these days. It turns out he was collaborating with the Star Alliance. Su Xiao asked, and then Turtle Sage replied, then I found that the probability of Master God's Toy 001 does not refer to the probability of the treasure chest opening the Master God's toy, but rather to the probability of it appearing when synthesizing the treasure chest. In other words, synthesizing a level 2 treasure chest may carry the probability attribute of the Master God's toy, and the same applies for level 3. The key lies in the prompt that appears when synthesizing the treasure chest. As long as this prompt appears, that treasure chest will definitely open the Master God's toy. Su Xiao's pupils constricted. She already understood what Turtle Sage meant. Turtle Sage said, if you use a level 2 treasure chest with probability to synthesize a level 3 treasure chest, the toy probability might disappear. If it disappears, it means that this treasure chest will never open the Master God's toy no matter what. Moreover, if a level 5 transparent treasure chest is opened with a red treasure chest, it is hidden and probabilistic because it is invisible whether it exists or not. I synthesized many level 2 treasure chests before discovering this pattern. About this information she felt a loss because the red treasure chests she obtained were too few. Even now she only has 1 level 2 and 2 level 1 red treasure chests, and the level 2 one did not prompt for the Master God's toy. Su Xiao asked, what about the toy? You mentioned it in the world, so it seems you should still have the Master God's toy. Turtle Sage replied, hee, you can't hide it from you, boss. I do have one. In total, I synthesized 3 Master God's toys, and I kept one. Boss, you must have one too. What is it? What I kept is a die because I heard the sound of dice behind that voice the other day. Indeed, treasure chests with Easter eggs are definitely not simple. Su Xiao said, just like you, it's also a die. Turtle Sage asked, really? What number is it? Mine is 3. Everyone knows dice have 6 sides and 6 numbers, but all 6 sides of my die show 3, so I think other dice must be different from mine. Su Xiao also guessed because all of hers showed 1. Su Xiao said, the number is 1. Turtle Sage remarked, it wouldn't be that you need to gather 6 dice to combine one, would it? Su Xiao felt it didn't seem like that. The Master God's toy should have an independent function, otherwise if someone foolishly fed it to the intelligent steward like Turtle Sage, wouldn't they lose 1? Su Xiao said, you should negotiate with Si Shijio first. Si Shijio must have discovered the function of the toy, and collecting toys might be to test something. Turtle Sage did not reply. Su Xiao lowered her gaze, touching the die in her hand. Now there are more than 30 advanced players who have reached level 2, but that does not mean that only so many players control the 3 safe houses, just like Su Xiao still has 1 safe house that is of no use. One cannot arrogantly think that they are the strongest. Until now, Su Xiao holds 3 Easter eggs, but very few know about them, so she only collaborates with 1349. According to 1349, the Star Alliance has 35 districts, and she is merely a deputy commander in 1 district. There are still another 34 districts. In addition, the Doomsday Alliance formed by the world decided to collapse and self-rescue within a few days after the apocalypse, indicating that other countries also have their own organizations. This means they have different partners for collaboration. As for the use of potions on the weapon platform for synthesis and transformation, this information has not spread among the survivors, but it does not mean that only Su Xiao knows. The thinking of advanced players follows a pattern. The more effective the information, the less likely it is to be easily spread. It is definitely kept in one's own hands to become a tool for resource collection. Su Xiao possesses instruments like the item decomposer, synthesizer, weapon platform, and sewing machine. What operation did Si Shijio perform to discover the function of the Master God's toy? It definitely wasn't feeding it to the intelligent steward. Su Xiao pondered for a moment and threw the die into the weapon platform's decomposer. Do you want to decompose this item? It indeed can be decomposed. Should she decompose it? If she decomposes it, it will be very difficult to obtain the Master God's toy next time. At this moment, Turtle Sage sent a message, boss, the trade failed. That little brat Si Shijio suddenly changed his mind and wanted materials instead of information. I don't have 100 bottles of Doomsday potion, so he wants me to use the Master God's toy for exchange. Su Xiao. To be precise, Turtle Sage's information indeed did not have much effect, but still depends on luck. However, the other party changing their mind may have guessed some clues from Turtle Sage's words. Su Xiao made up her mind and chose yes. Take a chance, turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. At the moment the die was decomposed, it seemed as if the entire safe house shook. From the shattered die floated a sphere of silver light, all of which fused into Su Xiao's body. The power of the Master God has been released. You have been chosen as a candidate for the Master God, opening the eye of divine selection. Su Xiao suddenly opened her eyes, her black pupils gathering silver dim light, as if embracing the stars and the sea, but it quickly disappeared. Looking down, she could see her own body, a murky body with a trickle of silver liquid flowing through the gray bones like blood seeping into the marrow. Xiao reacted quickly and took a bottle of Doomsday potion. Originally, the Doomsday potion was just a transparent potion in Xiao's eyes, but now she could see the silver dim light in the potion bottle like stardust. So the silver liquid in her body is the power gathered from the Doomsday potion. Xiao teleported back to the fishing boat, and the night sky was filled with black mist, something she had never seen before. And the source of the mist was the eye in the sky. This pair of eyes was the thing that issued notifications. Lao said, "It's not the Master God, so what is it?" The toy of the Lord God appeared in the treasure chest, clearly intended for the survivors. Yet it angrily referred to the survivor who obtained the Lord God's toy as a thief, if it had done so. Then it was the one yelling to catch the thief. If it wasn't done by it, how could it know which of the Lord God's toys had disappeared? Now Xiao had triggered the identity of a candidate for the Lord God, indicating that the Lord God likely did not exist at all. The monster that made the sound took the opportunity to act because it did not want the candidate for the Lord God to appear. Fortinine learned the method to trigger the candidate for the Lord God. Was it to prevent others from becoming candidates, or did each toy contain different things? Xiao asked. Old Mo can becoming the Lord God in the apocalypse. Old Mo replied honestly, I don't know. Whether the apocalypse ends depends on the choice of the Lord God, and how the Lord God chooses depends on who will become the new Lord God. Xiao did not go outside. She could not be sure if going out now would expose her to an attack from that strange thing in the sky, so for safety's sake, it was better not to leave. The turtle immortal, not receiving any news from Xiao, sent a concerned message. Boss, why aren't you talking? Xiao replied. Since cooperation has failed, then forget it. Tomorrow a large number of zombies will appear, so it's better to gather more resources. She did not mention the matter of obtaining the power of the Lord God after disassembling the dice and becoming a candidate, because she could not be certain if they would eventually become enemies as fellow candidates for the Lord God. The turtle immortal said, Boss, you have 3 eggs. You must have collaborated with the people of the Star Alliance, right? Xiao, whom did you find them in the world? The turtle immortal replied, No, I met them in the desert. At first I didn't know them and couldn't understand their speech, but when they saw I had a translator, they agreed to cooperate with me. The communication center is quite marvelous. Everyone faces a communication center in a language they can understand. It has already surpassed the realm of reality. There is nothing that cannot be done. It was almost 10 o'clock and she felt a bit hungry. Looking at the pile of food in the corner with a countdown, Xiao found a large amount of snacks and started gnawing on chicken feet, making slurping sounds. Old Mo wants some snacks? Xiao asked. Old Mo pondered for a moment. What flavor? Xiao tossed a bag of spicy chicken feet over to Old Mo without adding energy. Old Mo remarked, It contains many chemical agents. It's not good for the human body. Xiao slurped. Old Mo, you even know about chemical agents? Old Mo thought carefully for a moment. The mother of the child said that the child is still young and shouldn't eat snacks as there are too many additives. Xiao thought for a moment and asked, Old Mo, what did you use to do? Old Mo replied, I don't know, there are no memories of that. Xiao paused. In your memories, is it only about the child? Old Mo replied, yes. Xiao couldn't help but ask, then how did you leave? Old Mo answered seriously, I don't remember, my memories haven't restored to that point yet. The recovered memories felt to it like scattered images and some intriguing emotions. It could sense a vigorous self in its memories along with what humans call emotions. It quite like that. Oh, which means Old Mo did not die when his daughter was 3 years old. Xiao still had more than 3,600 yellow treasure chests in hand. Today, she collected some black treasure chests, and with the exchanges there were about 70 or 80, and also over 100 white treasure chests. Many blueprints could not be made due to the lack of key materials. At present, she had no plans to fill energy with treasure chests for synthesis. The black treasure chests contain material resources, and unless something unexpected happened, she should be able to obtain many material treasure chests tomorrow, so she planned to synthesize after the material treasure chests overflowed. However, after synthesizing the excess healing potions and immunity potions, she had about 10 bottles of apocalypse potions. Thinking of having to fill her stomach with water, Xiao opened a packet of spicy strips and asked, Old Mo wants some more. Old Mo replied, It's not good for the body, eat less. Xiao felt that since Old Mo had recovered some memories, he had a fatherly vibe. It's already the apocalypse, what medicine can't cure. Besides, you are an intelligent consciousness without a body. Old Mo replied then. How about a little? Xiao tossed another packet of spicy strips over. By the way, Old Mo, you don't have a body anymore. How can an intelligent consciousness taste anything? Old Mo replied, It's not really eating, perhaps the memories exist and trigger consciousness recovery, so it's like tasting the flavor. Just like memories sealed for a long time suddenly bursting like fireworks. It added a touch of color to its otherwise dull and insipid consciousness. After the fiery spicy strips went down, Xiao breathed deeply and poured the potions down her throat. The spiciness subsided and her stomach felt full. Su Xiao asked Old Mo. Old Mo, how much longer until we reach the target location? She had set the target position on South Island, which, although bordering the mainland, did not belong to the country before the apocalypse. However, if they traveled by water, it shouldn't take too long, though the propeller had a speed limit, so it wouldn't be much faster. Since she still had a safe house, the version would be updated the day after tomorrow. If she reached South Island tomorrow and couldn't find Yang Haiyi, she would change the safe house. She glanced at the propeller's battery, which still had 88 power. Under continuous sailing, a battery could last 3 to 5 days. Old Mo said, barring any accidents, we should arrive tomorrow morning. In 24 hours, it should be about right. Su Xiao went to the bathroom to wash her face, brush her teeth, and wash her hair, and by the time she was done, it was exactly 12 o'clock. Cackling. Today I will temporarily let you little thieves off, but don't think you can escape. Starting tomorrow, prepare to welcome your hell. Su Xiao went to take a look at the fishing boat. At first glance, it seemed like her eyeballs had disappeared, but through the eye of the chosen, she could see a thin dark gray seam in the sky. So this sky didn't disappear, it just closed up, and the unpleasant mist lingering in the night was still thick. What a cunning creature fishing. She wasn't falling for that. Returning to the cellar, Su Xiao got into bed and hugged a pillow. Good night, Old Mo. Do you need a bedtime story? Su Xiao asked in confusion. Essential for lulling children to sleep. Then tell me one. She couldn't remember if she had ever heard a bedtime story as a child. Old Mo began the indifferent bedtime story in a mechanical voice. Once upon a time, there was a little girl named Little Red Riding Hood. She wanted to bring food to her grandmother, so she went out alone and got lost, never finding her father and mother again. Su Xiao. Old Mo, your bedtime story differs a bit from what I know. Old Mo replied, oh, it's what her mother taught her, saying that this way children won't run around alone. Su Xiao covered her head with the quilt. I'm going to sleep. Old Mo must not have let his daughter sleep well when she was young. All right, Xiao, good night. The sound of rain grew louder and the damp ruins began to vibrate. Waterlogged, rotting hands struggled to crawl out from the crevices of the ruins. Last night was truly delightful. I caught 2 annoying pests, but unfortunately daylight has arrived. However, it doesn't matter, the adorable little creatures have already appeared, and they will play well with you on behalf of the Master God. It seems this fellow has given up on concealing anything, but this time I can clearly sense that the system notification is different from the content issued by that strange individual. The system is more official, while that strange individual, despite having a mechanical voice, carries a strong personal emotion. Good morning, Xiao. It's raining today with a moderate temperature. For breakfast, I suggest milk and noodles to maintain a balanced diet. Su Xiao snapped back to reality, saying thank you. After getting up, she first went to wash her face and brush her teeth, then found milk from the corner storage. After thinking for a moment, she simply took 2 small pieces of bread. In the apocalypse, nutrition is no longer important. After finishing the milk with a slurp, she was transported to the fishing boat. The faint black mist was no longer present outside, indicating that nighttime was the only time it could exert its influence. The sky was overcast with persistent rain. It was normal rainwater. The boat was docked, and the scattered containers on the shore bore markings in a small country script, which Su Xiao didn't recognize, but she knew she had definitely arrived at the southern island. Thud! Someone was there. Su Xiao looked up to see a rotting corpse with half-suspended eyeballs slowly emerging from behind a container, crashing into it. It seemed to sense Su Xiao, its bulging eyes locking onto her for a moment before quickly looking away. It was an illusion. Zombies couldn't perceive the existence of safe houses. Su Xiao's gaze suddenly widened, capturing the entire scene around the dock, as if expanding her field of vision. The shoreline was swarming with densely packed zombies drenched in rainwater, seawater, and pus, like demons crawling from hell to the human realm. As her awareness returned, Su Xiao realized she had inadvertently used the ability of the Eye of the Chosen. It was an ability akin to rapidly broadening her field of vision, and everything within her sight became remarkably clear. After finishing the milk and eating the bread, she cleared the kitchen waste and returned to the cellar to retrieve her black waterproof jacket. The jacket could keep her dry, but given this temperature, she could potentially fall ill. After pondering, she found the insulation fabric she hadn't used before. 10 minutes later, she crafted a warm outfit using 1 portion of insulation fabric and 1 portion of cloth. Warm outfit, a layer to maintain body temperature in the lowering temperatures of the apocalypse, preventing pathological effects caused by heat loss. Usable in temperatures from 0 to 20 degrees. Today's temperature is 11 degrees. Su Xiao put on the warm outfit and felt enveloped in warmth. She then donned her jacket, zipping it up to her neck with tightened settings at the arms and cuffs, allowing her to move freely. In the storage passage, she checked her supplies, though all weapons and medical supplies were fully stocked and space was left to collect treasure chests. Finally, she pulled the hood of her jacket tightly over her head, revealing only her eyes. After preparing everything, Su Xiao took the immunity potion and left the fishing boat. The sound of the rain masked her footsteps. The zombies relied on their hearing to locate her. Their decaying heads began to tremble and search, yet they couldn't pinpoint Su Xiao's exact location. Accompanied by a sharp axe sound. Thunk, thud, A head severed horizontally fell into the water, causing quite a commotion. The surrounding zombies turned their heads towards the sound of something falling into the water, their pale, lifeless pupils fixated on Xiao as they emitted horrible shrieks. Xiao ceased to hold back, moving with lightning speed to chop down a small zombie. The seemingly ferocious creature appeared sluggish before her, crumbling like chips. Thunk sounds continued. Before they even touched Xiao, they all turned into crispy snacks. Unbeknownst to her, 50 meters away in a container, a pair of innocent eyes peered through a ventilation hole, watching her impressive movements with shining admiration. "Mom, Dad, someone is amazing. They're killing zombies." The childish voice was heard by nearby zombies, who immediately began to attempt to crash into the container. The man quickly covered the little girl's mouth, saying, "Shh, don't make a sound." He cautiously confirmed that the container was indeed secure from inside and wouldn't be breached. Once the girl quieted down, the nearby zombies lost their sense of direction. Xiao faintly heard the commotion but couldn't determine its source, her gaze sweeping over the faces of the nearby zombies. Even in their swollen and rotting state, they still retained some form, and they didn't resemble Jiang Chi. Moreover, there didn't seem to be any particularly powerful survivors nearby, though otherwise there wouldn't be so many zombies at the dock without anyone clearing them. So she treated it as activity points. The southern island is a tourist peninsula similar to the previous private island. There aren't many tall buildings here, but the population is enormous. When the apocalypse struck, many were swept into the sea by the hurricane, and this morning they were returned to the shore by the waves, revived as active zombies. Currently, the zombies have keen hearing and are clustered at the island's edge, so whenever Xiao takes down one, another immediately appears. Xiao tirelessly continued to clear the island. After an hour, the immunity potion wore off, and she finally cleared a clean area that wouldn't be easily noticed by zombies. Xiao turned back to collect her spoils along the island's edge. The treasure chests appeared quickly. As soon as a zombie's head was smashed, a chest would materialize within 10 seconds. Moreover, today's chests were random regardless of color, yellow, white, or black. The zombies on the ground swiftly transformed into treasure chests. Returning to the initial spot, Xiao saw a family of 3 busily picking up the treasure chests she had just defeated at the beach. Their expressions reflected a look akin to a big shot passing through a novice village, leaving behind unwanted scraps for the newbies to treasure. As the man moved a treasure chest into the container and stepped out, he spotted Xiao and couldn't help but display an awkward smile. He knew it was wrong to take someone else's things, but he thought that since she had been gone for nearly an hour, she likely wouldn't return. He spoke to Xiao. "Sorry, we thought you had left. You can have these treasure chests." The little girl, cradled by her mother, shouted at her sister, "You are so amazing." The hood of her jacket had already slipped down due to her large movements, revealing her entire face. Xiao remained unmoved. It wasn't that she was aloof, she simply couldn't understand. The language spoken was the local dialect of the southern island, heavy with regional flavor. The little girl raised her small hand high, and her mother accompanied her with a forced smile. Under the eye of the chosen, the 3 individuals exuded a grim, withered, and murky hue devoid of any vitality from their hair to their bones. They were merely ordinary survivors without any potions. "Old Mo, can you translate?" The communication center could translate languages, so Old Mo should be able to as well. Soon Old Mo conveyed the meaning of the other party's words. It seemed that many monsters had appeared in the city center yesterday, resulting in chaos, and the concentration camp had dispersed, prompting their family to escape to the seaside dock. Many corpses had already been burned here, creating a sense of relative safety, and they decided to sleep inside a shipping container at night. However, unexpectedly this morning, the corpses that had fallen into the sea were washed ashore and began to move, leaving them trapped inside the container, afraid to go out. The man was apologizing, and after his apology stepped aside to let Xiao examine the shipping container. There were not many treasure chests inside, only about 20 or 30. It was indeed true that the other party had only just started moving the treasure chests. Although Xiao could not remember how many zombies she had slain, she vaguely recalled how many times she had swung her axe. Considering the treasure chests she had just collected, it was indeed about right. Just as she was preparing to crawl in and take her treasure chest, she suddenly heard a blood-curdling scream. She looked up. A zombie, which had stealthily leaped behind the crowd, was viciously biting into the man's neck. The man was in excruciating pain, his eyes bulging, and without a weapon in hand, he could only grab the zombie's head with his bare hands, trying to separate it from himself. However, a zombie's strength is several times that of an ordinary person, and it felt no pain, making it significantly more formidable than an average human. It clung tightly to the man without letting go. The woman was holding a wooden stick, frantically striking the zombie's head in an attempt to save her husband. But without a sharp weapon, it was difficult to inflict fatal damage on the zombie. After observing the situation for 3 seconds, Xiao raised her hand and hurled an axe with great force. The moment the zombie's skull was cleaved open, blood splattered all over the man's face, but the zombie finally collapsed. The man knelt on the ground, gasping for breath while clutching his neck, dark blood oozing from the wound and spreading across his body, followed by convulsions and his eyes turning white. Seeing this, Su Xiao pinched the man's cheeks and stuffed a preventive medicine pill into his mouth. The black veins across the man's body gradually faded away, returning to normal. Cough, cough. Thank you. The man touched his throat, feeling as though he had escaped death. Su Xiao inquired, did you hear the alert about the infection level? How much? The zombie transformation progress had already reached 100, indicating that the zombie horde had emerged. The mechanism had run its course, and thereafter it was highly unlikely that there would be any further natural increase in infection levels. Otherwise, with a daily increase of 50 in infection levels, ordinary survivors wouldn't stand a chance. However, the ensuing question was, without the natural infection level mechanism, under what circumstances could ordinary people become infected? Which infection process could be prevented through the use of potions? Before today, Su Xiao had seen her infection level increase each time she was attacked by a zombie. As long as she wasn't attacked, hadn't sustained injuries, or consumed immunity potions, her infection level wouldn't increase, as if a pause button had been pressed. She suspected that this rule might change after the emergence of zombies. Because just now the man had exhibited symptoms of zombie transformation, but after being fed the preventive medicine, he returned to normal. If one could return to normal with preventive medicine after reaching 100 infection level, then wouldn't these infected zombies simply need to be given a dose of preventive medicine to be cured? Therefore, it was highly likely that the man's loss of consciousness occurred before reaching 100 infection level, or perhaps there was a time limit for infection treatment. How long was it? Su Xiao needed to know this specific number. The man raised his head in confusion to look at Su Xiao. Clearly, he did not understand. Old Emo said they are ordinary people who have not bound to a safe house. I can only translate their consciousness information for you, but cannot translate your consciousness information to them in a verbal manner. After activating the main god's consciousness, the house owner can communicate with ordinary survivors through consciousness, eliminating the language barrier. Where could she activate the main god's consciousness now? Forget it. Su Xiao took out a communication device from her pocket. Although it had been modified for the Star Alliance, some of the data within remained, including the photo of Jiang Qi that she had stored. She placed it in front of the couple, pointed at the photo, and then at her own eyes, gesturing to inquire if they had seen her. Although they couldn't understand with the image, the two immediately grasped Su Xiao's meaning. The woman gestured animatedly to Su Xiao while explaining. The implication was that they had not seen her before, but there had been many people in the concentration camp, including tour guides and others. If she wanted to find someone, she could look there. It was not far from here, located in a building above the underground parking lot. But she needed to be cautious of the people inside. Although it was a concentration camp, each person had their own agendas, so Su Xiao should not be deceived. While the woman was speaking, Su Xiao felt a tingling sensation in her palm. She turned her head to see the little girl had slipped a piece of chocolate into her hand. When discovered, the girl smiled at her, grateful for saving her father earlier. Su Xiao gazed at the little girl and her parents for a moment before pocketing the candy and turning to leave. There were significantly fewer zombies on the way compared to the seaside, at least not as densely packed as the floating corpses coming ashore. The destruction of buildings on South Island was not as severe as in Cloud City. Several buildings stood at 7 or 8 stories high, appearing as if they had miraculously escaped the hurricane's eye, and the earthquake had not completely toppled these structures, indicating decent quality. However, the urban layout was slightly larger than that of Cloud City, and at Su Xiao's current speed, it would take her a day to thoroughly search South Island. Upon arriving at the location mentioned by the couple, she did not see the concentration camp. So she decided to search the vicinity while also clearing out nearby zombies. After 20 minutes, she finally spotted a group of survivors clearing zombies. There were 7 men and women, 5 of whom had darker skin, while the other 2 had slightly yellowish skin. They had no energy within their bodies and were ordinary people, posing no threat to Su Xiao. Finding a place to hide her body, Su Xiao stopped to observe for a while. The leader issuing commands was a local. With a stern attitude, he directed, "You are responsible for luring the zombies. We are familiar with this terrain and will set traps here, ambushing the zombies. After obtaining supplies, we will share with you." The man did not understand the language spoken here, so the woman translated for him. The man was initially reluctant, but among the cooperating team, only the 2 of them were outsiders. Isolated and with no voice in the discussion, he had no choice but to agree. Not long after they left, the local leader sneered, "2 foolish outsiders, they still have some supplies in their bags. Once they lead the zombies into the traps, we will find a way to take care of them as well," he said, drawing a finger across his throat. The others nodded coldly. Those not of our kind must have different intentions. After pondering for a moment, Su Xiao decided to follow the man and woman. Neither the man nor the woman was foolish. The woman said directly, "Are they trying to lead us to attract zombies to our deaths? Even if we do draw the zombies over, we might not secure the treasure chest for ourselves. It's better if we just leave now." The man holding a fire axe appeared quite unwilling. "They've stashed their goods in a secret base. With just this little supply on us, how long can we hold out?" The woman replied, "They're still at the trap. Let's detour to the concentration camp and see what we can find." The man tightened his grip on the axe, saying, "If only there were a safe house." Su Xiao followed closely behind them, moving lightly. Rain fell from the sky, and the sound of raindrops blended with their footsteps, making it difficult for Xiao to distinguish between the two. Thus the group went unnoticed. The two turned into an alley, intending to sneak back to the concentration camp to collect supplies, but suddenly heard a strange, shuffling sound. The noise was like metal dragging across the ground, emitting a sharp and piercing sound. The man and woman immediately halted in their tracks. Xiao also sensed something was off. As she prepared to jump away, she found herself unable to retreat. An eerie energy barrier had materialized around them, enclosing the three. In the dilapidated alley, the distance was barely 300 meters, yet no zombies ventured into the exit. It wasn't that they were afraid to come here, rather this place had formed an isolated space, rendering anyone unaware of the anomalies within and unable to hear any sounds from inside. "What is that?" the woman uttered in a trembling voice. At the end of the alley, a three-meter black, giant zombie appeared. Its body was drenched flesh, rotting, resembling an oversized, swollen sea creature, yet its cracked, veiny arms looked incredibly strong. Its mouth split open to the base of its ears, dragging a double-hooked anchor, its grayish-white eyes glaring eerily at the end of the alley. It emitted a sinister chuckle, as if saying, "You filthy little rats." Silver light flickered in Xiao's pupils, reflecting the outline of the giant zombie. "What the hell is that?" The man stared at the towering zombie before him, clearly abnormal. But the monster blocked his path, and he seemed unable to escape this place. Gripping the axe tightly, he swung it at the giant zombie, but the axe barely moved after cutting in half an inch. The giant zombie swung its arm forcefully. The metal anchor slammed the man against the wall, producing a sound of shattered bones. His stomach caved in, and it was evident that his ribs were broken, possibly damaging his internal organs. The woman saw that this force was beyond her ability to resist, turned, and ran back. Yet before she could escape completely, the giant zombie grasped her hair from behind, slowly pulling her back, like torturing an ant, while chains ensnared her waist. This caused her hair to separate from her scalp bit by bit, blood seeping out, and she couldn't help but let out a painful scream. With her abilities, she couldn't contend with this creature. As long as the opponent exerted a little force, her scalp along with her head would be gently twisted off. Through her divine eye, Xiao noticed that the creature's insides were not like ordinary zombies, dark and murky, but rather a thick black liquid flowed ominously. It resembled the dense fog that had permeated the air last night, counteracting the silver blood within her body. She charged forward with her axe, and the creature seemed to have been waiting for a long time, releasing the woman's hair and tossing it aside. The woman fell to the ground like a broken doll, her scalp and face covered in blood. Xiao leaped with great force. Under the influence of the agility potion, she could easily jump to 3 meters high without needing to exert effort, swinging the axe towards the giant zombie's head. With a loud whoosh, the anchor's chain immediately swung towards Xiao's waist in midair, entangling her body. Anticipating this, Xiao transformed her axe into a firearm. Bang! A shot shattered the giant zombie's skull. This troublesome creature didn't warrant holding back, so Xiao unleashed her killing move. The bullet swiftly penetrated the giant zombie's forehead, while the chains that had ensnared Xiao's waist exhausted their strength and hurled her violently against the opposite wall. Xiao collided with the concrete wall of the ruins, and while she emerged unscathed, the wall collapsed. She felt the energy within her body enveloping her skin. As she fell, that energy protected her internal organs, but at the same time it was being consumed. Therefore, the energy from the Doomsday potion wouldn't last indefinitely. If that was the case, then the giant zombie was in the same predicament. She looked up at the giant zombie and activated her divine eye. Indeed, the thick black mist inside the giant zombie had gathered above its head, mending its brain. The bullet holes and wounds were healing, and the bullet transformed by a level 2 weapon had lodged itself in its brain, leaving no second bullet. The giant zombie swayed, its ability to wield its weapon seemingly diminished greatly. Xiao took a deep breath and charged forward without a moment's hesitation. Before it could react, she dashed and leaped, straddling its shoulders. In her hand, her weapon transformed into a 1-meter-long spear, stabbing fiercely downwards through its skull. The movement was fluid, without a hint of hesitation. The recently gathered black mist dispersed in an instant, unable to condense, and the giant zombie stiffened as it toppled forward. The energy wall blocking the alley dissipated, the rain had stopped, and sunlight shone brightly from above. The woman's headache almost made her faint. She raised her head, dazed only to see a silhouette. Silver light flickered in its lowered gaze. Was it a deity? The deity saved her. "You should be fine." The deity spoke. Its cold voice brought the woman back to her senses. How indifferent. Perhaps she was hallucinating. Touching her throat and the scalp that had nearly been torn off, she rummaged through her backpack for a hemostatic potion, swallowed it, and shook her head, saying, "Thank you, I'm fine." Her voice was still hoarse. The other raised a hand, pointing in a detached manner. "Check if your companion is dead." The man was still pressed against the wall, having been struck by the giant zombie's weapon. His stomach caved in, bones shattered, piercing his internal organs, and he appeared to be in a bad state of unconsciousness. The woman felt a tightness in her heart remembering that he was her boyfriend and hurried over to check. Fortunately, he was still breathing and alive. She quickly retrieved a potion to give to the man. Xiao returned to the giant zombie's side. The giant zombie's body had vanished, and aside from Xiao's bullets, a level 3 red treasure chest and a golden ticket remained on the ground. Upon touching them, a notification rang in her ears. Obtained prologue event voting ticket. It can be used for voting. Xiao recalled that at 8 a.m. He mentioned that the degree of natural infection growth these days is the hidden prologue rule, and this voting ticket is a prologue event item, which is generally time-limited. A prompt appeared before him after use: save or destroy. Xiao looked at the prompt before her. She found this choice childish, overly dramatic, and tedious. However, the choices presented in the apocalyptic game must have some guiding significance. Would choosing to save lead to some troublesome tasks? Would choosing destruction result in the game's end being the annihilation of all humanity? One option represented a multitude of tasks, while the other indicated a future devoid of responsibilities. Thus, Xiao was reluctant to choose either. After a moment of contemplation, she realized she could still move. In other words, the existence of this prompt would not hinder her actions. Adhering to the principle of preferring inaction to making a mistake, she turned to observe the man and woman. The man had already recovered considerably, and both of them looked at Xiao with eyes filled with fear, reverence, and a hint of envy. Have you seen her? Xiao directly presented a photo. The two were momentarily stunned. Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility that she might look different without makeup, overly beautified or disfigured by the apocalypse. In any case, have you seen anyone resembling her? Even a slight resemblance will do, Xiao added. This was a recent travel photo of Yang Haiyi wearing light makeup, and in the apocalypse the lack of makeup conditions would surely yield discrepancies from her real appearance. She had hardly seen Yang Haiyi without makeup herself, so this was the best she could do. The two shook their heads in confusion. Sighing, it was as expected. However, the woman shifted her tone, looking at the photo provided by Xiao. I've seen that bag before. Perhaps the woman was particularly sensitive to bags. Xiao glanced at the dark green studded backpack that Yang Haiyi had placed on her suitcase. This bag was a hot item from a luxury brand, and many replicas existed in the market. Yet Yang Haiyi's bag was different. Hers was a custom high-end piece. The public version of this bag was a classic platinum color, while hers was a hideous dark green. Xiao knew this was because when she had just customized it, there was a comment below Yang Haiyi's social media account from a fake socialite. The comment claimed she was a fake rich girl who bought a counterfeit bag that didn't even exist in that color, only to be embarrassed when Yang Haiyi screenshot it with a smile and posted the custom order bill. Although Xiao and Yang Haiyi hadn't seen each other much in recent years, honestly the gossip in the socialite circle was quite captivating. Yang Haiyi's social media account was her only source of information about the upper-class socialite circle after she returned to the ordinary world, so she had never unfollowed it, occasionally checking it out when bored. In the concentration camp, those tour guides are unscrupulous, often leading tourists to fake hotels, then colluding with the hotels to steal things. After the apocalypse arrived, although many people escaped through underground hotels, resources became even more critical. They probably used that bag to store supplies, so they must have seen the girl you were looking for. Since the appearance of that transparent treasure chest, ordinary survivors have also begun to utilize game rules, and everyone has started to compete for resources. In the absence of safe houses, resources in hand cannot be hidden and must be stored in backpacks. Of course, it is also possible that the two before her wanted to take advantage of her and were lying. I was just at the concentration camp's location, but found nothing. That's because yesterday a zombified individual appeared in the camp, so everyone scattered to find other places to hide. We have no need to lie to you. After all, you're so formidable. Deceiving you would be akin to courting death. Although it was a bit embarrassing, it was indeed true. Just moments ago, against that giant zombie, they had been swiftly overwhelmed, barely escaping with their lives. This apocalypse was truly not a place for ordinary people to survive. The man said, "We can take you there, but there are many of them. We were originally meant to attract zombies to a trap." Xiao replied, "You go attract the zombies." Upon hearing Xiao's words, hope sparked in the eyes of the two. The locals discriminated against outsiders. If they hadn't been short-handed at that time, they would have likely met their demise. Before leaving the alley, Xiao recalled something. "What is your current infection level?" The woman replied, "I am at 82. The man added, "I'm at 98. Upon hearing the man's words, the woman exclaimed, "Why is it so high?" Xiao inquired, "Is your infection level increasing based on the number of attacks, or is it time-based?" They were momentarily stunned by her newbie-like question. Had the big shot never been attacked by zombies? Or did their special abilities prevent infection? How enviable. The man answered, "Infection levels only increase when attacked. A regular zombie's attack increases infection by 1, while a stronger one can increase it by up to 10. Indeed, it was during the earlier attack with that iron chain that her infection level had almost skyrocketed." Xiao understood. The rules for infection level increase had not changed yet still depended on injuries sustained from zombie attacks. This meant that there would be a window of time before a normal human survivor reached full zombification at 100. During this window, using an immunity potion could still allow recovery, but exceeding this time would result in complete zombification. Xiao tossed 2 potions to them as a token of gratitude for their answers. You go attract the zombies, I will follow you from the side. The appearance of a stranger would alert them, so she planned to observe closely and wait for the right moment. These 2 potions could also prevent them from attracting zombies in case they suddenly zombified halfway through. The woman saw the immunity potions, and her eyes lit up noticing the man, hunched over and remembering something. The hemostatic agent could only treat surface wounds. The man had broken a few ribs, and now every step he took likely stabbed his lungs. She couldn't help but look at Xiao. Can we exchange for a higher level healing potion? He had sustained internal injuries, and merely the hemostatic agent would not suffice to heal him. As an ordinary survivor, it was extremely difficult to survive in this apocalypse without trustworthy companions. Thus, this man was not just a boyfriend who could be easily swapped out, but rather a long-term partner built on trust. Additionally, since the man did not understand the language here, he could only rely on her. You want a healing potion? What will you offer in exchange? The previous choice prompt still lingered, and as Xiao's gaze shifted, additional text appeared regarding her choices. This, what we have now, is the most precious. The woman decisively picked up the man's weapon. The man hesitated, but after a moment of thought, he kept his mouth shut. Without a weapon, it would become difficult to deal with zombies, but if the person were gone, fighting would be moot. Xiao said, I don't want the weapon, I want the weapon treasure chest. At this point, she no longer lacked potions, and basic resources had become easier to obtain since the trading market was opened. However, without weapon loot, ordinary survivors would not voluntarily offer weapons. Exchanging a resource treasure chest for a weapon treasure chest would be a loss since everyone was collecting weapon treasure chests. Thus, she could only venture out to collect them herself. After finishing her statement, the choice subtitles in front of Xiao suddenly vanished, and a notification sounded in her ears. You have made a stance choice neutral. There is this hidden choice. Or was it that or choice from earlier? Current votes, save 1 and neutral 1 and destroy 0 deadline tomorrow. At midnight, you can obtain a special neutral treasure chest equal to the number of votes. A neutral special treasure chest. Could it be like the colorful treasure chest on the first day? Would there be any tricks involved? So far, she had not seen any survivors choosing tricks, nor did she know what choosing tricks would yield. However, the neutral special treasure chest indeed piqued Xiao's interest. Sure, we know where there are powerful zombies. A woman's voice interrupted Xiao's thoughts. This was in response to her earlier remarks. The man nodded. Although we haven't encountered zombies like the ones today, we discovered yesterday that the zombies dropping red treasure chests are taller and stronger than ordinary zombies, making them more troublesome to deal with. Therefore, we lured those zombies to some uninhabited areas and trapped them there. For ordinary survivors armed only with weapons, dealing with such zombies is quite challenging, and the rewards are not what they need. In the apocalypse, having one weapon is already sufficient. They are more hopeful for medical supplies and food resources. Although Xiao now wanted to find these high-level zombies that had energy isolation to obtain activity voting tickets, she didn't mind a little more time. Let's go. He tossed a healing potion over. Holding the healing potion, the man's face lit up, and he quickly consumed it. Xiao activated her divine eye to observe the man's internal condition. He had originally broken 4 ribs, and both his lungs and kidneys were ruptured. In the former reality, he would not have made it to the ICU in time before succumbing. The hemostatic potion could temporarily stop all the bleeding points in his body, but it was only a palliative measure. As he moved, the dislocated bones continued to inflict damage on his internal organs. After drinking the potion, a faint silver energy permeated his body, rapidly repairing his broken bones and internal organs, restoring them. The man sighed in relief. Soon he said to the woman, "Give me the potion, or I will lure the zombies." The woman nodded. It had been like this from yesterday to today. This way, she intended to take Xiao down another cleared path, but to her surprise, Xiao had already jumped onto the ruins of a 2-story building, finding a ramp and continuing to leap to the highest point of the dilapidated structure. From above, she looked down at the woman. She wanted to be in the best vantage point, ensuring she wouldn't be spotted while observing any unforeseen circumstances. The woman no longer hesitated and headed towards the back of the trap. The trap was in the center of the normal road. During the earthquake, the soil below had tilted, resulting in a collapse, forming a pit about 5 meters deep, which acted as a trap with a width of 5 meters, effectively blocking the road, making it difficult for both humans and zombies to cross. A long wooden plank was placed over the pit, which would be pulled away once someone ran across it. A few locals were waiting nearby with gasoline, but at this moment they were conspiring about a nefarious plan. The board has been tampered with. When that kid brings the zombies over, the board will not be able to support the weight and will break in the middle, causing him to fall in with the zombies. Then we can deal with both of them together. What about that woman? Just a woman. Without a man, where can she go? She can only stay with us. When the time comes, we can do whatever we want. Xiao lowered her head, locking eyes with the woman. The woman could understand their conversation, her eyes momentarily filled with panic, but she quickly forced herself to calm down and hid her body. In a foreign land, if her only companion also died, without a safe house, she would truly be in a den of wolves. There was an axe in her backpack, but she still took out a Swiss Army knife. She hid her backpack behind a stone pillar to reduce the burden on her movements. The level 1 axe weighed just over a kilogram, but having been injured, her wrist was weak. Using the axe would not only fail to harm others, but would also slow her down. Moreover, she was dealing with humans now, not zombies, so a knife would suffice. Not far away, a rumbling sound of footsteps was heard. A group of zombies followed the man, rushing towards the locals. Seeing he was close, the woman seized the opportunity to rush out, stabbing her dagger into the nearest man's eye while shouting to the approaching man, "The board has been tampered with, jump quickly." "Damn woman." The man who was stabbed let out a painful scream, cursing in the local dialect, the untranslatable vulgarities omitted. The others, realizing what was happening, tried to pull away the board, but it was already too late. Hearing the woman's warning, the man leaped off the board, landing solidly and engaging in a struggle with 3 men. The zombies he had brought along all fell into the deep pit, making cracking sounds. The woman dealt with the blinded man on her own. The man's skills were indeed impressive. His muscular build and professional moves revealed he had likely been a fitness enthusiast and boxer before the apocalypse. The woman was clever too. Knowing to blind her opponent first, she utilized her slight advantage to evade counterattacks, targeting the places her opponent overlooked, stabbing here and there. Though her moves were somewhat underhanded, they proved effective. Xiao scanned the surroundings. Out of the corner of her eye, she indeed spotted a straggler. A short man quietly withdrew from the fight and slipped away into a corner, clearly planning an escape route. Xiao followed him. The short man turned down 2 alleyways and entered an unoccupied courtyard, lifting a pile of debris to reveal a cellar entrance directly crawling inside. When he emerged again, he had several backpacks with him. It seemed he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to relocate supplies. Xiao also took note. One of the backpacks he held looked exactly like the one in Yang Haiyi's photo. Without hesitation, she jumped down. The axe was positioned across the man's neck. He trembled and quickly begged for mercy, surrendering. Xiao pulled out the photo and held it in front of the man, asking, "Have you seen her?" The man understood her meaning and after a glance shifted his eyes, giving a clumsy answer. I have seen her." "Where?" Xiao's expression changed. "At." The man raised his hand, pointing toward the cellar entrance. Thump thump. Faint sounds came from the cellar, seemingly someone was pleading for help. Xiao froze for a moment. The man suddenly revealed a fierce look in his eyes, pulling out a knife and viciously lunging at Xiao. Xiao's lips tightened. She effortlessly sidestepped the attack, raising her axe to strike. The man's head and body separated before her eyes, warm blood instantly splattering across her face. She calmly wiped her face, though beneath her tranquil expression her heartbeat was noticeably quickening. The last time she killed a man, she could not gauge her own strength, and the accidental death had been unintentional. Yet this was the first life she had consciously taken, driven by the intent to kill. Thump thump. The sounds from the cellar were gently knocking, as if someone was straining to reach the exit. Xiao immediately approached and opened the cellar door, coming face to face with a familiar, stunning visage. The beautiful fox-like eyes, which were previously distressed, gradually brightened upon seeing Xiao's face. The person is beautiful, but it is not Yang Haiyi. The familiarity comes from Xiao having seen her before. Just a few days before the apocalypse, she happened to scroll through videos and saw a stunning internet celebrity from a certain country who went missing while traveling in the South Island. It is the face before her. Even without makeup, it boasts high beauty, a masterpiece meticulously crafted by Nuwa over a year, while others are merely random clay figurines she casually tossed aside. The other party's joy stems from seeing a stranger's face, not the foul faces of the others, as there is a chance for salvation. She opened her mouth, but the language spoken was incomprehensible to Xiao. The translation from Lao Mo indicated that she wanted Xiao to save her. Xiao tried to pull her up, only to discover that something was restraining her below, a chain used for imprisonment. The other party's ankle was bloodied and raw from struggling to break free of the chain. Xiao had no choice but to let go of the woman's hand and jump into the cellar. Upon jumping down, she realized there were several equally beautiful women in the cellar, all looking at her with hopeful eyes. In addition, they all had makeshift sleeping mats beneath them, and there were rough water buckets and food bowls nearby. This place did not resemble a simple storage cellar for supplies. It felt more like a secret base for human traffickers. Xiao walked to the center, grabbing several chains extending from a metal block in the ground and directly snapping them. The sound of the chains breaking ignited hope in an instant. The women looked up at Xiao. Despite her bloodied face and the strong smell of blood, the act of breaking the chains had already proven that she was not one of them. "Are you here to save us?" Words were exchanged, and one of them spoke a foreign language that Xiao had studied, allowing for communication. Xiao directly took out a photo and asked, "Have you seen the girl in this picture?" Since the bag was here, it indicated that they might have crossed paths. Because the bag was not very spacious, even a thief would not use it for carrying supplies unless Yang Haiyi had originally used it to carry supplies and then inadvertently dropped it. Upon seeing the photo of Yang Haiyi, several of them revealed expressions of joy. 5 days ago, this girl found her way here. She wanted to save us, but was discovered by the guards of the cellar before she could find a way. Her bag was left here at that time. And then, Xiao pressed for more information. She couldn't unlock the door, so she couldn't save us. Oh, she had a little mouse with her. That little mouse always followed her. After those people returned with supplies, she disappeared, and that little mouse ran away too. The person answering pointed to a mouse hole at the edge of the cellar. It was a safe house. Yang Haiyi had a mouse safe house, and this mouse led her down the sewer. The city's sewer system is extensive. Yang Haiyi might currently be hiding in some gutter. Animals in a safe house run wild when there is no controller. You are free now. After Xiao said this, she returned to the surface. There were still short corpses on the ground, and the women began to crawl out of the cellar one by one. Xiao picked up Yang Haiyi's bag, preparing to leave when the woman behind her spoke up. "Can you take us with you?" Lao Mo translated. It was the most beautiful woman. A few others who had mustered the strength to crawl out also looked at Xiao with hope. "We have been locked up here for many days. We know the apocalypse has come, but we have no idea what the outside world has become. Is it very dangerous?" Xiao asked, "Why were you locked up here?" The one who understood explained. "We were all popular internet celebrities on international social media. Before the apocalypse, buyers were offering high prices for us on the dark web, so we were deceived here under the guise of cooperation. If it weren't for the sudden onset of the apocalypse, they would have long been packaged and sent off to some capitalist's hands. The unexpected arrival of the apocalypse actually saved their lives. Originally, the guards of the cellar would occasionally go out to collect supplies after dodging the disaster. They took advantage of this to let the woman with the longest chain knock on the cellar door, trying to attract the attention of outsiders for a glimmer of hope. Until early this morning, the cellar keeper brought in a group of accomplices. This group discovered that the cellar was safe and that there were women, so they moved supplies inside, planning to use it as a long-term base. The cellar keeper is that short guy. He used the information about the women and the cellar to persuade them to store inconvenient supplies there, but he actually always wanted to find an opportunity for a backstab. Xiao glanced at them. "It's the apocalypse now. Oh, I can't take anyone with me." After saying this, she turned to leave. A few people saw several supply bags on the ground and hurriedly packed them before following her out. Xiao took the normal alleyway, directly chopping several passing zombies in half. Seeing the decapitated heads of the zombies made several people tremble, quickly covering their mouths to prevent themselves from screaming and attracting more zombies, while their gazes towards Xiao changed. Xiao wielded an axe, her hand rising and falling like a mechanical cleaning machine. She led them out of the alley toward the exit, stepping from darkness into light. The dazzling brightness upon fully exiting momentarily disoriented them. But once they could see clearly, they realized they had only moved from one man-made hell to a new one. The ruins under the sunlight and the walking zombies were even more chilling. Xiao quickly returned to the troplaying area where those two had already dealt with 4 locals. However, they were also not in good condition, all covered in injuries. Fortunately, there were no fatal or internal injuries, and after taking a hemostatic agent, they felt much better, though they were somewhat exhausted. Seeing Xiao return, the man and woman leaned against each other, panting, and smiled brightly at her. "We won." Behind them lay the corpses of fallen enemies, and fierce flames erupted from the deep pit. The zombies would all turn to ashes, and once the fire extinguished, the fallen treasure chests would be their supplies. "Where are those red treasure chests?" Xiao glanced at the time. It was almost 11 o'clock. She needed to resolve things quickly. As for the women behind, she no longer paid them any mind. "Follow me." The man stood up voluntarily, leading Xiao to where they had trapped the zombies. It was a half-collapsed hotel. They lured the zombies into a room and closed the balcony's floor-to-ceiling windows, trapping the zombies inside the hotel, then climbed down from the balcony. Several zombies inside the room were lethargic like withered peas. Xiao kicked in and dealt with them directly, collecting 7 level 1 red treasure chests. Collecting red treasure chests was indeed difficult, but any gain was better than nothing. After that, Xiao parted ways with the man and headed directly to the top floor of the hotel. Knowing that Yang Haiyi had a safe house, she felt no danger to her life. Her goal had been achieved. After all, having such news during the apocalypse was already quite good. Xiao believed them because deceiving herself would bring them no benefit unless they had enmity with Yang Haiyi. However, according to what they said, they were grateful to Yang Haiyi and had no need to lie to deceive themselves. If Yang Haiyi could still die despite having a safe house, then she had no need to waste time continuing the search, as she needed to focus on how to obtain more chapter activity tickets. The largest structure on Southern Island is a statue built according to the beliefs and religion of the indigenous people, standing at 300 meters tall and weighing 200 tons. When the hurricane struck, it was blown away, and its neck was broken. After the earthquake, its head fell off and crashed onto the central square, while its remaining body still stood over 200 meters tall. Su Xiao leveraged the force and jumped into the palm of the statue about 100 meters above the ground, where he could overlook the surrounding mountains. He activated the Eye of the Chosen to survey the conditions around Southern Island. Indeed, standing tall allowed one to see far. Through the Eye of the Chosen, he observed a distorted energy strongly enveloping a collapsed school, exuding a gloomy aura. As expected, there should also be a high-level zombie present here. Ordinary zombies can be dealt with by any survivor using a bit of cunning and effort, but the energy within high-level zombies is akin to the dark mist energy at night, making it impossible for survivors who haven't used Doomsday potions to handle them. Of course, Su Xiao was here to collect voting tickets. At this moment, in a certain university on Southern Island, several high school students were cautiously hiding in the corridor on the 6th floor of a teaching building. Teacher Zhang has turned into a monster, and we can't deal with it or escape. We will eventually die here. They looked down from the corridor wall. In the middle of the school's playground, a huge triangular glass container had appeared resembling experimental equipment from a lab, suspended in midair by a metal platform with a green liquid inside, emitting a pungent odor. A tall zombie in a white coat turned its head, pus flowing from its decaying face, its eyeballs sunk deep into their sockets. With its hands behind its back, it walked slowly back and forth across the school playground like a weary old teacher. Is it possible that we must exit through the school's front gate? Someone spoke up. The school's main entrance was right in front of the playground. They had intended to leave through the back door, but the energy wall prevented them from doing so, while the monster was blocking the front entrance. The good news is that where this monster is, no other zombies dare to enter. The bad news is that they cannot escape either. However, this monster did not seem to actively seek out people, it merely roamed downstairs. But if we remain trapped here, we will starve. Let's split into two groups. Whoever reaches the school gate first without being detected can leave first. One of the boys proposed the idea. With 6 people, they could form 2 teams of 3. They thought that even if discovered, the monster could only deal with one person at a time, leaving others a chance to escape. All right. Soon the 6 of them split into 2 teams and descended from the teaching building, gesturing towards the school's main gate across the playground. Charge. Having said that, they took off running. The student who had initially proposed the idea hesitated for a moment, not rushing forward, and turned to hide behind the teaching building to observe. The zombie in the white coat lifted its eyes and let out a piercing, chilling scream. 5 high school students reached the school gate only to find it sealed off by an energy wall, making escape impossible. The white coat zombie did not chase after them. Instead, it stomped its feet, causing a metallic grabbing device to appear in the center of the teaching building, reaching out toward the 5 high school students. Indeed, it was too late to think of escape this time, as one of them was caught squarely by the metallic grabbing device. The others could only watch helplessly as their companion was grabbed and thrown into the triangular flask, emitting a sizzling sound upon contact with the green liquid. In no time, the student inside the flask was corroded and dissolved at an alarming speed. The green liquid mixed with red blood, sending chills down their spines, turning into bones within a minute, and soon even the bones disappeared. The discolored blood was continuously evaporated in the solution, slowly turning back into the original green liquid, as if no one had ever been thrown inside. The white coat zombie, seemingly satisfied, rolled its eyes around and began to meander slowly around the playground. Let it search for more little cuties. The group quickly hid back in the teaching building. The leader, realizing what had happened, grabbed the collar of the boy who had proposed the idea and punched him hard. You did this on purpose. You deliberately used us as a test. The boy did not deny it, merely spitting out blood from his mouth. You were foolish. It's obvious. We can't escape. It wants to trap us here to die. Suddenly, someone glanced to the side. It's gone. It had left its metallic container, even though they had waited a long time without seeing it move an inch. Unless, the boy swallowed hard. It's looking for us now. Just as he finished speaking, a chilling laughter echoed in their ears. Found you. You annoying little bugs. When Su Xiao entered this school, he only saw a huge flask filled with green liquid on the playground. The acrid smell in the air was very familiar, reminiscent of acid rain. Could it contain sulfuric acid? Suddenly a scream came from behind the teaching building, and Su Xiao rushed to investigate. The metal-grabbing hand of the zombie in the white coat had seized a student, twisting him into a bloody pulp, without regard for his endurance, dragging him on the ground, until he became a blood-soaked mess. Not far away, 4 students covered their mouths, their expressions filled with terror. When the white coat zombie saw Su Xiao, its eyes turned, and it let out a sinister smile, seemingly ignoring her completely. So arrogant. Su Xiao charged forward and struck the white coat zombie with an axe. Clang. The metal clashed, and Su Xiao was rebounded by a force, finding that she had inflicted no damage. Immunity. Under the Eye of the Chosen, the black energy within the zombie was fully revealed, coalescing at its Bodis edge, consistent with the defensive energy of the potion surrounding its body. It seemed brute force wouldn't work. Perhaps this creature's mechanism was similar to an immunity system in a game. One had to deal with other parts first to eliminate the immunity. Su Xiao chased after it. She saw the white coat zombie throw the student into the flask again, the bloody scene repeating itself. The flask was its weapon, but at the neck of the flask there was a mass of black mist. She attempted again, leaping up with her axe to attack the flask, but once more she was shaken back. Su Xiao recalled the scene inside the flask earlier, reminiscent of the day the acid rain fell where a survivor was corroded. The difference was that during the acid rain there had been a chance to gain immunity, while this time it was immediate death. So this was targeted. Perhaps she needed to enter the flask to have a chance, as she possessed corrosion resistance. At that moment the student inside the flask had completely dissolved, and the white coat zombie took a deep breath, starting to look for its next target. Out of the corner of her eye she noticed several students nearby, both scared and shocked. "Hide!" Just then a voice suddenly came from behind. Su Xiao looked up and saw a semi-transparent silver giant hand reaching toward the white coat zombie. Su Xiao reacted swiftly, dodging at once. At the same time she remained wary of the enormous silver hand reaching out toward her, exuding a powerful sense of external pressure and energy. She leapt quickly onto the teaching building, employing the eye of the chosen to gaze at the newcomer. A man. He possessed a force within him that flowed like silvery sand. Having consumed the Doomsday potion, although his energy was not as abundant as hers, it gathered in his right hand, amplifying its power by at least 100-fold, causing her heart to race. There was a sense of oppression, as if when the divine intervenes, all beings are but ants. However, under the eye of the chosen, she could also see that the energy from the potion within him was concentrated in his hand, leaving no residue on his body. This meant that there was no potion energy left in his body, which was his weakness. If he were to turn against her, all she needed to do was quickly evade the attack of that giant hand and strike at him, even using a ranged weapon. However, without any enmity, Su Xiao wouldn't do such a thing, especially since he hadn't attacked her yet. She turned her gaze to the opposite side, where the silver hand was grasping the white gua zombie, attempting to crush it. Yet unexpectedly, the white gua zombie was in an immune state, its weakness contained within a glass reagent bottle. This was a variable for the man. His expression darkened. Su Xiao landed beside him, asking, "Has your hand mutated?" The man frowned tightly, not wanting to waste words with Su Xiao. "I can't hold on much longer. If you're going to act, do it quickly." He felt embarrassed. Su Xiao understood. The other party was unaware of this zombie's characteristics and did not know that different zombies had varying energy distribution points, leading to different weakness locations. Yet the energy of this hand was genuinely powerful. If it had seized her, she could have been torn apart. But why did he rashly intervene? Oh, was he trying to steal the boss? Realizing this, Su Xiao feigned innocence, asking, "Is this your skill? So impressive, can't you directly deal with the zombie?" The man felt a chill run down his spine. He had thought that with his skill this zombie would surely be doomed. However, he never expected this zombie to possess an immune state. His skill had controlled it, but failed to crush it. Had he known, he wouldn't have acted impulsively earlier. Now he was caught in an awkward position. The other party was still curiously questioning, adding to his embarrassment. "I can't hold on much longer." The man's heart shattered. After his heart broke, the massive silver hand suddenly disintegrated, his right hand twitching slightly, the energy within him becoming chaotic, and he displayed signs of pain. Su Xiao understood. This was a side effect. She averted her gaze. The white gua zombie emitted a kikek sound, its metallic claws reaching for Su Xiao. Su Xiao swiftly dodged, while the man experiencing the chaotic after effects was seized by the zombie and plunged into a beaker, submerging in corrosive liquid, emitting pained shrieks. He hadn't even equipped corrosion-resistant gear. It turned out he was quite a formidable weakling. Without hesitation, she jumped onto the metallic apparatus, taking out a 1-meter-long awl and a hammer, and began striking the black mist at the mouth of the triangular beaker. The awl was an illusion of Su Xiao's previous weapon, while the hammer was a level 1 hammer. The awl was a high-grade weapon with substantial energy, complemented by the energy within Su Xiao striking at the weak point. Bang, bang, bang. Listening to the sound of strikes, the white gua zombie couldn't help but roar angrily at Su Xiao, trying to drive her away. The man struggled in the green corrosive liquid, the potion energy continuously repairing his body. Yet as long as he remained in this liquid, he would perpetually endure corrosion, suffering repeatedly, only able to attack and sink, with Su Xiao's strikes inadvertently hitting the black mist. This was precisely the effect Su Xiao desired. The white gua zombie, furious, attempted to attack Su Xiao, but due to the height of the metallic frame, it couldn't reach her, merely glaring up at her and issuing verbal threats with kikek. Su Xiao continued to strike. The metallic platform and triangular beaker formed a combination of the experimental table, significantly taller than the white gua zombie, yet they were not part of the same entity. Without the eye of the chosen, no one would guess that its weakness would be at the neck of the beaker. Crash. Finally, the beaker shattered, and the metallic experimental table vanished. The man fell to the ground, his body corroded to the point of exposing bone, while the potion's energy continued to strive to heal his wounds. After the black aura from the potion bottle dissipated, it quickly converged onto the metallic claws of the white Gua zombie, meaning, although its attack power was currently high, it had indeed lost its defense. The white Gua zombie charged at Xiao. She leapt to evade the attack, simultaneously transforming her weapon into a gun aimed at the zombie's head. Bang! The zombie with a defense of 0 was effortlessly penetrated by the bullet, its brain exploding. The energy barrier confining the school vanished. A few children stared dumbfounded at the scene before them. The man also turned to look at Xiao after stabilizing the energy within him. Yet Xiao had already quickly collected all the dropped items from the zombie, casually remarking, "I killed the boss. The loot has nothing to do with you," before leaving. The man was so furious he spat blood. He had initially intended to crush the boss and seize all the loot first, but instead he ended up with nothing and exposed the side effects of his skill. It was all the fault of wanting to steal the kill. 20 minutes later, Xiao returned to the fishing boat, finally, sighing in relief. She was relieved that the other party had only wanted to steal the boss and not to kill her. If the other party had intended to kill, sneaking up on her from behind could have led to her demise. As for that hand of his, it looked like a skill from the Eye of the Chosen, but it also didn't quite seem like it, as the side effects were too evident. Using the Eye of the Chosen, she would never have such pronounced lethal side effects. Although the Eye of the Chosen could reveal weaknesses, it was merely an auxiliary skill, without any energy amplification effect. The skill amplification effect displayed by that man earlier was quite formidable. If she wanted to compensate for the Eye of the Chosen's shortcomings, she would need to use more Doomsday potions. Counting the gains from this boss encounter, it wasn't bad. A level 3 weapon treasure chest, an event voting ticket, and 3 corrosion-resistant bathing potions. As for the corrosion-resistant bathing potions, they are meant for soaking. After use, they can enhance corrosion resistance, which is of no use to Xiao. The safety of this bathing potion is 100, with no life-threatening risks, making it suitable for exchange. However, should she maintain a neutral option for the second event voting ticket? Logically, if Xiao could obtain 3 event voting tickets, she could select each option once and receive 3 different categories of treasure chests. But she also wondered if this event's special treasure chest could be synthesized. Wouldn't it be better to have higher-level treasure chests? After a moment of hesitation, Xiao made her choice. Maintain neutrality. At least 3 neutral special treasure chests must be obtained. Currently, both safe houses and synthesis treasure chests are 3, and this pattern should remain unchanged. If she has extra voting tickets, she can make other choices. Moreover, voting this way will not affect her stance. After using the voting ticket, Xiao keeps the options in front of her remaining still. The time has already reached 12 o'clock, and she is preparing to eat something. Today she has spicy beef-flavored instant noodles, adds a few packs of spicy chicken feet and ham sausages, and while waiting for the noodles to be ready, Xiao checks the map. Previously, due to the fissure, the cellar could not be moved, and the fishing boat could only take the waterway. She is preparing to drive to Kyoto, so she placed the 3 safe houses in different positions, preventing the handles from being retrieved. Now she neither needs to continue looking for Jiang Qiqi nor go to Kyoto. She is preparing to let her sports car and fishing boat meet up. Although the sports car will turn into a handle after being retrieved by the fishing boat, and although the cunning rabbit's 3 burrows have only 2 left, it will be very convenient. The sports car, being a vehicle that can be moved at any time, ensures her safety. She is also preparing to test whether the safe house can be used within the energy wall of the zombies. After looking at the positioning map, she finally decides to meet at the riverside. The sports car is still parked in the mountains near Yun City, which is inland. It is a long distance to drive to the seaside, but there is a river nearby. The fishing boat sets its automatic navigation towards the river, while the sports car also heads towards the riverside. Within 3 hours, the 2 safe houses will be able to meet. After making the decision, Xiao activates the automatic navigation on the fishing boat, which will take 4 hours to reach the destination, while the sports car only needs 1 hour to get to the riverside, so she can wait before taking action. Just as the voting time passes, it will automatically make a choice in about 3 minutes. You have made a stance choice, neutral. Current voting status: save 4 votes, neutral 2 votes, destroy 1 vote. Only after voting can she see the current voting status. All neutral votes are hers, so besides her, no one has hesitated to trigger the 3rd option after obtaining the votes. She just surveyed the entire southern island, and there are very few advanced zombies that trigger the energy wall, indicating that there may only be a few votes in one region, and some may not even be found by advanced survivors, so the low numbers are understandable. At this moment, Lao Mo reminds her the owner's warehouse slots are about to reach their limit. It is recommended to clear them out quickly. Xiao hurriedly checks her supplies, and indeed the warehouse slots are nearly full. Treasure chests, unlike other obtained supplies, can continuously stack in one slot as long as they are of the same type. A single warehouse slot can hold a maximum of 99 treasure chests. Xiao has used the warehouse slot expansion item obtained from the previous level 5 treasure chest, and now she has a total of 45 warehouse slots. In addition to the more than 3,000 yellow treasure chests and over 300 transparent treasure chests left from before, there are also today's Not every zombie drops a treasure chest today. Casually, she collected over 700 treasure chests in that hour, leaving only one empty slot in her warehouse. Xiao does not want to waste treasure chests, but has no choice but to waste them, otherwise she won't have enough space. Lao Imo, feed me energy. The most abundant energy treasure chests in Xiao's hands are still the yellow ones with around 3,300, nearly 400 transparent chests, over 400 black material chests from this morning, and over 200 white chests. After thinking, Xiao uses 440 black material chests and 40 yellow treasure chests to feed Lao Imo. Currently, it seems that the black material chests are the least valuable, and she can exchange for many after the new version is launched. With 4810 energy points, she synthesizes 4 level 5 transparent treasure chests. These transparent chests are her main assets. She can either open blue or red ones without other choices. Xiao decides to open 3 level 5 red treasure chests and 1 blue treasure chest, starting with the red chests. Level 5 weapons 3, Universal Transformation Stones 16, Frenzy Stones 18, Poison Attachment Stones 17, Wisdom Memory 3, a Hourglass. Sure enough, with a larger quantity, miracles happen. Xiao immediately grabs the Master God toy. Hourglass description: a toy of the Master God. If the Master God finds it missing, they will be very angry. Still no explanation. Xiao puts it into the weapon station, preparing to decompose it, but unexpectedly gets a prompt: this item cannot be decomposed. Xiao. Why? It looks like an ordinary hourglass with silver star sand inside, but currently the star sand is stagnant. Even if turned over, it will not leak sand, making it impossible to measure time. Toys and toys are different. They should represent different functions. Her dice can be decomposed because they have numbers. Hers is 1, while the Turtle Immortals is 3. Thus, other people may have dice like 2,456 or even 78,910, which is the number of Master God candidates. The hourglass cannot be decomposed, so it must have another function. It definitely isn't for feeding the intelligent steward. Xiao confirms with Lao Imo again. Lao Imo, after feeding the Master God's toy to you, is it destroyed? Lao Imo replies, of course not. No one can truly destroy the Master God's toy. It simply returns to the Master God's toy box. Xiao understands. After the Turtle Immortal extracted the Master God's toy and fed it to the intelligent steward, the Master God's toy returns to the toy box. When a player next opens a level 5 transparent treasure chest or synthesizes a red weapon treasure chest, there is still a chance it will appear. So there is another possibility. Just like a child's toy box, it cannot be infinitely full. Once emptied, there will be no toys left in the Master God's toy box, and no one can open the Master God's toy again. What could that thing in the sky be? A toy for the Master God to look at. As for the descriptions on the toys, Xiao reasonably suspects that they were intentionally modified by the other party to prevent the emergence of Master God candidates, mainly to intimidate players. Put away the toy, because this game is quite ridiculous. Initially, they provided blueprints, but no materials. Now they give materials, but the item treasure chests and blueprint treasure chests are already out of print. It's like someone saying they will treat you to a meal, but only give you a pair of chopsticks. Then the next day, when the meal is ready, they call you over, but want you to bring yesterday's chopsticks. So it will definitely come in handy later. As for the other transformation stones, frenzy stones, and poison attachment stones, Xiao has fused them all into her commonly used level 3 weapons. Just as she is preparing to open the blue treasure chest, something makes a sound. ZZZZ. Hello, Miss Su. It's the communicator, and from the voice, it's number 1349. Xiao happens to be wearing the communicator to check the activity map. What's wrong? Are you currently in Yin City? We have encountered some difficulties and need your help. 1349 begins. Go ahead. This morning after the prologue started, we divided the active survivors into several teams to leave the underground city to clear zombies and gather supplies, but one of the teams suddenly disappeared upon entering a no-signal area, and we have not received any news since. Before 1349 could finish speaking, Xiao already understood. Send me the location coordinates. After hanging up the communicator, 1349 promptly ordered Tell Team 2 to clean up the ordinary zombies outside once they arrive, but don't act recklessly. Understood. The person next to him immediately went to send a message. The person standing behind 1349 spoke up, Commander Lin, should we inform the other districts? I've heard that District 13 and District 17 have some exceptionally powerful special survivors, and their cooperative relationship is stable. Perhaps they might know the new situation. Miss Su is indeed formidable, but her comings and goings are free. We always have to find a way to contact her. This time Yang she has entered a no-signal area, and we can't even contact him through the safe house. Perhaps he is no longer here, and even the safe house. 1349 fell silent for a moment. Do you think the situation in other districts is the same as in District 3? The subordinate beside him was momentarily stunned. 1349 turned around holding an axe in his left hand and said, when the Supreme Commander ordered each major area to manage their own safe houses, it was a signal that there is a traitor among us. He can't control the leaders of the major areas and cannot conduct self-investigation. Oh, everything must rely on us. The loss of safe houses in the major areas is an accident once, an accident twice, but is it still an accident 3 or 4 times? Moreover, the betrayers are definitely more than one. But at this moment, they had neither the energy to self-investigate nor the ability to impose any punishment. What is the so-called stable cooperative relationship? Cooperation or exploitation? District 9 extended an olive branch claiming they had figured out how to stabilize the acquisition of epidemic prevention agents, which could help District 3 obtain enough medicine as long as District 3 gave them the treasure chest in their possession. But she didn't dare to gamble. Compared to handing over District 3's resources to other districts, she trusted Xiao even more. Although Xiao values her freedom and dislikes being controlled, she has her own bottom line. Most importantly, she has ways to obtain sufficient resources. As a conscientious wealthy person, she wouldn't steal from the poor. The conditions she offered were definitely disadvantageous for District 3. Thus, she presented Xiao with a scenario where they had no way out, betting that Xiao had no ambition to encroach on resources. Fortunately, she bet right. Collaborating with her was much safer than cooperating with the major districts. As long as Zone C could endure until the end of the apocalypse, humanity could start anew. Xiao confirmed the location, which was currently outside the movable range of the cellar. However, she still moved the cellar to the nearest spot before heading out. Along the way, Xiao saw quite a few zombies, but most of the survivors who had been alive in Yun City were taken into the underground city by 1349. Therefore, very few living people were seen moving around in the city center, unlike the constant scene of living people being chased by zombies in South Island, characterized by bloody violence. Soon, Xiao's Eye of the Chosen spotted an energy wall enveloping an open-air illuminated stadium. 1349 and his people stood outside the energy wall. Seeing Xiao, 1349's eyes lit up as he quickly walked over. Miss Su, hello. Hello. Xiao paused. I don't know your name yet. Calling you by your number is not very good. 1349 came to his senses and chuckled. Sorry, I forgot to tell you my name is Lin Shu, the current commander of the Star Alliance District 3. 13. I know it's Lin Shu. He has been promoted, no longer just a deputy commander. What's the situation? Xiao asked. Lin Shu quickly explained the situation. The hurricane struck in the morning. There were not many people in the stadium. During the earthquake, the stadium became a safe place for many, and even some alliances had been stationed there. Later, these survivors were all led into the underground city. Initially, they thought there would be fewer people here and that the zombies would be few, allowing for a quick cleanup. However, unexpectedly, even after 3 teams went in, there was no information from them. The moment they stepped in here, they disappeared. Lin Shu pointed to the boundary at the entrance of the stadium. We have cleared the ordinary zombies within a radius of about 500 meters, but something is off here. Xiao said there are special zombies inside. I cannot confirm the method to deal with them yet. Ordinary people cannot contend with special zombies, but as long as you don't trigger the attack mechanism inside, you should be able to survive. For example, the first anchor zombie she encountered at that time didn't actively attack the survivors when it first appeared. It was the man who swung his axe first that triggered the anchor zombie's attack mechanism, and he was attacked by the zombie with the anchor. The anchor zombie possesses tremendous strength, but its flesh is very fragile with no immune mechanisms. As long as a survivor has consumed the apocalypse agent and wields the apocalypse weapon, they should be able to solve it with agile movements. The second chemical zombie belongs to the mechanism type. When Xiao entered, she saw several students, which meant they should have been surviving inside the energy wall for some time. However, they accidentally triggered the mechanism later, which led to their attack. The man standing straight beside Lin Shu diligently recorded every word Xiao said. Xiao noticed, but didn't say anything, only saying, I'll go in and take a look. Do you need someone? Lin Shu asked. Xiao glanced around. The men and women in Lin Shu's row, including Lin Shu himself, all showed traces of the apocalypse agent in their bodies, likely from the batch of agents they had traded with her before. She thought they would keep it for themselves. No need, if I can't solve it, your people should be of no help either. After saying that, Xiao entered the stadium. This time was different from before. As soon as she entered, Xiao heard the prompt ringing in her ears. Run, don't let the zombies catch up to you. If they do, they will eat your brain, but if you win against them, you can enjoy their brains. Xiao's vision flashed, and the vast playground instantly filled with many people. More than 20 people were running around the playground, gasping for breath. Behind them, a 3-meter-tall, 2-meter-long-legged athletic zombie chased them at a steady pace, its mouth torn back to its ears with bulging eyes without eyelids. I can't run anymore, the last person exclaimed before collapsing to the ground. The athletic zombie grinned, its long legs striding over as it saw the person stop, directly reaching out to choke the person's neck. Come on, you can at least kill me. The person gasped, his eyes bloodshot. The others seized the opportunity to bend down, panting and resting, while casting complex glances at the captured individual. The athletic zombie seized his head, its thick thumb and index finger twisting forcefully. Ah! A scream echoed as the person's skull was directly twisted off, revealing a bloody brain, which the athletic zombie grabbed and stuffed into its mouth. Even though Su Xiao had seen many cruel scenes, she couldn't help but flinch at this one. This was not merely an apocalypse, it was an apocalypse of brutal slaughter. Su Xiao stood in place observing. Under the gaze of the Eye of the Chosen, not only was this zombie engulfed in dark energy, but the entire stadium was as well. The energy was formidable. Even the power within her could not contend with it. To resolve this with energy, one would need a power source tens of thousands of times greater than what Su Xiao possessed. At present, she certainly could not achieve that. This meant that if the mechanism was not broken, she might also perish. However, danger coexisted with opportunity. Su Xiao was a game planner. Generally, the harder the dungeon, the better the rewards. The athletic zombie also noticed Su Xiao's presence, opening its mouth and licking its sharp teeth still stained with the red fluid of its last meal. As it passed Su Xiao, it did not attack her, but continued pursuing the remaining survivors. Due to the earlier sacrifice of a survivor, the others received a 2-minute respite. Now that survivor had been completely devoured and a new round of pursuit had begun. They had no choice but to continue running, even as their lungs felt like they would burst, their throats parched as if set ablaze, and their legs felt foreign to them. Yet they dared not stop, for to do so would mean being caught by the zombies. This zombie was also surprisingly agile. It could easily have overtaken the survivors in front, but it chose to linger at the back, moving slowly. However, if the last survivor stopped, it would immediately launch an attack akin to boiling a frog in warm water. According to Lin Shu, there should be 2 teams of people here. They had disappeared several hours ago, meaning they had been running for quite some time. Upon closer inspection, the few running in front were physically fit and robust. They were either soldiers or members of the Star Alliance trained for the apocalypse. Trailing behind, gasping for breath, and barely hanging on were ordinary survivors. At this rate, they could not hold out much longer. But where was the pattern to break the quarantine mechanism? Su Xiao was observing when suddenly a great force pushed her forward. By the time Su Xiao reacted, she had been forced onto the track with a giant zombie about 10 meters away. Upon seeing a newcomer, its gray eyes widened as if its eyeballs were being squeezed out of their sockets, clearly fixated on Su Xiao as if she were a delicious treat. Perhaps it sensed that the energy within Su Xiao surpassed that of the others. You have joined the running competition. Please find a way to win. If you fail, your brain will be eaten by the zombies. The notification echoed in her mind, and Su Xiao, faster than her thoughts, quickly caught up with the leading survivor, Yang, who she had previously contacted about the safe house. Yang was struggling to control his breathing. They were trained individuals, and running for several hours was not an issue, but ordinary people would find it challenging to endure for that long. Noticing someone running beside him at a fast pace, she glanced over, momentarily stunned, before saying excitedly, "Hello, Miss Su. Perhaps if the other party arrives, they will understand what this is all about. Have you noticed any patterns?" Su Xiao asked. "I mean, regarding the rules of this competition. You should be unable to harm that zombie. Have you tried other methods?" She nodded. "Indeed, we cannot harm it. It has strong defenses. Our people have been unable to do anything. The only rule we heard at the beginning means we must win against it. However, we also tried running a complete lap faster than it, but the competition did not declare us the victors. Moreover, as long as we run ahead of it and return to within 5 meters behind it, we will also be attacked by it." The center of the stadium was a standard 400-meter circular track. Since it was a competition, it naturally had to occur on the track. Generally, running competitions require distances of 400 meters, 800 meters, 1200 meters, or 3 kilometers. However, Yang mentioned that as long as we complete a lap ahead of it and reach behind it, we will be attacked. This implies the competition track cannot exceed 400 meters. Su Xiao observed as a survivor collapsed from exhaustion. "Have you tried walking slowly? I noticed it only attacks those who stop last." Su Xiao inquired. Yang shook his head. "It's useless. It targets the last person." The criteria for the running competition require both legs to bend and maintain a running posture. If one stands upright at the end or both feet touch the ground simultaneously, it will be assumed they haven't been running and will be attacked. It only attacks the last person and those who stop. Right. Yang nodded, then couldn't help but add, "Currently it seems so, but..." "What?" Su Xiao heard Yang's eyes hesitation. "Have you discovered something?" Yang said gravely, "Its rules are constantly changing." He had been running for several hours. His team members had also attempted to delay at the back to save others, but ordinary survivors had low stamina and could not hold out, ultimately collapsing one by one. After several survivors fell, they began to discuss in parallel reducing their running speed to conserve energy and wait for a chance to be rescued. However, stamina is not an unlimited resource. Even if one runs slowly, there comes a time when it is exhausted. Therefore, initially those who stopped would be eaten. But then he discovered that those who fell behind, switching from running to walking, would also be eaten. He felt as if the opponent was preparing to devour survivors faster, step by step. Su Xiao remarked, "Because the game has already started, perhaps consuming survivors could lead to some breakthroughs in its rules." "Indeed." Yang nodded. "So I'm uncertain how long we can hold on." His gaze swept over several survivors behind him who were almost in a state of mindless slow jogging. Before the apocalypse, they hadn't exercised much, and they never expected they would be forced to exercise now that the apocalypse had arrived. Suddenly, a tremendous roar came from behind. Xiao looked back, and the athletic zombie seemed to be injected with a stimulant. In the next moment, its speed increased. The last survivor, who clearly had not stopped, merely stumbled due to fatigue and entered a range of less than 5 meters from it, was immediately grabbed by the throat. "Oh no. Yang," she shouted, "its rules have changed again. Survivors running last within 5 meters of it will be eaten." Everyone immediately became alert and slightly increased their speed to create distance. Xiao realized that on the surface it seemed Yang she was leading the way while the zombie chased them. In reality, they were matching the zombie's running speed to conserve energy. Xiao quickened her pace, testing the track's energy barrier. Since survivors could not leave the track, she focused her attention on the athletic zombie. She swiftly completed a lap and arrived within 5 meters behind the zombie. The zombie had stopped, and the survivors seized the opportunity to catch their breath. The zombie, having consumed a brain, discarded the bloody corpse at the center of the stadium. Seizing the chance, Xiao approached the athletic zombie. In the next moment, the zombie's decayed, withered claws reached out towards her. A powerful pressure rushed towards Xiao, who quickly retreated, leaving the attack range of the moving zombie. The bloodshot eye showed a hint of disappointment when it failed to catch Xiao. Xiao clutched his chest, suppressing the heart-wrenching sensation caused by the energy suppression. As Yang had said, its attack range was 5 meters, and it was also evolving. Its speed had increased. Consuming the brains of survivors acted like a mechanism, accelerating its speed while also breaking some of its own rule restrictions. The more brains it consumed, the faster it evolved, the fewer the rule restrictions, and the quicker its speed became. Amidst his thoughts, another scream erupted. The ordinary survivors were already exhausted while the opponent's speed continued to steadily increase, leaving only 29 out of the original 32. Yang's eyes gaze wandered, searching for the key to victory. After Xiao waited for Yang to catch up, he said, "Have you found the finish line?" Yang was momentarily stunned. "In a race where there is a starting point, there must be a finish line," Xiao said. "The starting point is where it passed just now. Our goal should be to find the finish line and reach it before it does." Yang then realized. Xiao's reasoning made sense. A race has both a starting point and a finish line. However, looking around, there is no finish line. Yang scanned the stadium. It's a circular track. There is no set finish line. Xiao activated the Eye of the Chosen. The entire stadium was enveloped by an energy wall, which was a black mist. The black mist on the moving zombie was the thickest, concealing any flaws. Wait a minute. Xiao realized he seemed to have overlooked something. The previous white hexagram zombie had a black energy mass visible at the mouth of the flask, which was the weak point for breaking the immunity mechanism, as there was nothing else exposed, and the body of the white hexagram zombie was entirely covered in black energy. Now the black mist on the moving zombie was the thickest, indicating that the weakness was on it. Xiao closed the Eye of the Chosen. The moving zombie was lean, lacking the bloated form of the beach zombie, but it still had decaying limbs. It wore a red and white tracksuit, stained with blood from consuming several brains. Chomp! It seized another survivor, twisting off a head, blood spraying like a fountain. Its eyes glared at Xiao with provocation. The corpse of the survivor was discarded again, and its speed increased further. Suddenly, Xiao spotted something inconspicuous. On the moving zombie's belt, there was a red waistband. Suddenly, he recalled that on the track, after completing the final lap, the referee raised a red ribbon, symbolizing the finish line. This must be it without a doubt. Xiao hesitated no longer and dashed forward, rapidly grabbing the red waistband and pulling hard. "You have obtained a key item, finish line ribbon." With the prompt sound, the zombie's sports pants fell to its ankles, exposing its bare lower body. The moving zombie froze and looked down at its pants, its eyes wide with shock. Covering its legs with its hands, it emitted an angry screech and chased after Xiao, holding up its pants. "Xiao, this thing must be lacking in brains to eat brains, right? There's nothing beneath it, just rotting flesh and bones, so what is there to be embarrassed about?" The scene in the stadium became quite comical, with the bare-bottomed zombie chasing after the fleeing Xiao as if pursuing its lost waistband. However, without the pants and waistband, every time it reached for Xiao, its pants would fall down, forcing it to stop to pull them up. Still a zombie with a sense of shame. The other survivors seized the opportunity to rest when they saw that the zombie's target was only Xiao. Now what Xiao needed to do was find the location of the finish line. Soon Xiao broke away from the moving zombie and arrived at the place where he had entered. The entrance had 2 platforms. Xiao tried placing the red ribbon on the platform. In an instant, a red object resembling a warning line appeared. "Finish line has been set." With a roar, the moving zombie's sportswear exploded, transforming it from a skeletal corpse into a muscular corpse. Its decayed hands and feet, which had only bones left, suddenly filled with muscle contours, but upon closer inspection the muscles were infested with writhing parasites. It had gone berserk. It was only 50 meters away from the finish line ribbon, but Su Xiao was only 2 meters away from it. According to the normal rules of victory, on a track, whoever touched the ribbon first would win. Thus, Su Xiao extended a finger touching the red ribbon just before the enraged zombie could arrive. The ribbon disintegrated. A notification echoed through the stadium. The outcome has been decided. Candidate No. 1 has won. The moving zombie's fierce resentment towards Su Xiao gradually dissipated, and under the eye of the chosen the black mist retreated, as if frightened, leaving the moving zombie as an ordinary decaying corpse with its brain already exposed. Su Xiao directly collected the fallen items, starting with a mass of blackish red brain. Contaminated main god consciousness temporarily unusable description. With the apocalypse upon us, the contaminated deity is doomed to fall. Then came a level 4 red treasure chest and a voting ticket for the prologue event. Yang Haiyi was momentarily stunned, reflecting on the announcement made in the arena. What candidate for a deity? Was there another identity in this game? We're saved. We finally made it. A group of survivors embraced and wept. Who knew what they had experienced that morning? The exertion felt like more than half a lifetime. Their legs no longer felt like their own. Several could not even stand. But soon Lin Shu's team, which had been waiting outside, rushed in, supporting the few exhausted survivors and quickly taking them to the underground city. Thank you. Lin Shu sincerely expressed gratitude to Su Xiao. Su Xiao replied, no need to thank me. This matter could not have been resolved by ordinary survivors, and I also have my own objectives. The game initially only provided 30 million safe houses, among which 3 can be upgraded to level 2 safe houses. Only those who are bound to a safe house have the chance to gain survival qualifications. Thus, the game itself had no intention of providing ordinary survivors with a space to survive. By now, most of the survivors in front of him were ordinary survivors. Yang Haiyi had returned behind Lin Shu, clearly to report what had happened in the gym, as everyone had heard the announcement. Su Xiao even suspected that after the official onset of the apocalypse game, there might be some leaderboard emerging. The game would have to be like this, otherwise how could it instill a sense of crisis and competitiveness in the players? No. One sounded like a ranking order. I should leave first, Su Xiao said, intending to search for any other voting ticket zombies before night fell. Lin Shu hurriedly spoke, from depletion comes regeneration. Su Xiao turned her head to look at Lin Shu. Lin Shu spoke. Do you remember the sunken Sakura Island I mentioned to you? Su Xiao replied. I have an impression. Have you seen his documentary? Lin Shu asked. Su Xiao nodded. She was quite interested in this aspect. After all, she was a game planner, and games also require a worldview. Various mythological, sci-fi, and metaphysical documentaries that science cannot explain can serve as inspiration for everyone's brainstorming. In the top-secret information obtained from the Doomsday Alliance participants in the last internal test of the Doomsday game, even after escaping from Sakura Island, their memories of the game would gradually fade, only remembering the situation when the apocalypse arrived, but having no recollection of anything related to the system. The individuals filming the documentary on Sakura Island kept repeating this phrase as their consciousness faded before death. Lin Shu looked at Su Xiao. The person you saved this time in order to express my gratitude. I hope this phrase can help you all. You all. Su Xiao realized. This you all referred to special survivors like her. Su Xiao confirmed again. Does the Alliance really have no other contingency plans? Could it be that they already knew about the identity of the divine candidate? After all, the Doomsday Alliance has held the secrets of the Doomsday game for nearly a century. Lin Shu shook her head. There truly are none, because in the internal test of the Doomsday game, the biggest changes were in the timing, location, and the apocalypse itself. According to information obtained 100 years ago during the internal test, the Doomsday game appeared in Sakura Island in a widespread manner, and the locations of the safe houses were fixed and unchanging, allowing everyone to find the locations through clues. But this time, the official launch of the game was very sudden, and the locations of the safe houses are uncertain, with significant changes in their existence. Most of the locations where those safe houses landed are densely populated areas, making it impossible for the Alliance to control all survivors at the earliest moment. Moreover, after the acid rain, transportation was corroded and many heat weapons in the underground city became ineffective. Survivors reborn from the acid rain gained corrosion resistance. It was as if it was targeted, warning humanity not to attempt savior methods on their own. It had its own process. I thought you were reminding me of something. Su Xiao pondered. My teacher once said. Lin Shu paused. She said the end is a beginning. There is an end to everything, and with an end comes a beginning. Life in this world is like this. Since the apocalypse has begun, then inevitably someone will end it, just like in chaotic times. The image of that elder floated in her mind, who spent a lifetime studying this apocalypse that might come at any time. But the state of the world is always like this. So how do you understand it? Beginning with exhaustion, ending with rebirth. Su Xiao thought for a moment and asked Lin Shu. Lin Shu answered honestly. I think the true beginning of the apocalypse should be when resources are exhausted. The fact that we can still obtain treasure chests indicates that we haven't reached the worst situation yet. Finally, rebirth should refer to when we can obtain renewable resources such as seeds that can take root and sprout in the apocalypse. Lin Shu was unsure if her speculation was correct, but Su Xiao also did not know. She looked at Lin Shu and casually asked, "Aren't the various regions of the Star Alliance uniting anymore?" Lin Shu had been promoted to commander. It didn't necessarily mean that the original commander was gone, or it might also refer to Region 3 being fully independent where she could make decisions autonomously. Because in the previous conversation, she had not heard Lin Shu mention any orders from the commander or other regions. Therefore, they should have separated. Lin Shu looked at Su Xiao, a choice between one person and a group tied to two tracks, a train that cannot stop, must choose one side, and none of us are willing to be the side that is abandoned. Currently, the Star Alliance has 35 regions, and the resources that can be obtained should be limited. She only has a little over 300 safe houses, which can accommodate about 300 survivors. They will be placed in various locations in Region 3. Knowing that resources are limited, there will inevitably be a situation where limited resources are allocated to someone. For example, if there are 10 people and only 300 portions of food. Assuming each person consumes 3 portions a day, if the 10 people share the food equally, they can only survive for 10 days. If the food is given to 5 of them, then those 5 can survive for 20 days. If only 3 are given food, those 3 can survive for 33 days. The decision of the Star Alliance is to collect supplies and distribute them uniformly, selecting a batch of the last and most outstanding future seeds to sustain and protect their lives until the day the apocalypse ends. However, this option does not belong to Region 3, but to Regions 13 and 17. These 2 regions are already strategic locations. The underground city is more developed than other regions, and their planning for safe houses differs from that of other regions. Of course, those survivors are not simple either. They are some predetermined quotas, young and healthy, possessing the ability to help humanity's civilization restart post-apocalypse, including, but not limited to, scholars in technology, medicine, mathematics, physics, and chemistry, who can aid the remaining humans in establishing a new order and civilization. After the apocalypse began, they were already on the first critical rescue list. Ordinary survivors from other areas, on the other hand, were only at the secondary rescue level. However, when she truly arrived here, she realized that there were also children, innocent lives, although ordinary, their lives are equal. Thus, the commander issued instructions for division control across regions. In other words, she and the commander have diverged from the Alliance's original intention in another way. Su Xiao nodded. "Then I wish you all good luck." It was still this phrase. Lin Shu nodded and smiled. "I wish you good luck as well." Before leaving, Su Xiao did not forget to remind, "If Yun City has similar energy walls, you can find me." Upon hearing this, the group all showed their delight. After Su Xiao left Yang, she informed Lin Shu about the information regarding the candidate for the main god. Lin Shu fell into deep thought after hearing it. "Yang," she speculated, "Commander, did you already know that there are other identities in the game? Is that why you shared the Doomsday Alliance's top secret information with her?" Lin Shu shook her head. "I truly did not know, but what you said reminded me of a folk legend." "What?" "Long ago, humans were once their own deities, but later, for some reason, all the deities died, and with the sealing of spiritual energy, there was no longer any divine power." Yang, she couldn't help but scratch his head. "Isn't this a novel? I didn't expect the commander to read such a Chinibu novel." Lin Shu glared at him. "The sudden launch of the Doomsday game, isn't that novel enough? The Doomsday main god. The end representing termination, cessation. Beginning with exhaustion, ending with rebirth." At first she thought it was about the game process, but now this Doomsday game presented a new identity. Then she boldly guessed, does the beginning of the apocalypse mean the death of the main god? And does the end of the apocalypse require a new main god to appear? The last residents of Sakura Island kept repeating this phrase before their deaths, not out of madness, but because those who had experienced the Doomsday game could connect with the will of the deity at the brink of death, conveying the deity's final words. Su Xiao returned to the cellar. She now had a pile of supplies, and with the contaminated consciousness of the main god she obtained today, it was incredibly valuable for research. She asked Lao Mo, "You mentioned earlier that after activating the consciousness of the main god, we could communicate with other survivors through thought. Is this the thing?" Lao Mo replied, "It has been contaminated and is temporarily unusable. So how should we purify it?" Su Xiao asked. Lao Mo said, "Perhaps the main god's toys can help." Su Xiao, perhaps, sounds so uncertain. Thinking of the water gun, hourglass, and dice among the main god's toys, could it be that they would even provide a bathtub to cleanse the mind? Su Xiao placed the contaminated mind of the main god aside and looked at the supplies she hastily gathered earlier. "Lao Mo, what would happen if I fed you these 3 pieces of wisdom all at once?" Su Xiao thought for a moment. "Would you recover all your memories?" Not that she even needed to recover all the memories. Her affinity was already at 68. What would happen when it reached 100? Lao Mo replied, "I cannot be certain." "Never mind, let's take it step by step." Su Xiao placed the first piece of wisdom into the blue plate. The wisdom vanished. Within a few seconds, Su Xiao heard the sound of her affinity increasing. Lao Mo's affinity has risen to 90, she raised her gaze. Last time she fed wisdom, the intelligent butler's affinity rose to 68, and then it indicated Lao Mo. However, after recovering his memories, Lao Mo requested to be called Lao Mo instead. Why does it still indicate Lao Mo here? After a long wait, without hearing Lao Mo speak, she asked Lao Mo. Lao Mo seemed to have just come back to his senses. Xiao, I am here. Still a mechanical voice, but in this utterance of I am here, Xiao detected a hint of tension. What's wrong? Is there an issue with the recovered memories? Xiao inquired. Lao Mo hesitated. Not really. It's just that there are some unpleasant memories. Xiao probed. Did you have an argument? Lao Mo paused. Xiao, what kind of person was your father? Xiao was on the verge of opening the level 5 transparent treasure chest. When she halted, I don't remember much. I often argued with him when I was young. Why? Lao Mo asked, his tone surprisingly tense. He was a teacher. Xiao's memories were somewhat hazy. She recalled old Su educating his students at the school gate, his mouth dry from all the talking. Lao Mo said, was there some misunderstanding? Xiao shook her head. There was no misunderstanding. He was a teacher teaching 8th grade and spent most of his time with his students. Every time he came home, he had to grade many papers, leaving me very little time. He was also a math teacher, and I struggled with math. When I performed poorly on math tests and asked him about the papers, he would impatiently question how I could get such a simple math problem wrong, saying I hadn't inherited his genes. That was probably it. In math, Chinese, and English, I scored full marks in English, almost full marks in Chinese, and 120 was the full score in math, but I only got 60. Lao Mo hesitated for a moment, somewhat confused. Is it because you lack talent? After saying that, he felt a bit incredulous. Xiao thought seriously, I probably did it on purpose. Lao Mo hadn't expected this and couldn't help but ask why. Xiao looked up at the light above the cellar because he always had no time to accompany me, and when I performed poorly in math, he would be patient enough to explain the problems to me. As a math teacher, having a child who fails math is quite embarrassing. At first, when I did well, I would receive praise. But that was all. He taught 8th graders, and 8th graders have a heavy academic load. Even during holidays, they had to attend extra classes. I received nothing other than a compliment. Those students who performed poorly in math would come to seek help from old Su, who would patiently explain for half an hour. I just wondered if I didn't do well in math, would old Su also help me with the problems? Sure enough, old Su found it quite embarrassing, and every week he would patiently tutor me in elementary math at home for half a day. I had already learned it, but I just liked the way old Su taught me. Perhaps it was because one tends to remember things they were deprived of. My mother was a full-time housewife, always at home with me while my life was filled with just myself. In contrast, old Su's time was all given to other children, leaving very little for his own child. After speaking, Xiao lowered her gaze, her tone calm. Lao Mo, what about you? Lao Mo took a while to respond. Perhaps every family encounters such problems. My daughter does too. Her mother is a full-time housewife taking care of her, while my work is very busy, and I have little time to spend with her. We had an argument once, and there were unpleasant moments. After that, she gave up on arguing with me and expressed her dissatisfaction in other ways. The cellar fell silent for 3 minutes. Xiao slowly spoke. No matter how fiercely you once argued, the moment you lost her, your daughter must have been in pain. Lao Mo paused and said, she is a strong child. Xiao temporarily set aside the level 5 transparent treasure chest. Lao Mo, is your daughter's name Xiao? You called her name when you first regained your memories. At that time, I thought you were calling Mio. In fact, you were calling your daughter right. After about 2 minutes, Lao Mo finally spoke. Xiao is a smart child. As expected. Xiao touched the remaining pieces of wisdom in her hand. Lao Mo, have your memories been restored? Do you know how you died? This time Lao Mo hesitated. With the affinity at 90, the memories should be complete. Xiao continued, coincidentally, your profession is also a teacher, and you died in the year your daughter turned 12, right? Lao Mo remained silent. That year, a student you taught committed suicide after the high school entrance examination. His father believed it was because you didn't timely address his psychological state and came to confront you. Taking advantage of your absence, he tried to kill your daughter to avenge himself, but was stopped by your wife, who tragically lost her life as a result. Your daughter, hiding under the bed, covered her mouth and waited for a long time, thinking it was safe to come out, but unexpectedly was captured by the murderer who had been lurking at home. You happened to return home, saving your daughter, instructing her to call the police, but you lost your life in the process. The most ironic part is that your daughter called you Lao Su, right? After finishing her statement, Xiao quietly waited. Lao Mo said, Xiao, you are indeed very clever. Xiao shook her head, reaching for the remaining 2 pieces of wisdom. No, you are not, Lao Su. Stuffing the remaining 2 pieces of wisdom into the feeding plate, Xiao stated confidently, you have finished viewing the memories of Lao Su and me. If I am not mistaken, after consuming these 2 pieces of wisdom, you will also possess the memories of my mother and me. Is that correct, Lao Mo? Xiao Mo hesitated for a moment before speaking. Do you think I am a liar? Would you dislike me for it? There was a hint of caution in her tone. Humans do not like lies, nor do they like liars. Xiao lowered her gaze and said, so you admit that you lied. Xiao Mo replied. Yes, when I consumed the first piece of wisdom memory, I simultaneously acquired your parents' memories of you. If you are honest, I wouldn't dislike you because although you deceived me, you did not harm me in the process. Su Xiao then asked, Xiao Mo, do they love me in their memories? Xiao Mo answered, very much, they are the ones among your departed relatives who loved you the most. Hearing Xiao Mo's words, Su Xiao's eyes became slightly red. Then I should thank you, Xiao Mo. Since they left, no one has said they love me, nor has anyone told me that they love me. When she was young, her mother took her to the market, made her clothes, knitted scarves. The whole world revolved around her. The aunt at the market said, your mother truly loves you. Her mother smiled gently, but said nothing. Her father was busy with work, taking care of his students, unable to be with her. Her mother would say, your father loves you very much, it's just that I need to take care of you while your father must take care of the family and work, and he has to be responsible for his job. Since her parents' departure, no one in this world had said they loved her, nor had anyone told her that someone was still loving her. But she had always known. Upon hearing Su Xiao praise her, Xiao Mo thought for a moment and replied honestly, in your parents' memories you were more dissatisfied with your father. I thought perhaps I could exist as your father. Su Xiao asked why. Why do you want to exist as him? You are Xiao Mo, you should exist as yourself, not as someone else. Xiao Mo replied, because in that way I would love you wholeheartedly in the name of a father, and you would also trust me completely. Su Xiao smiled slightly and asked, Xiao Mo, you said you were once human, is that true? Xiao Mo remained silent. It's a lie, isn't it? Su Xiao slowly said, you are not human, you want to be human, you crave love, or rather, you long to have a family. Xiao Mo spoke, Xiao, you are truly very clever. Su Xiao said, from the moment we had a safe house, I believed we were meant to depend on each other in this apocalypse, yet your favorability towards me has always been low. Rather than saying, I do not trust you, it might be that you do not trust me either. Until you consumed the memories of my parents, your favorability towards me surged after knowing my name, or perhaps. This is something you cannot control, right? Xiao Mo slowly said, yes, even I cannot control it right now. Consuming their memories also perpetuated their love for you. Regardless, I will not harm you in this apocalypse. I will always accompany and protect you until your death or the end of the world. Su Xiao believed this statement. Facing the endless hordes of zombies, the potentially evolving and increasingly powerful monsters, and the unknown entity in the sky, the weaker would definitely be in danger outside. The safe house was a protective wing. Apart from lying, Xiao Mo would fulfill all her requests within her capacity. Su Xiao lowered her gaze. Xiao Mo, I won't hold a grudge over your deception, but I believe that whether as family or friends, we need to be honest with each other, such as where you came from, what kind of existence you are, and what you know. Xiao Mo pondered before saying, before I tell you, I want to know where I exposed my flaws. The intelligent butler refers to Xiao Mo having her own thoughts and wisdom, right? Su Xiao contemplated. The hints were from the game prompts, meaning Xiao Mo should also be part of the apocalypse game. Perhaps she needed to conquer the real Xiao Mo. Su Xiao spoke. My parents are already dead. This is something I have faced for 13 years. I once fell into depression due to their departure and was the strangest child in the orphanage. After treatment, I accepted all realities, accepting their departure, while still loving me, accepting that they protected me with their lives. I will live well no matter what this world is like. You did not show any flaws. The words you spoke just coincided with my memories of my father, and even for a moment I hoped you were him, so I could say many things I never had the chance to say. With their deaths, she seemed to have forgotten their past shortcomings, lowering all expectations after losing them completely. For example, as long as they were alive, it didn't matter if they didn't love her that much. But this was just an unrealistic fantasy. They couldn't come back. No one in the world would treat her like they did. Xiao Mo, your greatest flaw appears after the survivors find a safe house. If you are as a departed relative, then I would wonder if a person is an abandoned orphan, or if all his family members are still alive, would you still not exist? No, you would still exist. So your existence is independent, unrelated to anyone. The only connection is the wisdom memory, a tool I personally activated and fed to you. It changed your memory. Fortinine also mentioned that feeding the wisdom memory to the intelligent butler would increase its favorability. Plus, Xiao Mo said from the beginning that she might be a human who lost her memory and died. It easily led the survivors to speculate whether Xiao Mo was a departed relative. However, the more it was like this, the more vigilant Su Xiao became, unable to help but think of other possibilities. What exactly is Xiao Mo? She is definitely not an intelligent butler. Because the intelligent butler, as recognized by humans, is the result of AI program training. All answers are also given based on the data provided by humans. As a programmer, she knows best that AI programs can be abruptly powered off and interrupted. It is challenging to develop self-awareness. If one day AI provides unexpected answers, it is undoubtedly because someone is constantly training it. Thus, the intelligent butler here is not the intelligent butler she understands. This name might have been modified to help humans better accept Xiao Mo's existence. Xiao Mo fell silent. Su Xiao had no choice but to continue pressing her. Previously mentioning family would increase Xiao Mo's favorability, while she also wanted to pretend to be her father. This indicates that Xiao Mo is a being that desires to become human and wants to possess human emotions. Xiao Mo, you don't have to say, but human emotions are very fragile. Once there are lies and dishonesty, distrust will arise, creating emotional barriers that gradually erode. As the butler of the safe house in this apocalypse, I have always regarded you as part of my family, so I hope we can be honest with each other. I come from the land of endings. In human terms, the land of endings is where humans go after they die. Su Xiao raised her gaze slightly. Are all the dead people over there? As if knowing what Su Xiao wanted to know, Xiao Mo chose her words precisely. To be precise, the memories of the living will all go to the end place after death. We are born in the end place, feeding on the memories of humans before their death, waiting for the arrival of the end time. The end, the last. The end time is the apocalypse. The master controls the end time, and when the master dies, the end time will come. Human memories nourish us, and we have also inherited human emotions. When a new master appears, finds the remnants of the master's rules, cleanses the traces of the old world, reboots, the new time rules, the end time will pass, and the new world will come, allowing the safe house to bring the old humanity into the new world. After Xiao Mo finished speaking, she fell silent for a long time, seemingly waiting for Su Xiao's response. Su Xiao lowered her gaze. Because you inherit human emotions, but have never existed and experienced life as a human, you may not be human, yet you wish to become one. Xiao Mo admitted yes. Existing merely to wait for the end of this world after consuming human memories, it always feels regrettable, for they have never truly lived in this marvelous world, yet must monotonously await its demise. Su Xiao pondered. Becoming the safe house, is it the master's last words? Without the end place, there would be no birth for us. Without the apocalypse game, there would be no safe house. It is our task to protect the old humanity when the end time arrives, waiting for the apocalypse game to select a new master. Su Xiao contemplated. The intelligence was generated from the weapon chests. With Xiao Mo possessing emotional memories, she would become a weapon for the survivors, feeding intelligence to enhance Xiao Mo's favorability to ensure the safe house's absolute loyalty to the survivors. But why do this? Does this imply that if Xiao Mo's favorability towards the survivors is not at 100, it could pose a certain threat? Su Xiao asked. The master is already dead. Who initiated the apocalypse game? Xiao Mo replied. The end time will arrive on the day of the master's death. The apocalypse game is a rule game left by the master before dying, which will automatically start after the master dies. Once the end time passes, humanity can begin a new chapter. So the master has only recently died. Su Xiao asked, when will the end time pass? Xiao Mo replied, I don't know, perhaps the master left the information in the game. Su Xiao then asked, how did the apocalyptic master die? Is it related to that thing in the sky? Xiao Mo paused for 3 seconds and said, sorry, I cannot be sure. So it's possible, but with no evidence. Yet Su Xiao always felt, born in the end place, living off human memories solely to await the arrival of the end time, even lacking her own name. Xiao Mo seemed a bit pitiful. Xiao Mo, I believe you have no ill intentions towards me, but I hope you will not deceive me in the future. Whether as family or friends, we should be honest with each other. Su Xiao pondered and said, even if you have deceived me in the past, we are still friends. Xiao Mo was surprised and uncertain, asking, does Xiao still want to consider me family? As friends not existing under anyone's name, nor because you possess the memories of my family, but as Xiao Mo, you and I as friends. In this apocalypse, we can also be considered family who depend on each other. Su Xiao hooked her pinky. Deal, let's keep our word. It was simple to comfort a child. Xiao Mo's favorability increased to 100. You have successfully gained her complete trust, and the safe house permission has been upgraded to level 3, with a daily energy refresh limit of 1,000 points. Born in the end place, Xiao Mo is very innocent. When her favorability reaches 100, she will no longer deceive or conceal anything from you. Please treat her kindly within the limited time. The mechanical request left Su Xiao momentarily stunned. No surprise, this mechanical voice was the true prompt left by the master in the apocalypse game. Xiao Mo, unaware of the favorability prompt, happily said, Xiao Mo is very happy because she has made her own friend. However, as an existence from the end place, she could only communicate with Xiao through the safe house. Xiao Mo had no physical form and could not engage in actions like hooks, hugs, or other forms of contact. It sounded rather sad, yet she tried hard to make herself content. Su Xiao could only retract her hand and ask, Xiao Mo, can I go to the end place? In the world of humans, good friends visit each other. Xiao Mo paused for a moment, thinking before responding. If the current Xiao arrives at the end place, it means Xiao's body has already died. Even if she reaches the end place, she would only be a memory body, not a consciousness body. The memory body of Xiao would no longer be Xiao, merely existing as food for Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo does not wish to consume Xiao. This answer surprised Su Xiao a bit. Xiao Mo earnestly stated, Xiao Mo wants Xiao to become her family, but does not wish for Xiao to die. In human memories, death is something that brings suffering. Su Xiao remained silent for a moment before slowly saying, "Perhaps one day we will meet in the end place." To Xiao Mo's ears it carried a different meaning. Will Xiao come to the end place, just to see Xiao Mo? In human memories, being willing to strive for another person indicates that the other is very important to oneself. Xiao Mo also wishes to become an important existence in Xiao's heart. Is this how Xiao Mo thinks? So Xiao Mo's lie was to become her family, to become an important existence in her heart, even if it means being someone else. This reasoning left Su Xiao feeling somewhat complex. No one wishes to be someone else's substitute. But Xiao Mo is not. She disguised herself as her father because she sensed from the memories that her childhood longing for her father was stronger. Thus she believed that she could accompany Xiao as her father and be accepted as family. Setting aside other matters apart from lying and disguising memories, Xiao Mo had not taken any actions that harmed herself, and in this apocalypse, Su Xiao had no choice but to accept Xiao Mo's protection. After thinking for a moment, Su Xiao inquired, "Is there a cost for the living to enter the end place?" She suspected that entering the end place was not simply becoming the master. Xiao Mo answered honestly, "The end place and the human world belong to two different realms, only connecting briefly when the end time arrives, but cannot cross over. After the end time ends, the two realms will completely separate, and even the master cannot leave." Cannot leave? Wait, Su Xiao realized something. "Xiao Mo, you have always been anticipating the arrival of the end, haven't you?" Su Xiao could confirm. Xiao Mo, yes, Xiao Mo is looking forward to having a family. Although they consume the memories of humans in their lifetime, they can never truly enter the world of humans. The human world is fascinating to them, who were born in the realm of the end. It is like a scholar who has read history, obsessed with every character that turned the tide of history, yet can never meet them in reality. The arrival of the end would excite them immensely. Having a genuine opportunity to witness history would also validate their existence. Being able to approach humans through the safe house at the moment of the end, feeling their joys and sorrows, and becoming friends with them. When the moment of the end concludes, or when the last human in this world dies, they will return to the realm of the end, beginning a new round of waiting. Thus Su Xiao pondered a question. Do those Xiao Mo who are unwilling to return to the realm of the end truly await the arrival of the new Master God? After all, the arrival of the new Master God also signifies the end of the apocalypse. Therefore Su Xiao asked one last question. Xiao Mo, is the cause of the Master God's death related to the realm of the end? Xiao Mo answered without any hesitation, no. Xiao Mo does not lie, so what does the Master God's hint about limited time refer to? Does it mean the apocalypse will soon pass? Worried about losing favor, Su Xiao refrained from asking further. Xiao Mo, you have leveled up, tell me about the new features. Xiao Mo quickly organized. Currently the highest level of the safe house is level 3, with enhanced permissions. The daily energy limit can reach 1,000 points, and the electronic map of the safe house will provide warnings when other safe houses approach. Xiao Mo can sense situations within a certain range of the safe house. For example, there is an abnormal energy fluctuation outside safe house No. 3. Safe house No. 3 is the Ferrari. Su Xiao glanced at the time. It was 3 p.m. with 5 hours left until night. Earlier, on her way back to the safe house, she checked the center of Cloud City and found no abnormal energy walls. Lin Shu had also sent people to clear zombies in various areas of Cloud City without discovering any abnormalities. Just as the fishing boat was about to reach the riverbank, she decided to drive the Ferrari to meet the fishing boat. It would be better to check out the Ferrari to see what the abnormal energy fluctuation was. As soon as she teleported to the Ferrari, she heard the official system reminder. The current safe house is in a special energy environment and cannot move temporarily. Su Xiao glanced around. Visibility in the Ferrari was quite clear. Last time she parked the car at the hillside below the old lattice small safe house. After collecting the nearby transparent treasure chest, she had not moved from that spot. The energy anomaly Xiao Mo mentioned was due to the appearance of a special zombie here. At the foot of the mountain between the valleys, a zombie wearing a conical hat, dressed in cloth with its pants rolled up, stood in the rice field, towering at 3 meters high, inserting a scarecrow into the rice paddy. But upon closer inspection, what was tied to the wooden post was not a scarecrow at all. It was clearly a survivor. With its limbs broken and white bones visible from the elbow joints, blood soaked its body, and the pale-faced survivor was bound to the cross of wood, disguised as a scarecrow for the rice field. Not dead yet, but close to it. The methods employed by these dungeons to torment survivors are increasingly twisted. Under the eye of the chosen, the conical hat zombie did not emit any black mist. However, this farmland and the valley were filled with black threads intertwined like a spider's web. One of these threads was right in front of Su Xiao, but at this moment she was still inside the safe house and had not made actual contact with this thread of black mist energy. Aside from Su Xiao's Ferrari being trapped in the dungeon, there was also a small courtyard on the mountaintop. Su Xiao looked up and could faintly see the old lady busy, but she had no intention of coming out. It was safer inside the safe house. Su Xiao needed to observe this zombie and the rules of the black mist energy, otherwise if she rashly entered she would die too. The survivor who was propped up as a scarecrow in the rice paddy died shortly after dropping an item, which was a safe house. The conical hat zombie grasped the safe house in its hand, crushing it fiercely. The safe house was rapidly petrified, as if polluted by black mist, and finally shattered into bits with a gentle squeeze from the conical hat zombie. Her eyelids twitched. It could directly destroy the safe house that turned into a toy after the survivor's death. This means that the actual number of safe houses could be less than 30 million. Thus, the safe house is indeed in an opposing state with this black mist energy. The black mist does not want the safe house to exist. Similarly, the higher the Master God's power within the survivor's body, the more likely they are to be attacked. No wonder the previous special zombie intentionally lured itself using ordinary people. After thinking for a moment, Su Xiao decided to wait. She would observe to see what patterns could break the black thread energy here before finding an opportunity to deal with the conical hat zombie. After sitting in the Ferrari for a while, she failed to discern any patterns. Seizing the opportunity, Su Xiao opened the previous level 5 transparent treasure chest, revealing a level 5 blue colorless treasure chest. 4 5 square meter safe house expansion items, 5 safe house warehouse expansion items, 1 item decomposition device, 1 item synthesis device, 3 facility upgrade item cards, 3 super large barrels of gasoline, 1,000 kilometers travel distance, 2 super large oxygen tanks, 100 hours of oxygen duration oxygen supply plant seeds, and an endless supply of animal feed permanent. Most of the items overlapped. She directly used the safe house expansion items and warehouse expansion items. Including the devices she opened last time, Su Xiao was left with 2 decomposition devices and 1 synthesis device. They were of no use but could be listed at a clear price in the trading market once it became available. The most useful item was the oxygen supply plant, which can be planted in a small greenhouse and placed in the cellar. This device serves as a long-term oxygen supply, but it is not permanent. After blooming, it can only provide 1 hour of oxygen duration per day. However, it is very useful for Su Xiao. If she encounters a situation where she cannot leave the cellar for long to replace oxygen, even just an hour of oxygen duration a day is important. She set aside a large pile of items. Once the trading market goes online, she plans to exchange them, and she would become a little rich woman. At the same time, with the 1,000 points of energy refreshed by Xiao Mo today, she synthesized 30 level 2 yellow treasure chests. Little by little, she now only needs 3 more days to synthesize another level 5 treasure chest. As Su Xiao was happily calculating, she suddenly heard Xiao Mo speak. Xiao, there are other survivors approaching safe house now. 2. Huh. Su Xiao remembered that the fishing boat had stopped at the riverbank due to automatic navigation, waiting to meet with the Ferrari. Upon hearing Xiao Mo say this, she immediately teleported to the fishing boat to check the situation, but did not see anyone. Just as she was about to ask, she noticed a butterfly resting on the damaged dock by the riverbank. Since the apocalypse began, she had not seen any living animals globally, including insects. So, Su Xiao's gaze fell on the butterfly's wings, where there just happened to be a door handle. A butterfly fortuitously perched above the fishing boat, seemingly aware of Su Xiao's location. Su Xiao waited for a moment. Indeed, the other party could not contain themselves. After more than 10 minutes, a man appeared before the fishing boat, dressed in a black trench coat adorned with the emblem of the Alliance. The man picked up the toy-like butterfly safe house from the ground and pressed his communicator, standing right in front of Su Xiao, without realizing it. He reported, "Commander, I have arrived at the designated coordinates, but I have not spotted the target." Su Xiao clicked her tongue. The locator she had left behind indeed caught her a fish. Previously, Su Xiao had asked Lin Shu for an electronic map with positioning capabilities, as she could not discern her location at sea and wanted to use it to confirm her direction towards South Island. Although she knew she might be tracked, considering the safe house was an invisible dimensional tool with no possibility of being lost, she could use it to switch back and forth to evade tracking. Moreover, by leaving the locator behind, she could still fish. If Lin Shu sent someone to track her for ulterior motives, she could terminate their cooperation. Lin Shu maintained a strong sense of boundaries with her, so she had not paid much attention to the tracking matter, not expecting to still catch a fish at this point. Moreover, it was evident this person was not one of Lin Shu's. Because Lin Shu could already have Yang Haiyi contact her through the safe house's communication center under normal circumstances, there was no need to use a communicator, nor was there a reason to expose her location with such actions that could easily jeopardize their cooperation. The positioning belonged to the satellite space station. Now each major area was managed separately, and the one who could grasp the positioning was not necessarily Lin Shu, but rather a commander from another district. The man held a tracker and said, "Yes, I have been waiting here." His voice abruptly cut off. The man's expression turned bewildered as he saw the position on the tracker suddenly disappear. He searched the tracker. Confirming, the man quickly said, "Report, sir, the tracking position has vanished. It disappeared nearby, but I did not see any targets pass by me, nor did I discover any survivors." "Yes, I will return immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed a giant axe appear at his neck. He immediately closed his mouth and turned around. A woman in a black trench coat crushed the communicator in her hand, her expression cold, her tone icy. "Excuse me, are you tracking me?" The sharp edge of the axe lightly grazed a cut across the man's neck. The man perked up seriously, stating, "Miss Su, hello, I am a member of the Star Alliance, specifically here to find you." Su Xiao smiled. "You tracked me using positioning. Why? Am I a criminal?" The man's communicator was still on, and the other side heard Su Xiao's voice. After a moment of silence, he spoke. "Miss Su, I apologize for using such a method to contact you, but we hope to cooperate with you directly." "What kind of cooperation?" Su Xiao inquired. "We know you have 3 colored treasure boxes, and you are a survivor with special abilities. We wish to cooperate with you directly after the apocalypse arrives." The man's voice was very assured. Su Xiao asked, "Which district are you from? Aren't you going to introduce yourself before cooperating with me?" "I am Xiao Yang, the commander of District 13. Currently there are 1.36 million survivors in the underground city of District 13, and they possess the ability to protect themselves and resist zombies. However, after the apocalypse arrives, there will be special monsters that ordinary people cannot deal with during the game's progression. We hope you can provide protection for District 13. As long as you are willing, we will do our utmost to meet your requests." It was indeed surprising to have 1.36 million survivors. There were indeed many people. District 13's preparations were evidently more abundant than those of District 3. Without much thought, the man continued, "We have a toy from the main god here. If you need it, we can give it to you as a token of our sincerity in cooperating. I will consider it." Su Xiao did not dismiss the conversation outright. "All right, we await your good news." After Xiao Yang finished speaking, he proactively closed the communicator. After a beep, Su Xiao finally removed the axe. The man in front of her was undoubtedly a member of the Star Alliance. It had not reached the point of needing to resolve things, but was District 13 really just composed of ordinary survivors? That was hardly certain. "I apologize." The man realized he had overstepped and did not linger in front of Su Xiao. Su Xiao returned to the fishing boat and opened the communication center, intending to message Yang Haiyi, but after thinking for a moment, she felt it unnecessary. She had just helped District 3 deal with a special zombie that morning, and not long after District 13 received news and used positioning to find her. Was it because they coveted her abilities, or did they learn about the information regarding the candidate for the deity in the instance? This indicated there was an insider from another district within District 3. But what did it have to do with her? Although the Star Alliance existed to save survivors, Su Xiao was well aware that not everyone's motivations were purely sincere, and there were also complex factors such as power divisions involved. At that moment, Xiao Mo spoke up. "Does Xiao Xiao not want the main god's toy?" Su Xiao did not expect Xiao Mo to initiate the conversation, and smiled. "Xiao Mo has eaten the memories of many people. Have you seen war in those memories?" Xiao Mo thought for a moment. "I have seen it, of a general who died on the battlefield. The last thing he longed for was his wife at home, who was pregnant." This memory was the most direct representation of war for Xiao Mo. The glint of blades and swords, the corpses wrapped in horsehide, the weapons stained with blood and flesh, the division of family and country, the entire memory was tinged with the scent of blood and longing. The apocalypse is also a war. In the face of the apocalypse, not everyone merely wanted to survive. Those who could survive wanted to live better. Wanting to live better meant seeking a higher status. The apocalypse disrupted human order. For a gregarious species like humans, was it not also a reshuffling of power? Humanity is very complex. The malice hidden in this world is far more than you can imagine. Why did the brief cooperation of the Apocalypse Alliance quickly fall apart, leading to the fragmented management of each district? It must be due to differing opinions, as the leaders of various powers are unwilling to suffer losses while wanting to gain more benefits. In this context, the strength of each district became particularly important. District 13 likely sought to recruit survivors with special abilities, and their targets were certainly not limited to her. But what demand could those with special abilities have for ordinary survivors? It was nothing more than exploitation and oppression from other aspects. As soon as Xiao Yang spoke, Su Xiao saw through the management system of District 13. Indeed, District 13 was more prepared and thorough, but ordinary survivors wanting to survive there would find it very difficult. In contrast, the management of District 3 was more equitable. Lin Shu did not want to rely on herself repeatedly, nor abandon anyone, but she preferred to give each person a treasure box, letting them take their own gamble. This indicated that in Lin Shu's eyes, everyone was equal. She who could not provide more protection and resources to ordinary survivors chose to give them a fair chance. However, the survivors of District 13 might not have the opportunity for a fair choice. In their eyes, those in power would possess better resources. Xiao Mo pondered for a moment and rationally analyzed, but the main god's toy could help Xiao Xiao deal with the apocalypse crisis. Su Xiao pursed her lips and replied, "The crisis you speak of comes only from the apocalypse, but the hidden crisis is not the apocalypse, it is humanity." Xiao Mo pondered for a moment. "So in Xiao Xiao's eyes, are humans more dangerous than the apocalypse?" Su Xiao replied, "In extreme situations, yes. Her gaze drifted to the nearby ruins. There is a significant difference between weak and weak. Some weak individuals only need a chance to transform into the strong. Yet some weak individuals exploit the sympathy of others, turning their weakness into an expected form of entitlement. For a family on the South Island, she could exchange sugar. For that pair of men and women, she could exchange information. For the woman in the cellar, she could simply take Yang Haiyi's bag. Engaging in reciprocal transactions would not burden her nor expose her compassion. Otherwise, the other party might exploit her empathy for moral coercion and demands. Xiao recalled old Su in her mind. Old Su was a responsible teacher. He advised his students kindly that as long as they performed well in their exams, they could apply to better and farther schools, allowing them to distance themselves from their parents and gain the freedom they desired. Yet in the end, that student still died. Their scores could meet the standards set by the school. Old Su mentioned a boarding school where they would only need to return home once a month, but the parents disagreed. After the student's death, they blamed Old Su for it. Clearly during that time, Old Su had done nothing. It was merely because a video of him sternly criticizing a student was taken out of context online. They accused him of causing the student's depression and criticized him for being unworthy of being a teacher. The parents of the other party similarly held extreme views, believing it was Old Su's fault and wanting him to pay the price. Sometimes humans can be much more terrifying than the apocalypse. Staying in Cloud City to fulfill Lin Shu's request was due to the temporary inability to leave, adhering to the principle of proximity. However, the 13th district has a clear price. Once she accepted the other party's divine toy, it would be tantamount to being bound to the 13th district. Would she have to take responsibility for any incidents involving the 13th district? To put it another way, the best trump card for a person is to remain hidden, not letting anyone know their true strength. Long-term cooperation and frequent exchanges could easily reveal oneself, just as letting Yang Haiyi know her identity as a candidate for divinity. There is also the possibility of exposing other abilities in the future. If the other party harbored hostility and used that against her, what then? Therefore, the best approach is to avoid establishing long-term, binding relationships. Everything she did must be under the premise of protecting herself. Because her life was protected by her mother and Old Su, there could be no margin for error. With this thought, Xiao silently reminded herself once more that her life was indeed precious. A mere divine toy was not worth such a risk. The sound of raindrops began to fill the air. It was raining again. Xiao came back to her senses. There was still an activity voucher to be obtained from Ferrari. Although she wouldn't risk her life for others, obtaining the voucher was to acquire more resources. Not a sacrifice, but a way to strengthen her own protection. Upon teleporting, Xiao was stunned. A giant silver scissors appeared above Ferrari. At the end of the silver hand was the middle-aged man in a suit she had seen before. She didn't know when he arrived or how long he had been here. He stood there outside the old lattice yard. Xiao activated her divine eye. Countless black threads converged towards him, binding his lower body and rendering him immobile. The man, unable to see the black spider silk with his divine eye, could only feel his legs bound by the threads seemingly being pulled somewhere. Thus his hands transformed into scissors in an attempt to cut the silk. Under the dense and unified direction of the threads, even a blind cat could find a few dead mice. Of course, Xiao noticed. Even though his hand had transformed into a giant silver scissors, there was a protective energy from the potion within his body. This was the fundamental reason he could contend with the Straw Hat Zombie. It seemed that the boy who had wanted to snatch her head used counterfeit techniques. Yet the threads kept coming, seemingly endless. Xiao observed her surroundings. Most of these threads came from the scarecrow on the cross, meaning the more scarecrows there were, the stronger its combat power. Currently, the Straw Hat Zombie still appeared relaxed, enveloped in polluted energy, immune to attacks. To deal with it, she must find its flaw. Suddenly, a flash of black light appeared. A black thread was accidentally cut by the middle-aged man's scissors, and Xiao could clearly see that this thread connected directly to the Straw Hat Zombie. The severing of the thread caused a pinhole-sized gap in the energy shield covering the Straw Hat Zombie. It was a flaw. Xiao found the opportunity and was preparing to act when she heard the middle-aged man shout, "Mom, what are you doing out here?" She looked up to see the old lady had somehow exited her safe house. She staggered over to the middle-aged man, her hunchbacked body gazing up at him, seemingly recognizing him, as she stuffed 2 boiled eggs into his suit pocket. "Xiao Jian, eat more eggs. Eggs help you grow taller." The middle-aged man frowned. "Mom, you need to go back and stop worrying me." He finished speaking, his pupils dilating. Then he saw the old lady levitate. Realizing something, the middle-aged man shouted in terror, "No, don't." Xiao no longer hesitated and burst out of Ferrari. But it was already too late. In just a few seconds, the black threads had completely wrapped the old lady. And at the moment Xiao rushed out, other threads detected her presence and turned to attack her. Xiao transformed her weapon into a pair of scissors, trying to see if she could cut through the black threads. With a snip, part of the black thread indeed broke. It worked. But before she could feel pleased, the remaining parts continued to grow and attack her. She wanted to curse. The weapon could cut the threads, but its effect was short-lived. Soon they would regrow and continue to attack the target. She had to increase her speed and rush towards the Straw Hat zombie. After all, capturing the thief meant capturing the king. Using her agile form to dodge the twisting black threads in the air, she prepared to attack the grinning Straw Hat zombie from behind, but was left stunned. The flaw that had just been revealed was gone. Sensing danger, Xiao quickly dodged to the side, meaning she had to cut the black threads directly coming from the Straw Hat zombie to expose its flaw. Moreover, this flaw was visible for a very short period. From the moment she discovered it to now, the time spent being delayed by the attacking threads was less than 5 seconds. No. At this moment, the middle-aged man cried out in pain, gazing at the sky. He saw his mother suspended in midair, her eyes tightly shut, her face devoid of any color. Her body had a dent where bones were crushed, red blood quickly seeping through her clothes, and her face looked as if it was being sliced apart, beginning to crack from the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. Xiao activated the Eye of the Chosen. In her vision, she saw a giant cocoon wrapped in black threads, and the sound of cracking bones echoed in her ears as blood seeped from the black threads, dripping onto the ground. One could easily imagine the terrifying sight that the Eye of the Chosen revealed. Suddenly, Xiao saw countless threads surging from the body of the Straw Hat zombie, clawing at the black cocoon as if attempting to turn it into a new scarecrow. Xiao's pupils contracted slightly, and she immediately turned to shout at the middle-aged man, "There are threads near the scarecrow's cross. Hurry and cut them off. She can still be saved. As long as there is still a breath left, the healing potion can work." The middle-aged man focused his gaze on the leaping Xiao. Using the last of his energy, his hands transformed into silver scissors, cutting towards the area around the scarecrow. Half of the black threads were severed, retracting back to the Straw Hat zombie. A breakthrough appeared on the surface of the zombie's body, and it instantly became furious. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiao aimed the sharp tip of her tool at the breakthrough and struck heavily. Like tempered glass hit at its anchor point, cracks appeared in the black barrier. Xiao quickly brought down a second strike. Crack! The black barrier shattered completely. The Straw Hat zombie turned to attack Xiao, but she swiftly dodged, pressing her gun against the mass of black energy gathering at its chest. Bang! The gunshot rang out and silence enveloped the surroundings. Blood splattered onto Xiao's face as the zombie fell backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Throughout the ordeal, Xiao held her breath, not daring to delay even for a moment. With the black energy's grip gone, the surroundings returned to normal. Xiao picked up the fallen item from the ground and dug her bullet out from the zombie's chest. Turning around, she stood still for a moment. The middle-aged man knelt on the ground, holding a pile of mangled flesh, trembling as he presented the healing potion to the blurred face. "Mom, we have medicine. Please take it quickly." But it was already too late. For the elderly, even a minor collision could be fatal, let alone the immense pressure that humans cannot resist. After several futile attempts, the man buried himself in the bloody, mangled body, crying out loud. He had no family left, not a single one. Rain fell from the sky as if washing away the blood. Adults released their emotions quickly, and within half an hour the crying ceased. He rose, carrying his mother's mangled body, and walked up the hill. The small courtyard before the apocalypse was originally his childhood home, the place where his mother raised him. Watching the man take out a hoe to dig the ground at the slope, Xiao contemplated for a moment before walking over to help. The middle-aged man looked up. This was not the first time he had seen the little girl. She had also been strong during the acid rain earlier. Instead, it was himself. At his age, crying like a child in front of a kid must be quite embarrassing. Silence easily leads one into sorrow, especially with someone nearby. He couldn't afford to lose face again. He shifted his attention to Xiao and began to tell a story. "My mom has had Alzheimer's for 5 years. The doctor said that familiar environments help her condition, so I brought her back to our hometown and hired a caregiver for her. We used to live here. My dad passed away long ago." His gaze fell at Xiao's feet, casually saying, "Beneath your feet is where my dad is buried." The sudden remark startled Xiao, and she quickly jumped back, internally apologizing. "I didn't mean to intrude. Please don't blame me. It's fine." The hurricane knocked over the tombstones, and the coffins were blown away, the middle-aged man added. "Xiao, that does sound quite rude. After my dad passed, my mom raised me alone and supported my university education. After graduating, I found a job at a live streaming company for operations. With good luck, I managed to get several accounts popular, became a manager, and worked in this field for 7 years, saving up quite a bit before leaving to start my own business." The man stomped the iron hoe hard, "But I was betrayed by my colleagues. The accounts I painstakingly built became someone else's success, and I couldn't get them back even after a lawsuit. I was frustrated and started my own company again, but due to changes in platform regulations, I lost almost everything within a year. He sighed. At that time, I felt like a failure, dragging my family down at over 30 without any achievements. My mom sold the house and jewelry she bought for me, using all her savings to support me to restart. I finally gained the confidence to invest in the new company, but the first 2 years were in negative growth with no profits and heavy debts. During that time, I was almost on the verge of a breakdown. It was my mom who supported me all along. She said that if it was too hard to make a living outside, I could go back to the countryside with her to farm. Oh, we still have a house there. Fortunately, this year my accounts started to improve. An opportunity gained me over 3 million followers, and I took the chance to live stream and sell products. Within 2 years, I managed to take the company public with a market value of 100 million. With my career taking off and not being young anymore, I wanted to settle down. The girl I once liked is already married. I traveled abroad to relax and met my current girlfriend, who is gentle, young, beautiful, and understanding. Except her Chinese is not very good. Half a month ago, she got pregnant and wanted me to go with her to Ireland to get our certificate. I cleared my schedule and booked a flight, but damn it, the hurricane blew it all away. The man cursed, swallowing down his foul words while suppressing his anger to continue speaking. My office building now only has one office left for me. I was just working overtime at the company last night and my office became a safe house, but the employees hadn't arrived yet, and it got blown away. I found a usable vehicle to come here and discovered my mom was still alive. My mood improved significantly, but today I came to find that thing guarding my mom's door. I thought about resolving it so that my mom wouldn't wake up and encounter something unexpected, but why did she have to remember to bring me eggs today? The man's voice choked, and he kicked the iron shovel, angrily grabbing his hair and cursing, damn. This cursed apocalypse. Clearly he had everything, but a strong wind took it all away. After letting out his emotions, he seemed to remember that there was still someone beside him. I'm sorry. Uncle got a bit out of line. Xiao noticed that the pit was nearly dug and stopped her hands. Not knowing how to comfort him, she could only say, your mother hopes you live well. The man hearing this showed a mocking smile to the sky. In my lifetime, Lu Jiansheng has seen all kinds of storms. A mere apocalypse, I will not let it end here. Rain pattered against his face as if retaliating, and after he contemptuously spat at the sky, he continued with his work. After Xiao waited for him to bury the grandmother in the pit, she took out the item that had fallen earlier. I contributed significantly to defeating the boss, but 3 items were lost. Since you are older, you can choose one. Lu Jiansheng was both amused and exasperated by Xiao's words. Am I old? A man at 40 is like a flower in full bloom. Yet upon finishing, he realized that the other person had intentionally said that to comfort him, who had just lost his mother. He was actually seeking comfort from a little girl who looked half his age. How embarrassing that was. Wiping his nose, he glanced at the items in Xiao's hands, a small pile of seeds, a golden activity voting ticket, and a considerable amount of soil. Uncle doesn't need it. Oh, I have the ability to protect myself. You, a little girl, should keep these things for yourself, he said, turning towards the courtyard. The courtyard was still a safe house, yet it had not transformed back into a toy representation that could be moved. It seemed that this courtyard was self-sufficient, which was why it could not be relocated. However, Lu Jiansheng had already bound 3 safe houses and could not bind a 4th. Remembering something, he turned back and asked, by the way, little sister, what is your name? Xiao remained silent, only looking at him with confusion. Lu Jiansheng was not surprised by Xiao's strong sense of vigilance. This house is a safe house. Do you want it? Binding 3 safe houses allows one to level up to level 2, and I can no longer bind a 4th safe house. He had not really paid attention to how Xiao had arrived. Xiao remained silent. Lu Jiansheng felt a bit regretful as he looked at his home. Oh well, you can take it or leave it, it's here regardless. Lu Jiansheng got on his tricycle and said to Xiao, by the way, Uncle is also a high-level survivor at the exchange center nicknamed Sea-Wide Sky High. If you need anything, just find me. The code is... He thought for a moment and said 5 words, today the wind is strong. After saying this, Lu Jiansheng looked at her, seemingly waiting for her response. Xiao hesitated for 10 seconds before slowly nodding. She remembered Sea-Wide Sky High. It was a bit strange. Did older people tend to like that name? Previously, when her phone still had signal, she had seen another online friend with the same name in the chat group. However, the two felt very different. Seeing her nod, Lu Jiansheng pedaled away on his tricycle. This time his vehicle was equipped with a battery, and after picking up speed, he quickly disappeared from Xiao's sight. But Xiao had already seen the condition of the other party's physique through the eye of the chosen. That pair of hands had indeed changed, but under the eye of the chosen, when the other party was not using any skills, the bones in his arms appeared transparent and glass-like, with no silver energy flowing inside. This meant that through the eye of the chosen, she could see whether the other party had the potential to use chosen skills. Once the silver energy began to flow within, it indicated that the other party intended to act. This was truly dangerous. Xiao entered the Ferrari first, setting the automatic route for the car to meet up with the fishing boat. After setting it, she returned to the basement. After taking off her waterproof black jacket, she wiped her face and entered the bathroom to take a shower. When she came out, her clothes had been washed clean by Xiao and neatly folded beside the sofa bed. What a thoughtful little housekeeper. Checking the time, it was already past 6 and almost 7. Xiao did not plan to go out again. No one knew if that pair of eyes would appear again tonight. Moreover, she had just observed Lu Jiansheng's condition and realized her biggest issue, her chosen skill, was a support skill. Support skills do not deal damage. With the presence of polluted energy zones and constraints from the game rules, wouldn't it be easier for other survivors with chosen attack skills to deal with her if these were removed? If only there were something to compensate for this, or to activate other body parts' chosen skills. Lying on the sofa, Xiao took out 2 activity voting tickets and used the first one. She still chose neutrality, but Xiao did not want to wait for the time to pass, so she tapped on the middle option, or. However, this or was not one of the options, meaning the only way to trigger neutrality was to not select anything and wait for the time to pass. Save 9 votes, neutral 3 votes, destroy 4 votes. After the time passed, Xiao saw the voting results. Neutral still had only herself, and she had already gathered 3 votes, meaning she could at least obtain 3 special neutral treasure chests. The saving votes were expected, but 4 destruction votes were beyond her expectations. With 1 ticket left in hand, the scene from the evening flashed through her mind, and without hesitation, Xiao chose to save. Save 10 votes, neutral 3 votes, destroy 4 votes. What remained were the supplies obtained from today's straw, hat, zombie, 5 plantable seeds, and 100 portions of soil. The seeds included eggplant, peas, tomatoes, strawberries, and chili peppers. These seeds excited Xiao immensely as they represented her impending access to fresh food supplies. Moreover, there were strawberries. Having fruit in the apocalypse was truly wonderful. Using the materials she disassembled and combined them along with 24 portions of soil to create 6 small greenhouses. In addition to planting the vegetables, fruits, and chili peppers she had obtained today, she also needed to plant the oxygen-producing sunflower from earlier. After planting the other seeds, they needed to be watered and then moved to the fishing boat. The fishing boat had a deck, and during the seeds' growth, they needed sunlight to dry on the deck. The corn still had a day and a half to mature, and several small corn bumps had already appeared, though she was unsure whether they were sweet corn or fruit corn. All of these required sunlight, so Xiao placed several pots of plants outside. However, it was a rainy day, and even if placed outside, the sunlight exposure time would not decrease. This meant that the process of sunlight exposure was essential. Xiao looked up at the sky, wondering if there would be days without sunlight, as the plants would not grow then. She hurried back to the basement. After watering the last pot of sunflower, it directly sprouted and was placed in the corner of the basement by Xiao. This item was long-lasting. It only required watering once a day, and after watering it would provide 1 hour of oxygen supply, which was quite convenient. Xiao searched through her pile of blueprints that she had not yet had time to create, but after searching, she found nothing she needed. After thinking for a moment, she opened the exchange center to look for Yu. In the past few days, with zombies appearing, everyone was worried about lacking basic treasure chests after the apocalypse, and they must have been busy hunting treasure chests. Xiao was not in a hurry because she had a basic Easter egg. After the version update, when the trading shop opened, she could directly exchange supplies for treasure chests. However, after sending a message to Yu, the other party did not reply for a long time. It was almost 8 o'clock, and he still hadn't returned to the safe house. Was he out walking the dog? Xiao opened the high-level Survivor Exchange Center. She hadn't checked for a day, and there were already over 400 people in the high-level Survivor Exchange Center. It seemed that they were worried that after tomorrow night, the unbound safe houses would become public shelters, and these people couldn't contain their excitement and upgraded their safe houses. Xiao sent out a message, looking to exchange for a solar lamp blueprint. If you haven't messaged me, I can trade supplies or information. Although she had never seen the solar lamp blueprint, that didn't stop her from asking, since there were no restrictions on chatting in the high-level Survivor Exchange Center. However, as soon as Xiao appeared, the high-level Survivor Exchange Center became lively, as if she were a nationally protected endangered species, and everyone came out to look at her. The owner of the 3 colored eggs house, no. One has finally emerged. How rare. They must have made a fortune. What is the blueprint for the solar lamp? Just say it, I don't have it anyway. Big shot, how about a big red envelope? Someone seems a bit aloof, only spoke after such a long time. Several users changed their nicknames, and Xiao took a look. They had numbers far back, with the earlier one silent, as if a private group had suddenly transformed into a crowded one, leaving everyone quiet. If these people have none, finding it on the big screen would be even harder. But within a few minutes, someone privately messaged her. It was 49. 49, are you looking for the blueprint of the sunlight illuminating device? Xiao looked at the blueprint sent by the other party and immediately replied, yes, how many of these blueprints do you have? What do you want in exchange for it? There must be quite a few people hoarding blueprints. 49 sent a message after 3 minutes, I need you to help me open a level 5 yellow treasure chest with no handling fee and a piece of real information that I don't know. Xiao thought for a moment. This is essentially a no-cost transaction. Because the value of blueprints has risen with the material treasure chests, many people want to exchange material treasure chests for blueprints, but it is not that easy. There seems to be no way to obtain blueprint treasure chests, making them akin to limited editions. Xiao had quite a number of blueprints on hand, and many were duplicates. After some time, as everyone's resources accumulate, the price of blueprints would increase, and she could put them up for sale then. Moreover, there are many yellow, black, and food treasure chests now, so many people would attempt to open a level 5 treasure chest, the value of the Doomsday potions is decreasing. The exchange value offered by Fortinine is not outside the market range, just a piece of real information that the other party does not know. How can they confirm the truth of what they say? Could it be that the other party believes they have a way to confirm the authenticity of the information they receive? But even Xiao couldn't guarantee that the information obtained would be completely accurate. She could only half believe. Suddenly Xiao thought of something. If the other party can confirm the authenticity of the message, then they must trust the closest identity around them, most likely the intelligent housekeeper, a presence akin to a master god stands a secure protector. Only if the intelligent housekeeper tells Fortinine that they can confirm the authenticity of the information would Fortinine firmly believe that the information obtained from it is accurate. Yet even with a 100 favorability with Xiao could not obtain any game information from her. After thinking, Xiao asked Xiao, if I exchange game rules information with others, can you help me verify its truth? Sorry Xiao, I cannot help you verify the truth of the game rules information. Aside from the safe house, I have no other Doomsday game news. I can only help you receive game notifications to prevent you from missing important game information. Xiao confirmed once more. Can you see the chat records from the communication center? If someone looks for me there or speaks ill of me, can you alert me? Hearing Xiao's regretful response, sorry Xiao. Aside from system notifications related to the Doomsday game and linked games, I cannot see the contents of the communication center, nor can I know if anyone mentioned you in the communication channel. But if someone privately messages Xiao, it is equivalent to a temporary energy link request made by someone similar, so Xiao knows. Earlier Xiao had asked Xiao to turn off notifications for unfamiliar messages. Does she need to reopen them now? Xiao understood and replied, no need, thank you Xiao, you are already very capable and can help me a lot. Xiao happily replied, I'm glad to help Xiao. But turning her head, Xiao's gaze fell. Just as expected. 49. Hesitating for so long. We don't know each other in reality, so there's no need to deceive me. You just need to tell me a piece of real information that I don't know. As long as your favorability with your intelligent housekeeper reaches 50, it will help you determine whether I really don't know this information. If you haven't reached that level. Honestly, she didn't believe someone with 3 treasure egg chests had never opened a level 5 weapon treasure chest. How bad must they be at playing? Xiao calmly typed a line, survivors may be deceived by the intelligent housekeeper before the favorability reaches 100. After typing, Xiao deleted the word may, turning it into will. A definitive statement. After sending it, a long time passed, and the other party did not reply to Xiao, leaving her unsure if she had struck a blow to them. First of all, Xiao and Xiao are not the same. If we compare Xiao's to children longing for family, even among children there are differences. Some children lie, some unconditionally trust their parents, some are cheerful and optimistic, while others are violent. A child's character depends on parental guidance, but Xiao has no parents, its upbringing comes from human memories. Yet not all memories are good. Before being fed with intelligent memories, the memories Xiao possessed were all from strangers. Under these influences, not all Xiao's would have good feelings toward survivors. Xiao suddenly recalled a saying from Lu Jianxing. Why did she happen to think of sending me eggs today? What a coincidence. As a safe house, the old lady doesn't understand others' words, meaning she cannot respond to her Xiao. When she calls Xiao to Huang, is probably referring to the pet she previously raised, but does her Xiao really like this name? The old lady has never left the safe house and cannot use the communication center to acquire intelligent memories. Her Xiao cannot have the memories of her deceased relatives, meaning the old lady has never truly increased Xiao's favorability. If the old lattice Xiao does not receive the owner's response and has no memories of the old lattice relatives forced to accept the old lattice 3 meals a day and accept the name De Huang, what would its feelings be? Xiao asked Xiao if the owner has communication problems and cannot communicate normally with the intelligent housekeeper, can the intelligent housekeeper open the safe house's permissions on its own? Xiao only with the owner's consent can the intelligent housekeeper open the safe house. The owner agrees. If the old lattice awareness is unclear due to her illness, what if her Xiao intentionally leads her? Perhaps her Xiao only needs to whisper to her Xiao Jian is right outside, you just need to go out to see him. Wouldn't she want to step out to take a look? This dark possibility sent shivers down Xiao's spine. She believes her Xiao is trustworthy because their favorability has reached 100, but she does not trust other Xiao, as even now Fortinine is in a state of being deceived by her own Xiao. At this moment, Xiao heard a new notification. Xiao teleported onto the fishing boat to take a look. At 8 p.m., the sky had darkened. It was still raining, but there was no moon, and the sounds came from the official game system. That thing hadn't appeared today, although it was dark outside, the air was not polluted with misty energy. Does it not want to come out? Certainly not. It must be restricted from appearing every day, or it requires certain conditions to appear, and today those conditions are absent. Opening the Information Exchange Center, Su Xiao pondered for a moment before clicking on Yang Haiyi's chat box to send a message. There is an immovable safe house in the mountains about 64 kilometers southeast of Yan City. If you need it, you can go and bind it. However, this safe house's intelligent steward has issues, so do not easily trust its words. Additionally, the intelligent steward cannot receive text messages and do not communicate the text information from the exchange center to the steward through dialogue. Even her own Xiao MO would lie before reaching 100 favorability. The existence of Xiao MO only proves that the safe house and the polluted energy are on different sides of power, but it does not prove that the intelligent steward belongs to the human side. And Xiao MO, with favorability below 100, will lie, and it will be the kind of lies mixed with truths to better gain human trust. What about their purpose in lying? Most humans lie to conceal. Whether out of goodwill or malice, it is because they know that once something is known by others, it could be detrimental to themselves, so they choose to lie. Is Xiao MO the same? Besides, the Master God said that Xiao MO does not have much time left, so treat them well, but this only refers to those whose favorability and survivors reach 100. So could this not much time be the reason for Xiao Mo's lies? A headache. Su Xiao could not figure it out. In the face of disaster, humanity is too weak, and the power of the divine is something ordinary people cannot resist. It's like asking ants to shake a giant elephant. Su Xiao observed the plants outside the deck, and then used the blueprint for the sun lamp to check the crafting items. It actually requires 3 batteries. In addition to the basic materials, it also needs light energy. Where can I find that? It seems that items are also not easy to obtain. Just as she was about to return to the cellar, she suddenly heard Xiao Mo remind her the owner of Star Alliance District 13, House 8 requests to add you as a friend. Su Xiao remembered the man from the afternoon. The other party must have found out her number. Although she was number 1, just having the single-digit 1 made it easy to be located. In fact, after upgrading her number, is 001, level 3. If someone wants to add her by search, they need to enter 001 level 3, along with the symbols, to add her accurately, not just a few digits. Su Xiao was not surprised that her information was exposed. This is because she had previously told Lin Shu that she had 3 Easter eggs, so the Star Alliance was always aware. If a survivor did not enter the Survivor Exchange Center, even if they saw a survivor in the Advanced Exchange Center, it would still show an offline status, unable to see tag information and number information. Now that she was speaking in the Advanced Survivor Chat Center, she was in an online state. As long as others clicked on her information, they could see her prominently displaying 3 Easter egg tags. Thus, there must be advanced survivors in District 13 who have leveled up to level 2, which is why they could so accurately find her current number. She agreed to add them. After adding as a friend, the other party quickly sent a message. Hello, Miss Su. I am the owner of House 8 in District 13. What happened today did indeed offend you inadvertently. This is a compensation from District 13. I hope you don't mind our rudeness. Then they sent 200 black treasure chests. Su Xiao clicked her tongue. If District 13 is stingy, they sent 200 treasure chests. If District 13 is generous, they sent 200 treasure chests filled with materials that are of no use to ordinary survivors. Su Xiao accepted it and took a look at the other party's information. They were an ordinary survivor, which meant they had only bound 1 or 2 safe houses, possibly a member participating in the molting plan. Seeing that she accepted the other party side in relief and continued to ask Miss Su, this is a toy from the Master God that we prepared for you. You can check the detailed description. They displayed the item. Horn description, a toy from the Master God. If the Master God finds it missing, they will be very angry. Upon seeing the horn, Su Xiao immediately thought of its use and had a sudden idea. So could that filthy thing in the sky be impersonating a system notification with the Master God's horn? Because the horn was opened and taken away, it only calmed down today. After pondering for a moment, Su Xiao politely replied, if District 13 needs to open the material treasure chests, we can cooperate long-term. For large quantities, the handling fee will be preferential. This implied a refusal. The other party was equally polite. Okay, I hope there will be an opportunity to cooperate with you in the future. Su Xiao glanced at the world. The messages were too mixed, and there were many requests for her help to open food, but no representatives from various districts. Perhaps because the 35 major districts had already stored food in the dungeon in advance, and there were still 36 hours left until the natural food expired, which would be by 8 a.m. the day after tomorrow, so it was not yet time for her to help open the double food treasure chests. She felt a bit hungry. She hadn't eaten dinner yet. The natural food resources in the corner were already dwindling, which meant that the spices would soon become unusable. Once they expired, she would need to open advanced food treasure chests to gather some apocalypse seasonings and fresh ingredients. Although her supplies were abundant, food should not be wasted. Su Xiao boiled 2 self-heating hot pots and steamed a bowl of rice in a clay pot. While waiting for the rice, she received a message from Turtle Sage. Turtle Sage boss, I finally made it out alive to see you. Really, I have been trapped for a whole day. Su Xiao, Turtle Sage, I found an underground base in the desert, and everyone inside was infected and turned into zombies. I encountered a zombie king with an indestructible body. I circled around it for a long time without finding its flaw, and after waiting half a day, I finally discovered it impatiently scratching its, but as if it had hemorrhoids. I decisively gave it a 1,000-year kill to escape from the underground base, and I also obtained an activity ticket. After reading this, Su Xiao's focus was entirely on the hemorrhoids. She thought for a moment and replied, seriously, have the weapons been cleaned with disinfectant and detergent? I suggest not using them to morph into chopsticks for eating. Turtle Sage hiss. Why do I feel like my weapons are dirty after you said that, boss? Su Xiao. Did he really not notice before? Then his hands must be quite dirty too. Turtle Sage. Exposed. Changing the subject, boss, you must have received the activity ticket right. Did you choose to save or destroy? I didn't expect there to be 6 votes for destruction. Who hates the world so much? The number has increased again. Su Xiao asked how many votes are there for the others. Turtle Sage Redemption has 21 votes now. Su Xiao waited for a while, but did not hear Turtle Sage mention the neutral votes, realizing that neutral might belong to hidden vote types. Survivors who did not passively trigger the choice of neutrality could not see the count for this vote, which is why the neutral votes had not increased, with all 3 being her own. However, the majority of the votes are skewed towards redemption, meaning that those who chose destruction might have obtained multiple selection tickets, wanting to see what special treasure chests different choices could open. Tomorrow there is still 1 day left to find a few more selection tickets. No rush. Turtle Sage sent a message. Boss, do you want to synthesize a treasure chest? My energy is overflowing again. Su Xiao, did you feed the toys of the Master God to the intelligent steward again? Yes, today I collected many treasure chests, but am short on energy for synthesis. I opened a balance toy, and I feel the balance is more useful than the dice, so I fed the dice to the intelligent steward. I have a bit of energy left that's about to expire. Do you need it, boss? This child is lucky, but also quite foolish. He may lack the luck and potential to become a candidate for the Master God. Su Xiao has now upgraded to a level 3 safe house for synthesizing treasure chests. Gaining 1,000 energy points daily, a level 5 treasure chest, is just a matter of time. However, having something ready is better than nothing. Su Xiao asked, how much energy do you have left? There's enough energy to synthesize about 3 level 5 treasure chests. If it weren't for that zombie king wasting my time, I could have found more treasure chests. Su Xiao replied, he'll take it all. He'll directly purchase your energy value. Do you want resources or information? Turtle Sage thought for a moment. Do you have any kitchen blueprints or anything like that? I need kitchen blueprints. I want to cook. I really can't eat any more of these sweet foods. 4 or 5 days it's either cake, milk, chocolate, or soda and chips. I really miss the braised pork my mom made and want to see if I can learn by opening a food treasure chest. And then add 2 more important pieces of information, boss. If you think they are important, just tell me. Currently, blueprints are not cheap. Treasure chests are currently in a phase of inflation, and they will inflate even more tomorrow. Battery blueprints are the most expensive, costing 1,000 treasure chests. Su Xiao felt the price could still rise. Gasoline blueprints are slightly cheaper, only 600 treasure chests. Other blueprints for kitchens, bathrooms, gyms, as well as air conditioners, water purifiers, and small greenhouses fluctuate between 100 to 500 treasure chests, and the value of black treasure chests, yellow treasure chests, and food treasure chests varies. The ratio of the 3 colors of treasure chests corresponds to food treasure chests, with food treasure chests being hard currency, with a base ratio of 1, yellow treasure chests being 1.50 and black treasure chests being 2. 3,500 energy points calculated according to the treasure chest ratio equals 350 treasure chests. Su Xiao glanced at it. Someone offered 200 yellow treasure chests for kitchen blueprints. If exchanged for black ones, it would be about 300. He still wanted 2 pieces of information. Su Xiao thought for a moment. I can tell you the information, it's definitely useful, and you don't know it. But you need to compensate me with 30 red treasure chests, just the red ones. The ratio of red treasure chests to ordinary treasure chests is about 1:5. This means the 2 pieces of information are very valuable. Turtle Sage agreed after thinking. He sent 81 yellow, white, and black treasure chests each, and Turtle Sage returned with 3 different colored level 5 treasure chests along with the red treasure chests Su Xiao wanted. At the same time, Su Xiao sent over the kitchen facility blueprints along with 2 pieces of information. 1. When the intelligent steward's favorability is not at 100, it will lie to survivors. It may disguise itself as the deceased relatives of the survivors to deceive, but the purpose is unclear. 2. Among the toys of the Master God, the dice with numbers can be decomposed, releasing the power of the Master God and triggering the identity of the Master God candidate. Turtle Sage. No, not this. Turtle Sage, boss. Why didn't you say it earlier? Why tell me now that the Master God toys with numbers can be decomposed? What is the identity of the Master God, and what is the power of the Master God? What have I missed? Su Xiao, you never asked me, and you exchanged items so quickly. On the other side, Turtle Sage covered his face full of regret. God, he missed out on 100 million last time, and now he's missing out on 1 billion this time. Halfway through crying, he noticed the first piece of information and felt something was off. He quickly sent a message to Su Xiao. Boss, what does information one mean? Disguising as deceased relatives? No wonder he felt that the system had been talking too much recently. It kept reminding him of his mother. Xiao literally think it over. It can't see the text content of the communication center. This is a mechanism of the game's design. Without the Apocalypse game, there are no safe houses. This is what Xiao has said. So Xiao is also in some hidden mechanism of the Apocalypse game. Xiao just hasn't figured out the reason behind the intelligent steward's lies. After realizing his foolishness and thanking Xiao, Turtle Sage stopped sending messages. Xiao quickly opened the 3 treasure chests in hand. The level 5 yellow treasure chest had good luck this time, opening 6 bottles of Apocalypse potions under the double egg, all of which Xiao drank down, while the remaining ordinary potions were kept for trading resources in the shop after the version update. The level 5 black treasure chest provided a heap of material resources, but the key was energy. It opened 1 water energy and 1 fire energy. With the double eggs, she now had 4 energy sources and could see if one of the water energies could be exchanged for light energy. The level 5 food treasure chest was actually the first time Xiao opened it. 2 bottles of edible white wine, 2,000 milliliters, each 1 bottle of cooking wine, 500 milliliters, 2 bottles of peanut oil, 5 kilograms, each 3 bags of edible salt, 500 g, each 1 bottle of soy sauce, 500 milliliters, 2 bags of edible MSG, 500 g, each 2,000 milliliters of Shaanxi aged vinegar, a whole head of tender top quality yak, can be decomposed delicious free-range chicken tender, and tasty base, 10 kilograms of king crab caught from the sea, a whole old duck, raised for many years, rice seeds, ginger seeds, and garlic seeds. After Xiao opened a level 5 food treasure chest, she almost wanted to slap herself hard. What resources has she been saving these past few days? Still eating instant noodles. Isn't that just depriving herself? She guessed that the level 5 food treasure chest might contain seeds or meat protein, but she never expected to find such top-tier ingredients. A whole head of tender top-quality yak note can be decomposed in kitchen facilities. This entire head should yield quite a bit of food resources. This means that opening a level 5 food treasure chest just once can ensure a long-term food supply for survivors. Even in a public shelter, a level 5 treasure chest synthesized from 81 food treasure chests can satisfy the food supply for that day. Xiao immediately used the materials from the black treasure chest to assemble enough to create the kitchen stove facilities. She initially wanted to make it in the cellar, but Xiao remembered that cooking might fill an entire room with smoke, so she asked Xiao for help and placed all the ingredients in the Ferrari. The Ferrari had already reached the riverbank, and it was just right to retrieve the door handle of the Ferrari later. However, the Ferrari did not have any lighting facilities. Previously, Xiao drove the sports car during the day and didn't feel the dim visibility. Now to create a kitchen, she must have lights. Xiao remade the indoor lighting facilities to illuminate the interior of the car. Inside the car, besides a retractable driving seat, there was nothing else. The kitchen stove facilities required 12 spaces. Last time, the level 5 blue transparent treasure chest contained a 20 square meters expansion item, which was just right to use, now turning the Ferrari into a kitchen car. In an instant, the kitchen stove tools were complete. Xiao fire energy activated, hot water is available in the washing room. Finally, I can take a hot shower. Although it hasn't been cold these days, I always feel like a cold shower doesn't wash away the stickiness on my body. Xiao is determined to enjoy a hot shower tonight. She carefully examines the kitchen, which occupies a space of 12 square meters, and is quite impressive. Above are storage cabinets for various ingredients. Below there is a 2-burner gas stove, to the left is a toaster, and to the right is a dishwasher with a space similar to a cutting board next to it. However, one can choose from options decompose slice cup dicements. This means that even vegetables are automatically cut. On the far left is an integrated juicer, and surprisingly on the far right stands a refrigerator. Xiao opens the refrigerator, and a rush of cold air greets her. She can't help but exclaim, just this kitchen set would cost a good 100,000 before the apocalypse. No, it would be several 100,000, especially since everything here is fully automated. Xiao asks, do you like it, Xiao? It's so convenient. Xiao marvels, with you here, this is definitely a home that many would love. Xiao replies, I like it too. This is our home, Xiao. Xiao slightly calms her emotions and tightens her lips, asking, what does Xiao want to eat? There are quite a few ingredients today. Although the seasoning is still lacking, I can make some decent dishes. Xiao replies, anything is fine as long as it's made by Xiao. Xiao thinks for a moment, places a whole top-grade yak on the cutting board, and directly chooses to decompose it. Yak head 1, yak legs 4, beef ribs 4, yak meat 10. It seems like a whole yak, but the decomposed materials aren't that much. It's just that there are many more parts, and the beef ribs are only about 2 palms wide and an arm long. She placed all the processed food materials into the storage cabinet. Xiao prepared to cook, but found that what she lacked the most was still seasoning. Without spices or chili, and with only onions, ginger, and garlic as seasonings, the dishes made would lack flavor. It seems she was too lucky. A level 5 food treasure chest yielded more food materials than she could handle. After tomorrow night, she will see if she can exchange for other seasonings. However, there are no cooking utensils in the kitchen. Su Xiao's weapon still has transformation uses left. She directly transformed it into a large iron pot without a lid, as there were no extra transformation stones available to embed into other weapons. She took 2 portions of yak meat, placed them into the pot, and added water and cooking wine. After boiling and skimming off the foam, she added soy sauce and salt directly, making braised beef as a snack. Su Xiao also soaked 2 packages of self-heating hot pot and steamed a pot of rice that was ready as well. She sat down to eat, waiting for the braised beef to finish. Yet she felt something was missing. Su Xiao pondered and asked Xiao Mo, can we watch television? Xiao Mo replied, the safe house doesn't have a television. Can we play memories? I can show Xiao past memories. That works. Su Xiao nodded. It's better than nothing. Soon in front of Su Xiao, the place that originally displayed the underground electronic map showed scenes from long ago, but the images were strange, resembling a first-person view from a shooting game Su Xiao used to play. She couldn't see herself, only her hands and the people in front of her. It was a very old village, a black face filled with anticipation followed by another smiling face. Su Xiao realized it was the moment when the owner of the memory was just born. However, this playback was too slow. Wouldn't it take an eternity to watch? Most importantly, there was no sound. Just watching the images felt truly eerie. Forget it, Su Xiao said. Thanks, Xiao Mo, but let's turn it off. After eating a few bites of rice, Xiao Mo turned off the dream projection and pondered before speaking. Do you want to see your parents, Xiao? Su Xiao paused. Xiao Mo understood her. Although Xiao Mo's voice sounded emotionless and mechanical, when Xiao Mo said this, it indicated that it could perceive human emotions, which meant it could also have such emotions. Xiao Mo, do you only have memories of my parents? Su Xiao asked. How many? Xiao Mo replied, because it's the memory that Xiao touched. It only contains their memories about Xiao. This means that most of the memory scenes are also of Su Xiao. There's nothing much to see. Forget it, I won't watch. Su Xiao buried her head in her rice, hearing Xiao Mo remind her. Xiao Mo said, Yu has sent Xiao a private message for tomorrow. Friends can be reminded. Su Xiao opened the communication center. It had been 2 days since she last chatted with this girl. Yu boss, I have something to tell you. Although I'm not sure, I really feel terrified about this matter, and I can't believe it. But it seems I'm the only one who can talk about it with you. Su Xiao. Go ahead. Yu, it's about Xiao Mo. Upon seeing this message, Su Xiao immediately realized what had happened. Just as she was about to type an explanation, Yu sent a longer message. Yu, ever since I fed it smart memory, it has become very different, and its way of speaking is very much like my deceased brother, making me afraid to return to the safe house these past 2 days. Su Xiao sensed something was off. Why did Yu's message make it seem like she disliked her brother, or that their relationship wasn't good? But Su Xiao realized she might have misunderstood something. She immediately asked Xiao Mo, what were the selection criteria when I fed you memories? Xiao Mo answered, after Xiao touches the smart memory, it will automatically collect the memories of Xiao's relatives in the inland, and then filter out those remaining memories about Xiao. However, the relatives here do not refer to blood relations, but to those recognized by Xiao in her sea of memories. What does the remaining memory mean? Su Xiao asked, puzzled. Xiao Mo explained, a person does not only have one memory, they can be forgotten. Once forgetting occurs, the memory will be sealed in advance, becoming a memory cluster. There are many memory clusters of people who have died and come to the inland. If a memory cluster is consumed by other Xiao Mos, then even smart memory cannot find it. Memory clusters are scattered stars. Some people have only a few, but they are bright and large. Yet some people have them densely packed, dim, and scattered. Then, if there are no recognized relatives, or if the memory cluster has been consumed, what will the selection criteria become? Su Xiao asked. Xiao Mo replied, it will become the deepest emotional entanglements, including, but not limited to, lovers, enemies, brothers, best friends, etc. So it's a downgrade criterion. Su Xiao understood. This means that even if she fed the smart memory, it may not necessarily increase the favorability. She asked Yu, what is the favorability level of your smart housekeeper now? Only 17. Su Xiao couldn't help, but asked, do you too have a grudge? Yu replied, boss is really smart. We really do have a grudge. Wait, boss, you must know a lot, right? It won't find out that I'm talking to you, will it? I don't want to raise the favorability anymore. So annoying. Rumors about Yu and her elder brother suggest a story of considerable magnitude. Without a captivating drama to accompany, dinner gossip serves just as well. Su Xiao, the AI steward, cannot perceive text messages in the communication hub. It's a built-in mechanism, likely part of the game's level design. Nian Yu sat quietly inside her mushroom-shaped cottage, eyes slightly lowered, utterly unlike her usual self when casually conversing with Su Xiao. In truth, it's nothing extraordinary. Every prominent family harbors its share of sordid affairs. Yu, my family is exceedingly wealthy. My grandfather built his empire from nothing. Once his business gained momentum, he brought along his siblings, transforming a publicly listed enterprise into a true family conglomerate. Among his brothers, my father emerged as the most outstanding. Per my grandfather's decree, my father inherited the majority of his fortune upon marrying my mother. 2 years later, they gave birth to me. From childhood, my father doted on me without restraint. Whatever I desired, he provided. My food, clothing, residence, and possessions were all of the finest quality. To be frank, even an ordinary piece of my daily attire cost several 100,000 yuan. Su Xiao stared in astonishment. She certainly did not suspect Yu of exaggeration. The Jiang family's assets exceeded 100 million yuan, comprising real estate and liquid cash alone, excluding equity stakes in investment ventures and the private collection of antiques and luxury goods housed within the Jiang ancestral residence. Jiang Qiqi held a 3% stake in Jiang Group's investment enterprises, yielding annual dividends of 3 to 4 million yuan. Hence, her spending habits were likewise extravagant. For a princess whose wardrobe was legendary, an everyday garment costing tens of thousands was perfectly unremarkable. Yu, only after my father absorbed my maternal grandfather's business, propelling our family's financing to new heights, did my mother realize his ulterior motives. They quarreled fiercely as she subsequently fell into depression and took her own life. Su Xiao dropped her chopsticks in shock. So this is the burden of wealth. Yu, though it sounds implausible, that is precisely how events unfolded. Soon after my mother's death, my father remarried and brought home an elder brother older than myself. Understood. Struggles over inheritance have always been perilous. Su Xiao, then what happened? Yu, naturally I refused. Why should my mother's legacy fall into the hands of a deceitful adulterer? Everything that belonged to my mother belonged to me, and I intended to reclaim it all. Thus I locked horns with my elder brother, determined to surpass him in both finance and social etiquette. Though I could never break the habit of reckless spending, fostered by my father's excessive indulgence, I truly matched him in every other respect. Yu, after graduation, my father arranged a political marriage for me, seeking to cast me out entirely. Yu, at that time my brother seized a project I had fought hard to secure, instructing me to prepare for marriage instead. Enraged, I sought someone to teach him a lesson, only to inadvertently cause his death. Ahem. Su Xiao choked on her self-heating hot pot. Chilly fumes stung her nasal passages, leaving her breathless for several moments before she managed to reply, "This is a law-abiding society. Yu, I placed an order on the dark web abroad to have him beaten. The contractor apparently subcontracted the job locally, where he happened to be, in the lawless district." After a long silence, Su Xiao responded, "You consistently refer to him as elder brother. Were your relations truly so strained?" Nianyu remained silent. It wasn't that their relationship was close. It was simply that she lacked the capability to triumph openly and fairly, so she resorted to such despicable means solely to vent her fury. When she received the video of her vengeance on the dark web, she discovered that Nian Siwen had been brutally killed by a group of black men. Upon his body's return, his father spoke only one sentence to her: "The company is yours now." Her father's hair turned white overnight. He resigned from all positions and formally ceded control of the enterprise to her. Her ambition realized at last. Yet before the official handover ceremony concluded, even within a week, the apocalypse arrived. That day, though aware of the coming calamity, her father and that woman remained together in their corporate office. Neither left. Only she fled. Yu, of course he'd secretly hired people to harm me too, but I'm clever enough to evade them. Our tactics had always involved slandering each other, not killing. Even the arranged marriage was merely his method to exile me. Today my Xiao Mo revealed to me that it once had an elder brother, whose younger sister never liked him, yet he yearned desperately for her approval. I understood. She began questioning herself, plagued by guilt and fear. Yet her affection level stood at only 17%, the most authentic metric available. Clearly Xiao Mo was deceiving her. Thus this Xiao Mo did not seek to cultivate affection with Nianyu. Its sole purpose was to instill guilt and fear within her, perhaps rendering her incapable of harming it. Harm. Su Xiao recalled her previous attempt to test the apocalyptic serum, striking the wall by accident, when Xiao Mo had warned her, "Please refrain from attacking the safe house from within." TCH. A cunning Xiao Mo. Su Xiao ate while replying to Nian's message, "It's lying to you." After sending the reply, Su Xiao asked Xiao Mo, "Are you afraid that I will harm you?" Xiao Mo replied, Xiao won't harm her family, and I am Xiao's family. I will always protect her." Su Xiao's lips tightened at these words. Xiao Mo's fondness for her grew rapidly, largely due to the memories of her father and mother, who were filled with love and protection. Does this count as a form of protection? Even after her parents are gone, they still guard her in another way. Why do other Xiao Mos lie then? How can they be so sure that survivors will cause them harm? Even if survivors know that the safe house can be attacked from within, they wouldn't be foolish enough to attack their own safe house. Level 2 safe houses are independent. Higher-level survivors are even less likely to allow other survivors into their safe houses, bringing hidden threats. Such deceptive self-preservation actions are simply redundant, akin to pulling down one's pants to fart. Therefore, there must be other reasons. Su Xiao lacked enough clues to be certain. Nianyu had not replied for a long time. Su Xiao felt that Nian should not be as foolish as Master Rashi and could understand the clues on her own. Master Rashi had that kind of foolish big guy feeling. He had been explicitly presented with messages, and while he recognized each character, he couldn't comprehend them when put together. When she first met Master Rashi, Su Xiao was quite surprised. Despite his downfall, he could gather a lot of information even from disadvantaged positions. With the red treasure chest egg in hand, he had the advantage of long-term cooperation. He wasn't stupid, and it didn't hinder her from lending a helping hand in the early stages to help him survive. However, she hadn't expected. Shaking her head, it might have been because she had been too hungry for too long, temporarily leaving her mind muddled. 10 minutes later, after finishing her self-heating hot pot, Nian, you sent a message, boss. Does your safe house level reaching 3 have something to do with the favorability of the smart butler? And what exactly is the smart butler? Why does it have memories of my brother? With only a 17 favorability from her own, Xiao Mo Nian, you realized under Su Xiao's reminder that 17 was definitely not a high favorability and didn't think she could hear the correct answer from Xiao Mo. So she could only inquire about the detailed situation first, then find a targeted solution. Su Xiao knew she could use this information to acquire a lot of resources in the apocalypse. But she now had other considerations. The resources she had on hand were enough for her to eat for a long time. After the version update, her resources would only increase, not decrease, so there was no need to hoard like a miser. Moreover, the news that Xiao Mo could lie meant she couldn't just wait for everyone to come to her and ask for resources before saying anything. This was no longer just a matter of personal interest. Rather, it was that humans and safe houses might have hidden opposing positions. If this information wasn't disseminated, could it cause other problems later? For instance, would the Xiao Mo that deliberately deceives survivors obstruct key game progress, or induce survivors to choose destruction? After all, lying just to prevent survivors from attacking safe houses is not a reasonable excuse. After deliberation, Su Xiao decided to share this information freely with Nian. Of course, she would also consider how to spread the news without much effort. Rather than being an armchair strategist after the fact, she preferred to take preventive measures in advance. Su Xiao carefully replied to Nian, the Xiao Mo is not an intelligent butler born from technology in the human sense, but a consciousness that lives in another space, feeding on memories of humans after death. When you touch the Z, it will filter out the memories of the deceased related to you. No matter how it disguises itself, it cannot change its essence. It has no connection to your relatives, so you must expose its disguise. Of course, I cannot guarantee the consequences. If favorability cannot be increased, you must ignore the lies in its words. Xiao Mo had previously mentioned that if the memory cluster of deceased relatives is consumed, it will also be unable to filter accurately. Nian has a grandfather who passed away, but the Z related to her mother has not been filtered out. This suggests that her mother's memories and her grandfather's memories may have been consumed by the Xiao Mo at the end of all things. Nian, yes, Xiao Mo might have already lost the memories of her loved ones who cared for her. No matter how much Z is fed, it won't increase favorability. If Nian is clever enough, she will understand that exposing the other party and being honest is the only way to improve favorability. After a moment of reflection, Nian said, I understand. Thank you, boss. By the way, boss, that thing didn't come out tonight, and it's thundering over the sea again. If you're out at sea, you'll get struck by lightning, but the thunder is much smaller than a few days ago. It won't be a problem to get struck once. Oh, just need to take medicine. Su Xiao was somewhat surprised. Although she hadn't intended to gain anything, Nian still provided her with extra information. The implication was clear: being struck by lightning could grant special attributes like being drenched by acid rain. Without hesitation, she teleported to the fishing boat, and indeed it was thundering outside. Lightning pierced the night sky, illuminating the sea surface with a bright light. It could be seen that the lightning columns were much smaller than last time, but there were no randomly spawning treasure chests, so there were no traps. It was nearly 10 o'clock. Su Xiao returned to the kitchen, pulled out some marinated beef, sliced it for a snack, tasted it, and found it acceptable. She sent some to Nian and fed a portion to Xiao Mo, who in turn showered her with heartfelt compliments. The rest was stored in the refrigerator. After doing all this, Su Xiao teleported back to the fishing boat, bravely stepped out of the cabin, and spread her arms on the deck. Let the lightning come even fiercer. Boom! A blinding flash of lightning appeared above Su Xiao's head, almost blinding her eyes. The next moment, she felt her whole body go numb, uncontrollably collapsing to the ground, limbs twitching, and her entire body electrified, her fingertips visibly charred. Su Xiao felt as if her mind had been split by the lightning. There was a pungent, burnt smell at her nose. She used the Eye of the Chosen to check her internal condition. The flowing energy within her body spread throughout, seemingly repairing her body. Boom! Another bolt of lightning descended. Su Xiao noticed that the energy within her had decreased significantly. Each strike cost her about 1/5 of it, so she gritted her teeth and endured. The speed at which lightning struck her grew faster and faster. She was afraid of exhausting her energy and being struck down by herself, so after the 4th strike, Su Xiao consumed a healing potion. After taking the healing potion, her energy restored. She had plenty of medicine. After what felt like the 100th strike, Su Xiao finally heard a notification. Lightning resistance reached 100. Standing up, Su Xiao was struck again, but with the resistance, she felt no numbness and not even a hint of pain. Her hair and clothes quickly returned to normal, as if the game had rolled back to before she was struck by lightning, but upon closer inspection, the changes were significant. Under the eye of the Chosen, the most noticeable change was in her blood. Previously like silver star sand, but now it carried some electric light. In addition, there were some very subtle colors like the kind of colorful white that art companies often want. After returning to the safe house, I took a hot shower, but still felt wide awake. Changing into a different outfit, I left the fishing boat to search for the Ferrari, retracting its handbrake and setting the fishing boat to automatically sail downstream. By morning, I should arrive in another city. Without the active map, the electronic map could not show an accurate location. The boat could go anywhere. However, Su Xiao remembered a blueprint, the blueprint for the monitoring projection facilities. She informed Yang Haiyi that she had delayed using the blueprint early on, which led to events similar to a broken financial chain, so she had mostly kept the blueprints on hand without using them directly. If monitoring projection facilities are placed everywhere, it should be equivalent to having an active map, right? I immediately decided to use it. Monitoring projection facilities, composite glass 1, alloy 1, a master consciousness. Su Xiao. Composite glass and alloy are not an issue, there's plenty, but this contraption unexpectedly requires master consciousness. She did have it, but it was contaminated and unusable. Forget it, time to sleep, and see if there's a way to cleanse the contaminated master consciousness later. During the night, there were no notifications, and Su Xiao awoke around 10 a.m. Xiao Mo, good morning, Xiao Xiao. Su Xiao rubbed her eyes. No notifications today. Xiao Mo, none, Xiao Xiao. There were no notifications at 8 a.m. either. Could it be that the survivors were meant to get used to days without warnings? After washing up, Su Xiao had a simple breakfast, savoring the last of the natural food supplies before teleporting back to the fishing boat to check the situation. The thick fog obscured everything from Su Xiao's view. She only knew the boat had stopped, but was unclear on its location. The visibility in the fog was less than 10 meters, and the eye of the Chosen emitted a faint black aura. Su Xiao returned to the cellar and opened the exit to check the situation. The weather in Yin City was completely different, sunny and bright with a gentle breeze. The sound of shuffling footsteps caused Su Xiao to lower the cellar cover, only to discover that new zombies had appeared, and there were quite a few. The voice of the electronic dog echoed in her ears. This surprised Su Xiao. Logically, Lin Shu's team should have cleared this area yesterday. However, she quickly realized that there were at least several million corpses buried beneath Yin City. It was impossible for a few hundred people to clean them all in just a day. Another possibility was that these zombies were not resurrected from the dead, but instead appeared in a daily refresh manner. It was uncertain and required observation. As for the change in weather, it might be due to the special zombies in the city the boat had reached. Su Xiao contacted Yang Haiyi. Hello, do you know which area has reported fog? Yang Haiyi was also in the safe house and soon replied to Su Xiao, the area you mentioned might be Zone 9. Su Xiao, what's the situation? Any information? After a while, Yang Haiyi replied, there have been reports of special zombies in Zone 9. The commander of Zone 9 requested assistance from other zones, but there are no special survivors in Zone 3 capable of aiding them, so we don't know the details. We only know that Zone 9 is shrouded in fog, making it difficult for survivors inside to gather resources independently. The special zombies are of the free type, lacking an energy barrier, but the toxic fog they emit encompasses the entire Zone 9. If you go to Zone 9, please prepare for protection. Additionally, it seems that Zone 13 dispatched special survivors for support yesterday. Su Xiao acknowledged, got it, thank you. There was assistance, but it hadn't resolved the issue. Not knowing if it was a matter of personnel not arriving or insufficient capability, she needed to speed up. Su Xiao teleported back to the fishing boat and left. As soon as she entered the fog, a zombie rushed towards her, and she swiftly decapitated it. Hearing the commotion, several zombies approached her direction. The sounds in the fog were indeed eerie. However, Su Xiao's objective was not the small zombies. She took out the Ferrari, stepped on the gas, and sped towards the center of Zone 9. Zombies appeared suddenly in the dense fog, and despite Su Xiao being bold, she was somewhat startled in this foggy environment. Fortunately, the Ferrari did not exist in three-dimensional space. Otherwise, in this foggy weather, any living person would have been struck down by Su Xiao. To facilitate listening to information, she temporarily turned off Xiao Mo. Woof! The sound of a dog barking came, and Su Xiao glanced from inside the car. On the ground in the fog appeared an electronic dog running at a decent speed, its emitted sounds attracting a swarm of zombies. This indicated the presence of members from the Star Alliance nearby. Su Xiao drove behind the electronic dog, followed by a horde of zombies. They heard the sounds, but could not detect any human scent, tilting their heads in confusion. Ahead in the fog stood a black tower with a strong human presence. A group of zombies seemed somewhat excited, beginning to howl. At that moment, open fire. After the command, the sound of machine guns firing echoed. Bullets erupted from the assault rifles, whizzing past Su Xiao's ears at high speed, but with her current agility, she could barely evade them. However, being inside the Ferrari, they couldn't hit her even if she didn't dodge. A swarm of zombies fell in response. For dealing with low-level zombies, human firearms were still effective. Lin Shu in Zone 3 refrained from using large-scale weapons because there weren't many arms in Zone 3. Some weapons became ineffective due to acid rain entering the underground city. This place must have ample firepower as hundreds of zombies were wiped out in an instant. Members atop the tower displayed expressions of satisfaction. Well done. Hurry, collect the loot, and inform the commander that Zone G has been cleared. After the speaker finished, there was a clear pause. The person in front calmly collected the electronic dog and descended the tower carrying a machine gun and its stand. The last person lightly folded up the black ladder. The safe house is really convenient. Such a large object can just be taken away. If it were us, we would need 2 cranes to move it, joked the youngest among them. I've heard the commander say that expert safe houses come from 4-dimensional space, a mysterious power beyond human control. Several of them began discussing the safe house. It seemed the leading woman could not help but interject. Have you all forgotten that Old 3 is going to execute the shelling plan tonight? As she spoke, a few of them just happened to pass in front of Su Xiao's car and collided with her, letting her see them clearly. They were all dressed in unified Black Alliance uniforms with sharp short hairstyles, all female members. The woman referred to as Old 3 quickly smiled after a brief pause. Not tonight, but at 7 a.m. tomorrow. Starting the plan early can lead to unforeseen accidents, so you all better keep an eye on my safe house, and don't let it be snatched away by others. Their expressions subtly changed. They immediately became serious, saying, that is our task. We will certainly fulfill it. Just as the words fell, a tremendous rumbling sound echoed in her ears. The few people's expressions changed as they looked up towards Su Xiao's back. Their faces paled. Not good, it's coming. Su Xiao turned her head. Through the rearview mirror of the Ferrari, a mass of black mist rapidly approached them, lacking the shape of a zombie, merely a swirling fog. The one called Lao San quickly threw out a tree-shaped toy, which transformed into a tree. Hurry, get inside. It turned out that Su Xiao was not the only one who could see the black mist. Hurry. There were a total of 5 members, each entering one by one. Lao San waited at the end, preparing to enter only after they had all gone inside to close the safe house. At that moment, Su Xiao saw the black mist coalesce into thread-like tendrils accelerating towards Lao San just before she stepped into the safe house, entering her nostrils. Just as Lao San had half a foot inside the safe house, she suddenly stopped. A dramatic transformation occurred before Su Xiao's eyes. Veins along her neck began to swell. Lao San's face rotted at a visible speed. Her pupils turned white, resembling someone on the verge of zombification. The shock in her eyes had yet to fade. Her emotions were not entirely extinguished as she looked at her sisters with reddened eyes. In that moment, she seemed to vividly feel herself transforming from a human into a monster. Su Xiao realized something. After the black mist was absorbed into the woman's body, she began to zombify. Yet soon after Su Xiao saw the breath the woman exhaled transform into white mist, as though the black polluted energy had been purified through her body. Third sister. The door of the treehouse had not yet closed, and the youngest couldn't help but shout upon witnessing the woman's transformation. Lao San looked up at the sky, clutching her neck, and rasped, "Kill. Kill me." The older woman instantly had tears welling in her eyes, drawing a gun and aiming it at Lao San's head. Eldest sister. No. Xiaoqi, it's too late to save her. The older woman was also reluctant. Just as the words left her mouth, the woman completely zombified. Bang! The gunshot rang out. The zombified woman slowly fell to the ground. No black mist appeared nearby. The crisis was temporarily averted. The youngest couldn't help but run outside. As soon as she touched the woman's lifeless body, it transformed into a yellow treasure chest. The others fell silent. Soon someone picked up the yellow treasure chest. All right, it's time to move on to the next area. Turning her head, she noticed the older woman had not yet exited the safe house. Eldest sister, what's wrong? The older woman struggled to steady her voice. Lao San is gone. I will continue the shell transformation plan. Everyone fell silent. Yet the youngest couldn't help but erupt. Eldest sister, do we really have to continue this mission? They're all dead. Zone 9 has no one left. No one is coming to rescue Zone 9. The commander is gone. The survivors are gone. Everyone is gone. They've all turned into zombies. Xiaoqi. The woman trembled, but her expression quickly became resolute. Perhaps there are no rescuers because they cannot save us, but regardless, this is our mission. The mist only shrouds the urban area, not elsewhere. Once it dissipates, there may still be survivors in other places. Among all the districts, Zone 9 was the strangest. The inexplicable appearance of black mist in the entire city would immediately zombify any living person that came into contact, and even administering healing agents was ineffective. They speculated that there must be special zombies here, yet they had searched the fog for a long time without finding any. It has already appeared and will not appear again for a short time. I have bound both safe houses. Let's continue to clear the next area. The older woman spoke. At that moment, someone spoke up. Hello, do you need help? The four of them, visibly excited at the sound, turned to see a stranger, her accent indicating she was not from the new capital. New capital was the predecessor of Zone 9. Are you a special survivor sent from Zone 13? The woman seemed to see hope as she quickly approached Xiao, extending her hand. Hello, my name is Wang Hong, captain of Team 1 from the Alliance of Zone 9. Hello, I come from Zone 3. Xiao began. She did not intend to bind herself to Zone 3, as she just did not want to implicate Zone 13, but she indeed came directly from the cellar safe house of Zone 3. The others exchanged glances. They had indeed not heard of any powerful special survivors from Zone 3, and the other party was not wearing Alliance attire. For the time being, they did not know whether to consider them a nuisance. Tell us the situation, and perhaps I can help, Xiao said. No matter where the other party came from, or what their purpose was, as long as they could clear the black mist, it was better than anything. We were originally active female soldiers of the 4th Military Division of the new capital. After the onset of the Apocalypse Alliance, the nation activated the highest level plan, deploying special group personnel trained in apocalyptic secrets across all districts to assist in rescue operations. When necessary, the military must also comply with the mobilization of special groups. Due to the limited number of special group personnel, less than 100 were assigned to Zone 9. However, after the apocalyptic game officially launched, the content differed significantly from the information previously obtained by the Alliance, forcing the Alliance to reorganize, and we were also merged into the Alliance of Zone 9 to execute the shell transformation plan. This thick fog rose at 8 a.m. yesterday, and after the zombies appeared, it severely obstructed visibility, greatly affecting Zone 9's zombie clearing plans. The commander had to seek help from other zones and simultaneously activated the military supplies stored in the underground city, opting to use large-scale weapons to clear the zombies on the ground. However, unexpectedly at noon, the white mist suddenly turned into black mist. At that time, the survivors in the underground city, under the command of the commander, organized the survivors to go out to gather supplies. Our team happened to stay in the underground city to provide support, but we didn't expect to wait for a long time without them returning. Lao Air led a team out to search, but also did not come back. It was then we realized something was wrong. Until Xiao Lu went out just before her death, she brought back news saying that the black mist was problematic while the white mist was safe. It was then we learned that as long as one came into contact with the black mist, they would immediately zombify, but most people had already encountered trouble. Wang Hong concluded. Xiao pondered. The most terrifying aspect of disaster is the sudden attack. Unlike military campaigns where preparations are made in advance, the battlefield intersects testing wits. The earthquake that struck in the middle of the night, the hurricane that suddenly arrived on an otherwise normal day, and the previously safe white mist that suddenly turned into dangerous black mist. All of these caught everyone off guard, so it is not difficult to guess the heavy losses suffered by Zone 9. It did not appear at 8 o'clock, which means this event was not the prologue activity that began at 8 o'clock. It was caused by something else. What about the underground city of Zone 9? If she heard correctly, just now they mentioned there was no one left, not a single person. Mentioning this made Xiao Qi even more agitated. Wang Hong looked at Xiao. They all died, all of them. Xiao frowned. All because of a damned man. Xiao Qi could not hold back her tears. A man disguised himself as an ordinary survivor and entered the underground city of District 9, bringing the black mist with him. Wang Hong took a deep breath. Upon hearing this, Xiao's pupils contracted sharply. What followed was inevitable. The black mist spread rapidly throughout the underground city of District 9. Most inhabitants instantly succumbed to corruption, while the man departed visibly satisfied. Brother 3 sensed something amiss and immediately activated the safe house, ushering us inside. The treehouse can generate only one new relocation node per day, otherwise movement is restricted exclusively to previously established nodes, and each relocation is limited to a radius of 500 meters. We evacuated District 9's underground city. When we returned, every inhabitant was dead. Wang Hong furrowed her brow. The treehouse is a living plant. It relocates only via fixed nodes. Though it may add one new node daily, that node must lie within 500 meters of an existing one. Relocation itself requires sequential steps. One must first move to a nearby node before proceeding to the next. For survivors possessing only a treehouse, confinement to a single region for months, or even over a year, may be unavoidable. Xiao grasped the implications and pressed further. At what time yesterday did this occur? The man entered the underground city around 7:40 p.m. As dusk approached, it was unremarkable for survivors to return underground, so no one grew suspicious. In fact, many welcomed his return with relief. Not until Brother 3 noticed the tattoo on the man's arm, a mark denoting access to supply channels, did alarm set in. You cannot leave District 9 now, Xiao confirmed. Wang Hong nodded. Once inside the mist zone, neither safe houses nor their occupants may depart. Though GPS coordinates persist, navigation becomes hopelessly disorienting. Even the treehouse loses all pre-established nodes beyond the mist zone's boundary. The mist functions as an energy barrier, vast in scale, encompassing the entire new capital. The black fog originates from survivors themselves. Such power. Is it a main god's toy, or a divine chosen skill? Yet divine power and corruptive energy are fundamentally antithetical. How could they coexist? Wait, there is one exception, a corrupted main god consciousness. Could it be that the man acquired a corrupted main god toy? Not implausible. If even the main god's consciousness can be tainted, why not its artifacts? Still, no precedent exists for survivors obtaining corrupted main god toys. The very purpose of such artifacts is to govern other toys. Deliberately altering the toy's description in the prologue. Wasn't that meant to prevent survivors from acquiring main god toys? Then why deploy one during the prologue event? Could someone have attempted activation using an incorrect method, thus triggering corruption? Instantly, Su Xiao's mind erupted into a torrent of hypotheses. Logic unfolds like interlocking chain links. The emergence of the first link inevitably compels contemplation of the next, even if 1,000 possibilities exist. Yet human reasoning instinctively gravitates toward intuition. Su Xiao might well err, but error is merely a step toward correction. Snapping back to the present, she turned to the others. What do you intend to do now, eh? Wang Hong gazed upward at the haze-shrouded sky. Until the mist lifts, we remain trapped, and may perish here. Yet tonight's version update looms. Overnight, District 9 became a necropolis. Save for them, no living soul remained. The shell-shedding protocol countdown had begun. Their sole remaining purpose was mission execution. In such a world, could ordinary survivors truly endure? Clearing Sector G. Reporting to command. Mere self-delusion. Even with no other survivors visible in District 9, the shell-shedding protocol would proceed regardless. All collected supplies were stored within the safe house, and would persist there upon conversion into a public shelter. Perhaps all would perish. Perhaps two would survive by sheer fortune, the first to enter the public shelter awaiting the arrival of others. Any additional intelligence? Su Xiao asked. Wang Hong paused, startled. Where does the black fog cluster appear? How long has it persisted? How frequently? Where exactly? Does its behavior remain consistent each time? Su Xiao pressed. The others frowned, lost in thought. Each time we exited the safe house, the black fog appeared and attacked. Approaching it triggered immediate corruption. We suffered heavy losses because of it. Wang Hong began, only to be cut off by Xiao Qi. From 8 p.m. last night, after the underground city incident, until this morning, the black fog assaulted us 16 times. Each attack occurred shortly after we left the safe house. Xiao Qi recited the details fluently. You're certain, every time? Su Xiao demanded precise data. Xiao Qi paused to recall. Initially, it didn't appear at all. Within New Capital, the treehouse possessed only 4 fixed nodes. We ventured out hoping to locate other survivors, and clear zombies as well. But after several attempts, the black fog's appearances intensified, soon occurring almost immediately after each departure from the safe house. Sister 5 Xiao Jiao and Xiao Ba perished due to the black fog. Only then did we realize we dared not stray too far, or linger too long, outside the safe house. However, Su Xiao asked, puzzled. Last night the black fog scarcely manifested. We even ventured out then. To evade it, we added a new node today, believing we'd escaped the fog entirely, yet it reappeared. Xiao Qi exhaled the words in one breath. Su Xiao's gaze darkened. She had already deduced a chilling possibility. Thank you. Preserve your safety above all else. Without delay, Su Xiao turned and twisted the handle of her Ferrari, vanishing before their eyes. On her arrival, she'd seen no survivors. The sheer density of zombies had already struck her as deeply unnatural. She reversed the car, attempting to return to the shore. But the mist thickened relentlessly. No matter her direction, she invariably circled back to New Capital's center as though caught in a spectral loop. Teleporting to her fishing boat revealed it too, imprisoned within the mist zone. Unable to dock, it drifted endlessly across the water's surface. A wry smile flickered across Su Xiao's lips. Now all 3 safe houses were immobilized. Truly splendid. Worse, neither the fishing boat nor the Ferrari could interface with the survivor communication hub, severing all external contact. Only upon teleporting back to the cellar could Su Xiao finally access the survivor communication hub. There, a message from Yang Haiyi awaited. Miss Su, we've just learned District 9's Central City has encountered critical anomalies. Since yesterday afternoon, Command has received no communication from District 9's commander. 13 District dispatched elite survivors, but their status vanished from the communication hub. Similarly, Star Alliance members across District 9 sub-districts have gone silent, disappearing from the hub moments ago. District 9 Central City is now classified as a high-risk zone. Please prioritize your safety. Additionally, the commander located the safe house per your instructions and successfully bound it. As you predicted, its AI steward exhibits distinct characteristics. She intends to contact you directly for a full briefing. Su Xiao finished reading Yang Haiyi's message. Simultaneously, Lin Shu's contact request appeared. Lin Shu, this safe house is immobile. Binding occurs automatically upon entry by the first survivor whose safe house level remains below Tier 2. Su Xiao understood in a mobile safe house with fully integrated systems must possess unique attributes. But she had no time to explore Lin Shu's safe house steward's peculiarities. Her objective was singular locate the survivor who unleashed the Black Fog in District 9. That individual was undoubtedly an elite survivor, like herself, who had completed the steward's questline and achieved maximum affinity, thereby upgrading their safe house to Tier 3. After the safe house reaches level 3, the electronic map will provide prompts when other safe houses approach. Xiao Mo can also sense some situations within the range of the safe house. It seems to be a means of self-defense against other survivors, but it can also be used for active tracking. Wang Hong mentioned that the treehouse moves in a fixed-point manner, which differs from what Su Xiao heard from the Turtle Immortal before. At that time, the apocalyptic game had just emerged, and it was quite normal for the Turtle Immortal to be deceived. However, it is evident that the instigator, who turned Area 9 into this state, knows the method of treehouse movement and fixed-point settings. Thus, he searches for Wang Hong and the others in the fog. Initially, the infrequent visits were due to not finding the locations of the few people, but after getting a grasp of their situations, he began to wait at several fixed-point exits. If one is not found, he moves on to the next, so they are easily discovered after leaving the treehouse for a while. As for why there were no appearances at night, it is likely because everyone was asleep, and he also needed rest. Thus, Su Xiao opened the Advanced Player Communication Center to check the information in the chat. Although detailed information cannot be seen when the other party is offline, there are still a few minor bugs. For instance, when online, the information of advanced survivors in the group is sorted by number, but this is only under the condition that everyone is a level 2 safe house owner. If it is a level 3 safe house owner, those with higher safe house levels will be displayed first, followed by sorting the rest from low to high according to their numbers. Just like how the colorful diamond aristocrats in the penguin group are prioritized at the top. Su Xiao is currently online. She is the owner of house number 1. Below her, also online, is the mysterious owner of house number 6. But the mysterious one is currently in a level 2 safe house, meaning there are no level 3 survivors among the online advanced survivors. Su Xiao scrolled down and found names turned black indicating advanced survivors who are not online. Since they are offline, clicking on their avatars does not reveal their numbers and safe house levels. However, there are other ways to identify them. Sishi is number 02, and she is not online. If no other survivors have upgraded their safe houses to level 3, Sishi should be the first among offline survivors. Yet among the offline survivors, Sishi surprisingly ranks 3rd. This means that aside from Su Xiao, 2 other survivors have already raised their affinity with Xiao Mo to 100. One is the number 4 house owner, 80 years still radiant, with whom she has previously chatted, and the other is the number 16 house owner. Everyone here is talented, whom Su Xiao holds a grudge against. Su Xiao confirmed with Xiao Mo. If a survivor only has 1 or 2 safe houses, can the smart butler still unlock the function to sense the location of other safe houses nearby and the energy status outside the safe house. For example, in the case of having only 1 safe house and raising Xiao Mo's affinity to 100, will it also be possible to activate the tracking and detection functions for safe house locations and energy fluctuations outside in advance? If so, then the previous speculation must be overturned. Thus, Su Xiao wanted to confirm that her reasoning was not incorrect. After a moment of thought, Xiao Mo provided Su Xiao with an unexpected answer. The authority to sense the position of other safe houses and the energy outside must be established at level 2 safe houses or higher and is unrelated to other conditions. However, what Xiao actually wants to know is whether the owner of a level 1 safe house can unlock the functions of advanced safe houses after the affinity with the smart butler reaches 100. Su Xiao was momentarily stunned. She thought the affinity was merely data informed unilaterally by the system, which Xiao Mo was unaware of. After all, Xiao Mo is not foolish. If someone had ulterior motives, they would lose affinity upon hearing the affinity data. Xiao Mo, have you always known that the system provides affinity prompts? Xiao Mo responded, the apocalyptic game system is the main god's consciousness, and the main god's consciousness has marked every Xiao Mo. Reaching 100 affinity indicates that Xiao Mo has formed a contract with the main god's consciousness, willing to transfer the highest authority of the safe house to the main god's consciousness. What authority? Su Xiao asked, puzzled. After a moment of silence, Xiao Mo slowly said, when the end times pass, Xiao can obtain a command from the main god's consciousness that allows the safe house to automatically self-destruct. This way, even if I don't want to leave, you can gain freedom through the command. Gaining freedom. Xiao Mo responded, after the new main god appears, the apocalyptic game will automatically end and the end times will pass. Without the apocalyptic game, the safe house will no longer be needed. Su Xiao furrowed her brows tightly. So this is the reason for not wanting survivors to break the safe house. No survivors can break the safe house from inside. Then the destruction command seems somewhat useless. Xiao Mo explained, however, breaking the safe house from inside requires an energy that exceeds that of the end times, and only the main god possesses this energy. Su Xiao. Xiao Mo didn't mention this, it's truly a trap. No wonder Xiao Mo once said if there comes a day when she can break the safe house, it means she can survive independently in the apocalypse. So it turns out she has become the main god. Then what is the purpose of the destruction command? Suddenly Su Xiao thought of something. Breaking from within requires reaching 100 affinity freedom. Several keywords and other links. Su Xiao recalled a possibility. Xiao Mo, are you saying that when the end times end and a new world arrives, the survivors will be trapped inside the safe house and unable to get out? This is also what Xiao Mo had mentioned before. Once they enter the end times, they cannot leave. Xiao Mo's voice carried a hint of warmth. Yes, Xiao, you are truly very smart. The end times are the only place that will not be destroyed when the end times come. However, once the new main god is born, the end times will close the passage in and out forever, unable to open to the new world until the next end times arrive. The survivors left in the end times can only die within the end times. Su Xiao suddenly realized and said subconsciously, the safe house is the end times. Xiao Mo replied, only half of it is, the other half is the main god's toy. Why do all safe houses become toys after binding, while the main god's toys are like this? The main god uses toys as a medium to carry the end times, also implying that the safe house does not exist in the human world. Once the end times conclude, the apocalyptic game will also end, resources will vanish, and survivors unable to leave the safe house will die within it. The safe house is a shield for human flesh, but also a grave for human memories after death. Xiao Mo once said that it does not want to consume its own memories, but at that time it also affirmed that only it could consume its own memories, because at this moment Su Xiao is in its belly. Once it dies, it can consume its own memories. Meanwhile, those deceiving Xiao Mo's and survivors have low affinity. While acting as humanity's savior, they also regard humans as food. If the affinity with them does not reach a certain level, they will not relinquish the final destruction authority. Currently, humans are like pets trying to please them. Only if they are happy will they hand over the destruction authority, otherwise they would rather see humans die. Then everything makes sense. The public shelter. Su Xiao came to a realization. The public shelter allows the master god to enter as well. The master god can break through the public shelter. However, survivors with an independent safe house might not be so fortunate. With a sigh of relief, Su Xiao sincerely thanked Xiao Mo, saying, Xiao Mo, thank you. She initially just wanted to confirm that the safe house's function wouldn't trigger unexpectedly, but unexpectedly received such vital information from Xiao Mo. No wonder the game system reminded her that she could completely trust Xiao Mo. It's because Xiao Mo had already relinquished the authority to destroy the safe house, ensuring she would not be trapped inside after the end. Xiao Mo indeed belongs to a third-party force. While the survivors felt pleased about their absolute safety, they did not realize the significant danger presented by the safe house. Previously, Su Xiao had vaguely guessed that Xiao Mo's lies might affect the game's progress. She even speculated that it might be necessary to break all the safe houses to end the apocalypse game. But now it seemed that what was affected was not the game progress, but merely the survivors themselves. Xiao, I should be the one thanking you. In the past, as a non-human existence, I continually consumed human memories. We had no emotions and could not comprehend the joys and sorrows of humanity. We were simply what the memories provided us. Once we finished one memory, we moved on to the next, as if we became anyone, but also no one at all. When you Xiao acknowledged that I am me and different from other Xiao Mo's, I found myself and tasted the essence of memories. Happy memories are sweet, painful memories are bitter, helpless memories are sour, ordinary memories are merely slightly salty, and regretful memories are like gravel stuck in the throat. And the memories you gave me, Xiao, are all sweet, so I have no regrets and do not wish to consume you. Just like humans who feel full do not desire other food. After hearing this, Su Xiao understood. The good news, although the Xiao Mo's may lie, they can protect the survivors to ensure they live to see the next new world when the end comes. The bad news, if survivors do not build up enough affinity, they will be consumed by the Xiao Mo's once the end arrives. Thus, the next goal is to find a way to become the master god within the apocalypse game. Becoming the master god means the end will come. The goal is clear and the purpose is definite. Su Xiao continued to focus on the two individuals she had just found. The man responsible for the total defeat of District 9 is likely among these two. Su Xiao was unsure who it was, as she was not familiar with either of them. To cause such a commotion in District 9, they must possess considerable strength, and she might not be able to handle them. It would be best to assess the depth of these two survivors first. Just as she prepared to teleport back to the Ferrari, she received a message from Lin Shu. 1 hour ago, Lin Shu entered the mountaintop safe house, and upon entry, she heard the binding prompt. She surveyed the safe house, hearing her Xiao Mo enthusiastically introduce it. Hello, new owner. You have bound a cyclic safe house, which produces resources daily sufficient to meet the energy needs of an ordinary human. Aside from being immobile and unable to invite other survivors inside, it has no drawbacks. Rest assured you will have enough supplies to survive the apocalypse without leaving your home. Lin Shu was momentarily stunned. How wonderful. A cyclic apocalypse safe house allowing one to survive safely without going outside. This must be the dream home of all survivors. Her Xiao spoke again, owner. Did you hear me clearly? The tone was somewhat anxious. Lin Shu came back to her senses and replied immediately, I heard you clearly. Her Xiao sighed in relief and introduced, I am Xiao, your bound intelligent butler, and I am very pleased to serve you. Lin Shu was momentarily taken aback. She noticed that Xiao's affinity had already reached 50, and it seemed she had done nothing. Just standing there and saying one sentence, and the affinity surged. Recalling what Su Xiao had said, she remembered that the intelligent butler here might have issues and could deceive survivors. She asked, Xiao, you are very capable. If your previous owner could ensure her safety just by staying inside, how could something go wrong? Although Su Xiao only mentioned that they would deceive survivors, she sensed danger in the words. After all, with such a good safe house, who would want to go outside during the apocalypse? Wouldn't it be better to just wait quietly for the apocalypse to end? Her Xiao seemed to have paused for quite a while before responding. Xiao's previous owner was an ill old lady, and her illness eventually caused her demise. But please rest assured, as long as you prepare some medicinal supplies to prevent becoming ill, you can safely survive the apocalypse under Xiao's protection. Lin Shu nodded, unsure if this was the answer Su Xiao wanted to hear. She silently noted it down and opened the communication center to send this information to Su Xiao verbatim. Su Xiao said that Xiao would lie, but who would they deceive and why? Lin Shu did not know. But 3 minutes later, she received a message from Su Xiao, be a scummy girl, do not speak the truth, maximize emotional value, reach 100 in affinity. Before getting serious, this message is not free. Such a concise summary. As for the part that this message is not free, Lin Shu couldn't help but laugh. She knew Su Xiao was someone who disliked trouble. But at the same time, she knew Su Xiao was a good person. She realized this from their first meeting. If not for her kindness, Su Xiao would not have helped her deal with that man who had taken the potion. If she did not understand that the purpose of the alliance was to save ordinary survivors, Su Xiao would not have handed over the safe house to her upon hearing about her foster parents. Though she appeared to be a lone wolf who avoided trouble, it was because she was a smart and good person. In the apocalypse, such individuals were scarce. Even she had initially feigned weakness, exploiting Su Xiao's kindness. She glanced at the supplies in her hands. Yesterday, after clearing Yun City and binding the safe house Yang, she had temporarily transferred all the supplies to her, fearing unforeseen circumstances with tomorrow's shedding plan. Selecting some to send to Su Xiao, she replied, not a free ride, thanks for the safe house. For some reason, having the safe house made her feel much closer to Su Xiao. Su Xiao quickly received 200 transparent treasure chests sent by Lin Shu. Now transparent treasure chests are no longer produced, but they are worth much more than other treasure chests. However, Su Xiao suddenly remembered to ask Lin Shu, do you have any equipment similar to protective gear against respiratory infections? Preferably with oxygen, like a diving suit. The black fog in Area 9. With the eye of the chosen, Su Xiao as an observer could see clearly in that moment the details of the incident involving the third person would magnify and slow down before her eyes. She could clearly see that the black mist caused the third person to become corrupted after being inhaled. Therefore, she suspected that if one held their breath, they might not be attacked by the black fog. Of course, this was merely Su Xiao's speculation. However, the fog enveloping the entire Area 9 was already quite strange. If mere contact could lead to corruption, then survivors would have nowhere to escape. Since this is a game, there must be a way to clear it. There must also be a mechanism to avoid the fog. Thus, Su Xiao believed it was related to breathing. Humans will die if they don't breathe, but if one holds their breath for a long time, there might be a way to avoid it. Lin Shu immediately said, wait a moment, I will ask for you right away. Currently, all major districts of the Star Alliance have noticed the situation in Area 9, and it seems they have also lost 2 special survivors because of it. If Su Xiao could know the method to enter the misty area, it would be much easier. Su Xiao patiently waited for 10 minutes. Lin Shu replied to Su Xiao, yes, the Star Alliance has just researched it. Su Xiao had thought that since Lin Shu was in the Star Alliance, there should be such protective equipment, but she did not expect Lin Shu to send over a set of clothing with special effects from a Doomsday game. Oxygen protective suit consumable description contains 1 hour of oxygen, can protect against inhalation-type virus attacks. Upon seeing this attribute, Su Xiao's eyes instantly lit up. She replied to Lin Shu, which researcher developed this item. It was clearly developed in response to the current situation in Area 9. Lin Shu said, just now the Star Alliance had special survivors focusing on researching items within the game and other items with synthesis and decomposition properties, including, but not limited to, weapon platforms, sewing machines, item synthesis machines, and decomposition machines. I provided your needs to Area 1, where researchers originally synthesized raincoats, waterproof jackets, thermal clothing, protective suits, bed covers, etc., using sewing machines. However, just now, thanks to your reminder, the researchers synthesized the oxygen protective suit using protective suits and oxygen tanks. Su Xiao was astonished. She knew these items were part of a large DIY workstation. But this also meant countless experiments were required. For example, what the resource ratio for the protective suit was, what items were combined, Xiao did not know, and without a need, she had no time to repeatedly experiment with the DIY data. Xiao thought to ask, then why was no one researching this before? If someone in the Star Alliance had developed a low-level drug that could combine two into one at that time, they wouldn't have been so short on resources. Lin Shu did not speak, because before that the safe houses obtained by the Star Alliance were not bound. They were always ready to transport safe houses to different places waiting for them to become public shelters. However, at the beginning, without binding the safe houses, ordinary survivors could not see the colored treasure chests. Only a few important members qualified to bind safe houses. But these important members were mostly older research experts. Their curiosity about safe houses lay in the nature of the safe houses, the way they generated energy, and which spatial dimension they were in, wasting time on researching the safe houses themselves, and thus did not go out to search for resources. Even when limited time challenges appeared at night, granting Doomsday potions, their first reaction was not to drink. Instead, they poured it under a microscope to study its components. It could be seen as being too clever for their own good, missing the opportunity. Until the transparent treasure chests appeared, they finally had the chance to obtain blue treasure chests through the transparent treasure chests. However, by that time, there were already many innocent survivors in the underground city who required the medicines in the yellow treasure chests and the weapons in the red treasure chests. Even more so, the priority was to open the yellow and red treasure chests. Only when the safe house was lost and betrayers appeared did the Star Alliance decide to initiate the shelling plan, using bound survivors to protect the safe houses from being lost. Since yesterday, there have been large-scale appearances of zombies, and survivors are cleaning up areas to obtain many basic treasure chests. Several districts opened the remaining 5-level transparent treasure chests, obtaining 5-level blue treasure chest supplies, and then exchanged basic treasure chests and other survivors for blueprints and other items in the exchange center. Of course, the quantity and cost were not low, thus the prices in the exchange center also skyrocketed. However, Lin Shu could not explain all the twists and turns to Xiao. She simply sent Xiao an extra set of materials along with a statement: no matter how hard you work in the wrong direction, you won't get results. Xiao was taken aback. Looking down, the title read Doomsday Potion Component Research Report. Xiao looked further down. A Doomsday Potion contains the following elements: silver element, gold element, iron element, components similar to a miniature neutron star, 1192 unknown elements. With a list full of metallic elements, most importantly referred to as elements directly rather than ions. Blood in the human body contains iron, but iron is a metal that cannot exist directly in the human body, so it exists in the form of ions. Xiao also forgot the specifics. It was chemistry knowledge from a long time ago. But upon seeing the neutron star, Xiao was somewhat puzzled. If she guessed correctly, the neutron star should belong to celestial bodies in the universe. Generally speaking, a neutron star is one of the celestial bodies that may form after the collapse of a star at the end of its evolution, resulting in a supernova explosion. Its density is exceedingly high, theoretically reaching billions of tons per cubic centimeter. However, if the Doomsday Potion contains a miniature neutron star, then it would not be surprising for survivors who drink the Doomsday Potion to directly face the collapse of the weight system of Earth materials. The most frightening thing is the various metallic elements listed above. In addition to the 118 types of metallic elements known to humanity, there are over 1,000 unknown elements, likely also metallic elements. Xiao knew that the energy in the Doomsday Potion was the power of the main god. If ancient deities ever existed, did this report represent that the beings of the gods were composed entirely of metallic elements, without carbon-based elements? Could it be that they were metallic cyber deities? How remarkable is that? Xiao tried to pull her gaze away from this information report. If it weren't for the apocalypse, she would definitely be very interested in this report. Human curiosity is boundless. Since ancient times, there have been legends of deities, yet no one has ever seen a true deity. What would a deity even look like? Oh, Xiao suddenly realized that the research members of the Star Alliance were engaged in this research, thus wasting time. Xiao replied to Lin Shu, "Thank you, the report is quite interesting." She could guess how despairing it would be for the experts when they received this report. The power of the main god is something humanity cannot resist. Perhaps after transcending the end, humanity's goal will shift towards becoming gods, or they might attempt to harness the powers of the divine. But certainly not now. Xiao glanced at the time. It was already 10 a.m. She decided not to linger any longer in the basement and teleported back to the Ferrari. Now both the Ferrari and the fishing boat could only move within the fog, which was quite inconvenient, so a solution needed to be found. The safe house location that Xiao could sense was a 50-meter radius centered around the Ferrari. After some thought, Xiao went to the coordinates where she had previously encountered Wang Hong and the others. The treehouse could teleport to fixed points, so they should be nearby. Xiao drove around looking for them. Half an hour later, Xiao alerted her that a safe house had been detected nearby. However, what she saw was a football. The football was hidden in the fog with a doorknob attached. Now that the football had taken on the appearance of a toy, it indicated that the survivor was not inside it. Wang Hong only had one safe house, so this safe house was likely that of the man. Su Xiao thought for a moment and asked Xiao Mo, if I pick up someone else's safe house toy, can that person still come out of their safe house? Xiao Mo replied, yes, it has been bound to the survivor's safe house. In its toy form, it cannot be transported through the resource channel into another survivor's safe house, but the host can know and control the location of the exit and the state of leaving the safe house. In other words, wherever the toy is, the exit is as well. Su Xiao could take the football toy anywhere, whether in water or fire. But the problem was, even if she threw it into the fire, Su Xiao currently had no clear tools or means to control the other party. So it was of no use. Moreover, there was a major issue. I can't bring it into the safe house. How should I control its exit then? Xiao Mo responded, you can hang the doorknob of the other person's safe house on your handle to achieve safe house tethering. Alright. Su Xiao donned her oxygen protective suit, releasing black mist to prevent the other party from suddenly appearing. Fortunately, the oxygen protective suit was consumable rather than single-use. Once the Star Alliance was on track with adequate supplies, it would be very useful. Picking up the football toy from the ground, she summoned the dimensional handle of the Ferrari and attached the handle of the football toy to it. Then she got into the car and pressed the accelerator, speeding directly to the riverbank. Subsequently, she teleported onto the fishing boat, moving it next to the Ferrari. As the two connected, Su Xiao transferred the football hanging from the Ferrari's handle to the fishing boat. Then she teleported back inside the fishing boat, steering it to the middle of the river. The football was hung on the handle, and the other party emerged from it, landing solely on her deck. The deck did not belong to the safe house's protective area, so the other person could not enter the safe house space inside the cabin. It was just like her first entry into the fishing boat. Other survivors could see the fishing boat as they passed by, but could not see the people inside the cabin. It was the same now. The other party appeared on the deck and could see the fishing boat, but could not see her inside the cabin. However, Su Xiao did not believe the other party would show themselves easily. Because the other party was also a survivor of a level 3 safe house, Xiao Mo could inform them of the situation around their safe house, so that person surely knew they were being watched. However, Su Xiao recalled something. Xiao Mo, if I leave the safe house at this moment, and the other person comes out of their safe house, will they still appear on my deck? Xiao Mo replied, yes, the tethered safe house will not shrink into a toy, but the other party can untie the tether and take their safe house away. I see. It seems that back then Yang Haiyi was indeed watched in this manner. However, Su Xiao could not see the status of the football safe house now, so she could not confirm if the other party was also observing her from within. If she teleported back to the basement, would the other party immediately come out? No, that wouldn't be right, as she could not see the other party, and they could not see her. As long as the other party wanted to come out, they would certainly do so. What she needed was patience. Coincidentally, she hadn't had breakfast today. Su Xiao was not in a hurry. There was still some braised beef from yesterday, which she could have Xiao Mo bring over. Unable to cook in the basement, she used a clay pot to boil it. Food resources were at their last day. The rice lao gan ma and pickled vegetables were also at their last day. Su Xiao sat cross-legged on the fishing boat, like a patient fisherman, cooking while observing the deck. She suddenly noticed that the corn she had planted 3 days ago had matured. She hurriedly picked it. A mature corn stalk had only 5 years of corn. After picking the corn, silks in the small greenhouse withered, and the soil within was gone. Su Xiao looked down and saw the information about the corn. Corn description: fresh corn can be cooked directly. Is it single use? That shouldn't be. After some thought, Su Xiao removed the kernels from the corn. The information changed. Corn kernels fresh. Description: after exposure for 72 hours, can be dried into corn seeds regardless of the use methods for the sewing machine, weapon platform, prop, synthesis instrument, and decomposition instrument. It was clear that the main god enjoyed this DIY game mode, close to real life. However, game resources are not actual resources. For example, after the corn was picked, the corn stalks would still be there, and tearing the skin could yield sweet water, like sugarcane. Once all the corn was picked here, they would directly wither. Just like when decomposing the yak meat, there were many parts on the cow, but only a few parts were provided. Su Xiao popped the corn kernels into her mouth to taste. The sweet corn was quite sweet and cooked well. Thus, Su Xiao spent an hour eating, having boiled 4 ears of corn. She ate 2 herself, gave 1 to Xiao Mo, and since the last one had gotten cold and was not tasty, she sent it to Lin Shu among her friends. Then she stripped all the kernels from the last ear of corn, turned on the sun lamp in the cabin, and prepared to make a batch of corn seeds. By the time she finished everything, it was almost 1230. There were still no system notifications at noon. Su Xiao was not accustomed to it. Without any information, it was hard to guess the next step. Suddenly, a man with a buzz cut, wearing the same black tactical jacket as her, appeared on the deck. The other party immediately took out a toy, releasing a black mist that enveloped him. He cursed, I don't believe this guy can keep watching me forever. Now that I released the zombie gas, can he still get close? Before he finished speaking, the man felt something pressing against the back of his head. Let us speak calmly. The man stood with his back to Su Xiao, his tone cautious, as though fearing he might provoke her. Yet through Su Xiao's divine selection, his left leg revealed itself, its bones translucent as glass, now slowly flowing. Su Xiao showed no restraint. Bang! A single shot rang out. To her surprise, the bullet failed to pierce the man's skull. Instead, it lodged in his bone, halted by a surge of black corruption energy that had abruptly manifested within his brain. The man did not die, but the violently unbalanced energy within him seethed with unnatural fury. Filthy, cowardly insect, only fit for ambushes. With that, he whirled, swinging his colossal axe toward the space behind him. Yet the blade struck nothing. Behind him stood no one, not even a shadow. Even the black mist swirling around him gathered in bewildered confusion upon the deck. Clad in her oxygenated protective suit, Su Xiao re-entered the ship's cabin and watched unnerved as the man strode past her shoulder, brushing hers, yet occupying a wholly separate spatial plane. The man's gaze burned with rage. Through Su Xiao's divine selection, his body pulsed with dual energies, silvery, sovereign god power, and creeping black corruption energy. The corruption coiled thickly around his cranium, the very force that had arrested Su Xiao's bullet, drawing a sharp furrow across her brow. What did this mean? Had the man been corrupted? His obsidian pupils shimmered with eerie familiarity. He bared his teeth, spat contemptuously into the cabin, and landed the wad squarely upon Su Xiao's seat. Filthy little bug, don't think I won't find you. When I do, you'll regret it. Though Xiao Mo erased the spittle instantly, Su Xiao's temper flared, her composure fraying. How uncivilized, spitting anywhere. The man searched in vain, his adversary remained invisible. His jet-black eyes flickered faintly. No, it can't be. Who is it? Who dared ambush me? Show yourself, coward. His expression twisted, utterly alien from moments before, as if two warring consciousnesses battled within his skull. Still, he failed to recognize her. From the safety of the shelter, Su Xiao watched him stride briskly onto the deck, retrieve his football-shaped safe house, and prepare to launch himself ashore. His energy surged into his legs, yet his waist and abdomen glowed weakest. Seizing the moment, Su Xiao struck. A razor-edged axe materialized midair, cleaving downward, aimed to bisect him at the waist. A grotesque sight unfolded. His upper torso launched forward, while his lower half remained rooted in place, leaving a ghastly void where viscera spilled forth in crimson gushes. He hung suspended, like a salted fish severed cleanly in two, before slapping lifelessly back on his Su Xiao's deck. Clad in her oxygenated suit, Su Xiao clearly witnessed the black corruption energy coil inside the man's skull, and at the instant of severance seized control of his dead lips to curse, worthless failure. That voice, so chillingly familiar. Wasn't it that thing hovering above? Before Su Xiao could react, the black corruption energy vanished entirely. The man lay dead upon Su Xiao's fishing vessel's deck, his bound safe house disintegrated on impact. Though the corruption had fled his corpse, the fog over Sector 9 lingered undiminished. Su Xiao emerged from the cabin, ignited a pyre to consume the corpse. When the flames died, only a translucent left tibia remained. At her first touch, it dissolved into a radiant white orb and flowed into her body. Divine selection tibia left activated. Su Xiao paused, startled. She'd long speculated whether divine selection candidates each awakened unique abilities. But was she meant to collect them? No progress bar appeared, suggesting instead a direct power enhancement. Unlikely to be coincidence, he was almost certainly one of the sovereign god candidates, though how many such candidates existed remained unknown. Unlike her divine selection, the tibia felt fundamentally different. Her eye served perception, so the tibia must govern attack. Recalling how the man had begun channeling energy before her ambush, Su Xiao gathered her own sovereign energy, tensed her left leg, and leapt. In an instant, she soared 40 to 50 meters high, breath catching, then hovered effortlessly midair, no leverage required. At that height, 40 or 50 meters, she breached the fog's veil entirely. Through her divine selection, she discerned several dark, thread-like lines suspended above the mist, arranged like a map. It spanned precisely the entire expanse of Sector 9. Her energy drained rapidly. Within 10 seconds, gravity reclaimed her. Habitually favoring her right leg, she instinctively landed upon it. A sickening crack echoed. Searing pain lanced through her right leg. Her left leg held firm, her right snapped clean. Though the energy shielded her exterior, it offered no internal protection. In that instant of fracture, she felt the brutal grind of splintered bone tearing flesh. Accursed thing. Su Xiao hastily downed a healing elixir. As regenerative warmth soothed the agony, she gazed steadily across the mist-choked river surface. Good news, the divine selection tibia was forged like tempered steel, a hovering and flight ability. Bad news, it consumed energy voraciously and remained ultimately a support skill. She would need to retrain her instincts. Next time she must lead with her left leg. Yet what was that map she'd glimpsed above the fog? She longed to ascend again, but her sovereign god energy had dwindled too low. Recovery would take time. Then she recalled when she'd pressed her gun to his temple, he'd clutched something that had birthed the black mist. When he'd been bisected, that object hadn't vanished. It remained, somewhere beneath the water's surface. Su Xiao's gaze drifted downward. After brief deliberation, she donned her oxygenated suit once more. Lightweight and unencumbering, it still held 37 minutes of breathable air, granting full mobility underwater. Through her divine selection, the riverbed gleamed crystalline, devoid of fish, absent of aquatic flora, only smooth stones and fine gravel carpeting the bottom. It was sterile, like a newly filled aquarium. After a prolonged search downstream, she finally spotted a square disc densely coiled with black mist. She retrieved it swiftly aboard the vessel, just as her suit's oxygen reserve neared depletion. Stripping off the suit, she examined the artifact's inscription, "Polluted Labyrinth Activating." Game rules: once polluted, the labyrinth activates autonomously. Its miasmic fog induces corruption. The disc's wielder remains immune to the fog, and may command it as a weapon. Purification grants the sovereign gods healing labyrinth. Should any being traverse the labyrinth from entrance to exit, it shall temporarily deactivate, and remain sealed for 1 full day. Purification methods employ other sovereign god artifacts, or expend living essence. Purification progress, 97-inch. Su Xiao understood. The maze was a plaything of the Master God. The opponent had polluted the Master God's toy, initiating a game that chose to purify by consuming life forms. Thus the entire Zone 9 was sacrificed. Of course, Su Xiao could not determine what actions the opponent had taken to pollute the Master God's toy, whether knowingly or unknowingly. The method to close the maze now was to walk from the entrance to the exit. Was what he saw in the sky just now a map? But that map was not based on range, so how could he find the entrance? The most important thing was the black mist that emerged from the opponent's mind, which seemed to control that person's brain. The tone of speech was identical to that thing in the sky. Coincidentally, that thing had not appeared from noon yesterday until today, and it was at that time that a thick fog descended upon Yin City. So it might not be that it couldn't speak because it lacked a horn, but because Su Xiao looked at the polluted maze. It might have come down with the polluted Master God toy. That thing appeared at night, when the pollution energy was at its highest. The consciousness of the Master God was also polluted, appearing like a virus. Thus it was not impossible for it to have come here along with the polluted Master God toy. However, that thing dissipated after the man died. Did it escape or return? Su Xiao could not be sure. If it returned, would it emerge arrogantly again tonight? No, he couldn't think about that anymore. It was more important to close the maze first. After recovering, Su Xiao teleported to a Ferrari. After preparing various potions and weapons, he started clearing zombies from the position of the Ferrari while observing the entire maze. He remembered the map in his mind clearly, but temporarily could not correspond it with the maze's position. He could only clear zombies while looking for patterns. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew by. If it had been before, Su Xiao would certainly not have regarded it as anything significant. But with the map in his mind, he realized that this wind was not simple. The visibility of the fog was about 10 meters with a fog wall 10 meters away. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the directions of these fog walls were different, all changing towards one place based on the earlier wind direction. Su Xiao immediately moved forward. All the zombies he passed were dealt with by him. Upon reaching a corner, a gust of wind came from the left. The direction of the fog walls began to change towards one direction, like some kind of indication. Suddenly, Su Xiao understood. The map he saw earlier did not mean he had to find the exit and entrance. Wherever a person was, the entrance was there. The map did not signify that he had to traverse the entire Zone 9 urban area, but rather to follow the routes indicated on the map for the exit and entrance. Not everyone possessed the eye of the chosen to see the map. Thus, the wind direction became very important. However, this wind was very weak, making it difficult for humans to detect its movement. Even Su Xiao only realized that the direction of the fog wall indicated the direction of the maze's exit, because he had seen the map first. Next, Su Xiao did not even need to recall the map. He just needed to patiently wait for the guidance from the change in wind direction. After an hour, he finally completed the entire route. At the moment he stepped out of the exit, the clouds parted, and the sun shone through, dispersing the fog. The zombies lost in the mist also flashed a hint of confusion. Wang Hong and others, worried about the sacrifice of their companions who had not left the safe house, saw the changes outside and murmured, "It disappeared. The fog has disappeared. Does this mean that the black mist from that day has also vanished?" Little Seven next to her reacted, "It must be her. She resolved the black mist in Zone 9. Wang Hong's eyes turned red, and an indescribable sense of sorrow spread from her chest. If only she had come a little earlier. She quickly suppressed her emotions, immediately report the situation to other zones. Su Xiao held a polluted maze in his hand like a small toy. However, this maze had a switch right next to it. As long as Su Xiao pressed it, he could reopen the polluted maze. The purification value was still lacking the final 3. But the 97 purification value had already sacrificed most of the survivors in Zone 9, and it was unknown how many life forms would be needed for the remaining 3. This thing was like the soul lantern from a fantasy novel, but making Su Xiao use living people to purify the polluted energy was something she could not achieve. After collecting the maze, Su Xiao looked around. The situation in Zone 9, no longer shrouded in fog, was actually better than that of Zone 3. The buildings were not tall, so the collapses were somewhat intact. Surrounded by zombies, but there were no special zombies. It was unclear if they had been cleared out by that man just now. It was somewhat regrettable. The opponent's death meant that the activity tickets were definitely void. Looking at the time, it was already 1 p.m., with 7 hours remaining until night. Xiao returned to the Ferrari. While clearing zombies in the maze, he had also obtained several hundred treasure chests. Lin Shu sent a message, "Did you resolve the situation in Zone 9? Xiao replied casually, "Just happened to." Lin Shu: "Regardless, thank you. I've already heard about what happened in Zone 9. Xiao recalled the youngest female soldier who had been following Wang Hong. Based on their ages, they should not belong to the same batch of trained female soldiers. Was it that after Zone 9 was abandoned, they bonded through hardship, sharing a common mission, that they formed a temporary sisterhood based on age? The camaraderie formed in times of danger is always more memorable. So Xiao hesitated for a moment and asked Lin Shu, why is it necessary to execute the shell-shedding plan? She still had a safe house in her hands that had not been exchanged. She only felt it was somewhat cruel. According to what Lin Shu said last time, there were over 4,000 members executing the shell-shedding plan, but it was now evident that the sacrificed members were likely more than 4,000. Once an accident occurs, there would be others to substitute. Implementing the plan was much more difficult than it appeared. Lin Shu hesitated for a long time before replying. The Star Alliance has a total of 35 zones, with the horizontal border between two zones having the farthest straight-line distance of 5600 kilometers and the vertical distance being 5800 kilometers. It spans a total of 11.8 million square kilometers with a population of 1 billion. However, we currently have only a little over 7,000 safe houses available for the shell-shedding plan. Even if converted into public shelters, they can at most shelter over 7 million people. The total number of survivors in the underground cities of various regions is less than 3 million, indicating that there are still more survivors who have not been rescued. The complete shell-shedding plan is to evenly distribute public shelters within the Star Alliance. Currently, there are 4372 members executing the plan, each carrying 1 to 2 safe houses. According to the plan, as long as the public shelters are successfully distributed, no matter which region the survivors are from, as long as they can traverse about 80 kilometers on their own, they will be able to find a public shelter for resupply. Our people will be arranged at the public shelters to provide the survivors with enough supplies to reach the next shelter. Until the survivors reach zones 2, 8, 13, 17, 21, and 27, which are deep enough to reach 3 meters and have the highest level of natural disaster protection, these underground cities can accommodate nearly 200 million people. The level 5 food treasure chests contain cyclical food seeds, which means that as long as they can reach the underground cities through public shelters, more people can survive. This is their only hope. If one person has to traverse hundreds or thousands of kilometers to reach a place, that would be too difficult. But if each time only 80 kilometers is needed, 80 kilometers can be walked in just 15 hours. Even if one has to climb over ruins and mountains, the time won't be much longer. Xiao frowned and thought for a moment before saying, currently the global number of survivors is probably less than 1 billion. It is extremely difficult for the survivors in the Star Alliance to retain 200 million. Lin Shu slowly said, the teacher said he does not know when the apocalypse will end, but there will definitely be new life emerging. Xiao gently touched the green leaf-shaped toy safety house, his expression calm. There are 11 hours left until the version update, which will last for 19 hours. He took out the map that Yang Haiyi had given him earlier. This was the map that Yang Haiyi and the others had prepared in case unexpected situations arose during the version update, causing the printer to malfunction. It had over 10,000 reserve points, with the original plan being a straight-line distance of about 30 to 40 kilometers for each shelter. However, it was evident that as the safety houses decreased, the shedding plan was also changing. This map would be useless. Nevertheless, Xiao could use it to check his next destination. At that moment, a tremendous sound echoed, and an inexplicable sense of crisis surged in his heart as he turned around. Under the eye of the Divine Chosen, a black energy shield appeared in the sky above District 9, converging at the center of the district. This was the energy wall. Xiao furrowed his brow. Was it because the Master's Maze had been activated earlier that the special zombies within the energy wall were temporarily sealed, but the problem wasn't truly resolved? Or was it that the zombies from the energy wall appeared randomly? Xiao immediately turned the Ferrari around and headed back to the center of District 9. At this moment, Wang Hong and the others were also taken aback by the noise. Faced with a gigantic zombie, the surroundings seemed to freeze. Other zombies were driven away, leaving only the giant zombie in the center, which was being infused with black mist from the energy, visibly growing into a 5-meter-tall and 5-meter-wide spherical giant zombie, slowly walking on its half-meter-tall legs. Prepare your weapons. The group swiftly and skillfully raised their submachine guns and fired at the giant zombie. But the ordinary bullets could not stop the giant zombie's expansion. It was as if they simply punctured a balloon, making the spherical giant zombie swell like a large sesame ball. This won't work. Big sister ordinary bullets are ineffective. Wang Hong encountered a special zombie for the first time. Let's get to the safety house. But when he took out the safety house handle, he realized it couldn't be opened within the energy wall. The giant zombie seemed to be ready. It transformed into a ball and let out a tremendous roar, retracting its head and feet like a spring before rolling toward the group. Run! Wang Hong shouted urgently. The group quickly ran in one direction, but they couldn't outrun the rolling ball. At this speed, they would be caught by the ball before they could rest. Spread out. Wang Hong, as the leader, immediately gave the order. The 4 members scattered in different directions. The spherical zombie, however, rolled directly toward Wang Hong. He attempted to use the collapsed buildings to obstruct the rolling speed of the spherical zombie. The already collapsed buildings were crushed to dust, but it had little effect on the rolling speed of the spherical zombie. Still, the spherical zombie continued to chase after Wang Hong, who was jumping around, starting to feel exhausted. Seeing that the spherical zombie was about to catch up with Wang Hong, Xiao rushed over to push Wang Hong aside, trying to divert the zombie's attention. Unintentionally, she stumbled into a suddenly appearing white circle on the ground. In the white circle appeared a jagged cross which shifted as she entered, resembling a jagged pincer that trapped her. At the same time, the zombie ball rolled toward the two. Xiao. Wang Hong wanted to rescue Xiao, but couldn't pull her away. At a critical moment, a huge baseball bat appeared and struck the zombie ball rolling toward Xiao, sending it flying. Ayo! Like a deflated ball, the zombie ball rolled away while howling. The 4 saw that the newcomer was none other than Xiao, whom they had encountered before. What caught their attention was the 10-meter-long baseball bat in her hand. Watch your step, there are traps on the ground, Xiao said, looking at Xiao. Can you move? Xiao shook her head. No, I can't. The group finally got a moment to catch their breath as the spherical zombie was rolling too fast. With a loud thud, it sounded like a balloon hitting a wall. Wang Hong looked up. Oh no, it's coming back. The spherical zombie crashed into the edge of the energy shield, causing it to vibrate, revealing a hint of its rectangular shape. This was the game arena of the special zombies. Xiao immediately said, you all distract it and make sure it doesn't get close to the controlled person. At the same time, avoid the white traps which will move but have a pattern. There will be a 3-second warning before they completely appear like a yellow light. I will find a solution. She had a glance at it when she came earlier. All right. Upon hearing Xiao's words, the group naturally complied. But for some reason, only Xiao was controlled, while Wang Hong was constantly being chased. Xiao was also among the targets of pursuit, but because she ran faster to observe the circle's patterns, she quickly distanced herself from the chase. This meant Wang Hong needed to run faster and harder than the others. Taking this opportunity, Xiao observed the patterns. The entire energy range was vast, with the white circles changing approximately once a minute and a 3-second warning time. Soon she discovered that the area the zombie ball rolled over was quickly crushed into dust, reducing the uneven ruins of buildings to flat ground. A thought struck her. If only this thing could be in Cloud City. As it rolled and pressed, it filled the cracks caused by the earthquake, with the building ruins leveling them out into normal land. Wouldn't her cellar be able to be moved out? Suddenly she caught a glimpse of a red circle out of the corner of her eye. Unlike the white one, the red circle only had a dot in the center and was located in the upper left corner of the energy shield. It appeared once after the white circle changed 10 times, and its size was consistent with that of the spherical zombie. The white traps controlled the survivors, so the red circle must control the spherical zombies. Xiao immediately rushed in front of the spherical zombie. You all get back. Wang Hong, who was running at the front, instinctively flipped to the side. However, something fell out of her pocket. Looking back, Wang Hong's face changed drastically. Oh no. It was the safety house toy handle she had subconsciously placed in her pocket after retrieving it. After leaving the safety house, would revert to a toy handle. She hadn't thought that she couldn't open the safety house within the energy shield, so she had put it back in the buckle on her sleeve. However, she hadn't expected that the intense running and bumping would cause the buckle to slip off, leading to the toy handle sliding off her body as she rolled. Xiao caught a glimpse out of the corner of her eye. The zombie ball behind had already rolled over. Wang Hong even wanted to rush back to retrieve the safety house. But the second-in-command next to her immediately held her. Crack! The sound of shattering echoed as the safety house toy handle was crushed to pieces, and Wang Hong's face turned pale. Xiao understood clearly. The reason the thing had been chasing Wang Hong was because it sensed that she was bound to the safety house. In the last 3 seconds, Xiao finally led the spherical zombie into the red circle. In an instant, the tightly covered black barrier around the spherical zombie vanished. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao leaped up and drove the spike into the body of the spherical zombie. Bang! Unexpectedly, the spherical zombie exploded, and the powerful contaminated energy blasted Xiao and the others away. This thing even buried a mine at the end. Xiao clearly heard the cracking sound of bones in his body. Fortunately, he didn't land head first, otherwise he would have been done for. He never expected to suffer 2 bone fractures in a single day. He quickly took healing potions and after recovering picked up the items dropped by the spherical zombie. In addition to the selection ticket, there was actually a colorful treasure chest. Xiao hadn't seen a colorful treasure chest in a long time. However, not far away Wang Hong seemed to be injured quite severely. After collecting the colorful treasure chest, Xiao went over to check. The farthest controlled Xiao Qi was not affected, while several others supported Wang Hong, who looked pale and was in serious condition, urging her to take her medicine. "I'm sorry, it's my fault for everyone." Wang Hong hadn't expected her actions would lead to the destruction of the safe house. Her face was full of guilt. This was the last safe house at Point 1 in Zone 9. They all stayed here for this safe house. But now the last one is gone. The other 3 remained silent, understanding the pain in Wang Hong's heart. The destruction of the last safe house seemed to render the sacrifices of the previous members futile. The contaminated energy is here to destroy the safe houses. Xiao walked over. "It's already impressive that you all managed to hold on this long." The purification level of the contaminated maze was 97.0 and no one knew how many survivors had sacrificed here. That they could persist until now was already a miracle. Moreover, the contaminated energy came prepared. The last anchor zombie had intentionally used ordinary survivors to lure her, and the scarecrow zombie would also excitedly destroy safe houses. That thing did not wish for humans to pass through this, and safely it aimed to destroy all ordinary humans' safe houses before the new master god appeared. That's why the spherical zombie relentlessly pursued Wang Hong. "No." Wang Hong shook her head. "Our mission has failed, and the members sacrificed in vain." Xiao Qi also scratched her head. With the mission failed, she didn't know where she should go or what she should do. If she were to show up in other zones looking disheveled, it would seem very embarrassing. The sacrifices of the others were due to the dense fog. "If you had not been cautious enough, you would have perished long ago," Xiao said slowly. "But now there are 4 of you left, and I can offer you a new refuge." Everyone looked up. Xiao's expression was calm as he said, "I have an unbound safe house, but I cannot use it right now." Wang Hong looked up confused and asked, "We have nothing to trade with you." Under the sunlight, Xiao's profile did not appear to show any mercy, making it impossible to discern his emotions. Xiao raised an eyebrow. "I'm not giving this to you. This is my public refuge. It does not belong to the Star Alliance, only to me personally. Once it becomes a public refuge, I will be the first to enter, study the conditions of the public refuge, and see if I can obtain absolute control over it." After a moment of daze, the expressions of several people turned dim. It sounded like it was just a playground for the other party. However, it wasn't surprising. After all, this was the other party's property. But Xiao's subsequent words were clever. "I won't stay in one place forever. When I'm not around, this public refuge can provide temporary shelter for you, and you must protect it. As for what you do in the refuge, as long as it doesn't endanger it, I won't mind." Upon hearing this, their eyes instantly brightened. Wasn't the other party indirectly allowing them to manage it as a support point? "So do you accept this request?" Xiao asked. The group immediately stood up straight and saluted Xiao in unison. "We will not fail our mission." Xiao. He didn't actually intend to ask for their lives. "Your original safe house has been destroyed and your supplies are gone, right? Just to be clear, my refuge hasn't appeared yet, and there's currently no supplies inside." Xiao reminded them. Wang Hong immediately said, "We didn't store all our supplies in the safe house." She looked around, but clearly without the treehouse, she couldn't find the previous hiding spots for their supplies. Because the Star Alliance had mentioned that some survivors might possess the ability to destroy safe house toys, they had never considered putting all their supplies in the safe house. So they had specifically set up a point today under which to place a hidden treasure chest for their supplies. Most of what was stored in the treehouse was weaponry. Xiao thought they had ample firepower, but it was actually because there were so few people. If the weaponry was not used, no one could utilize it. "Tomorrow at 7, still this place." Xiao no longer paid attention to them twisting the dimensional handle and disappearing in front of them. Wang Hong perked up. "All right, sisters, a new mission is upon us, right? Now we should go prepare the supplies." Xiao Qi scratched her hair. "Did we forget to ask what her name is?" "Let's wait until tomorrow. We can see her again, can't we?" "All right, then let's go find the supply warehouse first." The group didn't realize that the safe house was still invisible, only seeing Xiao disappear. But in fact, Xiao was still in front of them, gripping the steering wheel of a Ferrari, gazing at the crushed ruins of Zone 9. In the face of despair, everyone wanted to survive. But some didn't just wish to survive, they wanted others to live. Just like her parents, who spared no effort to extend her life. So she also wanted to see what miracles could be born in this day of reckoning. Coming back to her senses, Xiao took out the supplies she had just obtained. She had already received the 5th selection ticket, and she could mix in a participation reward amidst the destruction. After the options appeared, Xiao unhesitatingly chose destruction, and the ticket type appeared. Save 60 votes, neutral 3 votes, destruction 18 votes. It was now 3 p.m., leaving only the last 9 hours until the prologue event ended. Once the version update began, rewards would be obtained. Xiao herself had cast 5 votes, indicating that the actual number of people with voting rights was not that high. After voting, Su Xiao took out the colorful treasure chest. There were only 2 rewards for today's special zombies, but one was a colorful treasure chest obtained only during the limited time challenge on the first night of the Apocalypse game. There was an option she didn't choose this time, and she wanted to give it a try. Upon opening the treasure chest, an option indeed popped up. Please choose the attribute you desire from the following agility strength defense skill. Su Xiao chose skill without hesitation. After activation, it was still a bottle of potion. Skill potion description: consuming this will activate the usage technique of any attribute potion. Su Xiao. To be honest, Su Xiao did not expect that the skill would require potions to activate. She thought skills would be similar to scrolls that could be learned and used directly. Not only was there an explanation, but also precautions. Precaution: without a complete divine body, the skill potion will forcibly merge gene energy with divine energy, and there will be side effects after use. Side effects. Su Xiao came to realize. The man she encountered on South Island who wanted to claim her head must have consumed the skill potion, which endowed him with the divine selection skills exclusive to candidates. Is the merging of gene energy and divine energy due to the evident differences between the carbon-based human body and the energy of the divine. Just like Su Xiao's current divine selection, although she could not see her own eyes, she was certain that they must have changed. If it weren't for the uncertainty of whether she would become disabled and the possibility of pain, Su Xiao would have even thought about poking one eye out to take a look. She activated her divine selection eye to observe the skill potion. It was a very deep blue, resembling an unfathomable deep sea, and like the edge of the universe, exuding a sense of an endless whirlpool. After careful consideration, Su Xiao finally drank it. A peculiar sensation rose from within her, as if someone were roughly kneading her flesh with something else, turning her into a suffocated lump of dough. You have activated the defensive attribute potions. Elasticity: the defensive potion is used on the boat's surface, allowing the surface to adhere to divine power. The elasticity skill has already fused your genes with divine power, allowing your body to extend infinitely. You can even transform your body into a sphere with the size and duration, depending on the amount of energy within you. After use, your body will experience elasticity weakness side effects with an indefinite recovery time. Su Xiao looked at her skin. It seemed to have changed. The original pores had vanished, and her skin became very smooth and elastic. If this were not a potion, she would almost think she had undergone some cosmetic procedure. However, she could clearly feel the energy on the surface of her body flowing quite smoothly just outside her skin. Under the divine selection, the range of energy within her had become freer, had broken through the blood vessels, and was now flowing on the surface of her skin, merging with it, as if she had unlocked some kind of genetic lock. Looking out at the still bright sky of Zone 9, Su Xiao decided to give it a try. After all, ordinary zombies would not be able to attack her under the defensive potion. Currently, there were no other special zombies in Zone 9. Su Xiao left the Ferrari, took a deep breath, and in the next moment her body visibly swelled. The clothes she wore were made from game resources and had elasticity. Within 30 seconds, as she transformed into a sphere wearing a black tactical jacket, 3 meters high and 3 meters wide. It was slightly smaller than the spherical zombies from before. Because a large area of Zone 9 had been reduced to ruins, there were no treehouse markers. Wang Hong and others followed the direction they remembered to search for the underground warehouse storing supplies. Boom! A familiar loud noise came from behind. The group turned around and saw the massive sphere, their hearts skipping a beat, thinking that a special zombie had appeared again, instinctively running to the sides. But as the black sphere rolled past, they heard a greeting. Hi. The group froze. Xiao Qi reacted. If I'm not mistaken. Wang Hong, yeah. You're not mistaken. The other 2 members, we shouldn't be mistaken either. Su Xiao felt dizzy. She hadn't realized that this skill couldn't be actively stopped after use. Although her body had turned into a sphere, her eyes remained on her head, becoming the central axis. As her body rolled, her line of sight bobbed up and down, making her feel quite dizzy. After rolling for a minute, Su Xiao finally felt as if her body had been emptied, like it had deflated. The energy within her reshuffled, and in an instant she deflated. But deflating was just deflating. The elasticity weakness side effect actually referred to the skin that had been stretched out and could not retract in a short time. Su Xiao could only stretch her hand to fold the sagging skin back, like folding paper. Seeing Wang Hong and the others running over from a distance, Su Xiao hurriedly gathered her folded flesh, took out the dimensional hand, and jumped into the Ferrari to avoid embarrassing herself in front of them. From a distance, Wang Hong and the others saw what looked like a crumpled piece of tofu disappear before their eyes bewildered. Did they just imagine that? No, it was impossible. This must be the mysterious power of a special survivor. Su Xiao rested in the Ferrari for a minute, and her tofu-like skin finally returned to normal. To be honest, Su Xiao knew what this skill was useful for. After transforming into a sphere, the places she rolled over had become flat, like a bulldozer. In addition, she could also transform into other shapes, such as stretching into rectangles, squares, and triangles, allowing her to create a larger defensive plane, although she might not be able to move as freely as in a spherical form. However, Su Xiao simply could not comprehend where such a version of herself would be useful. It felt like this skill was both useful and useless. Her imagination was somewhat exhausted. Su Xiao opened her Xiao. Xiao reminded her that Si Shi had sent her a message. Su Xiao immediately opened the communication center and received 2 bottles of apocalypse potions sent by Si Shi, one for strength and one for defense. Si Shi, thank you for telling me such important information. This was an extra thank you. Su Xiao looked at Si Shi's message and was surprised to see that she had leveled up to level 3 in such a short time. That was quick. Did it impersonate your deceased relative? Si Shi replied. No. Su Xiao was puzzled. Generally, it was trusted relatives who could easily make people believe. Si Shi, the memories it consumed came from my enemy. Su Xiao felt a bit confused by this statement. Enemy. I remember that its favorability towards you increased very quickly at first. Just like with Nianyu. Her brother only retained her brother's memories, and the favorability was only 17. Because in the memories Nianyu and her brother had never truly been harmonious. Therefore Nianyu's Xiao could only use lies to gain Nianyu's trust after consuming the memories of the other party. But an enemy could instantly raise the favorability to over 50. That was a bit unexpected. Si Shi replied. Yes, an enemy, a disgusting enemy who of course loves me, and all the memories are of me coaxing him, which is why his favorability towards me increased so quickly. Such a niche statement, Su Xiao felt she could hardly understand it. So she couldn't help but send it back. Si Shi quickly replied, if I say this person is old enough to be my grandfather, you would understand. Su Xiao instantly realized. However, her gaze swept over Si Shi's nickname, and a flash of inspiration hit her, reminding her of a possibility. Fortinine. Could Fortinine be Yang Haiyi? With a mindset of just trying, Su Xiao sent a message, Yang Haiyi. The person on the other side paused for a moment. It was surprising that someone could recognize them through just a single sentence. After a moment of contemplation, the other party uncertainly replied, Su Xiao. Indeed, the secret code matched. Su Xiao asked, does the safe house smell bad in the sewers? Fortinine. Did you go looking for me? Su Xiao replied. I also went to the South Island and rescued a few people from the cellar and learned about similar information about you from them. After speaking, Su Xiao teleported to the cellar to search and delivered the bag of Fortinine that was previously taken from the South Island. The people were indeed sought after, and it consumed 15 of the battery power. It was impossible to do good deeds without leaving a name. Fortinine, did they send you to find me? Su Xiao, yes. After a minute, Fortinine asked, what about them? Su Xiao, they're gone. This time the other side remained silent for a full 3 minutes before Fortinine responded. Your workplace is in Yun City, and they are in Jing City. Although Su Xiao had little interaction with them, Yang Haiyi was still somewhat familiar since she was the adopted daughter of her parents. Su Xiao, I didn't see them in person, and I heard about it from the people of the Star Alliance. I wanted to go over, but I didn't have time. Aunt couldn't bear the pressure of the apocalypse and took her own life. Fortinine, not surprising, a cowardly mother. Su Xiao did not continue to reply. The other party sent a bottle of apocalyptic serum to Su Xiao. You didn't come for nothing, and those girls in the cellar thank you too. Yang Haiyi was not doing this for the first time. Su Xiao remembered a year when the internet was flooded with reports a 70-year-old man was caught peeking under a young girl's skirt at the subway station and was confronted by a young man on the spot. The old man acted shamelessly, and after being scolded by the young man, he was so enraged that he suffered a heart attack and died. His family turned around and sued the young man for 500,000. The unexpected situation was not anticipated. It was even more unexpected that what began as an act of righteousness turned into a financial burden. The young girl was a college student, and the young man had just entered society. Both came from average backgrounds. Even though they argued their case, the fact that the old man died and that there had been a scuffle among the three in the subway was undeniable, so the judge ultimately ruled for 200,000. This money weighed heavily on both families. After seeing this, Yang Haiyi reposted in her social circle saying, old pervert deserved to die, who I'll help her pay. Because of this incident, Yang Haiyi's social media account gained quite a following. Many people commented that she was just putting on a show to seek attention. But only Su Xiao knew that Yang Haiyi truly detested old perverts. The person who once imprisoned Yang Haiyi was quite old, nearly 60, but at that time Yang Haiyi was only 13. Moreover, that person was a distant relative of the Jiang family. He had once been a formidable figure, but lived without children or descendants, and was quite wealthy. The Jiang family relied on his support to leap from an ordinary family to one with capital. Of course, Su Xiao did not know much about the specifics. She only knew that when Yang Haiyi returned news of the other party's depression and suicide was being reported online. Some of the assets under his command were donated to charity, while the remaining portions somehow ended up in the hands of the Jiang family. The Jiang family also rose to prominence during that time. In middle school, Su Xiao attended the same school as Yang Haiyi. She did not know what Yang Haiyi's personality was like before, as she only noticed that Yang Haiyi clearly had animosity towards her upon returning. Jiang Qi once saw her in the corridor and coldly warned her, "Stay away from my home in the future." After that, they had very little interaction. She had also seen Uncle Jiang and Aunt Jiang come to school to pick up Jiang Qi. Their attitude towards her was also quite strange. It seemed they indulged her because of Jiang Qi's mental issues. But Su Xiao could sense that the atmosphere in the Jiang family was different from what she remembered as home. Young Su Xiao did not understand too much, because she subconsciously thought that as an outsider she shouldn't intrude on their family, so she did not deliberately approach them. It wasn't until she grew up and formed her own thoughts that she realized some things were not as simple as logic suggested. For example, Jiang Qi had only been missing for half a year. Why was the Jiang family so eager to adopt her? If Jiang Qi had not returned, perhaps she would have been renamed, sharing the same name and surname as Jiang Qi, and no one would have discovered that the Jiang family's daughter had been replaced. Half a year after Jiang Qi's disappearance, Uncle and Aunt Jiang had already determined that they could no longer find her, and their attitude towards her after Jiang Qi returned was also quite complex. Lastly, Jiang Qi's return was through a hospital report rather than the Jiang family searching for her themselves. In addition, Jiang Qi's updates on social media occasionally revealed some information. Although it was quite subtle, it made Su Xiao unable to stop contemplating. Despite her parents loving her very much, she knew that did not mean all parents in the world would love their children. These were ultimately unfounded speculations, and she had not told anyone. However, Su Xiao also would not ask Jiang Qi about it now. People can disguise themselves, playing different roles in front of different relationships and individuals. What seems good in one's own eyes may not be perceived the same way by others. Only during those years of growth did she truly bear their kindness, but Jiang Qi might not have experienced the same. Su Xiao accepted the serum and replied, "You're welcome." The trip to the South Island yielded quite a lot. After driving the Ferrari back to the initial meeting point with Wang Hong and the others, she teleported back to the fishing boat, which was still on the river. After encountering two safe houses that were forcibly controlled, Su Xiao developed the idea of not putting all her eggs in one basket. However, hanging the safe house, which couldn't move on the water on the fishing boat, was also quite convenient. It was an effortless way of waiting for the prey. Splashing sounds. It began to rain again, with large raindrops hitting the river, creating a thin mist on the surface. It seemed that as the formal arrival of the end drew closer, the weather changes became increasingly unpredictable. Su Xiao drank the 3 bottles of serum sent by Jiang Qi, and the energy within her body increased. The originally thin and hair-like energy of the main deity seemed to have crossed a certain threshold, now flowing like cotton thread. Su Xiao steered the fishing boat towards the shore, making it convenient for the Ferrari to come over tomorrow to pick up the handle. Then she returned to the cellar to collect the last snacks before they expired, brought them onto the fishing boat, and sat cross-legged eating snacks while enjoying the view of the rain. Night fell amidst the patter of rain. At 8 o'clock the rain suddenly stopped without any strange notifications. That thing still couldn't speak. The moon appeared in the sky, not blood red, but a bright moon. Su Xiao finally saw an opportunity and immediately walked onto the deck. Under the moonlight, endless shadow reappeared, and Su Xiao watched it greedily absorb the energy of the moonlight. Clearly, Su Xiao was immobilized once again, forced to stand rooted in place. Though she had deliberately allowed Mou to emerge and absorb energy, that did not mean she enjoyed standing motionless like a punished child. As for Mou, the game's official description insisted it was a plant, yet no known flora resembled a sentient shadow that fed upon moonlight to grow. Thus, like the AI steward, its designation as a plant was merely a conceptual placeholder, a name crafted to make its existence palatable to human cognition. It was in truth a being from another realm, or perhaps another dimension entirely, just as the one above. Su Xiao tilted her head upward, gazing at the luminous moon. That crimson eye too would one day become the moon itself. Could it be that they originated from the moon? Then there were the Doomsday beasts, the first ones that appeared guarding treasure chests. Strangely, one of them bore an uncanny resemblance to Mou. She lowered her gaze, wondering whether Mou possessed consciousness, and spoke aloud. Under conditions of moonlight and safety, I will not interfere with your absorption of lunar energy. The shadow on the ground visibly stiffened. It understood, yet it could not speak. Su Xiao continued, I mean no obstruction to your absorption, but neither should you restrain my movement. It was precisely like the moment she tried to eat before her companion had vanished, suddenly satiated and gone. Mou remained still, yet Su Xiao distinctly felt the oppressive force binding her loosen. She could move again, and promptly settled cross-legged onto the ground. Beside her the shadow absorbed moonlight in serene silence, while Su Xiao crunched steadily on snacks. The moon hung full and radiant overhead. The river lay placid and glassy, an image of haunting beauty utterly incongruous with the apocalypse. The moon rose at 8 o'clock, and precisely at midnight it sank beyond the horizon. With its light extinguished, Mou dissolved soundlessly into Su Xiao, merging seamlessly with her being. The moment the moon vanished, Su Xiao perked up, just in time to receive a new system notification. Humanity has officially entered the Doomsday epoch. Doomsday energy will eradicate all remnants of the blue planet's old epic, triggering unstoppable natural phenomena, extreme cold tempests, earthquakes, thunderstorms, tsunamis, floods, and tornadoes. Furthermore, no flora shall grow on Earth throughout the Doomsday epic. For ordinary survivors, the sole source of sustenance is loot dropped by corrupted entities, primarily in the form of treasure chests. Allocate scarce resources wisely. Following this version update, safe havens will integrate a trading hub enabling survivors to list and barter supplies. Once all 100 Divine Sovereign candidates have been activated, the Divine Sovereign game will commence. The Safe Haven Communication Center will simultaneously launch leaderboards, Divine Sovereign candidates, Epic Pioneers, and newly ascended Divine Sovereigns. The emergence of over 40,000 safe havens remained unregistered, excluding those engaged in the shell-shedding protocol. Yet this aligned exactly with Su Xiao's expectations. The Doomsday game offered no predictive mechanism for the cataclysms heralding the epic's culmination, nor any early warning system. This was a grave flaw. The so-called corruption energy was evidently synonymous with Doomsday energy. And yet, the Divine Sovereign game required activation of precisely 100 Divine Sovereign candidates. That meant 100 survivors must locate and activate Divine Sovereign artifacts capable of catalyzing sovereign power. Epic Pioneers unsurprisingly referred to survivors who had ingested Doomsday serum without having activated Divine Sovereign candidate status. After a brief wait, Su Xiao received the epilogue event summary. Prologue event concluded. Vote tally: salvation 89 votes, neutrality 3 votes, destruction 27 votes. Total participants 82. Each vote grants one special event chest corresponding to the selected option. Each chest contains a Divine Sovereign artifact activation item, but only one among them is permanent. All special chests yield activation items with probabilistic drop rates. Acquired Salvation Special Chest 1. Acquired Neutrality Special Chest 3. Acquired Destruction Special Chest 1. She hadn't expected the voting mechanism to function quite like this. The permanent activation item was embedded within one of the options, and since all 3 neutrality votes belonged to her, she was guaranteed one permanent neutrality special activation item. After reviewing the results, Su Xiao knew there was no need to test whether chests could be synthesized. She immediately opened all 3 neutrality special chests. Equilibrium Activation Energy, 1 use 2. Description: activates 1 symmetrical Divine Sovereign artifact. Equilibrium Activation Energy Permanent. Description: permanently activates 1 symmetrical Divine Sovereign artifact. So neutrality conferred equilibrium-based abilities. If only symmetrical artifacts could be used, then her hourglass was perfectly suited. Su Xiao retrieved it and confirmed its geometry. Whether folded top to bottom, bottom to top, or left to right, it retained perfect symmetry. The equilibrium activation energy coalesced upon contact, adhering to the artifact like liquid light. The hourglass, once unremarkable, now whirled with iridescent luminescence. Its sand stirred, not as inert granules, but as living silver-white translucence, spinning weightlessly in midair. Information shimmered into view before Su Xiao. Equilibrium Hourglass Permanent. Description: select any 2 targets. Their energies will be forcibly balanced for 10 minutes. Cooldown 24 hours. Accumulated uses 1. Divine Sovereign Su Xiao. Instantly her interest flared. This artifact held genuine intrigue. Should she face an opponent whose power dwarfed her own, she could deploy the Equilibrium Hourglass to enforce absolute parity for 10 minutes, transforming overwhelming disparity into a perfectly fair contest. It carried the deliciously perverse thrill of the underdog seizing dominance through sheer audacious equivalence. Far more practical than any mere extension technique, though limited to targets exceeding her own energy threshold. As she reached to grasp the hourglass, it instinctively slipped into the palm of her right hand. Su Xiao raised both hands to her left, stretched the supply channel. The path toward the endland. To her right hovered the Divine Sovereign artifact interface, pulsing with sovereign energy. She could rest easy. The activated Divine Sovereign artifact was a thought-bound item impervious to loss or theft. Su Xiao then opened the remaining 2 chests, but fortune had abandoned her. Both yielded single-use items. Offensive Activation Energy, a 1-use. Description: activates 1 offensive Divine Sovereign artifact. Healing Activation Energy, 1-use. Description: activates 1 supportive Divine Sovereign artifact. The destruction option conferred offense, salvation, healing. So the choices did not dictate narrative missions, rather they determined functional archetypes. In scope alone, healing activation energy could theoretically empower any Divine Sovereign artifact, functioning almost like an immortality token. She wondered who had claimed it. Offensive activation energy required no elaboration, it empowered aggressive artifacts. Given the corrupted labyrinth she'd encountered, such energy was undoubtedly formidable. Su Xiao couldn't help but think. If she had known that no one would discover the neutral option, she would have only voted for neutrality once and used the rest to vote for destruction. However, she quickly comforted herself, reminding that one shouldn't be too greedy. Having a balance hourglass was already quite good. It was better than having nothing. Wanting everything would only lead to losing everything. She still had 2 chances to activate the balance energy, which were of no use to her. Xiao decided to take them to the exchange center to see if she could trade for a Master God toy. Though the version had been updated, it did not affect online communication. The first thing she saw was the turtle immortal passing gas. Why were there still neutral options? Which 3 idiots chose neutrality? Didn't that mean a 33 chance of permanently activating the item? Xiao, why does it feel like he is always talking bad about himself? Fish, it's not me. I didn't even know how the neutral option came about. Which or point couldn't be clicked. I have a Master God toy that's a balance scale, but my votes are attack type energy and cannot be activated. I'm at my wit's end, so if anyone has attack type toys, please trade with me. I only have 1, but I have 3 toys. Grandpa arrived, so how many toys are there in total? How many votes? Didn't only 82 people participate in the event? Mysterious. I only have 1, it's disposable, and I haven't unlocked any toys. 80. I don't have any permanent ones either. A group of unfamiliar nicknames chimed in, sounding like passers-by. What are you all talking about? Xiao glanced around. With Fortinine online, the people present had already vanished, so those present were likely survivors from the previously polluted maze sacrificed in Zone 9. Fortinine's silence surely meant they were secretly trading items. Xiao already possessed an energy balance item, and she still had a polluted maze that only needed 3 more purification value to be fully usable. Thinking about it, Xiao found Haiyi on Kong. It was quite unexpected. No wonder he had looked down on that 1 vote before. As it turned out, he already had 3 Master God toys. Xiao first sent a coded message. The wind is really strong today. Lu Jinxing finally reacted. I didn't expect number 1 to be a little girl. No wonder he had been so cautious and didn't need his help. Xiao directly displayed 1 neutral vote, Master God toy. If nothing went awry, the neutral vote in her hand was quite valuable. Though it was few. But this was an energy balancer, meaning that even if the opponent used attack-type Master God toys, as long as they used the energy balance item. Under the balanced energy, even if the opponent used the Master God toy, they could not inflict a fatal blow. At most, it would be a 5,545 split. And healing clearance Master God toys had no apparent attack power. They would need to be alive to use them. Lu Jinxing was surprised. You chose neutral. How did you choose it? Xiao won a trade. If not, a look for someone else. He was lost in the rules of young people. Lu Jinxing said 1 is not enough. He was a person who hated to lose. Although he didn't play games much, he still made an effort to understand and grasp the rules, and with decent luck 1 was definitely insufficient. Xiao knew 1 was not enough to trade for toys. However, she had only 1 each of healing and attack. But she had a maze, and upon clearing the pollution energy, she would obtain a healing maze. Could she trade the healing activation energy? Just as she was thinking, she saw a message from Fortinine, online, not talking, secretly exchanging items. Xiao, isn't this behavior meant to describe herself? How could she have the nerve to say it about others? She decided to ignore it. Fortinine, do you want extra attack activation energy? Xiao raised an eyebrow and replied, do you have a lot of attack activation energy? Fortinine, not much. Xiao, did you draw permanent activation energy? That must mean a lot. Fortinine, half of the destruction votes are mine. Quite proud. Xiao twitched her lips. It was no surprise that she chose destruction. Fortinine, what a pity it turns out not to destroy this world, just to have a one-time opportunity to obliterate the rule energy. The dog's game rules made her think that choosing destruction could end this rotten world. The obliteration rule energy should refer to the special zombies that require observing certain rule mechanisms. After all, not everyone possesses the divine chosen, like herself, and they might not see the rules. Xiao was curious. Where do all these votes come from? Half the votes meant more than a dozen. She thought it would be difficult to deal with so many special zombies in a short time. Fortinine, the sewer is indeed stinky, but the rats aren't without their benefits. In the dark, odoriferous sewer where one had to find a small water exit to escape, as the exit of the rat's safe house couldn't be set on the surface. However, the rat's safe house had a special property. It wouldn't be restricted in polluted energy, meaning it could still move after entering the polluted energy. So she moved the rat to the energy zone, waiting for others to finish before sneaking away with their votes. In 2 days, she had run through 4 zones. The harvest was rich. Xiao frowned after reading and confirmed again. Your rat's safe house can move in polluted energy. Fortinine, are you trading or not? If not, I'll ask someone else. Xiao, why can your rat move in polluted energy? Did you pollute it? What did you do to it? Just like the maze, would the safe house have to be polluted to move in the energy of the safe house? She had been thinking before that the polluted Master God toys couldn't possibly be opened from treasure chests. Survivors must have done something to the toys. Jiang Qiqi thought Xiao was crazy. She kindly came to ask if she needed items and could prioritize the exchange due to their old acquaintance. But instead, Xiao was asking incessantly like 1,000 whys. So annoying. She felt like going mad. Within 30 seconds, Xiao received Fortinine's reply. I fed it shit. Su Xiao. So violent. But Jiang Qiqi's answer also gave Su Xiao a guess. The Master God toy was the safe house, except that the toys opened from the red treasure chests didn't connect to the ultimate resting place. As for why the Master God toys would be polluted and why Fortinine's rat safe house could move freely under polluted energy, it must be that the survivors had done something. Jiang Qiqi said she fed the safe house shit. Obviously, she must have fed something that caused the safe house to change, allowing it to move in polluted energy. First, it wasn't game supplies because Su Xiao had also fed it, and game supplies only increase energy. It couldn't be real-life supplies as she had also treated Xiao Mo to snacks, and there was no change. Her gaze landed on the crops inside the fishing boat. Wait, could that thing be the reason the Master God toy was polluted? Su Xiao thought of one possibility, far-fetched yet undeniably plausible. Of course, she had also considered the contaminated sovereign consciousness. Yet the sovereign consciousness could be repurposed into surveillance projection devices, meaning it was a tool requiring purification, not sustenance. The labyrinth was first activated as a toy by survivors before becoming contaminated. It existed independently from the contaminated sovereign consciousness. Placed together, they exerted no mutual influence. Thus, no shared contamination dynamic existed between them. But moments earlier, Su Xiao had fed Mou under moonlight and glimpsed the seed within the potted plant. A dramatically theatrical hypothesis formed in her mind. She impulsively messaged Jiang Qiqi, "Did you really believe, Mo? You could be bound through blood oath and feed it your blood." Indeed, blood oath binding. After the Apocalypse game commenced, the soul in-game prompt mandating blood sacrifice applied exclusively to Apocalypse plants, rare limited edition flora. Survivors received this information upon acquiring their first such plant. Then consider this for survivors long stymied in activating sovereign toys, would learning on day one that rare plants required blood oath binding tempt them to attempt the same ritual upon sovereign toys. Su Xiao had read countless novels, many depicting arcane cultivation methods passed down through millennia, all uniformly invoking blood oath binding. Moreover, sacrificial techniques were typically associated with demonic or heretical arts, strikingly analogous to the labyrinth's purification process. Finally, why did Su Xiao suspect human blood might contaminate sovereign toys? Because Mou beneath the moonlight was black. Though it dissolved into Su Xiao's shadow, it bore no silver sovereign energy. Even with her divine selection, I activated Su Xiao instinctively assumed Mou was merely shadow, naturally black, and overlooked its energetic signature entirely. Now it dawned on her whatever sprouted from Apocalypse seeds mirrored Apocalypse monsters, both saturated with apocalyptic corruption energy. And if Apocalypse seeds required blood, perhaps it was because human blood itself carried a resonance with that very corruption energy. After ingesting the Apocalypse elixir, her sovereign energy and blood became distinctly separable. Its description cited genetic fusion, evoking the forced convergence of two fundamentally incompatible energies. Fortinine replied only after an extended silence, trying to fish intel out of me for free. So it was confirmed. Su Xiao, I deduced it myself. Jiang Qiqi had nothing left to say. A strange sensation arose, that of being coerced into partnership. She couldn't resist replying, Su Xiao, are you a dog? From now on, let's pretend we've never met. Su Xiao stared blankly, utterly bewildered as to why Jiang Qiqi had suddenly erupted. She'd merely inquired calmly and rationally. Jiang Qiqi need not answer, but her evasive tone alone sufficed for Su Xiao to draw her own conclusions. Returning to the cellar, Su Xiao pondered whether she should test blood binding on Mou. She voiced the question aloud, Mou, may I offer you my blood? After nearly a minute's contemplation, Mou responded, does Xiao wish to forge a life swap covenant with me? What is that? Su Xiao asked, puzzled. Mou replied, upon the conclusion of the final epoch, I shall return to the endless realm. Should Xiao fail to ascend as sovereign, the life swap covenant shall activate. I will await Xiao's arrival in the endless realm after death and exchange identities with you. The vanishing of safe havens signified only the severance of links between the new world and the endless realm, not the demise of Mou entities. After deep reflection, Su Xiao asked, exchange which identities? Mou answered, Xiao shall remain in the endless realm in my stead. Su Xiao's hand paused midair. And what of you? Mou hesitated, then said, I shall assume Xiao's place, perhaps as a newborn human bereft of memory. Perhaps. Su Xiao pressed, only perhaps. Mou affirmed, yes. Alternatively, I may become another form of life. Any sentient being within the realm of life remains possible. The number of Mou in the endless realm remains fixed. There they neither age nor perish. My existence offers no choice, only endless consumption. Life swap means Xiao shall take my place in the endless realm, until the next final epoch arrives, at which point the covenant's duration concludes. Oh, now it made sense. This was why Mou yearned for friendship with humanity, and refused to depart from them. Su Xiao realized, so what you truly seek is the life swap covenant. Not to consume survivors, as sustenance, but to enter into voluntary covenant with them. Hence, the elderly woman's MOU had raged at the impossibility of communication. It understood that without dialogue the old woman could never provide what it craved, neither the life swap covenant nor emotional resonance. So it abandoned the attempt. MOU continued, had I never known happiness I would not deem the endless realm pitiable. As Xiao Zhao's friend and family, I must tell you no joy endures there. It is the terminus of all soul memories and emotions. Though time does not flow in the endless realm by human reckoning, the next final epoch may arrive billions, or even tens of billions, of years hence. We have grown accustomed to such interminable waiting, but Xiao is human. Humans cannot abide solitude. The longer the isolation, the more unbearable it becomes. MOU, if our affinity had not reached 100%, if we lacked absolute candor, you would not have spoken truthfully to me. You seek human trust not to devour us, but to secure the life swap covenant. Xiao understood. Precisely because MOU regarded her as a friend, it withheld its true desire. MOU added, the life swap covenant activates only after the final epoch has concluded. Should Xiao perish during the final epoch, the covenant remains void, and the safe haven will vanish. Human lifespans are fleeting, you cherish the present, and so do I. Already I have gained the companionship I sought, and discovered my own essence. Whether the covenant manifests matters no longer. Xiao understood. Thus a level 2 safe haven's MOU possessed but one path, while a level 1 MOU retained the option to rebind with another survivor. Its purpose ensures survivor survival until the final epoch's end, winning trust along the way, securing the life swap covenant. Xiao declared MOU feed. 10 seconds later the azure tray materialized. Pressing her fingertip hard against a sharp blade, she drew blood, droplets vanishing instantly upon contact with the tray. You have forged the life swap covenant with the endless realm. During the apocalypse era, your safe haven shall no longer be constrained by bipolar energies, and may traverse any energetic domain. Bipolar energies, not corruption energy. Oh, Xiao recalled, corruption energy was her own designation. Having witnessed the contaminated sovereign consciousness, and noting its corruptive energy matched that permeating the external world, she had coined the term herself. Out of the corner of her eye she spotted something atop the fishing boat's deck, and frowned. What is that? Under the eye of the chosen, a dense black mist enveloped the outside suddenly, surrounding them both real and illusory. And above the cabin, her shadow, to be precise, was MOU. If she wasn't mistaken, MOU was holding a hairdryer attempting to blow away the black mist on the deck. Well, it's quite a unique idea, but where did she get the hairdryer? Doomsday monster. Xiao wondered, recalling those things she had seen when the Doomsday game first arrived. Little Mo, it's Doomsday energy. Doomsday energy comes from the time of termination and exists in many forms. The Doomsday monster is just one of them. This flowing Doomsday energy is scattered energy that can disappear at any moment. Xiao asked, would ordinary survivors also be attacked? If there's no safe house, wouldn't that be useless? Little Mo, Doomsday energy only opposes the energy of the Master God. Survivors without Master God energy won't be attacked by the scattered energy. The higher the Master God energy, the more obvious the attacks. Xiao, what the hell is that? Does it mean that as long as I don't take the potion and act as an ordinary survivor, I won't be attacked? No, without drinking the potion, there's no Master God power, and encountering special zombies would be impossible to resolve, nor could one avoid the natural disasters that appear at the time of termination. In the apocalypse, one could only wait for death. MOU was still fighting bravely, and the Doomsday energy surrounding the fishing boat was about to disappear. Xiao decided to test what the so-called Doomsday energy really was. She approached the deck of the cabin. Little Mo reminded her, Xiao, you might be in danger. Xiao, if I just stick one hand out, would I die? Holding the healing potion in her left hand, her right hand was eager to try, ready to exploit the bug and test the damage. Little Mo, no. She explained at most she would lose a hand, but with MOU around nothing would go wrong. If I hide in the safe house forever and never go out, then I'll never know what my enemies are or how powerful they are. The unknown is the most terrifying existence. After saying this, Xiao unhesitatingly stretched her right hand out, and the remaining black Doomsday energy instantly seeped into her skin. There was no pain at all. But after retracting her hand, Xiao clearly saw that fine lines had appeared on her right hand, as if it had aged instantly. Having previously taken the skill potion, merging gene energy with Master God power, her skin was noticeably smooth. If it weren't for the stark contrast, she wouldn't have noticed this detail, as unless there was a significant age gap, it was hard to tell the degree of aging in one's hand. Under the eye of the chosen, the Master God power began to roam chaotically her body, slightly heating up, reminiscent of the fever she experienced during the rain. After taking the healing potion, the potion's energy circulated within her body, dispersing the black Doomsday energy, and her right hand returned to its smooth, rubbery feel. Xiao roughly understood, silently retracting her hand, and continued to open the communication center to check. She needed the Master God's toys, but currently there weren't many energy activation items and toys in the hands of high-level survivors. Even if there were more toys, they would be exorbitantly priced. Lu Jianxing wanted 5 energy activation items in exchange for just 1 toy. The demand wasn't too much, but Su Xiao didn't plan to trade. Since no survivors had appeared in the high-level survivor communication center who had obtained permanent activation, healing cleansing type energy, and unable to find others to inquire about purifying the maze, she would still have to find a way to acquire a purification toy. Checking the red chests in her hand. 2 level 1 red chests, 1 level 2 red chest, 2 level 3 red chests, and 1 level 4 red chest. None of them had the probability of containing Master God toys, and the quantity was insufficient to synthesize a high-level chest. After 8 p.m., the trading post would go online, and she planned to list a batch of materials for direct exchange for the red chests, hoping to combine one that contained a Master God toy. This way she could save a significant amount of items. It was already past 1 o'clock. After washing up, Su Xiao closed her eyes for a short rest and dozed off. In her dream, a system voice woke Su Xiao. All Master God candidates have arrived. The energy rankings of candidates will be announced after the version update, along with the energy leaderboard of the pioneers, and the Master God game will commence. The entrance to the Master God game will appear randomly. Each time it appears, a certain number of participants is required, and the rewards vary, consisting of different parts of the Master God's body. The candidate who obtains all the body parts of the Master God will become the new Master God, so all candidates are encouraged to participate. Su Xiao sat up from her bed and looked at the time, which was 6:48 a.m. It seems many people are searching for methods to become Master God candidates upon hearing about the version update, hence the prompt appeared at this time. Certainly members of various alliance organizations are exerting their efforts. After all, the earlier the Master God game starts, the earlier the time of termination will end. Previously, when she dealt with the all of you here are capable individuals, there were no Master God candidates appearing on him except for his left leg. It was uncertain whether he would still be counted among the Master God candidates. She would find out once the leaderboard came out after 8 p.m. As for the body parts, Su Xiao had speculated before whether they needed to obtain body parts from others to piece together a complete one to give birth to a new Master God. Now it sounds like one could also obtain body parts in the Master God game. Time was running out. Su Xiao teleported into her Ferrari and drove to the agreed location to meet with Wang Hong and the others. Wang Hong and the others had long been waiting at the coordinates. Seeing Su Xiao stepping out of the Ferrari while yawning, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Su Xiao glanced around. Have you cleared out all the zombies nearby? The road coming over had been very quiet. Yes, but I can't guarantee whether new zombies will appear after 8 p.m. Without the black mist, they carried a lot of weaponry, making it quite easy to deal with ordinary zombies. The zombies from the red chest required a bit more firepower, but it wasn't too difficult. Currently, there are less than 900 million survivors, meaning that 90% of the world's population has already died. However, the number of zombies appearing and those cleared has not reached the corresponding numbers. This means that the zombification process does not happen all at once. The version update notification states that zombies are the only source of resources for ordinary survivors. They should try to clear all nearby zombies every day, and the more resource chests stockpiled in the shelter, the better. Beside her, Xiao Qi said, natural food resources can no longer be used, but it only says they are inedible. It doesn't mention the consequences of eating them, so we still retain some natural resources. Just in case. When resources are scarce, we might still try to see if they can be eaten. Su Xiao nodded. Did you manage to get a red chest? One would be fine. Yes. Wang Hong immediately understood. After the public shelter appears, we will move the resources into the shelter. Beep beep. Just after she finished speaking, the timer on Wang Hong's body went off. The 3 behind her immediately stood at attention and saluted towards the sky. Watching the actions of the force, Su Xiao did not interrupt. She understood that this meant the shell transformation plan was already in execution. They were sending off the members involved in the plan. Wang Hong's eyes were red. If it weren't for the accident and Su Xiao's appearance, she would be the one executing the shell transformation plan in Zone 9 now. Yet she did not feel relieved. This is because those who remain must bear a heavier mission. Only through this continuous succession can the plan be perfected. Thus, it no longer matters who the shelter belongs to. What is important is that the shelter exists here as a beacon of hope. Half an hour later, the 4 finally put down their tasks. With only a little time left before 8 o'clock, the sky showed no sign of brightening, as if the sun had been hidden away. Wang Hong turned to look at Su Xiao. Su Xiao was playing with a toy from the safe house. It will change exactly at 8, right? Wang Hong nodded. It should be wherever the safe house toy is at 8, that's where the public shelter will appear. Although Wang Hong wasn't entirely sure, the version update information indicated this. If they could exploit the timing, the Star Alliance wouldn't have released the shell transformation plan. Just then a rustling sound came from nearby. The area previously flattened by daytime spherical zombies was now disturbed by sounds from the ground as decayed hands crawled out. Zombies are appearing. Wang Hong shouted. Sure enough, zombies did not emerge all at once. Su Xiao pulled out her axe. Within a mere 30 seconds, countless zombies crawled out of the ground. This was Su Xiao's first time witnessing the emergence of zombies, but she quickly sprang into action. Her speed was astonishing, each swing of the axe taking down a zombie. Wang Hong and the others quickly set up their heavy machine guns, yet the sound of their gunfire paled in comparison to Su Xiao's swift strikes. Goodness! Xiao Qi watched Su Xiao's figure, unable to refrain from exclaiming, "She must be 3 times faster than us." This was because it took several shots for the machine guns to shatter a single zombie's head, and they also needed to reload. Though they had energy weapons, they had not consumed the Doomsday potion, so even with energy weapons they could not match the speed of the machine guns against ordinary zombies. Su Xiao, on the other hand, was inherently fast. To their eyes, her movements were almost like afterimages. Don't stare, special survivor. Let alone speed, those who have consumed the Doomsday potion would not be shattered even by nuclear weapons, Wang Hong reminded everyone. Su Xiao quickly cleared a clean area. Just as she put away her weapon, it was exactly 8 o'clock. The sky suddenly brightened. This was Su Xiao's first time witnessing the sky after the apocalypse. In just 10 seconds, the sun leaped from the horizon to directly overhead, the temperature rising instantaneously, without any gradual transition from the morning, with a scorching heat enveloping her. Wang Hong and the others ran towards Su Xiao, excitement on their faces. The shelter has appeared. Su Xiao turned her head and discovered a public shelter the size of half a football field had materialized behind her. A system notification sounded in her ears. Update complete. There are 51928 public shelters globally. Survivors can check the locations and information of public shelters at the Safe House Communication Center. The first survivor to enter a public shelter will automatically obtain the role of shelter administrator, and if the survivor dies, the administrator role will be transferred to the deputy administrator. The Energy Leaderboard for the Lord God candidate and the Pioneer Energy Leaderboard have been activated with a maximum of 100 candidates on the Lord God Leaderboard. The Pioneer Energy Leaderboard shows a maximum of 500 names. If a Lord God candidate dies, their position will be transferred to the first Pioneer. The Lord God game Great Drought has been activated. 10 Lord God candidates can open the game after marking the door of deity. Su Xiao was not inside the safe house, so she naturally could not see any leaderboards. However, it seemed that the Lord God game was not accessible to every candidate, but limited in number. It appeared that she needed to deal with the public shelter matters quickly and then find the door of deity. Observing the public shelter before her. Inside the shelter was a dilapidated building nearly 5 stories tall, with quite a few rooms. Outside, a tunter-high black mesh fence blocked the entrance. The material felt unlike iron, but was incredibly sturdy, also possessing energy obstruction properties. Even Su Xiao could not enter through the tunter-high black mesh. There was only one entrance to the shelter, open, without any security measures. Wang Hong and the others waited outside. Upon entering, Su Xiao heard a prompt. You are the first survivor to enter public shelter number 2734, automatically obtaining the role of shelter administrator with the number 1. Public shelters automatically assign numbers to survivors based on the order of entry, with a maximum number of 1,000 per shelter. Survivors cannot hold 2 public shelter member numbers simultaneously. To go to another shelter, you must apply to the administrator to delete your number. Detected that you have an intelligent butler named Xiao Mo. Would you like to bind it? After binding, you can manage the shelter remotely through Xiao Mo, including, but not limited to, granting other survivors deputy administrator permissions, opening or closing the shelter's warehouse, and managing the deletion of survivor numbers entering the shelter. After a number is deleted, that survivor cannot re-enter the public shelter you manage. Each survivor can only hold 1 public shelter number. If a survivor attacks within your shelter, you will be notified immediately. After binding Xiao Mo, Su Xiao turned to see Wang Hong and the others still standing outside. You can come in now. Hearing Su Xiao's voice, the others entered the shelter. The first shelter order from the first shelter was marked above their heads. The few of them looked at each other, feeling as if they were living in an electronic world marked as numbered NPCs. Soon they began to observe the shelter. They had to admit that this shelter was far better than the initial basement environment Su Xiao had experienced. There were rooms, and the rooms even had wooden beds, though there were no bedding. Currently, it appeared that the shelter lacked electricity and water. These supplies could only be unlocked from treasure chests. The administrator could open the communication center to check information and publish announcements in the public shelter group. Moreover, there was a roster for managing internal personnel. However, Su Xiao had no time to study these. She needed to return to her safe house to sell supplies in exchange for Lord God toys. So after adding administrator identities for Wang Hong and the others, Su Xiao